Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 1, Aozaki Oyabun. AD 1878. District 62, East Rukongai, Kagurashi. The sun shone brightly, and a cool breeze rustled the leaves along the street. Two children in clean clothes walked along, enjoying the wind. Their presence stood out sharply against the harsh environment surrounding them. Ichimaru. Ichimaru, hurry up. The registration for Shino Academy is about to close. I don't want to wait until tomorrow. A lively young girl with orange hair, dressed in a white yukata, hopped and skipped ahead excitedly. Behind her, a silver-haired boy with narrowed eyes strolled at a leisurely pace. Letting out a sigh, he finally quickened his steps, clearly not used to her boundless enthusiasm. He had no choice, he hadn't known the girl for long, and they weren't exactly close. Their connection existed only because of one man. That's Ranjika Matsumoto and Jin Ichimaru. Shut up. Do you have a death wish? Those two aren't people you want to mess with. As the two of them walked further away, some souls hiding in the dilapidated houses let out relieved sighs, while others gazed at them with greed in their eyes. Matsumoto. I told you before we left, don't wear anything too nice. I can't guarantee you won't get stripped bare walking around like that. District 62 isn't like District 1. The souls here are either the oppressed or the downright vicious. Ranjika pouted, speaking in a casual tone. I only went to District 1 for a little while. This is where I grew up, of course I know what it's like. But this yukata was a gift from Masatsuki. The street fell into an eerie silence, and all the hushed whispers ceased. The souls around them stared at Ranjika, still pouting, with envy in their eyes. It suddenly hit them just how lucky she was. Rukongai, the first stop for souls after death, was divided into 80 districts. The higher the district number, the worse the living conditions and security. Life in the outer districts was brutal. District 1, with its safety, stable homes, and abundant food, was like paradise to those suffering in District 62. Yet this girl had been there, even stayed for a while, and now walked these streets in spotless clothing. The realization made their noses sting with bitterness. So this is what it's like to be rich. Damn it, my whole family couldn't scrape together enough for even a few coins. I'm so jealous. Boss, should we just rob her for her clothes? Shut up. Do you even know who took her in? Ranjika-san is family to Aozaki Oyabun. If he hears what you just said. They instinctively glanced around, making sure the man they feared wasn't nearby, before finally relaxing. Speaking of which, where is Aozaki Oyabun? The man referred to as boss asked. I heard people from District 63 are coming to take over our turf. Aozaki Oyabun is probably off fighting. It's already been a day. Sounds about right. Aozaki Oyabun loves to prey on the weak. The subordinates murmured among themselves, piecing together what they knew. Rubbish. Aozaki Oyabun would never do something like that. Suddenly, their boss straightened up, eyes red and teary. He clenched his fists and shouted with emotion. He must be out there protecting District 62. Damn it, such an important battle, and he didn't even take me with him. The subordinates exchanged silent looks. You seriously don't know why he didn't take you? You're as weak as a chick. If you hadn't latched onto Aozaki Oyabun early and become his lackey, we would have taken you out ages ago. No way would you be the boss right now. That's right. Aozaki Oyabun doesn't even see us as his own people. Let's go help him. The so-called boss cheered, clenching his fists. With that, the gathered souls followed behind Ranjika Matsumoto and Jin Ichimaru, forming a large procession as they marched toward District 63. Bang. The next moment, a ragged figure was sent flying like a cannonball, slamming into a tree before sliding down limply like a pile of broken flesh. Blood pooled across the ground. For a second, the souls froze in shock, then an earth-shaking cheer erupted. Aozaki Oyabun. In the distance, surrounded by a group of people, stood a man with black hair and dark eyes. His tall, well-defined features carried a strange mix of elegance and wildness. Masatsuki, I'm here. Ranjika called out loudly, waving her hand at him. Hearing her voice, Masatsuki Aozaki let out a sigh and casually sent another charging soul flying with a punch. This was Soul Society, the world of Bleach. 20 years ago, he had transmigrated into this world, born into a family of swordsmen. However, he wasn't in Soul Society at first but in the world of the living, the human realm of Bleach. When he first arrived, he mistakenly believed he had been transported to a parallel world similar to the modern era of his past life. It wasn't until he witnessed wandering spirits, monsters with hollowed-out chests and white masks, and warriors wielding swords to fight them that he realized where he truly was. Then, after dying from an illness, he found himself in Soul Society, confirming that he had indeed been reborn into Bleach. Now, in the distance, Ranjaku and Jin, two future well-known figures, stood watching. When Masatsuki was first placed in District 62, he had been on constant alert, wary of the souls around him. After all, the higher-numbered districts were notorious for their lawlessness and squalid conditions. But over time, he realized that this place wasn't as dangerous as he had initially imagined. Unlike other transmigrators, he had no chosen one system, no cheats. However, his Ryatsu was naturally higher than that of the average soul, and his ability to perceive and control reishi was sharper than most. Living in Rakangai, he had no formal method for training Riryoku. However, the key difference between a physical body and a spiritual one was that the latter was composed of reishi instead of physical matter. That meant conventional physical training could still be effective. His past life's foundation in kendo had also provided a significant advantage. 6 years ago, in order to survive and avoid being preyed upon, he trained relentlessly and fought tooth and nail. Through countless battles and betrayals, through bloodshed and hardship, he clawed his way to the top. From a nameless soul to the undisputed boss of Kagurashi District, he had even gained enough confidence to attempt the entrance exam for Shino Academy. Even he couldn't remember how many times he had fought, how many times he had bled. But his Ryatsu alone was proof of everything he had endured. He became the boss of District 62 for the sake of power. Ordinary souls could sustain themselves by passively absorbing reishi from the air, eliminating the need for food. But high Riryoku souls like Masatsuki were different. The reishi in Rakangai's atmosphere wasn't enough to sustain him. He needed food to survive. So he fought. He defeated every opponent in his way, seized their food and weapons, and established his rule over this district. He became the boss, and his subordinates continued to plunder resources for him. Food replenished Riryoku. Swords armed himself and his men. Excess blades were sold for money. That money bought more food. And so the cycle of looting and survival continued. Chapter 2, East Gate. All of this was just to sustain his existence and grow even stronger. Because of everything he had endured, Masatsuki Aozaki had developed a reckless indulgence toward his own desires. Ranjaku Matsumoto was a soul living in Kagurashi. As someone with the potential to become a Shinigami, the reishi in the air wasn't enough to sustain her. She had been on the verge of starving to death when she encountered Masatsuki Aozaki, who was collecting protection money on the streets. "Hey, kid. What's your name?" Masatsuki had a strange sense of déjà vu, as if he had seen this scene before. Ranjaku. Ranjaku Matsumoto. The frail girl spoke weakly. Without hesitation, Masatsuki used the food he had scavenged to pull her back from the brink of death, securing himself a future beauty of a wife in the process. "Aizen-sama, are you interested in that man?" Under the shade of a tree, a blind man with dark skin and goggles gazed toward the battlefield where Masatsuki was rampaging through the streets. "Interested? No. That man has been mine from the beginning. He's been quite helpful with my operations in District 62. Aizen casually flipped through a file in his hands. It was Masatsuki's dossier. Name, Masatsuki Aozaki. Age. Origin, soul from the world of the living. Assigned territory, District 62, East Rakangai, Kagurashi. Ryatsu rank. Assessment, appears easygoing and carefree, extremely self-indulgent. However, in truth, he is ruthless and ambitious. Note, displays lieutenant-level potential. Tozen, this is his final evaluation. With that, Aizen picked up a pen and began making adjustments to the report. The Ryatsu rank was changed to 16, and the note was updated to captain-level potential. You seem to have high expectations for him. Are you planning to bring him to our side? Kanami Tozen couldn't see, but the tone in Aizen's voice made his stance clear. 4 years ago, I first saw him in Kagurashi. Back then, his Ryatsu rank was below 20, he was just another insignificant soul. Aizen glanced at the evaluation report and spoke in a calm, even tone. But in just 4 years, his Ryatsu has reached 16th rank, the level of an average squad member. The most important thing is that he is a soul from the world of the living, yet he has survived in Rakangai. This level of talent is incredibly rare. He doesn't belong here. So, you're sending him to Shino Academy? Aizen's lips curled into a gentle smile, one that radiated warmth, naturally putting people at ease. Exactly. His talent shouldn't go to waste here. Seireitei is where he belongs. Masatsuki tightened his grip around the soul's neck, lifting him into the air. His gaze shifted toward a large tree in the distance. He couldn't see anything, but he knew someone was watching him from there. A surge of excitement stirred within him. Not because he was about to enter Shino Academy, no, that was merely a stepping stone. It was because he was one step closer to the Hogyoku. Ever since meeting Aizen in District 62 and catching his interest, Masatsuki had remained here, hunting down souls with Shinigami potential. He stripped them of their Riryoku, not only to trade for resources but to get closer to Aizen, searching for a way to seize the Hogyoku for himself. After all, the year was 1878. The Hogyoku experiment hadn't even begun yet. That miraculous artifact, the one capable of manifesting one's deepest desires and guiding their evolution, was still in its infancy. Aizen was still gathering materials for its creation. It would be another century before he successfully fused with it. Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto remained the strongest Shinigami, still as formidable as ever. The most powerful Arankars at this time were limited to Stark, Lilineti, and Ulquiorra. Yawatch had yet to invade Soul Society. And Ichigo Kurosaki. He hadn't even been born yet. In this era, the war between the Shinigami of the world of the living and the Quincy still rages on. The noble families of Soul Society continue their endless struggles for power, marked by assassinations and political intrigue. Meanwhile, the hollows of Hueco Mundo never stop seeking to fill the emptiness in their souls. Chaos and bloodshed reign across all three realms. Masatsuki Aozaki wasn't particularly ambitious. He only wanted to seize a Hogyoku to strengthen himself. Was that really too much to ask? Ignoring the blood pooling on the ground, he remained unfazed. Ranjiku Matsumoto walked over to him with a calm expression. She was long accustomed to sights like this, where blood flowed freely. Living in District 62 meant there was no avoiding such things. Masatsuki, let's go already. The Shino Academy selection is about to begin. She bounced closer, brimming with energy, her voice ringing out cheerfully. Masatsuki tossed aside the last of his opponents and caught Ranjiku as she leapt toward him, a smirk tugging at the corner of his lips. How could I forget? I just wanted to make a little extra cash before leaving. He chuckled, ruffling her hair. She wasn't quite grown yet, but she was already adorable. You say that like we'll definitely pass the exam just by showing up. Ranjiku puffed up her cheeks in protest, bumping her head against his chin. And don't touch my hair. I spent ages getting it just right today. Masatsuki laughed, then hoisted her onto his shoulder. All right, boys. Strip them clean. Don't leave them with a single thing. Yes, Aozaki Oebun. His subordinates moved swiftly and efficiently. In less than 15 minutes, over 20 souls from District 63, who had come to seize territory, were left completely naked. Masatsuki took only their valuables before setting off with Ranjiku and Jin Ichimaru toward Seireitei. As they walked, the scenery gradually changed. The streets became cleaner, the buildings taller, their design more intricate and refined. Compared to Rukongai, the grandeur of this district was an entirely different world. Then, boom. A deafening crash shook the air as smoke and dust filled the path ahead. A massive stone wall came crashing down from above. From within the haze, a towering figure with short black hair and a rugged build strode forward, his grin wide and unrestrained. You lot are here for the Shino Academy entrance exam, right? I'm Kaiwan, the gatekeeper of Seireitei's East Gate. If you want to get in, wait here. Once you pass the test, you can finally say goodbye to this place. Kaiwan, gripping an enormous sword, glanced at the hopefuls crowding the gate. With a casual smile, he pushed open the stone doors, revealing a group of Shinigami in black uniforms, presumably instructors from the Shino Academy. Seizing the moment, Masatsuki quietly slipped through the crowd and made his way to Kaiwan's side. He gave a discreet tug at the man's sleeve. Kaiwan glanced at the coins in Masatsuki's palm, quickly pocketed them, then looked around cautiously before stepping back. Masatsuki, what brings you to District 1? What kind of business are you running this time? This time, I'm not here on business, Masatsuki replied with a grin. I'm here to take the Shino Academy entrance exam. So, you've finally decided to become a Shinigami? With your Ryatsu, you could have taken the test ages ago. I really don't get why you waited so long. Kaiwan sighed, shaking his head in disappointment. But that means no more side gigs from you. Come on, one of Seireitei's 4 great Seireman gatekeepers complaining about money. You really need the extra cash. Don't even mention that 4 great Seireman gatekeepers nonsense. I'm just a glorified doorman. My salary is barely enough as it is, and my wife keeps comparing herself to those noble ladies. Kaiwan sighed, shaking the coins in his hand. You're not the type to show up empty-handed. This money must be for something else, right? What kind of talk is that? Aren't we like brothers? Masatsuki grinned, throwing an arm around Kaiwan's shoulders. Honestly, I just want to make sure, this year's entrance exam isn't any different from previous years, right? Ryatsu rankings in this story. In the original Bleach, Ryatsu levels were classified from 1st to 20th rank. 3rd rank and above, captain level. 4th to 5th rank, lieutenant level. Ranks below 5th, unspecified in detail. For this story. 6th to 12th rank, seated officer level. Below 12th rank, ordinary squad members. Chapter 3, Examiner. That's it. You're seriously giving me money for that? Come on, don't be a stranger. That's what Kaiwan said, but Masatsuki watched as he stuffed the money into his pocket without any intention of returning it. Don't worry, the test is the same as always, Ryatsu assessment. Honestly, even passing that part is tough enough. In Rakangai, just having enough to eat is already an accomplishment. There aren't many who have strong Ryoryoku to begin with. If the admission requirements get any stricter, hardly anyone from Rakangai will be able to pass. Fair point. Alright, I'll go register. Masatsuki handed Kaiwan another stack of money before turning to leave. This guy had done plenty of favors for him in the past. The nobles in Seireitei were used to their lavish lifestyles, and some had a bizarre fascination with the so-called junk from Rakangai. He and Kaiwan had made a decent fortune running that trade. Not to mention, Masatsuki had taken the opportunity to get acquainted with quite a few noble ladies and wives, engaging in some in-depth exchanges while making extra money on the side. Of course, his client selection process was as strict as his personal training regimen. Masatsuki had no complaints, he could only thank his good looks. Masatsuki. Once he becomes a Shinigami, staying right under the nobles' noses, he'll probably behave himself, right? Kaiwan thought to himself. But that was just a passing thought, he wouldn't dare say it out loud. Nobles valued their reputation above all else. If they were ruthless enough, they wouldn't hesitate to kill their own siblings. No one would care whether a mere gatekeeper lived or died. A few years ago, Tokinada Tsuneyashiro from the Tsuneyashiro family had tortured and murdered his own colleagues, assassinated the heir to his clan, and even killed his own wife. Captain Kairaku had reported him, and Central 46 sentenced him to house arrest for a few centuries. But for souls who could live for 2,000 to 3,000 years, what was a few hundred years? While Kaiwan mulled over his worries, the true culprit, Masatsuki, seemed completely at ease, casually flirting with one of the female examiners from the Shino Academy. Examiner, we've been talking for a while now, but I still don't know your name. The beautiful examiner hesitated for a moment before finally answering. Lisa Yadamaru. So, Lisa, third seat. I've heard Captain Kairaku thinks highly of you. I wouldn't be surprised if you're promoted to lieutenant soon. Masatsuki grinned. You know me. Come on, don't underestimate me. I'm a businessman. I've got some solid connections in Seireitei. Masatsuki reached into his coat and pulled out a stack of cards. Here, my business card. The name's Masatsuki Aozaki. Looking forward to working with you. Lisa took one and glanced at it. Odd Jobs Agency. That's right. The Odd Jobs Agency. As long as the money's good, we handle anything. Masatsuki flashed a charming smile. Any service you need, we've got it. Any service, huh? Lisa eyed Masatsuki before scoffing, tucking the card away. I'm not interested in those kinds of services. But the moment she said it, a slight blush crept onto her face, tinged with irritation, perhaps even embarrassment. This bastard, Masatsuki, actually had the nerve to say that to me. For Lisa, who had spent years secretly indulging in books on certain topics, this was absolutely impossible to accept. And yet, impossible to reject. Not to mention, she wasn't just here as an examiner. She had come from the 8th Division on orders to scout potential recruits for the Gotei 13. And here Masatsuki was, shamelessly flirting with her, in public, no less, right in the middle of the entrance exams. If someone like him actually became a Shinigami and joined the Gotei 13, he'd need some serious discipline. Masatsuki Aozaki. A voice called from the spiritual gate, interrupting their conversation. My apologies, Lisa-san, looks like it's my turn. I'll go take the test first, let's chat again next time. Masatsuki flashed an apologetic smile before jogging toward the gate. Masatsuki Aozaki. That's me. He took the form handed to him. His name was already filled in, but the fields for age and Ryatsu were left blank. This was his pass into Shino Academy. Step forward, it's time for your test. Understood. Masatsuki walked up to the spiritual gate, spotting Ranjaku and Jin on the other side. They had already passed. This is a Kido-based test to assess your age and Ryatsu. Just relax, the examiner said, her eyes brightening as she placed a hand on Masatsuki's back. Masatsuki merely shrugged, completely at ease. He winked at Ranjaku, making the already nervous girl laugh uncontrollably. The results for Masatsuki Aozaki, the examiner announced, swallowing hard as she handed the form to her colleague. Hey, Yui. You didn't adjust the score just because he's good-looking, did you? That would be insane. Or did something go wrong with the test? The other examiner leaned in, whispering. A shameless woman. He cursed in his heart. He had seen Masatsuki's face, handsome, effortlessly charming, but to falsify his results just because of that. Damn it. I'm only a little less good-looking than him. Why didn't anyone pull strings for me when I took the entrance exam? I had to take the test 6 times before I got in. More importantly, Lissy Adamaru is watching this kid like a hawk. Not only was she the 3rd seat of the 8th division, but she was also practically raised as Kayaraka's daughter. That status alone. Just thinking about it is exciting. Cough. Cough. Kayaraku isn't here, right? Yui shot her colleague a glare. The glow in her hand flared up again as she rechecked the test results. Then, she sighed and shook her head with a wry smile. The examiner beside her sucked in a sharp breath. Ryatsu level, 16th rank. Without a doubt, Shin'o Academy had just struck gold. This wasn't some noble-born Shinigami raised in Seireitei and trained in Ryatsu from childhood, he came from Rakangai. A 20-year-old with 16th rank Ryatsu. Once he underwent systematic training, his potential was unfathomable. At minimum, he would graduate as a seated officer. Wait, did I hear that right? Ryatsu level. Not Ryuryoku. I heard most Shin'o Academy graduates barely hit 20th rank Ryatsu. Are you telling me this guy is practically ready to graduate before even enrolling? The surrounding examinees murmured among themselves, their voices dripping with envy. Congratulations, you've passed. Proceed inside. The examiner filled in the form, writing 16th rank Ryatsu, then handed it to Masatsuki. Just then, Yui cautiously stepped forward. She glanced at Masatsuki, who was still looking over his results. A hint of shyness flickered in her alluring gaze as she hesitated before whispering. Masatsuki-san, this is my address. The examiner beside her froze. Yui-sensei. So this is what you're like. There are still other students watching, you know. Wait a minute, what the hell are you doing? Let go of that student. A teacher and a student tugging at each other in broad daylight, what kind of example is this? Well. I'll be a student at the academy from now on, and you'll be my instructor, Masatsuki said smoothly as he took the slip of paper. I'm sure there'll be many things I'll need to consult you about. As he spoke, he studied Yui's beautiful face, then casually gave her soft hand a squeeze before turning toward Seireitei. Chapter 4, Entering Shin'o Academy. The entrance exam concluded quickly, with fewer than 10 students passing. Across all 4 major districts of Rakangai, the total number of successful candidates barely reached 50. Led by the instructors, the students from the eastern district who had passed the test traversed most of Seireitei, finally arriving at the western Hakuraman gate. Before them stood a massive, ancient-looking building, its architecture reminiscent of private academies from the world of the living's past. Inside the dojo, large plaques adorned the gray-white walls, with the character, founder, elegantly inscribed in flowing calligraphy. Shin'o Academy was originally known as the Founder's School, established by the renowned Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto, the academy's first headmaster and the legendary captain commander of the Gotei 13. It was unclear whether the current headmaster was a devoted admirer of Yamamoto, but his gleaming bald head reflected the overhead light so intensely that Masatsuki Aozaki had to squint. Seated in the main position, the bald headmaster maintained a strict and dignified demeanor, his voice full of authority as he declared. Welcome to Shin'o Academy. I hope that over the next 6 years, you will learn what it takes to become an outstanding Shinigami. As he spoke, his gaze swept across the crowd, momentarily lingering on Masatsuki, Ranjaku, and Jin. Though his expression appeared casual, he was clearly assessing them. All 3 were geniuses. If nothing unexpected happened, they would eventually distinguish themselves in the highly competitive ranks of the Gotei 13. Masatsuki took a quick look around. The dojo housed not only students from the impoverished districts of Rakangai, dressed in tattered clothing, but also well-off students from Seireitei, their appearances reflecting their privileged upbringings. Among them, he spotted a familiar face. Sosuke Aizen, lieutenant of the 5th Division and a special calligraphy instructor at Shin'o Academy. It was said that his classes were always packed, with students even crowding the hallways just to hear his lectures. His brown hair, slightly tousled, formed soft bangs over his forehead. He wore a loosely draped Shihakushō, with the academy's white uniform beneath it, giving him an air of quiet refinement. However, he looked noticeably different from the composed and calculating figure Masatsuki remembered from the anime. At this stage, Aizen still carried a trace of youthful inexperience, lacking the full measure of his future poise. Even so, the charisma of a future antagonist was already beginning to take shape. As for the person sitting beside him, Sojin Kachiki. Well, he had a certain delicate beauty. Seated with impeccable posture, he appeared fragile, as if a gentle breeze could knock him over. Though only a few hundred years old, he exuded a frailty reminiscent of someone nearing 2000. His body seemed perpetually weak, as if his very bones lacked the strength to support him. Truly enviable individuals. Masatsuki felt a tinge of emotion. Sojin Kachiki was fortunate. As the heir of the prestigious Kachiki clan, one of the 4 noble families, he possessed their innate talent, though his frailty rendered him ill-suited for combat. But Aizen, he was a true prodigy, a genius among geniuses. His talent was so overwhelming that it left him isolated, with no peers to match him. Deep down, he even wished he were just an ordinary Shinigami. That kind of ability, it was excessive. Even Masatsuki couldn't help but feel envious. He had clawed his way up from the very bottom, struggling to reach a mere 16th rank Ryatsu level, while Aizen was already contemplating the limits of Shinigami existence, meaning he had likely achieved 1st rank Ryatsu by now. And in the future, if he truly succeeded in breaking those limits, surpassing even Yamamoto, the strongest Shinigami, to reach an entirely new plane of existence. That was something beyond envy. At this point in time, Aizen was still quite young, carrying a sense of pride and innocence unique to youth. He concealed it well, but in his interactions with Masatsuki Aozaki, it occasionally surfaced without him realizing it. Sensing Masatsuki's gaze, Aizen maintained his signature gentle smile and playfully winked. Masatsuki, we're going to be living here from now on. Looks pretty nice, don't you think? Ranjiku took the student uniform handed out by the instructor, spreading it out and running her fingers over the fabric. This was a material she had never seen in Rakongai. Even the best clothes in Rakongai couldn't compare to the standard issue uniforms given to every student here. She smiled happily. Why did souls from Rakongai strive to enter Shinnō Academy? Was it to become Shinigami and serve the nobles? Of course not. It was simply a chance at a better life, a way out. Even if they couldn't become nobles, just being an ordinary Shinigami meant rising above the common souls of Soul Society. The living conditions were far superior to those in Rakongai. Not to mention the abundance of reishi in the air, something Rakongai could never compete with. Who wouldn't want a better life? And with a good training environment and professional instruction at Shinnō Academy, cultivating their abilities would be far more efficient. Aizen wasn't lying after all. Masatsuki muttered to himself. Is that enough to satisfy you? He turned his head, grinning broadly. That's not nearly enough. It has to be even better. His current goal was simple, joining the Hogyoku experiment was out of the question for now, so his best option was to secure a top ranking in Shinnō Academy's graduation exam. If possible, he wanted to earn a seated officer position right away, climbing the social ladder and securing a better future for himself. Being a gang boss in Rakongai no longer interested him. Now that he had stepped into the ranks of warriors, there was no point in staying a mere thug. One word from a Shinigami, and those street thugs wouldn't dare defy him. As for providing certain services to noble ladies, he figured he didn't have to give that up just yet. Next, each instructor will take their students to their respective classrooms, the bald headmaster announced in a loud, authoritative voice. The dojo instantly fell silent. The instructors seated in the front row rose one after another, list in hand, and began leading their students toward the classrooms. Once inside, the teachers stood at the podium, outlining the curriculum for the next 6 years. By this point in time, Shinnō Academy was fully developed, and its Shinigami training system had matured. The core of their studies revolved around the 4 fundamental Shinigami disciplines known as Zankinsoki, along with the practice of Kanso, soul burial. Zan referred to Zanjutsu, the art of wielding a blade, the Shinigami's primary method of attacking enemies. Ken was Hakuda, hand-to-hand combat techniques used by Shinigami. So was Ho-Ho, the movement techniques that enabled Shinigami to traverse distances in an instant. Ki stood for Kido, the spell-based techniques that transformed Ryuryoku into various offensive and defensive abilities. And finally, Kanso, the fundamental duty of a Shinigami, guiding deceased souls to Soul Society. Masatsuki made up his mind to take his studies seriously. Though Zankinsoki formed the foundation of their training, mastery of these disciplines was essential for true strength. Ryatsu alone wasn't enough, only by refining these skills could he become a true powerhouse. After about 15 minutes, Sojin Kachiki finished introducing the students to the academy's structure and curriculum. As most of the students dispersed, Masatsuki, Ranjiku, and Jin wrapped up their conversation and made their way to the cafeteria. Noble families in Soul Society never lacked money, so with his services to noble ladies, Masatsuki had managed to make himself a minor fortune. He quickly selected an extravagant meal for the 3 of them, filling an entire long table with food. Ranjiku wasted no time digging in, her generous appetite on full display. Her cheeks puffed up with food, making her look like a steamed bun. Jin, in contrast, was more reserved. He hesitated for a moment, watching Masatsuki and Ranjiku eat before picking up his chopsticks, though once he started, his pace was just as fast as theirs. Mind if I join you? Sojin Kachiki approached their table, his gentle gaze falling on the 3 students devouring their meal. He sighed softly. Chapter 5, The First Business Deal. So-san, don't like the food? Masatsuki Aozaki glanced at Sojin Kachiki, who sighed softly, then shifted his gaze to the nearby table reserved for teachers. The long table was adorned with exquisitely carved food boxes, clearly from an esteemed household. Servants stood attentively by, bowing as they carefully arranged the boxes in perfect order. As the heir of the Kachiki family, one of the four noble families, Sojin Kachiki embodied nobility in every aspect, even in something as simple as dining. The difference between a true aristocrat and someone like Masatsuki, a self-made, rich man, was apparent at a glance. Compared to this refined young master, the so-called luxurious meal Masatsuki and his friends were enjoying barely deserved the title. Well, Masatsuki, you can call me Kachiki-sensei or Sojin-sensei, but So-san isn't quite right. Sojin Kachiki offered a warm smile and gestured invitingly. Help yourself to whatever you'd like. Is this really the so-called perfect gentleman Sojin Kachiki? He's almost too kind. He wasn't as strict as his father, Jinrei Kachiki, nor as cold and distant as his son, Byakuya Kachiki. Masatsuki silently marveled at the difference but spoke with genuine admiration. You're truly a generous person. Well then, we won't hold back. Without hesitation, he reached out and grabbed a few slices of wagyu beef, tuna sashimi, and premium sushi, acting as though he belonged at the table. Ranjaku Matsumoto stared at the food before swallowing hard, but unlike Masatsuki, she wasn't shameless enough to dig in the moment someone extended an offer. Jin Ichimaru let out a helpless sigh. He had long known Masatsuki was socially awkward. Back in Rakongai, that very trait had somehow landed Jin in the role of his reluctant subordinate. Now, even in Seireitei, Masatsuki showed no intention of changing his ways. Jin's narrow eyes darted towards Sojin Kachiki, subtly assessing his reaction. Seeing that the nobleman wasn't offended, he sighed in relief. Sojin Kachiki chuckled softly and turned his attention to Ranjaku, who sat beside Masatsuki, staring longingly at the meal before her. Matsumoto, Ichimaru, you should eat as well. With your talent, a meal like this isn't nearly enough to support your growth. You'll both become exceptional swordsmen one day, tasked with protecting Seoul society. Don't waste your potential. With that, he pushed two food boxes toward them. In the end, Ranjaku couldn't resist and reached for the chopsticks. Jin, however, politely lowered his head and nudged the box back. Thank you, Kachiki-sensei, but this is already more than enough for me. You've never had real food before, have you? Masatsuki interrupted before Jin could finish. This stuff is even better than what I've had in the world of the living. If you don't try it, you'll regret it. Without waiting for a response, Masatsuki grabbed a grilled fish from the box and dropped it into Jin's bowl. Oh, right. This is for you. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a business card, handing it to Sojin Kachiki. As long as the price is right, I can take care of anything. I know. The handyman, Sojin Kachiki replied with an amused smile. The admissions instructors already told me about you. They said there was a student handing out business cards to the female teachers during the exam, claiming to offer all kinds of services. Apparently, you had them all completely captivated. That was you, wasn't it? Masatsuki gave a sheepish smile. If nothing unexpected happened, yeah, that was probably me. Honestly, I didn't expect the teacher's demand to be so high. Then, as if realizing he needed to clarify, he quickly added, but just so we're clear, some services are strictly for beautiful women. Don't get the wrong idea. What kind of service only caters to women? Sojin Kachiki took the business card, slipping it into his pocket. For a moment, he paused, then chuckled. Humph, you little troublemaker. Still, you should take on fewer of these jobs. A young man's health is important, you know. Moderation is key. You actually understand what I mean? Masatsuki raised an eyebrow. Understand what? Sojin Kachiki blinked at him innocently. I have no idea what you're talking about. Masatsuki was now absolutely certain Sojin Kachiki knew exactly what kind of services he was offering. All right, that's enough joking around. Sojin Kachiki smiled and waved a hand dismissively. After dinner, head back to your dorms and get some rest. If you have time, go over the Ryoryoku refinement technique that was distributed today. Since you don't have a Zanpakutō yet, this is the best way to train your Ryatsu. Tomorrow, my Zenjutsu class is first. Don't be late. And don't wander around after dark. Seireitei isn't exactly peaceful right now. Masatsuki Aozaki's expression shifted as if something had come to mind. The rebels are getting that bold. They'd actually go after students from the Shino Academy. Aren't they afraid that Captain Commander Yamamoto might? He mimicked a slicing motion with his hand. Sojin Kachiki let out a bitter smile. This situation is complicated and involves a lot more than you think. It's not something students like you should concern yourselves with. What you need to focus on is your own safety. Leave the dangerous matters to us. Seeing that Sojin didn't want to elaborate, Masatsuki didn't press further. They weren't close enough for that kind of conversation anyway. Sojin slowly stood up, gathered his emptied food box, and turned to leave. Masatsuki left the cafeteria with Ranjaku and Jin, taking a casual stroll with them before escorting them back to their dorms. Afterward, he made his way toward the faculty dormitories. He had a business deal to take care of, his first transaction at Shihakushō Academy. The next morning, Masatsuki woke up in a large, soft bed. Sunlight streamed in, casting a glow on his defined features, sharp nose, deep, star-like eyes, and long black hair cascading down his back. His refined yet slightly unruly aura made him all the more captivating. He slowly sat up, stretching his bare body. His well-defined muscles flexed subtly, enhancing his masculine charm. Simply put, from every angle, he was undeniably attractive. My Reiatsu has increased. His sharp senses detected a subtle change within his spiritual body, and a smirk tugged at his lips. After last night's nearly 2-hour battle, waking up to find his spiritual body and Reiatsu strengthened was no surprise. It made perfect sense. The fundamental difference between a physical body and a spiritual body was that the former was composed of kishi, while the latter was formed from reishi. While their organs functioned similarly, spiritual bodies had two specific points corresponding to the dantian and lower dantian in physical bodies, Seketsu, chain of fate, and Hakusui, soul sleep, key nodes responsible for generating Ryoryoku. At the core of it all was the soul core, the very energy that sustained the existence of a spiritual body. According to the biological knowledge Masatsuki retained from his past life, dopamine secretion in the human brain was closely tied to physical activity. High-quality exercise was known to improve kidney function, increase cardiac output, raise blood pressure, and enhance overall heart performance. Over the years, he had always felt his spiritual body growing stronger through battle, and after practicing the Ryoryoku refinement technique, that sensation became even more pronounced. Of course, his ability to enhance his Reiatsu so effectively had more to do with his natural talent. His extraordinary perception of reishi allowed him to absorb it even during movement, something most people couldn't do. "Masatsuki, are you awake?" A soft, teasing voice drifted from beside him. A delicate, rosy face peeked out from beneath the sheets. Beneath the covers, faint traces of blood could still be seen, proof of last night's intense battle. Chapter 6, Bansho Senrin, All Things in Existence. Yui's eyes shimmered with warmth as she gazed at the tall, dark-haired man standing by the bed, her expression filled with contentment and shyness. She had never encountered a man so perfect, his appearance refined, yet his demeanor wild and domineering. The contrast between the two only made him more irresistible. Though last night had been her first time, due to both her personality and profession, she found herself completely captivated by the men before her. Masatsuki Aozaki walked over to the small table by the wall, picking up the half-empty bottle of sake Yui had been drinking. He took a swig, swished it around his mouth, then swallowed it all in one go. Smiling, he said, "Darling, I've got class. You go ahead and sleep in." Though he addressed her so affectionately, there was no real emotion behind it. In truth, he might forget about Yui entirely one day. She was beautiful, no doubt. Her status was an added bonus, and last night had certainly been enjoyable. But love? That wasn't in the equation. Masatsuki casually grabbed his uniform from the couch, a traditional kendo outfit, white on top with blue hakama. The first class of the morning was Zanjutsu. Sojin Kachiki stood at the front of the dojo, a bamboo sword in hand, demonstrating basic sword techniques while methodically explaining each movement to the class. Masatsuki and the others knelt on the polished wooden floor, their own bamboo swords resting in front of them. The techniques Sojin taught weren't all that different from the kendo Masatsuki had learned in the world of the living. Seeing no need to focus entirely on the lecture, Masatsuki divided his attention, listening while simultaneously refining his Reiatsu using the Ryoryoku refinement technique. Jin Ichimaru leaned in slightly, his body tilted at an odd angle. "Masatsuki, did you hear? Someone's coming to the Shihakushō Academy in a few days as a guest lecturer for Zenjutsu. A Zenjutsu class. So, does that mean Sojin-sensei is finally going to retire and go inherit the family estate?" Masatsuki's tone carried a hint of envy. He truly meant it. Only someone who had once lived as a noble could understand just how comfortable that life was. Back in the world of the living, he had indulged in luxury from a young age, so much so that excess eventually took a toll on his health. Now, he found himself in the humiliating position of catering to noblewomen just to get by. Retire? Not quite. The guest lecturer is only here for a temporary lesson. Do you know who it is? The noble kids are saying it's someone important. Masatsuki raised an eyebrow and lowered his voice. Important? How important? Well, from what those noble-born students are saying, it might be a captain from the Gotei 13. Masatsuki was slightly surprised. It wasn't unusual for Gotei 13 captains to teach at Shihakushō Academy. In the original timeline, after Aizen became a captain, he had regularly served as a calligraphy instructor here. However, guest lectures were usually reserved for graduates. When did first-year students start receiving such treatment? At that moment, Sojin Kachiki seemed to have finished explaining the core points of the lesson. He halted his movements and turned his gaze toward Masatsuki. Aozaki, are you not enjoying my class? How could that be? Your class is excellent, captivating, engaging, vivid, and deeply moving. But you don't seem very interested in listening. That's not true. Actually, Jin was the one who spoke to me first. I was just trying to tell him to focus on the lesson. Jin's perpetually narrowed eyes cracked open slightly. Without missing a beat, Masatsuki discreetly pulled a small ring from his sleeve and flashed it in front of Jin. Yes, I was the one who spoke to Masatsuki first. Masatsuki let out a quiet sigh of relief, but Sojin wasn't going to let them off that easily. I see. But talking during class is still unacceptable. As punishment, Aozaki and Ichimaru, you two will go retrieve the Asachi for your classmates. Wait, are we getting our Zanpakutōs? A voice from the class spoke up, and soon, excitement spread across the students' faces. The Asachi were nameless Zanpakutōs, blades that would later take shape according to their wielder's soul. A Shinigami's power came from forming a bond with their sword, learning its name, and communicating with its spirit. To receive an Asachi was the first step to truly becoming a Shinigami. Sojin Kachiki shook his head. Of course not. These are only lent to you for training with Jinzen, sword meditation. You won't receive your own Asachi until you graduate and officially join a squad. However, if you manage to infuse your soul into an Asachi and learn its name while training with Jinzen at Shino Academy, then congratulations, you will have earned your own Zanpakutō. As Sojin Kachiki explained the essence of the Zanpakutō to the students, Masatsuki Aozaki and Jin Ichimaru carried in 2 large bundles of Asachi. Fortunately, since Shino Academy focuses on professional technical education and not many have the aptitude to become Shinigami, the 2 of them were barely able to carry the load. Now, take an Asachi, place it on your lap, and sit in a meditative posture. Try to guide your Ryuryoku into the blade, synchronize your thoughts with it, and establish a connection. Sojin Kachiki demonstrated by sitting cross-legged and placing his Zanpakutō on his lap. Masatsuki followed his lead, sitting down and setting the sword before him. Closing his eyes, he focused on channeling his Ryuryoku into the blade. The moment he did, he felt a pulling force from within the Asachi, as if it were drawing in his soul, trying to merge with it. It was an incredible sensation, his soul felt cleansed, enveloped in warmth, as if he had returned to the safety of his mother's embrace. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a vast, pure white space. The sky was devoid of a sun, and the overwhelming whiteness above stung his eyes. The ground appeared to be made of some unknown white liquid. As he placed his hand on it, ripples spread outward, yet despite sitting there, he did not sink. Looking up, he saw a katana embedded in the ground. It was about 1.2 meters long, with a slender blade, a grayish-white hilt, and an oval-shaped guard. Standing atop the blade was a beautiful girl dressed in a white kimono. She had the presence of a goddess, with the face of an angel and the body of a temptress. Willow-like brows, large eyes, delicate lips, and a perfectly sculpted face with wide double eyelids, a high nose bridge, and long, flowing black hair. She was the kind of beauty that seemed almost unreal, as if she had stepped out of a dream and into the real world. She smiled radiantly, and Masatsuki was momentarily dazed. Who are you? Who am I? What are you saying? It's me. Static, ah. Bansho Senrin, all things in existence. Masatsuki blinked, his initial confusion fading. A smile formed on his lips as if reuniting with an old friend. Bansho Senrin. Though the girl's voice came through as static, the name resounded clearly in his heart. Like a playful spirit, she leaped down before him, winking mischievously. You really can hear me. But this is just the beginning. I can't wait for the day you call my true name. The world shattered like a broken mirror, and her body dissolved into countless fragments of light. Masatsuki reached forward, trying to grab hold of her, but in the end, all he grasped was the hilt of a katana. What's happening to Masatsuki? His Asachi, it's glowing. Kachiki-sensei, come quickly. Something's happening to Aozaki-kun. Masatsuki opened his eyes to the concerned voices of his classmates. At some point, he had already risen to his feet, and the Asachi in his hand had transformed into the same katana from that white world. My Ryatsu. Before he could fully process what was happening, an overwhelming surge of Ryatsu erupted from his body. The force was so sudden and immense that he couldn't even attempt to restrain it, it gushed forth like an uncontrollable fountain. Chapter 7, 6th Class Spiritual Power. Sojin Kachiki, who had stepped in front of Masatsuki, froze, his expression stiffening. Before his shocked eyes, a pillar of Ryatsu shot up from Masatsuki, piercing the sky. Boom. In an instant, the force of the Ryatsu pillar blasted away the dojo's ceiling, flooding the entire room with blinding light. The sudden surge of overwhelming Ryatsu sent several students with weaker spiritual pressure flying. They crashed into the walls with a series of loud thuds. One unfortunate student was even flung out the door, only to be caught by a man wearing black-framed glasses. Young man, there's such a thing as knowing your limits when practicing Zenjutsu. Ah. Aizen-sensei, what are you doing here? I just finished my class. What's going on in there? Either way, whether it's unleashing Ryatsu or throwing students out of the dojo, this is a bit excessive. Aizen adjusted his glasses and turned his gaze toward the dojo. Inside, Sojin Kuchiki had released his own Ryatsu, captain-class spiritual pressure of third-class Ryatsu rank, to forcibly suppress Masatsuki's rampaging power, preventing it from harming the other students. Through this clash of Ryatsu, he was absolutely certain Masatsuki's Asachi had fully transformed into a Zanpakutō. At this moment, his Ryatsu had reached the level of a 6th-class rank, just a step away from breaking into the 5th class. His first thought was to be happy for his student. But that joy was immediately replaced by confusion. Masatsuki Aozaki had enrolled from Rakangai. His records were clear. When he first entered Shino Academy, he had only possessed a 16th class Ryatsu rank. Yet now, he had skyrocketed to the 6th class, surpassing most seated officers. Even achieving Shirkai shouldn't result in such a drastic increase. Normally, when a Shinigami awakens their Shirkai, their Ryatsu rank rises by 1 level, or 2 at most if they're exceptionally gifted. But to leap 10 ranks in one go. That was unheard of. Aizen stood motionless, his fingers tightening around the frame of his glasses. His entire body seemed frozen, his eyes locked onto Masatsuki Aozaki. Unbeknownst to him, the usual gentle smile on his face had begun to distort, the corners of his mouth stretching wider and wider. To the students watching, the ever-kind and approachable Lieutenant Aizen suddenly looked like a monstrous demon. As a Shinigami born to commoners, Aizen had no knowledge of how to cultivate Ryuryoku before entering Shino Academy. Yet, due to his unparalleled talent, he had reached the level of a top-seated officer, 6th class Ryatsu rank, within less than half a year of beginning his training. Even though he had concealed his true strength from others, he had always taken pride in it. The records of the Academy's most outstanding students throughout history were publicly available, and they made one fact clear: no one had ever surpassed his rate of progress. So, while he had long acknowledged that Masatsuki was growing at an astonishing pace, his starting point had been too low. Never, not even once, had Aizen considered the possibility that Masatsuki was a genius on his level. At times, Aizen had wondered if he had simply been born different from ordinary people, something beyond them, something superior. That thought had often left him feeling utterly alone. For a long time, he had subconsciously sought out someone who could stand at the same height as him, only to be met with disappointment, time and time again. And just when he had been ready to abandon that search, fate had played a cruel joke on him. This man, his talent is equal to mine. Perhaps, just perhaps, he could stand beside me. Once the thought took root, it refused to leave. For the first time in years, Aizen found himself overwhelmed by a complex mix of emotions. Even he wasn't sure what he was feeling. This man is too dangerous. I should eliminate him as soon as possible. No. Perhaps he's just a fleeting anomaly. In a few years, he might fade into obscurity. Why take the risk? The plan is approaching its critical stage, any potential threat must be dealt with immediately. A storm of conflicting thoughts raced through Aizen's mind, disrupting his normally flawless reasoning. He exhaled slowly, as if trying to steady himself. He had always anticipated that someone like this might one day stand in his way. Yet, strangely enough, a sense of relief washed over him. So I'm not an anomaly. I'm not alone. There truly is someone else who stands at my level. And that person is right in front of me. Let's observe for a few more years. Aizen took a few deep breaths, calming the excitement surging within him. For the first time in a long while, he felt anticipation, even though what he was looking forward to carried immense risk. Aizen-sensei, are you all right? A student asked, concern in their voice. Aizen's eyes flickered slightly before he quickly put on his usual, practiced smile. I'm fine, just felt a little unwell for a moment. Ah. I see. I was wondering why your expression looked so terrifying just now. I'm fine, but you should go check in with the 4th Division. You saw everything? The student nodded, and Aizen smiled. Thank you for your concern. I'll be on my way, then. Sojin-sensei, are you all right? Masatsuki had finally managed to suppress his Ryatsu. He reached out, waving a hand in front of Sojin Kuchiki's face. I'm fine, Sojin replied, still staring at Masatsuki in a daze. Learning Shirkai and displaying the Ryatsu of a top-seated officer, on his first attempt at Jinzen. It was only the 2nd day of his enrollment at Shino Academy, the first day of formal lessons. This was beyond extraordinary. Even his brother-in-law, Koga Kuchiki, hailed as a once-in-several-centuries genius and now a top-ranked seated officer of the 1st Division Special Forces, hadn't shown such an absurd level of talent when he first entered the academy. For the first time in a long while, Sojin's eyes shone with excitement, as if he were witnessing the rise of a new star. This child, he might one day become a pillar of Soul Society. His own broken body was of little use, but if he could train a Shinigami capable of protecting Soul Society, then perhaps he wouldn't have failed his father's teachings. At that thought, Sojin couldn't help but smile even more. But unlike his usual noble composure, this smile carried a trace of foolish delight. Masatsuki shook his head and coughed twice, snapping Sojin out of his thoughts. Sojin-sensei, you said before that if someone infuses their soul into an Asachi and learns its name, they will obtain their own Zanpakutō. That means I don't have to return mine to the academy, right? He slid Bansho Senrin into its sheath, securing it at his waist while his fingers idly traced the hilt. As if I'd return it even if you asked. Seeing that Masatsuki had absolutely no intention of giving the sword back, Sojin shook his head with a helpless smile. Of course. It's your Zanpakutō now. But after class, you'll still need to come with me to report this to the academy. You're the best, sensei. Masatsuki cheered, jumping excitedly. Let's go now. Back in his previous life, when he had watched Bleach, he had always fantasized about having his own Zanpakutō. Now that his dream had become reality, there was no way he could stay calm about it. You brat. Sit down first. Class isn't over yet. Despite his 6th class Ryatsu rank, Masatsuki was still easily pushed back into his seat by the seemingly frail Sojin Kachiki. So, a Shinigami's battle is really a battle of Ryatsu. Masatsuki muttered, gritting his teeth. Sensei looks weak, but he's got some serious strength. You sure know a lot, Aozaki-kun, Sojin chuckled. But don't underestimate your teacher. I may not be much of a fighter, but I'm still 3rd class in Ryatsu. You've still got plenty to learn. Chapter 8, Reflect. Genius. This is true genius. The headmaster of Shino Academy gazed at the portrait of Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto hanging on the office wall, his eyes welling up with excitement. His already gleaming bald head somehow seemed even shinier under the light. Not just Masatsuki Aozaki, even Sojin Kachiki couldn't help but narrow his eyes at the display. If Captain Commander Yamamoto is watching over us from hell, then Soul Society will surely prosper for another 2,000 years. Masatsuki, who had been peacefully sipping tea, nearly choked to death. The struggle to suppress his laughter was obvious on his face. Ah. Headmaster, Captain Commander Yamamoto is still alive. Sojin Kachiki hesitantly raised his hand. I know. It's not that he's dying, cough cough. I meant to say, Captain Commander Yamamoto is getting old, isn't he? The headmaster cleared his throat and sighed deeply. He spent centuries tirelessly protecting Soul Society. Finally, there's someone who can lighten his burden. Sojin Kachiki was left speechless. Did the headmaster just curse the Captain Commander? And then backpedal so quickly? The way he could lie without hesitation was truly something. He distinctly remembered that the headmaster hadn't always been this way. Had Masatsuki's overwhelming talent shaken him that much? That was the only reasonable explanation. Otherwise, the alternative was that he was simply too overjoyed and had finally dropped his noble facade. Aozaki-kun, come, let's head to the Zanjutsu dojo. Show the headmaster your shurikai. The headmaster grinned, attempting what he probably thought was a kind and encouraging smile. Unfortunately, his wrinkled face had nothing to do with kindness, and the result was anything but reassuring. If anything, this was the kind of grin that could stop a crying baby in the middle of the night. Masatsuki smiled faintly and followed the headmaster and Sojin Kachiki to the Zanjutsu dojo. He let out a slow breath, his gaze flickering to Ranjaku and Jin waiting for him outside the door. Then, in a steady voice, he called out. Utsus, Bansho Senrin. Reflect, all things in existence. Masatsuki slowly drew his Zanpakutō. At some point, a white ribbon had wrapped around the hilt, connected to a cross-shaped star blade ring. He slipped his fingers into the ring, giving it a gentle flick. The katana spun in place, elegantly twirling through the air. The Zanpakutō has undergone a form change. Ryatsu output has tripled. A direct attack type Zanpakutō, perhaps. The headmaster slowly stood up, stroking the long beard he had carefully cultivated over the years. Leaning slightly forward, he observed every detail with rapt attention. Yet, despite everything, his smile never wavered, there wasn't even a trace of disappointment. While direct attack type Zanpakutō were often seen as having a more straightforward combat approach compared to Kido-based ones, that wasn't an issue. Limitations could always be compensated for through skill and strategy. After all these years as headmaster of Shino Academy, he had finally encountered a once-in-a-millennium genius. This child, he might one day stand on equal ground with Captain Commander Yamamoto or the legendary first Kenpachi, Retsu Unohana. And when that day came, when this boy became the pillar of Seoul society, everyone would know. It was I who discovered this genius. At that thought, the headmaster couldn't help but grin even wider, his expression bordering on comical. Watching the increasingly exaggerated smile on the headmaster's face, Masatsuki Aozaki and Sojin Kachiki both felt the same inexplicable feeling rise in their chests. A deep, overwhelming sense of helplessness. Masatsuki looked directly at the headmaster, who seemed lost in thought, and spoke calmly. "Headmaster, is this enough?" "No problem. From this moment on, this Zanpakutō belongs to you." Masatsuki sheathed his sword, running his fingers over the hilt as a sharp glint flickered in his eyes. Only he knew the true power hidden within this blade. After exchanging a few more words, the headmaster personally escorted Masatsuki and Sojin Kachiki out of the office. As they stepped out of the academy building, Sojin, who had been walking behind Masatsuki, suddenly paused. "Aozaki-kun, you need to be especially careful in the days to come." Masatsuki glanced at him but remained silent. After a brief moment of thought, Sojin continued. "Seoul society isn't as peaceful as it appears on the surface. The power struggles among the noble families are growing fiercer by the day. Each major faction is desperately expanding its influence to strengthen their position. Even the Kachiki clan hasn't been able to stay out of it. And right now, what the nobles need most is someone like you, young, exceptionally talented. It's inevitable that you'll catch their attention. If you accept their offers, you'll become nothing more than a sword in their hands. From that moment on, your fate will no longer be your own. To them, swords are just weapons. And weapons, once broken, are nothing more than discarded scraps. They won't care where you end up. Moreover, if you align yourself with one faction, you'll become a prime target for the others. And when it comes to their enemies, nobles don't show mercy. We, the ones in high places, are stained by filth. You deserve a bright and promising future, don't let yourself be dragged into this wretched mire just for the sake of fleeting gains." As he spoke, a self-deprecating smile tugged at Sojin's lips. In truth, he had never wished to be caught in the storm of noble conflicts. But being born into the Kachiki clan, one of the four great noble houses, meant he had never been given a choice. He despised this reality with every fiber of his being, yet he was powerless to change it. "Sensei, you're a good man." Masatsuki shook his head and replied with unwavering seriousness. "Don't worry. I have no interest in the wealth or power the nobles dangle before me. Right now, my only focus is training at Shin'o Academy." And that was the absolute truth. He had dealt with nobles before, enough to have a general grasp of Seoul society's current state, even if he wasn't privy to its deepest secrets. If this were an era of peace, joining a noble house might have been a path to prosperity. But right now, Seoul society was a mess. Noble heirs were dying left and right. For a commoner from Rakongai like him, joining a noble family now was nothing short of suicide. Even with his current 6th-class Ryatsu rank, he wouldn't stand out among the assassins and elite warriors raised in noble households. Seeing the determination in Masatsuki's eyes, Sojin let out a quiet sigh of relief. The world of power and wealth was intoxicating, money, status, beautiful women, the nobles had everything in abundance. But with how resolute Masatsuki seemed, perhaps he really could resist those temptations. After parting ways with Sojin Kachiki, Masatsuki headed toward his dormitory. His sudden surge in Ryatsu today was too great, there was no time to train with Yui-sensei. For now, he needed to focus on refining his control over his Ryatsu. And while he was at it, he could use Jinsen to converse with Bansho Senran. Shin'o Academy's dormitories were divided into 3 categories. The first was the standard shared dormitory, 6 students per room for men, and 4 per room for women. The second was a private single-room dormitory, typically reserved for students with exceptional aptitude, giving them a better environment for training. Masatsuki and his 2 closest peers were assigned to this type. And the third? Rather than a dormitory, it was more like a luxurious mansion, private courtyards, personal servants, a residence fit for nobility. To live there, money alone wasn't enough. One also needed noble status. As he entered the dormitory area, Masatsuki was surprised to find a teacher waiting for him. Not only that, but his dormitory had been reassigned to the mansion district. Some things never changed. No matter where you were, a genius was always given special treatment. Chapter 9, Genryusai Shigakuni Yamamoto. Masatsuki, I'm here. Ranjika Matsumoto couldn't hide her excitement as she looked at the rising star of the Shin'o Academy, sitting cross-legged on the sofa, hands constantly caressing his Zanpakutō. But soon, confusion clouded her expression. Masatsuki had only obtained his Zanpakutō less than a day ago, yet the bond between them was unusually strong, so strong that it felt a little strange. She knew Masatsuki had always wanted a Zanpakutō, and she expected him to be attached to it once he finally got one. But she never imagined Masatsuki would be completely enamored with it. "Masatsuki, is this what you called me here to see?" "I'm going to be mad." Ranjaku pouted angrily and reached out to pat Masatsuki's face. I'm standing right here. I may not be fully grown yet, but that's no excuse to be fawning over a sword. As if to drive away the fox spirit that had suddenly appeared in Masatsuki's life, she deliberately settled herself onto his lap. My dear, it's me you like, isn't it? I really didn't expect that beneath Bansho Senran's pure face and modest clothing, such an exquisite figure would be hiding. Truly amazing. Ah, yes, Ranjaku, it's you I like. Masatsuki, who had been murmuring absent-mindedly, suddenly snapped back to reality. His dazed gaze sharpened, and he wrapped his arms around Ranjaku's slender waist. Masatsuki, you didn't do anything improper with your Zanpakutō, did you? A Zanpakutō is the extension of a Shinigami soul, they are two beings with one heart. Ranjaku shot him a look of disdain. Of course I know that, but Bansho Senran's situation is unique. Unique? What's so unique about it? Isn't the bond between a Shinigami and their Zanpakutō always the same? I don't know how to explain it. I can only say that she isn't me. Nonsense. Ranjaku couldn't accept such an explanation. It completely contradicted what she had learned from textbooks. She gritted her teeth and snapped. You're just trying to justify your weird behavior, aren't you? Don't think I don't know. You're full of lies. You told me you were going out to collect a debt, but you were actually sneaking off to visit the lady next door. I swear I'm telling the truth this time. I have my limits, okay? Masatsuki thumped his chest indignantly. Besides, doing something like that to yourself, no matter how you look at it, would just be too weird. Ranjaku eyed him suspiciously, then suddenly froze as if realizing something. An unbelievable thought surfaced in her mind. If this Zanpakutō was independent, then could she really? No way. A Zanpakutō without a physical form, what could it even do? And wouldn't Masatsuki feel pain? Masatsuki reached out, tapped her forehead with 2 fingers, and reassured her. All right, if you can't figure it out, don't think about it. Even I don't fully understand it. Just focus on your training. Look at you, lazy every day, never exercising. No wonder you're not growing. Ranjaku slowly leaned against Masatsuki, her small hands clinging tightly to him as their bodies pressed closely together. A faint sense of urgency welled up inside her. She suddenly wished this body would grow up faster. Seeing the gradually serious expression on Ranjaku's face, a chill crept through Masatsuki's heart. Seireitei, 1st Division Headquarters. The headmaster of the Shinnō Academy stood at the entrance, his heart filled with anticipation as he explained his purpose to the guards. A Shinigami stepped into the headquarters to report his arrival, and before long, the headmaster was invited inside. Despite serving as headmaster for centuries, the 1st Division Headquarters was not a place he could enter at will. Though Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto had once been the chief instructor of the academy and the founding headmaster of Shinnō Academy, the academy itself had long since become an independent educational institution, separate from the Gotei 13 and unaffiliated with the 1st Division. As he walked toward the captain's quarters, 1st Division Shinigami patrolled the area in every direction. Every now and then, messengers from the 2 ND Division's 5th unit would appear and vanish in an instant. Whenever the headmaster passed by, the Shinigami along the path would respectfully salute him, and he, in turn, would acknowledge them with a stern nod. After all, nearly every member of the Gotei 13 was a graduate of Shinnō Academy, they were all, in a way, his students. Crossing the courtyard, he removed his shoes in front of a room and stepped onto the polished wooden floor. Approaching the entrance, he cleared his throat and called out in a steady voice. Captain Commander, Headmaster of Shinnō Academy, Kito Sato, requesting an audience. Enter. A deep, resolute voice responded from within. Excuse my intrusion, the headmaster said respectfully, bowing slightly as he slid open the door and stepped inside. The room was small, its walls adorned with swords. At the center stood a wooden tea table, neatly arranged with an assortment of exquisite tea sets. Seated behind the table was an elderly man with a composed yet subtly kind expression. His half-closed eyes barely revealed a slit, and his forehead bore 2 long scars. His hairstyle matched the headmaster's, his Shihakushō draped beneath a large, flowing white haori lined with imperial purple. A single, bold, ichi, was inscribed within a diamond-shaped black frame on the back of the haori. This was none other than the captain of the 1st Division, the captain commander of the Gotei 13, the strongest Shinigami of the past millennium, Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto. Captain Commander. The moment he laid eyes on the old man, the headmaster did not hesitate, he dropped to one knee in respect. Only someone of his age and experience could truly grasp the ruthlessness this seemingly kind elder had wielded in his youth. What brings you here? Yamamoto asked. I have discovered a remarkable talent at Shinnō Academy. A true genius. On his very first day, he achieved Shirkai and reached the 6th level of Ryatsu classification. The headmaster emphasized the word genius as he withdrew a document from his sleeve and handed it over. His name is Masatsuki Aozaki. This is his profile. As the pages turned, the headmaster's heartbeat grew increasingly rapid. Is he willing to graduate early and join the Gotei 13? The question caught the headmaster off guard. Why would the captain commander ask this? Masatsuki Aozaki had only been enrolled for 2 days, and today was his first actual lesson. Despite his extraordinary talent, he had yet to undergo any formal training. It was far too soon for him to graduate. Shin'o Academy specialized in teaching techniques and knowledge, things that couldn't simply be mastered through high ryatsu alone. If Masatsuki were to graduate early, he would essentially be a blank slate, untrained in critical skills. Even within the Gotei 13, it would be difficult for him to acquire the necessary knowledge and techniques. After all, at its core, the Gotei 13 was a military organization, a profession where every Shinigami had their own responsibilities. Unlike the academy, where instructors were dedicated to teaching, no division had the luxury of training recruits from the ground up. Unless, of course, one was born into nobility. Those raised in elite households received extensive education in everything from managing a family estate to mastering Shinigami combat techniques and political maneuvering. For them, early graduation posed no real obstacle. Fortunately, with centuries of experience as headmaster, he had anticipated such concerns long before setting foot here. He had come prepared. Chapter 10, I am willing. He has no intention of graduating early for the time being. H.M. Yamamoto stared at the headmaster and slowly asked, why? Had the nobles moved so quickly? He had only just received word of Masatsuki Aozaki's talent, yet had the boy already been drawn in by their offers, choosing to reject the Gotei 13. As the de facto ruler of the largest military force in Seireitei, Yamamoto was unwavering in his loyalty to the royal family and the noble hierarchy. This was common knowledge, and it was precisely this that emboldened the noble families to scheme under his very nose. He upheld the laws of Soul Society with absolute discipline, and he had no personal need to cultivate or expand his own influence. The only reason he wished to recruit Masatsuki Aozaki was to prevent such a prodigy, one who even surpassed Shunsui Kairaku and Jushiro Yukitake, from being entangled in the nobles' meaningless power struggles, reduced from a once-in-a-millennium talent to nothing more than a tool for their ambitions. So then, which family had set their sights on Masatsuki Aozaki? The ambitious Tsuneyashiro clan. The Kusumiyaji clan, desperate to rise to the ranks of the 4 great noble houses. Or Yamamoto's gaze fell upon the document, scanning the section listing the boy's teachers. Or was it the Kachiki clan, represented by Sojin Kachiki, taking advantage of their proximity to secure him first? If it was the Kachiki family, that would be acceptable. While they had been reluctantly drawn into noble politics, Jinrei Kachiki was not only an old friend but also a symbol of noble integrity. The Kachiki clan would not squander such talent. The Kusumiyaji clan was tolerable at best. Their methods were relatively mild. But if Masatsuki fell into the hands of the Tsuneyashiro clan, then he would be truly ruined. He believes he is not yet skilled enough and wishes to continue his studies at Shin'o Academy. The headmaster swallowed nervously and added, it seems he has no intention of leaving anytime soon. The atmosphere in the room grew inexplicably colder. No nobles have approached him. Realizing what Yamamoto was worried about, the headmaster let out a quiet breath of relief. Rest assured, Captain Commander. I have been monitoring Masatsuki Aozaki since his enrollment. The only individuals who have had close contact with him recently are 2 instructors and 2 friends from his hometown. I am familiar with Kachiki-sensei's character. He would never cross the line. As for the other instructor, her relationship with Masatsuki Aozaki is purely professional. The headmaster nodded to himself. Well, purely a bond between souls. Yamamoto leaned back in his seat, silent in thought. The headmaster, sensing the weight of the moment, quietly approached the tea table and poured Yamamoto a cup of tea. His movements were practiced, clearly, this was not the first time he had performed such a task. Time passed in silence, long enough that the headmaster began to feel restless just standing there. Then, suddenly, Yamamoto spoke. Since the boy enjoys studying, have him come to the 1st division after class. I will personally teach him what it means to be a true Shinigami. I will have the Seireitei notify him. You may return. The headmaster froze for a moment, then his eyes flashed with excitement. The captain commander. Personally mentoring Masatsuki Aozaki. Having him report to the 1st division wasn't just about training. It was also about evaluation and protection. And after that evaluation was complete, the possibilities were too overwhelming to even dare consider. Why wasn't I born with such talent? If I had been, then it wouldn't have been Chojiro Sasakaibe standing by the captain commander's side all these years, it would have been me, Sato Kito. Sighing inwardly, the headmaster turned and left the captain's quarters. I will confirm this once more, Shin'o Academy student Masatsuki Aozaki, do you wish to go to the 1st division to learn? I do. Masatsuki immediately gave a firm response as he looked at the Seireitei's messenger. After all, this was Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto, the strongest Shinigami of the past 1,000 years, a true master of all disciplines, standing at the absolute pinnacle of the Shinigami. There was no better teacher in all of Soul Society. Not to mention, as the leader of the Gotei 13, forming a good relationship with him would save Masatsuki a lot of trouble. At the very least, he wouldn't have to worry about nobles trying to drag him into their schemes. Watching the messenger disappear into the distance, Masatsuki turned back toward his dormitory. The moment he stepped inside, Ranjika Matsumoto dropped the snacks in her hands and tackled him in a hug. Masatsuki, was that the Seireitei just now? Yeah. Captain Commander Yamamoto wants me to go to the 1st Division once a week. He'll be personally guiding my training. Masatsuki made no effort to hide it, nor did he want to. The more people who knew, the less trouble he'd have to deal with. You mean? Captain Commander Yamamoto took you as his disciple? Ranjiku asked excitedly, bouncing on top of him. He didn't say anything about taking me as a disciple, just that he'd be instructing me in training. Lying back on the sofa, Masatsuki reached out to steady Ranjiku before she got too carried away and tumbled off. Ranjiku straightened up, tapped her chin in thought, then gave him a puzzled look. So, it's like extra lessons from the Captain Commander. Masatsuki found the phrasing a little odd, it reminded him of Yui-sensei. Still, he poked Ranjiku's cheek and nodded. Something like that. That's not much different from being a disciple. You're basically an unofficial student of Captain Commander Yamamoto. Ranjiku recalled the stories Masatsuki had told her about great sects and their different types of disciples. In her mind, this situation definitely counted as an unregistered disciple. If you're getting personal training from the Captain Commander, you'll be super strong in no time. That means I can slack off, right? Absolutely not. You cannot slack off in your training. Masatsuki sighed. Ranjiku, do you know why I brought you to Shino Academy? I do. Because Masatsuki is a lullican and can't live without me. Masatsuki rubbed his forehead, exasperated. That's part of it, but not entirely. I'm into all ages. Wait, no, that's not what I meant to say. He took a deep breath and continued. The real reason is that there's a monster in Rakangai, a man with a beast's heart. You have something inside you that's incredibly important to him. He just doesn't realize its value yet. To be safe, you must train hard. Strength is the key to survival. His tone grew heavier as he placed a firm hand on Ranjiku's chest. Within this small body was a fragment of the Soul King, something the Hogyoku desperately required. Masatsuki was certain. If Ranjika Matsumoto carried the Soul King's nail, then there was no way she lacked talent. Night fell in silence. In the vast mansion, Masatsuki and the young Ranjika lay on the sofa, staring at each other wordlessly. Having grown up in Rakangai, where she had endured nothing but hunger, cold stares, and rejection, Ranjika had never imagined that someone like her, who once had nothing, could possess something that a certain great villain considered priceless. 40 chapters ahead. P at Triancom/Pink Snake. Chapter 11, Big Shot. Shino Academy. Outdoor training ground. The sky was clear, and a gentle breeze brushed against the skin. Dust swirled over the vast training grounds. Rows of targets were lined up along the edges, and further beyond, a blue Kido barrier stretched across the entire area. Many students were already engaged in their routine Kido training, yet their gazes frequently drifted toward the lone figure standing at the center of the field. Masatsuki Aozaki, clad in the academy's blue and white uniform, stood with his palm aimed at a target. O Lord who reigns. Mask of flesh and bone, all things, spreading wings, bearing the name of men. Scorching heat and chaos, rolling across the sea to the south, step forward. Heido number 31, Shihakushō. As he chanted, reishi rapidly gathered in his hand, condensing into flames before surging forward. Boom. A thunderous explosion echoed, shaking the ground. As the smoke cleared, the target had vanished, leaving behind only a scorched crater. This was the scene witnessed by the gathered students. Aozaki is incredible. I haven't even mastered Byakurai yet, and he's already practicing Shihakushō. The training students felt a mix of emotions, admiration, frustration, even envy, but they had to acknowledge Masatsuki's talent. Typically, souls from Rakangai, having grown up far from Seireitei, lacked early exposure to Shinigami training, making it difficult for them to keep pace with noble-born students. Unless someone possessed extraordinary talent in Kido, most Rakangai students struggled to match the progress of their aristocratic peers, even after graduation. But Masatsuki was different. Despite his notoriously chaotic personal life, his rapid mastery of Ryatsu control was one thing, but his aptitude for Kido was unexpectedly high. TCH, big deal. Kido is nothing. A real Shinigami relies on their Zanpakutō. We've got Zanjutsu class this afternoon, I'll prove I'm just as good with a blade. The noble students scoffed, though there was an unmistakable bitterness in their tone. In truth, they were shaken. Most of them were still struggling with Heido number 12, Fushibai, yet Masatsuki was already launching high-level Kido with precision. No wonder the elders of their families had advised them to associate with him, this guy was something else. As they continued watching, Masatsuki fired off another perfectly executed Shihakushō. Want to train together? Masatsuki dusted off his uniform and smiled as he approached Ranjika Matsumoto and Jin Ichimaru. Running a hand through his long hair, sweat trickled down his strikingly handsome face and pale neck, disappearing beneath his collar. The sheer impact of the scene was undeniable. A group of female students watching from afar was already mesmerized, one even reached into her pocket, counting her allowance. Yui-sensei, their Kido instructor, blinked at the sight and sighed inwardly. Honestly, I can't even blame myself for wavering at first. She had been teaching at Shin'o Academy for nearly a century, far beyond the point of being swayed by mere appearances. Yet she had never encountered a young man quite like Masatsuki before. Even Kachiki-sensei, the so-called, perfectly handsome man, paled slightly in comparison. Glancing at the bald headmaster and then at the male students around her, some scowling in resentment, others striking forced cool poses, the difference was almost comical. Masatsuki truly was the Academy's prized star these days. Yui-sensei, is something the matter? Aozaki, today's Kido class is over, Yui said with a smile. Make sure to take a proper break and adjust your condition. This afternoon's Zanjutsu class will be very beneficial for you. Masatsuki's eyes flickered with sharpness. It seemed that the important guest arriving this afternoon was truly significant, someone with remarkable swordsmanship, worthy of Yui personally reminding him. I understand, Yui-sensei. We'll be heading off then. Masatsuki bowed slightly and left the training ground with Ranjika Matsumoto and Jin Ichimaru. After lunch, the three of them rested in their dorm for 2 hours. Masatsuki followed his usual habit, securing Bansho Senrin at his waist. This afternoon's class was another Zanjutsu session, but this time, it was a special lecture, one taught by a distinguished figure. Someone even more prominent than 6th Division Lieutenant Sojin Kachiki. At the very least, it had to be a captain. Among the students, Zanjutsu was the most widely practiced discipline. The Zanpakutō was a Shinigami's defining weapon, and any student with even a trace of ambition dedicated themselves to mastering swordsmanship. Of course, despite already possessing his own Zanpakutō and even unlocking Shirkai, Masatsuki continued to attend these lessons diligently, refining his technique. However, after waiting for quite some time, no instructor appeared. Just as Masatsuki began to wonder if the highly anticipated guest was actually Shunsui Kairaku, a figure slowly stepped into the dojo. The moment he saw them, Masatsuki froze. Then his eyes widened in shock. This person was indeed important. When it came to Zanjutsu, there was no one greater. It wasn't just Masatsuki. Every student in the dojo stared in disbelief at the approaching figure. A delicate face adorned with a gentle, serene smile. Long black hair, neatly parted down the middle, woven into a braid that draped over her chest. A white haori lined with soft gray and cherry blossom pink. F4th Division. Captain Unohana. A noble student blurted out in shock. 4th Division. Many of the Rakongai-born students looked visibly disappointed. After all, while a captain was undoubtedly an influential figure in Seireitei, everyone knew that the 4th Division was the medical corps. The only exception was a student from the Tsuneyashiro clan, who sat stiffly in his seat, not daring to lift his head. Masatsuki understood why. The Tsuneyashiro clan controlled Soul Society's historical records, and if anyone knew the truth, it was them. Retsu Unohana had another name, Ichiro Unohana. The first Kenpachi. A legend of unparalleled brutality, an unprecedented nightmare in Soul Society's history. Calling her a merciless killer would not be an exaggeration. As murmurs spread among the students, Unohana swept her gaze over the class, her expression warm and kind. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Retsu Unohana, captain of the 4th Division in the Gotei 13. Originally, Captain Yukitake was supposed to conduct today's Zanjutsu lesson, but due to health reasons, he was unable to attend. So, I will be filling in. Please do not worry. As a captain of the Gotei 13, aside from Kaido, I happen to know a thing or two about Zanjutsu as well. The first Kenpachi, who knows a thing or two about Zanjutsu? Then does that mean we could train for a lifetime and still not even scratch the surface? Before we begin, I'd like to get an understanding of what you've learned in previous lessons. Unohana walked up to Masatsuki, still smiling. Would you be willing to assist me, student? Despite the warmth on her face, the moment she spoke, Masatsuki felt a bone-chilling cold pierce straight through him. He realized something, but there was no time to dwell on it. Aozaki. She called my name on our first meeting. Yeah, she's definitely here for me. Of course. Masatsuki shot to his feet, looking as if he were marching straight to his death. 40 chapters ahead. P at Triancom/Pink Snake. Chapter 12, Sparring. Retsu Unohana smiled and nodded, as if the chilling aura from earlier had nothing to do with her. Very good. Sensei likes obedient students like you, Masatsuki. Come stand here. She took a step to the side, making room for Masatsuki Aozaki. Fortunately, the so-called assistance was merely a demonstration of what had been learned. Unohana analyzed and explained the key points of each movement as she followed along with Masatsuki's actions. Under her guidance, the students rose one after another, practicing with their bamboo swords alongside Masatsuki. In this life, Masatsuki had practiced swordsmanship from a young age. After arriving in the Soul Society, he used Senjutsu not only for training but also in real combat, killing opponents with his blade. As a result, his mastery of basic sword techniques was exceptionally refined. In truth, he would have preferred if Unohana had come to Shino Academy to teach Kaido instead of Senjutsu. After all, the 4th Division was the medical squad, and it had the highest number of female members in the Gotei 13. Even securing a seated officer position there would make for a rather comfortable life. Unfortunately, Kaido classes wouldn't start until next semester, and he had no idea if he had any talent in that field. If he did, he would have to train diligently. Unohana glanced at the other student's swordsmanship before her gaze settled on Masatsuki Aozaki, and never left him again. Unohana-sensei, Kachiki-sensei has already taught us everything. May I leave now? Masatsuki sheathed his sword and bowed respectfully. Unohana was slightly surprised by his politeness. But the more he acted this way, the less inclined she was to let this genius go so easily. She even felt a sudden urge to push him further. Masatsuki, you did very well. However, I believe your swordsmanship still has room for improvement. How about we spar to identify any weaknesses? This will also help the other students recognize their own shortcomings. Before Masatsuki could react, Unohana had already straightened her posture and raised her bamboo sword. But you're a captain. We'll only use the techniques you've learned, no Ryatsu involved. Masatsuki sighed. He knew there was no avoiding this. If he didn't go along with her, she wouldn't let it go. The moment he picked up his sword, his aura changed in an instant, returning to that of the dominant force he had once been in the Kagurashi district. In Unohana's eyes, he was like a drawn blade, sharp and brimming with lethal intent. Their robes fluttered in the breeze, and the wind rattled the windows. Tsuneyashiro, do you think Masatsuki can win? A young student turned to Tsuneyashiro, who stood with his arms crossed. Tsuneyashiro, having set his bamboo sword aside, let out a sneer without answering. Winning? That was out of the question. The real question was just how badly this so-called top genius of Shino Academy would be beaten. Masatsuki gripped his sword with both hands, the blade's tip aimed directly at Unohana's throat as he locked eyes with her. To him, her one-handed stance was full of openings, but he knew better, those flaws were an illusion. As a master of Zanjutsu, Unohana was proficient in every sword style within the Soul Society, seamlessly blending different techniques. Adapting mid-battle was effortless for her. On the other hand, Masatsuki's rigid, by-the-book approach left him at a disadvantage. For 2 or 3 seconds, they locked eyes. Then, Unohana moved. With a sudden stomp, she launched forward, closing the distance in an instant, her bamboo sword slashing down from above. Pa! Masatsuki Aozaki sank his knees slightly, every muscle in his body tensing as he angled his bamboo sword in front of him. The clash of blades rang out as the two swords met with a sharp impact. Whoosh! As Masatsuki withdrew his blade, Unohana followed up immediately, fluidly swinging her arms and body through a relentless sequence, straight slash, thrust, upward cut. The sheer force behind her strikes propelled the bamboo sword forward, its afterimages streaking through the air as it came at Masatsuki with incredible speed. Masatsuki continuously retreated, blocking from all directions. The dojo echoed with the rapid succession of sharp impacts, the sound reverberating like an unrelenting storm. The students watching from the edges collectively drew in sharp breaths. To them, the exchange was a blur, they couldn't tell where the strikes came from, let alone how they were blocked. In less than 10 seconds, the two had already exchanged dozens of blows. Unlike modern kendo, the Zanjutsu practiced by the Shinigami was meant for real combat. Every strike was aimed directly at a vital point. During sparring sessions in class, injuries were common. Even with protective gear, many students ended up hurt and had to be sent to the infirmary after training. Of course, with Unohana's level of skill, such accidents wouldn't happen, at least, under normal circumstances. But today, she didn't care if they did. Aside from Tenjiro Karinji, who had joined the Zero Division, she was the most proficient Kaido user in the Soul Society. A few minor injuries. Easily healed. Seeing Masatsuki not only fend off her initial assault but also counterattack, Unohana gave the slightest nod of approval. She had held back just a little, but even so, Masatsuki's fundamentals were rock solid. His dedication to Zanjutsu training was clear, this was someone who had taken lives before. It would be good if he could maintain this level of effort. A small smile tugged at Anohana's lips. She was pleased. Since he was her student, it wouldn't be unreasonable to test his limits, would it? In the blink of an eye, she crossed several meters, reappearing right in front of him. With unerring precision, her blade shot straight for his forehead, unstoppable, razor-sharp, without a single wasted motion. Perfection in technique. Masatsuki's blank, almost dazed expression made Anohana feel a twinge of disappointment. Not quite on that child's level, after all. She could already picture it. Masatsuki struck down, unconscious, collapsed on the floor. What a shame. Her blade drove forward, striking squarely against his forehead protector with a burst of white energy. And yet, Anohana's disappointment vanished in an instant. What a good child. Across the dojo, students who had shot to their feet, ready to carry Masatsuki off to the infirmary, froze in place. Ranjika Matsumoto and Jin Ichimaru let out quiet sighs. Standing before them was Masatsuki, his face showing a hint of resignation. With one hand gripping the hilt and the other steadying the blade, he had angled his bamboo sword against his forehead, blocking the full force of her strike. Anohana's eyes narrowed slightly, a faint smile forming. Masatsuki, you're still holding back, aren't you? That makes me very happy. She wasted no time, pressing forward with another strike, this time even heavier. Masatsuki wanted to slap himself. He should have just dropped to the ground and surrendered. Now, Anohana's attacks were coming faster and harder. A single misstep, and he'd be bedridden for days. The tension in the dojo rose as the students watched, realizing the fight had escalated beyond a simple spar. Ranjiku and Jin frowned slightly. Coming from Rakangai, they had seen real battles before, and this level of intensity, it wasn't just practice. If Anohana didn't hold back, Masatsuki could end up seriously injured. Bang. 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 The clash of blades continued, neither showing any signs of stopping. 40 chapters ahead. P at Triancom/Pinksnake. Chapter 13, You Can't Fool Me. Nenryu, Itoryu, Shindoryu, Inryu. From the world of the living to soul society, she had mastered every sword style across history, wielding them effortlessly. This was the woman known as Retsu Anohana. No, Yachiru Anohana. Her relentless bamboo sword strikes turned into a storm of countless afterimages, completely engulfing Masatsuki Aozaki. Blows powerful enough to shatter stone rained down on him, yet Masatsuki intercepted every strike, his own bamboo sword absorbing the impact without forcing him to retreat a single step. None of her sword techniques worked. Not only were they ineffective, he was deciphering her techniques in real time, adapting, countering, and even using her own swordplay against her. Masatsuki Aozaki stood firm, unshaken. Anohana's mindset shifted. She was no longer a teacher. Now, she was the challenger. And Masatsuki, he was the stronger opponent accepting the challenge. How is this possible? Anohana stared at him, at his calm, composed expression. His gaze was as deep and unfathomable as an abyss, and an unbelievable thought suddenly struck her. Could it be that, with equal strength and speed, I am actually weaker than him? Zenjutsu was a killing art, designed to draw out every ounce of a wielder's power. Yet despite suppressing her strength and speed to match his, not only had he learned her techniques, he had completely overpowered her. What a monster. And yet. This is exhilarating. Masatsuki felt a thrill rising within him as well. Anohana wasn't just fighting him, she was deliberately using her attacks to correct hidden flaws in his technique. This was more than a duel. It was guidance. And under Anohana's half-instructive sparring, his swordsmanship was improving by leaps and bounds. Masatsuki realized this, and a newfound fire lit up in his gaze as he looked at her. If I can spar with her more, I'll become even stronger. At that moment, Anohana saw Masatsuki suddenly smile at her. Aren't you going to attack? Then I guess it's my turn. Anohana blinked. Then, pure, unfiltered joy surged through her, flooding her entire being. Her body trembled with excitement. What a good child. Not only did he refuse to back down, he was thrilled by the fight. A rare talent. A rare find. I can't wait to see how much stronger he will become. What kind of joy will he bring me then? I can't wait. Careful now, Anohana-sensei. The moment Masatsuki spoke, the corners of his lips curled upward into a strange smile. Cold. Fierce. A hint of delight, yet beneath it, an unmistakable trace of madness. As his excitement surged, so did the ferocity of his attacks. Sword techniques from countless styles flowed seamlessly from his hands, identical to the ones Anohana had used moments before. Their clash intensified. They continued exchanging blows, attack and defense, for another half-minute. Then. Whoosh. A rough bamboo sword shot upward from below, so fast it blurred in Anohana's vision, growing larger and larger in her pupils. A simple technique. Yet in Masatsuki's hands, it had been pushed to its absolute peak, his speed, his power, everything refined to perfection through pure skill. The angle, impossible to block. All around the dojo, students stared in disbelief. Reito Tsuneyashiro stood frozen, stunned. Ranjaku and Jin watched, their eyes gleaming with excitement. And Anohana, she just smiled, wider and wilder than before. The tip of the bamboo sword stopped, less than half an inch from her face. Masatsuki held his position, exhaled a slow breath. And then, with the lightest touch, he tapped the bamboo sword against her forehead. Tap. The sound of the bamboo sword lightly striking her forehead echoed through the dojo. Masatsuki took a step back, made a motion as if sheathing his sword, and then bowed. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to fight until the very end. After a brief silence, Anohana lowered her bamboo sword. Her head slowly tilted downward as she stared at Masatsuki in a daze. The entire dojo fell into a deathly silence. The strike itself was light, but to the students watching, it felt deafening, the sound lingering in their minds. What did they just witness? A captain of the Gotei 13 had lost. Even if it was clear to anyone with a discerning eye that she hadn't gone all out, a loss was still a loss. Clap. 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 The silence shattered. Applause erupted like a tidal wave, flooding the dojo. At that moment, every single person present watched with excitement, their hands coming together in thunderous applause. Who else could have done something like this as a student? In the entire history of Shino Academy, there was only one. Masatsuki Aozaki had just carved his name into the Academy's history, and they were here to witness it. Masatsuki Aozaki. Kito Sato, who had rushed over just in time to see the scene unfold, paled in shock. The moment he heard that Retsu Anohana was substituting for Jushiro Yukitake, he had hurried over, fearing that she might lose control and go on a rampage, ruining the young talent he had set his sights on. But once again, that very same student had completely upended his expectations. Anohana-sensei, are you all right? Despite his own situation, Masatsuki was more concerned about Anohana. After being lightly tapped on the forehead, she had been standing there, absently rubbing the spot where he had struck her, lost in thought. That vacant look, it wasn't normal. Or rather, it was a little too dangerous. Sure, he had technically won just now, but if Anohana hadn't suppressed her power, no one here would have walked away unscathed. Even the academy headmaster, who was standing in the doorway grinning like an idiot, his bald head practically glowing, wouldn't have had a chance to escape. Anohana slowly came back to her senses, licked her lips, and smiled, soft, warm, yet unmistakably intrigued. Her gaze met Masatsuki's, filled with unmistakable admiration. I'm fine. Masatsuki, keep working hard. I look forward to the day when we can fight, without holding back. But I don't even like fighting. You don't have to pretend in front of me. I know what you are. You can't fool me. Your sword exists to kill. I can feel it. This woman doesn't listen to anyone. Masatsuki sighed helplessly. Yes, he had killed a lot of people. His swordsmanship had been forged in battlefields drenched in blood. But that didn't mean he enjoyed it. It was a means of survival, not something he would ever take pleasure in. Masatsuki, you really are something. Anohana blinked, then slightly raised her voice. Please take care of me from now on. Wait, did Captain Anohana just invite Aozaki to her squad? But he hasn't even learned Kaido yet. This must be what it's like to be a genius. I'm so jealous. The students, who had finally snapped out of their shock, turned their gazes to Masatsuki, eyes filled with envy. This wasn't just an invitation to join her squad. It was an invitation to fight. Hearing Anohana's words, Masatsuki immediately understood what she meant. A wry smile crept onto his face. Compared to you, I don't think I'm all that impressive. He chuckled, then glanced down at the bamboo sword in his hands, split from the force of their battle. 40 chapters ahead. P at Triancom/Pinksnake. Chapter 14, Fear of Death. Retsu Anohana was really being petty. He had only lightly touched her, yet she went and broke her own bamboo sword. If that Ryatsu had been aimed at me, yeah, I'd probably be lying on the ground right now. Well done. Sparring with Masatsuki was quite enjoyable. Retsu Anohana turned and walked toward the far end of the dojo. The warm-up is over. Now, we officially begin class. Masatsuki. He was completely bewildered. That exchange just now. I definitely landed a hit on her. Couldn't she at least acknowledge that? Oh, right, it was my sword that broke. Never mind then. Just as the students were marveling at Retsu Anohana's composure, a sudden burst of sharp, piercing sounds echoed from a short distance away. The air inside the dojo trembled. Sensing something amiss, they looked up. The sight that met their eyes left their minds blank. In the center of the dojo, Captain Unohana, who had just been so warm and approachable, had drawn her Zanpakutō. Its blade was more curved than most Zanpakutō, gleaming coldly as it sent ripples of force through the air. The students turned to Kito Sato with pleading expressions. As the headmaster of Shino Academy, he couldn't just ignore their hopeful gazes. Adjusting the hem of his robe, he put on a resolute, righteous expression and, despite his reluctance, marched toward Retsu Unohana. Unohana-sensei. Yes, headmaster. Retsu Unohana remained focused on her sword swings, casually adding a few flourishes. Kito Sato hesitated, glancing back at the students. Their expectant stares suddenly filled him with courage. Captain Unohana, actually. I just checked, and the instructor for the next Hakuda class has taken a leave of absence. Would you happen to have time to substitute? Coward. The students were instantly outraged, their glares practically ready to swallow up their spineless headmaster. Kito Sato maintained a blank expression but inwardly praised his own quick thinking. Retsu Unohana and the captain commander were both terrifying individuals. But completely different. As long as you didn't provoke the captain commander, he wouldn't bother with you. But even if I don't provoke Retsu Unohana, she might cut me down anyway. You clueless brats have no idea. But I'm not very skilled in Hakuda. What should I do? Then why not switch it to a Zenjutsu class instead? That works. I happen to be free. I'll substitute for the next class as well. In that case, after this class, there will be no break. We'll have 2 sessions back to back. That one sentence sent Masatsuki spiraling into memories of his past life in high school. His former teachers would probably be proud. Hearing Kito Sato's words, a few hot-tempered students from noble families had already rolled up their sleeves, ready to charge in and beat him up. Fortunately, the law-abiding students, led by Yashiro Shihoin, quickly restrained them before they could act impulsively. Taking advantage of the moment, Kito Sato used Shuinpa to escape from the dojo. Retsu Unohana pointed her Zanpakutō at the group. The sharp, intimidating presence she had displayed while sparring with Masatsuki faded, and her usual gentle demeanor returned. All right, class continues. You've all mastered the basics of Zenjutsu. There's no point in repeating set forms, so the next phase of training will be a little different. From now on, each of you will spar with me in turn. This will allow me to assess your skills and identify any weaknesses. The students froze. After witnessing Masatsuki Aozaki's fight with Retsu Unohana earlier, they had no doubt about her overwhelming strength. Underestimating her was no longer an option. Now, their only concern was, how were they going to survive this? That gleaming Zanpakutō was seriously terrifying. Let's start with the student sitting closest. Before the students could react, Retsu Unohana was already smiling as she looked at a white-haired student in a blue and white academy uniform. Jin Ichimaru froze for a moment, but under the encouraging gazes of his classmates, he picked up his bamboo sword and stepped forward. After a dozen or so exchanges, there was no bloodshed, no severed heads, just Jin being sent flying. As he slowly got up from the ground, his expression calm, Retsu Unohana gave him an approving look. Your fundamentals are solid, and you adapt well. You have traces of Masatsuki's style, but his approach to Zenjutsu relies too much on raw talent, it's not suitable for you. You should focus on finding your own path. Blind imitation won't get you far. Jin Ichimaru glanced at Masatsuki, who was currently teasing Ranjika Matsumoto, then gave a slight bow. Thank you for your guidance. Seeing Jin unharmed and hearing Unohana's evaluation of him, the students looked visibly surprised. So Captain Unohana really was teaching them, not trying to kill them. And as for Jin Ichimaru, who had always followed Masatsuki Aozaki around like a sidekick, no one had expected him to receive such high praise. They had long given up on the idea of surpassing Masatsuki Aozaki, that was the realm of monsters. But hearing he has traces of Masatsuki's style was already an incredible compliment in their eyes. Next, Ranjika Matsumoto stepped forward, gripping her bamboo sword. After 4 or 5 exchanges, she was defeated. Your sword stance isn't quite right, and your attention to detail is lacking. You also don't focus enough during practice. However, your footwork is well executed. There's a saying, 3 parts technique, 7 parts footwork, and you've got that down. Ranjika blinked in surprise and sneaked a glance at Masatsuki Aozaki. She did occasionally slack off during sword practice, and even Sojin Kachiki hadn't caught on. Masatsuki was skilled in Zenjutsu, but there was a difference between being a master and being a teacher. She hadn't expected her flaws to be spotted after just a few brief exchanges. Seeing the sharp look in Masatsuki's eyes, she had a sinking feeling, her poor backside was in trouble again. Ranjika quickly bowed. Thank you for your guidance. One by one, the students stepped up, only to be swiftly defeated. But each of them received precise, targeted feedback. Under their tense gazes, Retsu Unohana crossed her arms and nodded slightly. That concludes today's special lesson. It was an honor to spend these 2 classes with you. I look forward to teaching you again. With those words, the gentle yet formidable captain cast a meaningful glance at Masatsuki before slowly walking out of the dojo. Watching Unohana's retreating figure, Masatsuki Aozaki shook his head. He had a bad feeling that things were only going to get more troublesome from here on out. Ranjaku, after school, we're doing extra practice. If Captain Unohana hadn't pointed it out, I wouldn't have known you dared to slack off. This time, I'm personally overseeing your training, one-on-one. Ranjaku pulled a long face and nodded. Got it. She wanted to slack off, but when it came to Masatsuki Aozaki, she really had no choice. 40 chapters ahead. P at Triancom/Pink Snake. Chapter 15, The True Power of Bansho Senran. After making a name for himself in Zanjutsu class, Masatsuki Aozaki's daily life didn't change much. He continued attending classes at Shin'o Academy and the 1st Division barracks as usual. Except for Zanjutsu class. According to Kito Sato, Sojin Kachiki believed there was nothing more he could teach Masatsuki in Zanjutsu. As a result, Shin'o Academy made a special request to the Gotei 13th 4th Division captain, Retsu Unohana, to personally tutor Masatsuki one-on-one. In response, Masatsuki sincerely expressed that as long as Captain Unohana didn't get too carried away during lessons and accidentally cut off his head, he had no objections. During his free time, Masatsuki either sparred with Ranjaku Matsumoto and Jin Ichimaru or sought out matches with his instructors and noble ladies. Either way, his training never fell behind. Days passed like this, one after another. Before long, Shin'o Academy grew lively as the annual Kanso training period arrived. On this day, 6th-year students would travel to the world of the living for training, and those who passed would finally achieve their dream of becoming Shinigami. Whether or not they actually needed the training wasn't important, Masatsuki was focused on something else entirely. Because today was also the day that the 5th Division's Lieutenant, Sosuke Aizen, would demonstrate his shuriken to the students. And it was the day Masatsuki had decided to unlock the true power of Bansho Senran. By the way, isn't Lieutenant Aizen a little too approachable? He actually demonstrates his Zanpakutō abilities at Shin'o Academy every year. Jin Ichimaru hesitated for a few seconds before voicing his doubts. At the center of the training grounds, Sosuke Aizen stood with his usual warm smile, slowly raising his Zanpakutō. Maybe he just wants to help more students understand their Zanpakutō. Masatsuki's face remained expressionless, but his gaze never left the sword in Aizen's hands. Aizen wasn't doing this out of goodwill. He was simply playing the long game. By showing his shuriken to future Shinigami, he could place them under hypnosis from the very start, eliminating the risk of any unexpected threats down the line. Masatsuki's instincts were sharp. The moment he entered the training grounds, he noticed Aizen's gaze occasionally flicking toward him. He was well aware of his own limitations, his strength wasn't enough, and he wasn't nearly as intelligent as Aizen. He had no qualifications to play tricks in front of someone like that. Masatsuki had thought about how best to handle interactions with Aizen. Aizen was too sharp, there was no way to slip anything past him. In situations like this, the more you tried to do, the more mistakes you would make. A plan that might seem flawless in his own mind could be riddled with holes from Aizen's perspective. Recognizing his limits, obeying when necessary, and not scheming before he had the power to back it up, this was the only way to ensure survival. Besides, with Bansho Senran at his side, Aizen's shuriken might not even work on him. Masatsuki ran his fingers along his Zanpakutō's hilt. Bansho Senran vibrated slightly, as if encouraging him. Kyuka Suigetsu, Mirror Flower, Water Moon. Aizen pointed his blade downward, and his Zanpakutō sank into the ground like a fish slipping into deep water, sending ripples across the training grounds. In an instant, the area was shrouded in mist, currents of water flowing around them. The students felt their vision blur, their surroundings shifting, positions of their classmates completely rearranged. Shatter, Kyuka Suigetsu. Kudakuro, Kyuka Suigetsu. A quiet command. The students rubbed their eyes, and the illusion vanished. Aizen smiled as he began explaining his Zanpakutō's ability. By refracting light through mist and water, it causes enemies to turn on one another. A complete lie, without a doubt. After finishing his demonstration, Aizen walked off, disappearing into the distance under the watchful eyes of the students. That evening. Shin'o Academy dormitory. After finishing his training, Masatsuki took a quick shower and stepped out of the steamy bathroom. His gaze fell on Bansho Senran, resting beside his clothes, and for a moment, he found himself lost in thought. He drew his Zanpakutō and murmured. Reflect, Bansho Senran. This would be the first time he used Bansho Senran's true power. The blade floated midair, its tip pointing downward. Kyoka Suigetsu. Masatsuki looked at Bansho Senran, unchanged, and the corner of his lips lifted slightly. It was only natural that nothing had happened. Kyoka Suigetsu's shuriken had no outward transformation, just a ritual gesture. But the moment he spoke the name, he knew. Bansho Senrin had changed. He could now wield Kyoka Suigetsu's ability. This was Bansho Senrin's true power, the ability to mimic the shurikai of other Zanpakutō. During use, he could switch between shurikai abilities, though they couldn't be stacked. Their strength depended entirely on his own Ryatsu. The only condition for replication, he had to witness a shurikai firsthand. Just as Masatsuki was about to enter Jinzen, a black butterfly fluttered into the room. Academy student Masatsuki Aozaki, remember to report to the 1st Division barracks for class this week. Masatsuki flinched before realizing what it was. It was a Shihakushō, carrying a message from Yamamoto. Shihakushō were soul society creatures tasked with guiding Shinigami between realms and delivering messages. This old man really has no sense of timing. Sending a message at this hour? Doesn't he know young people are fragile in the evenings? He sighed, sitting cross-legged with Bansho Senrin resting on his lap. His brow furrowed slightly. With his enrollment at Shin'o Academy and the guidance of top instructors, he had been steadily shaping himself into a well-rounded fighter. Retsu Unohana taught him Zanjutsu and Kido. Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto reinforced his Zanjutsu and Kido while also instructing him in Hakuda. That meant he had the best teachers for 3 of the 4 fundamental Shinigami. Skills, Zanjutsu, sword, Hakuda, hand-to-hand, and Kido, demon arts. The only thing left was Ho-Ho, movement. He hadn't neglected Shuinpa either. Both Unohana and Yamamoto were excellent teachers in that area. But mastering it was one thing, becoming the best was another. And when it came to Shuinpa, no one could surpass Yoruichi Shihoin, the future goddess of Flash. His interactions with Yoruichi had been minimal so far. She hadn't yet become the 2nd Division captain, and her true strength remained unknown. For now, he needed to maximize his current resources, learning everything possible before officially becoming a Shinigami. With 2 top-tier instructors guiding him, he could avoid unnecessary detours in his training. On that foundation, he would push his strength as far as it could go. Until he obtained the Hogyoku, the best way to grow stronger was through Ryatsu refinement and mastery of the 4 Shinigami disciplines. Masatsuki knew he wasn't a prodigy like Sosuke Aizen, nor was he a naturally overpowered anomaly like Ichigo Kurosaki. So, he trained harder than anyone. And from his assessment, among the current seated officers of the Gotei 13, there wasn't a single one who could be his match. Of course, that excluded the veteran schemers who intentionally hid their true power. But once he reached 5th rank Ryatsu, even without Bansho Senrin's special ability, he would be unmatched within his level. He was getting closer to that goal, closer to absolute dominance. Yes. Masatsuki Aozaki had chosen the path of ultimate power. Strength beyond all peers. A flawless strength. A terrifying strength. A strength that would drive others to despair. 40 chapters ahead. P at Triancom/Pinksnake. Chapter 16, the Tsuneyashiro clan. The idea of surpassing opponents far above his level, a trope seen in countless novels, wasn't something Masatsuki Aozaki was focusing on for now. In the world of Bleach, fighting above one's rank was incredibly difficult. A Shinigami's combat strength was fundamentally tied to Ryatsu. No matter how refined one's techniques were, without sufficient Ryatsu, they were meaningless. Of course, there were exceptions, special cases like Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto, whose Zanpakutō was simply too overpowered. Even at the time of his death, his Ryatsu had never exceeded the boundaries of what a Shinigami could achieve, yet the sheer destructive power of his Zanpakutō was enough to reduce everything to ash. Masatsuki didn't know how his own talent compared to Sosuke Aizen's. But he believed that with the talent acknowledged by both Retsu Unohana and Yamamoto, coupled with their personal guidance, he would one day reach the pinnacle of what a Shinigami could be. Knock, knock, knock. A sudden knocking pulled Masatsuki from his thoughts. He casually threw on a yukata and walked over to open the door. Masatsuki. Standing outside was Jin Ichimaru. Captain Unohana sent over some Zanjutsu manuals. Masatsuki nodded and smiled. Thanks for the trouble. Jin signaled to the 2 4th Division members behind him, and they quickly carried in several large wooden crates filled with books. Creak. The crates were placed inside in one swift motion. The 2 4th Division Shinigami cast Masatsuki a look of admiration before respectfully taking their leave. Masatsuki, unconcerned with formalities, plopped down on the wooden floor, flipping open a book from one of the crates. As he skimmed through it, he casually asked, "How's Ranjika doing?" Jin glanced at the immaculately clean floor, as if debating whether it had been wiped down, or if Masatsuki had simply sat it clean. At Masatsuki's question, a peculiar smile crossed Jin's face. Not sure what got into her, but she's training in the dojo right now. Masatsuki blinked, then let out a chuckle. Looks like little Ranjiku's finally growing up. Then again, he supposed it made sense. Ranjika wanted to improve, but she was just too prone to slacking off. Now that she was feeling the pressure, it was only natural she'd start putting in effort. Jin's expression turned serious. But Masatsuki, the noble sent someone to find me again today. Are you sure that continuing like this won't cause problems? Masatsuki half closed his eyes. My situation at Shihakushō Academy isn't exactly a secret from the Gotei 13. As long as those nobles don't want to drag me down with them, they won't touch you. Captain Commander Yamamoto and Captain Unohana personally instructing me. It's not just about teaching, it's a form of protection. Jin was silent for a moment. I still feel like your situation is dangerous. It won't be long before the Gotei 13 starts digging deeper. Masatsuki shook his head with a smile. Jin, don't overestimate how noble the Captain Commander and Unohana are. And don't assume they're blind, either, they know exactly who I am. To them, human lives mean nothing, let alone some back-alley street fights in Rakangai. That was just a struggle for survival. The Captain Commander won't blame me for something like that. As for my dealings with the nobles, that's even further outside his concern. Masatsuki paused, then changed the subject. I heard Lieutenant Aizen came looking for me recently. Jin nodded. Yeah. He showed up while you were in Zanjutsu class. Apparently, he hopes you'll consider joining the 5th Division after graduation. Masatsuki let out a cold chuckle. If Lieutenant Aizen comes looking for me again, pass along a message, tell him I'll seriously consider his offer, but my decision will be based on the Captain Commander's opinion. Aizen was still in the early stages of his plan, gathering Ryatsu from souls with Shinigami potential, laying the groundwork for the Hogyoku. According to the original timeline, in a few more decades, he'd begin hollowifying Shinigami for his experiments. Right now, what he needed most was manpower. That's why he was so eager for Masatsuki to graduate quickly, to officially obtain Shinigami status. Which division he ended up in didn't really matter. Because ultimately, the Captain Commander had the final say on that. For most recruits, Yamamoto wouldn't interfere. But Masatsuki? Masatsuki was half his student. Jin nodded slightly but hesitated, as if there was something else he wanted to say, yet in the end, he held his tongue. Is there anything else? Masatsuki glanced at him. Jin carefully considered his words before speaking slowly. Reito Tsuneyashiro sent someone earlier, inviting you to his mansion. He's already pulled several classmates to his side, and the Tsuneyashiro clan is expanding fast. It's said that families opposing them have been severely weakened by the rebels. He took a deep breath, his expression growing serious. Some students from noble families say the rebels are connected to the Tsuneyashiro clan. Most think it's just a rumor, but I doubt it's that simple. Tsuneyashiro clan. Hearing the name, Masatsuki paused briefly before an odd expression crossed his face. Whoever opposes the Tsuneyashiro clan ends up targeted by the rebels, there's no way the two aren't connected. No wonder the old man Yamamoto made a point of transferring Koga Kuchiki to lead the 1st Division's special forces. To counter one of the 4 great noble clans, he deployed another noble house of equal standing. Makes sense. The Tsuneyashiro clan seeks to expand its power, while the Kuchiki clan, as the model for all Shinigami, is responsible for upholding the laws of Soul Society. One's very existence naturally hinders the other's ambitions, making their conflict inevitable. The old man Yamamoto is a monster who has lived for over 2,000 years. Though he confines himself to Soul Society's rules, he knows exactly how to use them to his advantage. If he can't act personally, he'll let the nobles fight among themselves. You're right. The Tsuneyashiro clan is probably. Jin trailed off, his tone carrying a trace of unease. Masatsuki chuckled, cutting straight to the point. They're just a bunch of power-drunk fools. Right now, they're like rabid dogs, showing off their fangs and biting whoever they please. Jin glanced at Masatsuki. After 2 years together, he had long realized that Masatsuki was reckless and utterly lawless. But even so, hearing him mock the esteemed Tsuneyashiro clan with such blatant contempt still left Jin feeling exasperated. You're awfully calm about this. He sighed, shaking his head. The rebels may have been suppressed by the Gotei 13, but if the Tsuneyashiro clan decides to make a move on us. Reito Tsuneyashiro is already using his clan's name to recruit classmates and expand his influence at Shihakushō Academy. If he sets his sights on us, we'll be in serious trouble. If we keep refusing, we might even be made an example of. The rebels don't care whether we're students or not. His expression grew uneasy. Masatsuki, should we report this to the Gotei 13? Masatsuki fell into thought. The Tsuneyashiro clan was a real headache. That family was full of lunatics, especially Tokinada Tsuneyashiro, the worst of them all. He didn't even take Yamamoto or Unohana seriously. If he decided to do something reckless, nothing was off the table. I'll handle this. Everyone has a backer, after all. At times like this, Masatsuki couldn't help but appreciate having a certain cheap teacher. 40 chapters ahead. P. A Triancom/Pink Snake. Chapter 17, Sensei. 2 days later. Masatsuki, dressed in a clean school uniform and carrying Bancho Senrin, arrived at the 1st Division's captain's lounge, only to find Yamamoto sitting comfortably, sipping tea with a warm smile. It was obvious, he was in a great mood, fully expecting Masatsuki's arrival. Masatsuki chuckled. Being well received had its perks. "Good morning, Captain Commander," he greeted. "Good morning. Go to the dojo and get your sword," Yamamoto replied with a smile before standing up and heading into the Senjutsu dojo. He pulled a bamboo sword from the rack. "Oh." Masatsuki shuddered slightly as he grabbed a bamboo sword of his own. "Just don't hit my face." He took a defensive stance, raising the bamboo sword in front of him, primarily to shield his face. Ah. A dozen moves later, Masatsuki let out a pitiful scream as he was sent flying several meters, landing flat on his back. Yamamoto slowly lowered his bamboo sword, his expression tinged with disappointment. He hadn't even used much force. This kid had been training under him for almost half a year, yet he still couldn't take a hit properly. Not that Yamamoto felt any sympathy. Considering how often this brat tested his patience, the fact that he hadn't outright crushed him was a testament to his years of self-restraint. After thinking for a few seconds, he nodded. "I have a general grasp of your situation. In less than half a year, you've reached a lieutenant-level Ryatsu. Not bad. I had high expectations already, but your talent still surpasses what I anticipated. Your Zenjutsu has improved rapidly. There's nothing more I can teach you about swordsmanship. From now on, I'll be teaching you how to integrate your Zanpakutō with your Ryatsu in combat." Masatsuki Aozaki sprang up in one fluid motion. "Wait, Captain Commander. I just broke through to the 5th rank of spiritual pressure yesterday. If you're not going to congratulate me, fine, but I'm lying here injured, and the first thing you think of is giving me a lesson." Yamamoto's forehead twitched as he looked at Masatsuki, completely unharmed. "I even brought you a gift, and this is how you treat your student. Truly heartbreaking." Masatsuki Aozaki sighed, rummaging through his clothes before pulling out a cloth bag. This old man was way too hot-tempered. Being his disciple was a real challenge. Yamamoto took the bag with a stoic expression, but when he peeked inside, his brows lifted slightly in surprise. It was filled with tea leaves. His favorite tea leaves. Clearing his throat, he casually placed the bag on the table, as if it didn't matter. "Since your Zanpakutō is a direct attack type, we'll start with a technique similar to Kido. Shinigami and Hollows alike possess special abilities to some degree. Unless you have a body as strong as mine and a Ryatsu just as powerful, engaging an unfamiliar enemy in close combat is a reckless approach. Captain Commander, I know you're strong, but isn't it a bit much to brag so openly?" Under Masatsuki's watchful gaze, Yamamoto swiftly raised his bamboo sword and brought it down in a single, powerful strike. A silver-white wave of energy erupted from the blade, sweeping past his side and streaking toward a training dummy reinforced countless times by Kido. The next moment, an incredible sight unfolded. The dummy was sliced cleanly in two, the cut perfectly smooth. "Did I miss?" Yamamoto smacked his lips in disappointment. Masatsuki was startled by the scene. "Captain Commander, don't scare me like that. Also, was that Getsuga Tensho just now?" "Getsuga Tensho?" Yamamoto gave him a slightly surprised look. "I didn't expect you to know the Shiba family's technique. Seems like you're quite close with them." "But no, that wasn't Getsuga Tensho. It's just business, strictly business." Masatsuki waved his hand dismissively. "You know how it is. Kokaku is still young, juggling family responsibilities while looking after her little brother. It's not easy. I was just lending a helping hand, out of the kindness of my heart. Our relationship is purely professional." Yamamoto let out an exasperated snort. He knew exactly what kind of person this kid was. In some ways, he was like a more troublesome version of Kyoraku Shunsui, except even more insufferable. If he didn't have real strength, he'd have been cut to pieces in Rakangai long ago. Slowly, Yamamoto said, "The technique you just saw is called sword pressure. It's a common combat skill among Shinigami, where you release Ryatsu through your Zanpakutō to strike an enemy. I'll explain the method now. Pay close attention." Yamamoto took his time explaining the intricacies of using sword pressure. "Got it all?" "Yes." Masatsuki immediately dropped his playful attitude and answered respectfully. Yamamoto nodded in satisfaction. This was why he was willing to teach Masatsuki Aozaki. The kid was usually carefree and lazy, but when it came to training, no one was more focused or hard-working than him. Masatsuki tried a few times, successfully channeling his Ryatsu into his Zanpakutō. However, no matter how many times he swung, all he managed to do was make Bancho Senrin glow brighter and leak Ryatsu from the blade. He couldn't get it to release an actual cutting wave. Yamamoto simply told him he was already doing well, no one could master this move right away, and instructed him to keep practicing. You can leave now. You have 1 week to learn it. If you don't, I'll personally make you experience the taste of a shattered bone. Masatsuki, however, didn't move. Instead, he walked over to the tea table and poured a cup, his tone suddenly turning fawning. Sensei. Spit it out, Yamamoto said, accepting the tea. Whenever this brat called him sensei, it meant trouble. What now? As expected, I can't hide anything from you, sensei. Actually, I wanted to mention the Tsuneyashiro clan. Lately, they've been harassing me, and I've heard whispers that they might be involved with the rebels. I'm worried. Masatsuki, don't spout nonsense. How could the rebels be connected to one of the 4 great noble clans? Yamamoto gave him a casual glance. Understood. But the rebels are indeed becoming more aggressive. Fine. Go back. The Gotei 13 will handle this matter. Many thanks, sensei. Don't worry, I'll never forget your kindness. 100 years from now, I'll personally take care of you in your old age. As he spoke, Masatsuki tilted his head slightly, his expression full of emotion. Surely, Yamamoto would be touched beyond words, knowing he had such a devoted and sentimental disciple. Yamamoto took a deep breath, then roared, "Get lost. Or I'll make sure you experience what it's like to have 2 broken bones right now." Before Masatsuki could say another word, Yamamoto sent him flying out of the dojo. Bang. Masatsuki stared at the closed doors of the Zenjutsu dojo, shaking his head in disappointment. This old man, he had wasted his pure and heartfelt sincerity. During the 1,000-year blood war, he definitely wouldn't be the one to send him off. Just as he was about to leave, Masatsuki's expression suddenly changed. A voice sounded right beside his ear. Masatsuki-kun, care to explain what happened to my tea tree? What tea tree? I have no idea. Masatsuki tensed in shock. Turning his head, he saw a middle-aged man with white hair and a small mustache, smiling at him. 40 chapters ahead. /Pinksnake. Chapter 18, Black Cat. Masatsuki, what's wrong? You could barely keep your eyes open in class. Did you stay up too late training? You need to take care of yourself, too. Ranjiku Matsumoto looked at Masatsuki Aozaki, her expression serious as she took in the dark circles under his eyes. Masatsuki glanced at her, waved a hand dismissively, and said, "Don't worry, I was just up all night learning how to cultivate tea trees. It's nothing serious." The captain commander knows how to grow tea trees? Ranjiku asked, puzzled. This has nothing to do with the captain commander. It was Lieutenant Sasaki who taught me, Masatsuki replied with a bitter smile. All that trouble over picking a few tea leaves, and he ended up stuck in tea cultivation lessons the whole night. Next week, he was definitely going to complain to Yamamoto about this. I'm skipping training today. Gonna head back and catch some sleep. Seeing how exhausted he looked, Ranjiku nodded. Alright, get some rest. As their conversation ended, the two went their separate ways, and Masatsuki made his way toward the dormitory. The moment he opened the door, his expression changed. There was an unfamiliar pair of shoes in the entryway, ones that didn't belong to Masatsuki Aozaki's group. Masatsuki glanced around warily, moving swiftly along the wall as he advanced, carefully scouting for any intruders. As he crept forward, he suddenly felt something soft and furry brushing against his leg. At the same time, a rough voice spoke from below. What do you think you're doing? Ghost. Masatsuki's heart nearly jumped out of his chest. He quickly looked down and saw a black cat grinning at him in an almost human-like manner. Masatsuki jolted in shock. This wasn't just any black cat, it was an exceptionally cute black cat. But that wasn't the issue. The issue was that this cat could talk. After all his training under top-tier instructors, Masatsuki had honed his Ryatsu perception to an extraordinary level. A regular Shinigami wouldn't be able to approach him unnoticed. Even members of the Masatsukido's patrol squads would have a hard time sneaking up on him. And yet, this talking black cat had gotten right up to his feet without him realizing it. Seireitei was home to all sorts of strange beings, but in all his years here, he had never encountered a talking black cat that could move this stealthily. There was only one possible explanation. Yorichi Shihoin. The cat's eyes widened slightly in surprise, and its tone softened. You know me. Not personally, but a certain Shihoin classmate has mentioned you before. Shihoin classmate. Yashiro Shihoin. That kid really does tell everyone everything. Yorichi sighed, a hint of exasperation in her voice. Her little brother was far too naive, completely lacking in subtlety. Snapping back to the present, she suddenly noticed Masatsuki had already moved toward the living room, cautiously checking each room one by one. Without hesitation, she followed after him. Relax, there's no one here but me. Yoruchi Shihoin circled around Masatsuki Aozaki, her golden eyes filled with curiosity. If I'm not mistaken, this is Masatsuki Aozaki's dorm, right? You're wearing a Shino Academy uniform, got a Zanpakutō on your waist, and, well, you're pretty good looking. You must be the so-called genius, Masatsuki Aozaki. Masatsuki sat down on the sofa, glancing at the two pieces of clothing lying beside him. He nodded. I'm Masatsuki Aozaki. Are these yours? Yep. This secret technique was just completed, but I haven't figured out how to transform clothes along with me yet. Yoruchi tilted her head up at him. Masatsuki rubbed his chin thoughtfully. So, in other words, you're completely naked in front of me right now. Yoruchi cocked her head, pondered for a moment, then declared confidently, of course not. A cat's fur is its clothing. So technically, I'm dressed. Masatsuki shot the black cat a surprised look. Was it just him, or did she actually look embarrassed? Was she more reserved at this age compared to how she'd be in the future? Seeing Masatsuki close his eyes, Yoruchi asked curiously, what are you doing? Sleeping, obviously. I'm exhausted. I came all the way here to protect you, and you just want to sleep. Yoruchi huffed. Protect me? The Shihoin clan would actually send their precious heiress to protect me. More like you snuck out for some fun. How did you know? Yoruchi froze for a second. Then, quickly correcting herself, she said, no, I'm a member of the Masatsuki. I heard the captain commander give the order and came out on a mission, so this doesn't count as sneaking out. All right, I get it. You're very capable, Masatsuki said, giving her a look of exaggerated pity. But a cat isn't exactly great protection. You might as well use this time to quietly transform back and put your clothes on. I promise I won't peek. Why does she seem a little dumb and adorable right now? Shame I didn't set up surveillance Kido in my room. That would have made this an entirely different experience. Yoruchi. Just earlier, she'd noticed someone sneaking toward this dorm. Her first thought. This was a perfect target for a prank. She had intended to transform into a cat and scare them. But the moment she saw the academy uniform and the Zanpakutō at Masatsuki's waist, she hesitated. A Shino Academy student. A Zanpakutō. Putting the clues together, she immediately guessed his identity. Masatsuki Aozaki. A Rukongai commoner born in the world of the living, admitted to Shino Academy less than half a year ago. He had already attained Shirkai and received direct guidance from both Captain Commander Yamamoto and Captain Unohana. Just yesterday, Yamamoto even confirmed that he had reached a lieutenant-level Ryatsu. This was definitely his dorm. But why did he look so suspicious sneaking into his own room? After thinking about it, she decided to reveal herself and startle him a little, maybe even use the chaos to get a better read on him. And the result? He was just sleep-deprived. Did the Captain Commander not even let his students sleep? As if sensing her confusion, Masatsuki forced himself to stay awake and said, Yoruchi Shihoin, you haven't been to the backyard of the 1st Division barracks in the last 2 days, have you? Yoruchi blinked, then nodded. No, but I was in the front yard. Then that explains it. Masatsuki sighed in relief, licked his lips, and said slowly, yesterday, I went to see Old Man Yamamoto for training. On my way through the backyard, I spotted his favorite tea leaves. I, Masatsuki Aozaki, have always respected my teachers. I would never keep something that good to myself, so I gifted the tea to the Captain Commander. And the reason I didn't sleep last night. That bastard Chojiro Sasaki bullied me just because he could. Masatsuki's tone turned indignant. Old Man Yamamoto drank the tea. If he has a problem, Sasaki should take it up with him, not me. Watching Masatsuki spin nonsense so earnestly, Yoruchi couldn't help but laugh. This guy was kinda fun. As she continued observing him, she suddenly realized. This brat had already passed out. Yoruchi raised a paw and gave his cheek a few taps, but Masatsuki only furrowed his brows and remained asleep. Did he seriously just knock out? This guy's guard was way too low. What if I'd been lying? What if I really came to kill him? He didn't even try to stay on alert, just went straight to sleep. 40 chapters ahead. p@triancom/pinksnake. Chapter 19, Are You Shy? She was about to say something when Masatsuki Aozaki suddenly sat up. Someone's coming. The moment he spoke, Yoruchi also sensed an approaching Ryatsu. She glanced at him in surprise. As the heir of the Shihoin clan, Yoruchi had been trained in stealth and detection from a young age, with Ryatsu perception being one of her strongest skills. She had always believed that among her peers, no one could surpass her in sensing presences. But just now, Masatsuki had reacted faster than she had. This guy really never stopped surprising people. In the distance, the voices of patrolling instructors could be heard. Lieutenant Omida. Have you seen anyone or any animals approaching this area? Reporting to the lieutenant, I haven't seen anything. Despite the reply, Omida didn't seem convinced. A few seconds later, he knocked on the door of Masatsuki's dormitory. My lady. Are you in there? Yoruichi's expression darkened. Damn, it's Marino-shin. Why did that guy come looking for me? Marino-shin. Marino-shin Omida, head of the Omida family and the lieutenant of the 2nd Division. Ugh, using stealth to retreat is impossible now. So you really did sneak out, Masatsuki chuckled, rubbing his eyes. Retreat. What is this, a battlefield? More or less. This is a war for freedom. Masatsuki snorted. A war. More like she's just having fun. You go handle it. I'll get dressed. Why should I? Wait, hold on. Before Masatsuki could react, Yoruichi had already returned to her human form and was pushing him toward the entrance. If you so much as glance back, you're dead. Sensing the shift in atmosphere, Masatsuki smirked. Oh. Are you embarrassed? Ridiculous. As if I'd be embarrassed over something like this. Still grinning, Masatsuki extended 2 fingers and traced a line in the air. With his movement, an invisible reishi membrane slowly expanded, fully enveloping Yoruichi. Her eyes lit up at the sight. As a member of the Masatsuki, she immediately recognized the technique, Bakudo number 26, Kyako. Kyako created a layer of reishi that bent light, rendering the target invisible. Since most Shinigami preferred direct combat with their Zanpakutō, this kind of Kido was rarely studied. Yet Masatsuki not only knew it but had flawlessly cast it without an incantation. The more Yoruichi observed him, the more impressed she became. This kid would fit right in with the Masatsuki. Exceptional Ryatsu detection, precise concealment techniques. The only problem was his face, way too recognizable. Someone like him would draw too much attention. But that wasn't a big deal. The Masatsuki wore masks during missions anyway. Masatsuki walked to the entryway and opened the door. A towering man, easily 2 meters tall, stepped inside. He had a broad, stocky build, a brown crew cut, and an arrogant expression. A thick, gaudy gold chain hung around his neck. Masatsuki looked him up and down and was instantly hit with the overwhelming aura of a nouveau riche. The burly man asked, Masatsuki Aozaki. That's me. Do you know me? Masatsuki asked, puzzled. I'm Marino-shin Omida, lieutenant of the 2nd Division of the Gotei 13. The reason we're here is largely because of you. Omida let out a hearty laugh. For your sake, Captain Commander Yamamoto personally ordered us to increase 2nd Division patrols around Shino Academy. I see. No wonder there are so many strong Ryatsu around campus today. I appreciate the trouble, Lieutenant Omida. You noticed. As expected of the Captain Commander's disciple. Is something the matter? Masatsuki glanced at the 2nd Division squad members working behind Omida and asked with a calm expression. Amused by Masatsuki's flawless performance, Yoruichi shot him a mocking grin. Omida crossed his arms. We're searching for someone. Have you seen a crazy weirdo around the dorms? Crazy weirdo. Masatsuki stole a glance behind him. Hidden within Kyako, Yoruichi gritted her teeth, shaking her fist in silent rage. How dare you call me that? Just wait until I become captain, I'll make sure you regret this. Masatsuki casually replied, no. That's strange. Someone clearly saw the young lady heading this way. His gaze sharpened, and he started walking toward Masatsuki. Yoruichi tensed up like a startled cat. Masatsuki's lips curled slightly. At that moment, he felt more awake than before. Not only was he not nervous, but a part of him thought it wouldn't be so bad if Yoruichi got caught. Actually, it might even be entertaining. After all, what did he have to lose? Catching sight of Masatsuki's smug expression, Yoruichi rolled her eyes. Under their watchful gazes, Omida stopped in front of the shoe cabinet. A pair of familiar-looking shoes sat neatly on top. He reached out, picked them up, and after a brief pause, his eyes narrowed. My lady sneaks out of the manor at night, infiltrates the private residence of a Shino Academy student, and then... He hesitated, as if realizing just how absurd that theory sounded. After all, Yoruichi Shihoin was the princess of one of the 4 great noble clans, the future captain of the 2nd Division. Why would she sneak into a student's dorm and, what exactly was she plotting here? But then, recalling Yoruichi's usual antics, Omida glanced at Masatsuki's face again. Suddenly, it didn't seem that far-fetched. Masatsuki-kun, she didn't hurt you, did she? He looked at Masatsuki with genuine pity. How little faith do you have in your own lady? No, Masatsuki answered flatly. You have seen her, Omida declared with certainty. Shit. Masatsuki cursed internally. He hadn't expected this thick-browed, small-eyed, thick-lipped musclehead to be so cunning. Masatsuki Aozaki-kun, you wouldn't mind if I searched your dorm, would you? Omida rubbed his hands together with a knowing grin. As you know, the rebels have been causing trouble lately. The young lady's status is far too important. If she were to run into danger, it would be a disaster. Masatsuki sighed and glanced behind him, giving Yoruchi a look that screamed, "You're on your own now." "Please, go ahead, Lieutenant Omida." Omida didn't call for his squad and instead entered alone, conducting a meticulous search. Somehow, Yoruchi had managed to vanish completely. Masatsuki himself couldn't even sense her presence anymore. The moment Omida stepped inside, the Kyako Masatsuki had cast dissipated. Yet even with the spell gone, Yoruchi was nowhere to be seen. Not even a trace of her Ryatsu remained. Omida searched every inch of the dormitory, he even checked the bathroom. But in the end, he found nothing. 40 chapters ahead. P at Triancom/Pink Snake. Chapter 20, A Nice Place. There are indeed traces of the young lady's presence, but she's nowhere to be found. Could she have already left? Marekio Omida's gaze sharpened. Without hesitation, he set out to search the surrounding area. Yoruchi Shihoin hadn't even had time to take her shoes, so she couldn't have gone far. The rebels were growing desperate, acting recklessly without restraint. Given Yoruchi's noble status, letting her roam freely was out of the question. She needed to be found, immediately. Under the watchful eyes of Masatsuki Aozaki and Yoruchi, Omida swiftly left the dormitory. Once he was gone, Yoruchi let out a relieved sigh, then shot Masatsuki an annoyed look. "This is all your fault, you've ruined my reputation." Masatsuki chuckled. "You acted on your own, so how is this my fault? Besides, do you even have a good reputation to begin with?" Yoruchi's eye twitched slightly as she recalled Omida's words from earlier. Masatsuki smirked. "What, not convinced? Want me to call Omida back so he can tell me just how good your reputation really is?" "Ahem, no need for that. I'm a magnanimous person, I'll let it slide." Yoruchi crossed her arms, feigning generosity. Masatsuki didn't push the subject further and instead asked lazily, "Omida searched the entire place but couldn't find you. Where were you just now?" Yoruchi raised her wrist. "See this silver bracelet? It conceals Ryatsu. And this cloak I'm wearing lets me turn invisible without using Kido." She twisted her body slightly, showing off with a smug grin. "Our Shihoin clan is known as the Tenshi Hisaben, guard of the heavenly gifted armaments, and has amassed countless divine weapons. These are just two of the more insignificant ones. I was wondering who made this cloak." "Made? This is a divine artifact, who could possibly make it?" Yoruchi shook her head, amused. "That guy Kasuke likes tinkering with gadgets, but most of the stuff he makes is pretty useless." "Kasuke?" Masatsuki's interest peaked, a smirk playing at her lips. If this was the same Kasuke Urahara, then he was one of the masterminds behind the Hogyoku. "Kasuke Urahara? He's my childhood friend." Yoruchi arched a brow as if she had stumbled upon something amusing. "What, jealous? Jealous? Please. I've barely known you for long." "No, scratch that, we don't even know each other." "Who says we don't? You just helped me trick Omida, didn't you? That makes us more than acquaintances, we're accomplices now." Yoruchi grinned. "Don't bother denying it. Your expression has already given you away." Was this woman completely living in her own world? Sure, Masatsuki had his own thoughts just now, but they were definitely not about whatever Yoruchi was imagining. Masatsuki felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. With just a few words, Yoruchi had thrown his innocence out the window. "What are you even saying? You should probably leave soon. I'd rather not wake up in the middle of the night with your childhood friend chopping off my head." Yoruchi burst into laughter, full of confidence. "That idiot Kasuke is just a prankster. He wouldn't get jealous over you." Then, she grinned and declared, "Masatsuki, after you graduate, join the 2nd Division. What's in it for me?" Masatsuki cast her a sidelong glance, smirking. "In a few years, I'll be taking over as the captain of the 2nd Division, Yoruchi mused. "I'll make you 3rd seat the moment you join." Masatsuki went silent. He reached out, placed a hand on Yoruchi's forehead, then on his own. "No fever. So why are you talking nonsense?" Yoruchi's face flushed slightly. She had almost forgotten how strong he was. Forget a seated officer, he was bound to become a lieutenant sooner or later. As she recalled more details about Masatsuki's abilities, her eyes lit up with an idea. She leaned in with a teasing smile. "Our 2nd Division has plenty of beautiful women, you know. And there's this one girl, petite, absolutely adorable, who'll be joining soon. She's so cute that even I'm a little smitten. And wouldn't you know it? She's exactly your type. If you join the 2nd Division, I can introduce you too. Petite and adorable. My type." Slander. Blatant slander. If word got out, what would the other girls think? What if they stopped liking me? This was outrageous. Masatsuki put on his most sincere expression. Captain, please let me join the 2nd Division. Yoruichi chuckled. You really want in that badly? I'd march through fire for you, Captain. Masatsuki grasped her hand, his face radiating pure devotion. Excellent. I'll take you in, Yoruichi declared with an air of generosity and confidence, squeezing his hand firmly. Once I become captain, I'll make you 3rd seat. For now, get some rest. I'll pick you up tomorrow. Masatsuki blinked. Pick me up? Where are we going? Yoruichi smirked. You like training, don't you? I know a place you'll absolutely love. See you tomorrow. With a flash, she was already at the window. As the darkness deepened, she vanished into the night. Masatsuki shook his head, shut the window, and collapsed into bed. Unnoticed, the crescent moon faded away, giving way to the rising sun. Morning light spilled over the ancient buildings, their rooftops gilded in gold by the dawn. Masatsuki groggily opened his eyes, only to find a petite girl curled up on top of him. He stared, momentarily entranced by her soft, delicate features. The sun's up. Time for class. Masatsuki lifted the small, sleepy girl from the blankets, then quickly scanned the room, looking for something, anything, to preserve what little dignity he had left. He spotted some clothes on the floor and, while he was at it, helped Ranjika Matsumoto into her uniform. Thanks to Yoruichi's antics, it wasn't just 1 or 2 Masatsuki squads hiding within Shino Academy. Nearly a quarter of the 2nd Division had been deployed, filling the academy's halls. At this point, Shino Academy was arguably the safest place in all of Seireitei, aside from the Gotei 13th barracks. Normally quiet and empty, the academy now had patrol squads lurking around every corner. The 2nd Division members were experts at staying hidden. Other than the captains and lieutenants, who doubled as academy instructors, hardly anyone could detect them. After hearing the news, Reito Tsuneyashiro stopped attending class altogether, too afraid that he'd either fail to recruit someone or end up losing his life in the process. Masatsuki didn't bother with such trivial matters. His mind was on Yoruichi. Or, more specifically, the training ground she had mentioned. As night fell, the streetlights flickered on one by one. Masatsuki returned to the dormitory, where Yoruichi was already waiting. So, where are we going? Will this place really help with my training? Just follow me. I promise you'll love it. Yoruichi's tone was confident, but there was the faintest hint of guilt beneath it. Masatsuki arched a brow. Oh. For a second there, I thought you. Thought what? Yoruichi huffed. Don't tell me you don't trust me. I am the future head of the Shihoin clan. Do you think I'd lie to you? She raised a fist as if to make her point very clear. 40 chapters ahead. P at Triancom/Pinksnake. Chapter 21, Training Ground. Masatsuki Aozaki and Yoruichi Shihoin made their way across half of Seireitei, eventually arriving at the base of Shihakushō Hill. One look at the place was enough to leave Masatsuki stunned. The underground beneath Shihakushō Hill had been completely hollowed out by 2 incredibly audacious individuals. The space was packed with an assortment of training equipment, clearly meant to serve as a training ground. Damn you, Yoruichi. You were the one who wanted to build this place, so why am I the only one doing all the work? Yoruichi was enthusiastically showing Masatsuki around when a lazy, disgruntled voice interrupted her. The source of the complaint was a man with messy, light blonde hair that curled slightly at the ends. His military green eyes held a perpetual look of exhaustion. That guy over there is my partner, Kisuke Urahara. Yoruichi pointed toward the slouched figure before suddenly raising her voice. Oh. I could have sworn I just heard someone badmouthing me. Kisuke, are you slacking off? No way, can't you see how much fun I'm having? Kisuke grinned as he continued digging with a shovel in hand. Masatsuki stepped closer and asked, Urahara-san, what exactly are you digging? I'm making a big pool for a hot spring, Kisuke replied matter-of-factly. Why not just use Kido? Isn't there a barrier set up outside? Masatsuki asked, puzzled. Kisuke chuckled. Well, large-scale Kido is too noisy. If we use it, the barrier outside might not hold up, and then we'd have a problem. I see. Urahara-san, you're quite cautious, Masatsuki remarked with a nod. Kisuke paused mid-dig, his expression shifting. Wait a second, who are you? Masatsuki blinked. You don't know me. Only now did he realize that Kisuke had no idea he was coming. He turned to Yoruichi. You didn't tell him. Yoruichi scratched the back of her head and laughed. I forgot. But it's fine, you two seem to be getting along just fine. Seeing Yoruichi play innocent, Masatsuki couldn't help but chuckle. Guess I'll introduce myself, then. Nice to meet you, Urahara-san. I'm Masatsuki Aozaki. Kisuke froze for a moment before exchanging glances with Yoruichi, whose smirk radiated unmistakable pride. His voice turned wary. Masatsuki Aozaki, as in, the Captain Commander's disciple. I suppose I am that Masatsuki Aozaki, but I'm not the Captain Commander's disciple. Masatsuki smiled before changing the topic. So, Urahara-san, you built this underground training ground. I have to say, it's impressive. Everything needed for training is here. More importantly, the space is huge, you don't feel constrained in battle. For techniques like Shuinpa, having ample space was essential for proper training. Practicing in a cramped area meant missing out on important details. Kisuke rubbed his chin thoughtfully. So, Yoruichi just decided to hand over all my hard work. Yup. Yoruichi answered without hesitation, showing not the slightest guilt about claiming his efforts. Come on, the whole idea had been hers in the first place, Kisuke was just doing the manual labor. Ever heard of intellectual property? She turned back to Masatsuki. No need to be polite. You can use this training ground however you want. If anything breaks, Kisuke will fix it. Just try not to use Kido above level 70 until he finishes upgrading the protective barriers. Understood, Masatsuki replied, glancing at Yoruichi again with a renewed sense of appreciation. He was already planning how to incorporate this training ground into his schedule. It was more than just a place for Shuinpa practice, there was potential for so much more. Masatsuki asked sincerely, then, will you train with me? Yoruichi smirked. You really do have a thing for me, huh? You're so straightforward, I'm starting to feel a little flustered. No, I just want to steal your Shuinpa and Ryatsu concealment techniques. Ideally, we'd spar once a week. The Captain Commander says I have some talent, so I won't trouble you for long. Yoruichi was impressed. Masatsuki's composure was remarkable, completely unfazed by her teasing. Many of the female officers in the 2nd Division couldn't even handle her advances, yet he didn't so much as blink. No wonder there were rumors that the Captain Commander favored him, even considering making him a 3rd disciple. Well, I don't like the word steal, Yoruichi waved a hand dismissively, but since you're being so honest, I suppose I'll allow it. Hey, have you two forgotten that I'm the one who built this training ground? Kisuke Urahara raised his hand lazily. Thank you, Urahara-san. We can train together, Masatsuki said without missing a beat. Of course, he had his own motives, but some things could be worked on over time. However, the chance to learn Shuinpa from the Goddess of Flash was an opportunity he couldn't afford to pass up. Yoruichi seemed touched by his words, while Kisuke's eyes lit up in realization. After a moment, he grinned. No need to thank me, Aozaki-kun. But forget about training, I'm much older than you, and you need the exercise more. With Masatsuki around, Yoruichi wouldn't be pestering him, meaning he could slack off. Yoruichi got a training partner. Masatsuki got a sparring partner. And he got to laze around. A perfect 3-way win. Genius. He was an absolute genius. All right then, Masatsuki muttered, picking up his Zanpakutō. After a brief pause, he asked, can I start training now? So soon? Kisuke looked surprised. Not even gonna take a tour first. The Captain Commander gave me a week to master sword pressure, Masatsuki said, shaking his head. I already lost a day yesterday thanks to someone. If I don't get it down in time, the old man's gonna hit me with an ikatsu. A Hakuda technique known for breaking bones. Ikatsu. Does Soul Society even have something like that? Yoruichi raised a brow before grinning slyly. Oh, I see now. That's what you're into. Who would have thought? Masatsuki glanced at her short frame, his face blank and expressionless. She looked youthful, petite, yet surprisingly well-toned, every part of her was perfectly proportioned. Yoruichi folded her arms and laughed. Disappointed? Too bad. Hakuda is one of my strong suits. Masatsuki, unwilling to entertain her smugness, shifted his gaze to Kisuke. Well, at least there's someone weaker than me. Urahara-san, you're looking a little scrawny. Kisuke accepted the remark without a hint of offense. In fact, he even lifted his thin arms and legs in mock display, as if to say, I'm lazy. I'm not a good sparring partner. Go train with Yoruichi instead. A flicker of amusement passed through his eyes before he turned and strolled away. Seriously, all that guy knows is how to slack off, Yoruichi sighed, shaking her head in exasperation. Come on, let's spar. I'm curious to see just how strong Shino Academy's so-called greatest prodigy really is. As he watched Kisuke leave, Masatsuki found himself lost in thought. He pressed his lips together, saying nothing. Yoruichi narrowed her eyes. Hey, you're not into both men and women, are you? What? Of course not. Masatsuki snapped back instantly. You don't seem like it, Yoruichi mused. So, does that mean you're underestimating me? She let out a small huff before smirking. Listen, kid. Sword pressure. I mastered that ages ago. Once we're done sparring, I'll personally teach you. Sound good? 40 chapters ahead. P at Triancom/Pinksnake. Chapter 22, Training Genius. Midnight. The protective barrier around the training ground flickered at steady intervals, a sign that it was functioning normally. The air was still, the silence broken only by the occasional clash of blades. Masatsuki Aozaki stood atop a massive boulder, gripping Bansho Senrin in one hand, his breath ragged. Opposite him, Yorichi Shihoin wielded a short sword, her stance relaxed and effortless. Kisuke Urahara lay sprawled out in a spot with a good view, lazily watching the fight unfold. The rhythmic clashes of swords rang out like a fast-paced melody, growing more rapid as the battle intensified. Shadows blurred together, flickering in and out of sight, until one of them landed a direct hit. A palm strike to the abdomen sent Masatsuki flying several meters before he crashed onto the ground. The surge of Ryatsu from the impact ruffled Kisuke's short blonde hair. I lost. As shadows veiled his face, Masatsuki found himself staring up at Yorichi. The vibrant, short-haired woman stood over him, flashing a triumphant, energetic grin. Seeing the look of satisfaction on her face, he didn't feel discouraged in the slightest. After all, this was expected. She might look young, but in reality, she was over 100 years old, a true captain-level combatant. Meanwhile, he was just a Shino Academy student ranked at 5th class Ryatsu power. There was no comparison. Masatsuki, you've got a long way to go. Yorichi reached out and pulled him to his feet, leading him toward Kisuke. The two of them strolled through the rocky terrain, undisturbed by the wind, dust settling softly around them. You hit way too hard. For a second there, I thought I was gonna die. Masatsuki winced, clutching his stomach. Damn, that hurts. Go easy next time. I was going easy. Otherwise, you wouldn't just be lying on the ground for a few minutes. Yorichi grinned, casually draping Masatsuki's arm over her shoulder. You're too fragile. That barely counts as an injury. See that guy over there slacking off? He sparred with me once and ended up bedridden for 3 days. But look at him now, good as new. No wonder he refuses to fight you, Masatsuki muttered, sighing. I'm starting to regret this. You can't regret it, Masatsuki-kun. I worked hard to get out of it, you know. Kisuke, having somehow acquired a folding fan, fanned himself leisurely as he watched the scene unfold, completely at ease. Masatsuki shot him an unimpressed look, while Yorichi clicked her tongue in annoyance before smacking Kisuke over the head. A faint wisp of smoke curled up from the impact. Enough nonsense. Hand over those pills you made. All right, no need to get violent. Kisuke muttered, pulling a small pill bottle from inside his robes and tossing it to Masatsuki. Take one every hour. It'll help speed up your recovery. Masatsuki took one pill and swallowed it, feeling the pain gradually fade. Kisuke, meanwhile, rubbed his chin, deep in thought. From the moment he learned of Masatsuki's background, one question had been nagging at him. A student from Shino Academy, but before that, he had been surviving in Rakangai's 60th district, a place most never climbed out of. Yet, somehow, he not only established himself there but thrived. Then, on his first day at the academy, he shot to fame, quickly becoming its greatest prodigy in history. He had already built strong ties with 2 captains and was now getting close to Yorichi as well. Someone like that, how could he be so naive? Kisuke's expression darkened slightly. No matter how he looked at it, this guy was full of mysteries. And anyone who got too involved with him was bound to be dragged into something troublesome. His gaze drifted to Masatsuki, who was now chatting and laughing with Yorichi, seemingly carefree. Forget it. Yorichi had brought him here, after all. He'd keep watching for now, but if things got dangerous, he'd make sure to stay far, far away. With that decision made, Kisuke let out a quiet chuckle, feeling oddly relieved. But just then, an unsettling feeling crept up his spine. Masatsuki suddenly turned to look at him, holding out the pill bottle. At that moment, a realization struck him. Masatsuki had just remembered something, Kisuke's talents. The man wasn't just the creator of the Hogyoku. He was capable of far more than that. Wasting his skills solely on making the Hogyoku. That would be a terrible waste. He could be put to much better use. A chill ran through Kisuke's body. Masatsuki's gaze held something indescribable, an intent that sent an unsettling emptiness through him. Like he had just lost something precious. And he didn't even realize yet that he was slowly being pulled further and further away from his beloved lazy, carefree life. All right, Masatsuki, let's go. Yorichi clapped him on the shoulder, pulling him along. Don't forget why we came here in the first place. In the Zanjutsu dojo, Masatsuki Aozaki repeated, word for word, the key points that Captain Commander Yamamoto had explained to him 2 days ago. Hearing Yamamoto's explanation of sword pressure, Yorichi Shihoin's expression turned thoughtful. After a moment, she nodded. As expected of Captain Commander Yamamoto. His teaching of sword pressure is incredibly detailed, there were even some nuances I had overlooked. This technique is crucial for Shinigami who haven't awakened their Zanpakutō, those whose Zanpakutō specialize in direct attacks, or those who lack offensive capabilities. Before I developed Shunko, this was my go-to combat technique as well. Masatsuki feigned curiosity. Shunko? What kind of ability is that? Yorichi hesitated, debating whether to reveal the truth. But after a moment of consideration, she saw the sincerity in Masatsuki's expression and finally answered. It's a combat technique I created. My Zanpakutō isn't suited for battle, so I combined Hakuta and Kido to develop this secret art. To train in this technique, you need to master both Kido and Hakuta. If you ever get the chance in the future, I'll teach you. But for now, you're not ready. Don't get ahead of yourself, focus on refining your sword pressure first. The Captain Commander's fists are not something you want to experience firsthand. Masatsuki nodded, saying nothing more. Not ready yet, huh? Hearing those words, he let out a quiet sigh. There was a tinge of disappointment, but also a sense of relief. He hadn't been training in these arts for long. He had made steady progress, excelling in many areas, but compared to the true masters of these disciplines, he still had a long way to go. Did I come down too hard on him? Yorichi glanced at him, catching the hint of disappointment on his face. She watched him for a moment, her gaze slowly losing focus, her thoughts drifting. If Masatsuki had looked up just then, he would have seen that Yorichi's attention was completely fixed on him. But he didn't dwell on the thought of being inadequate for long. He didn't want his emotions affecting those around him. So, instead, he smiled. The Captain Commander did say I need more time to develop. I'll keep working at it. Let's continue training sword pressure. Yorichi blinked, momentarily caught off guard. You really had me worried for a second. I thought a single sentence had completely crushed you. If the Captain Commander found out that I broke his prized student with just a few words, he'd probably come after me. For a brief moment, an unfamiliar emotion flickered within her, a faint sense of pity. But it quickly shattered. She shook her head, her smile turning into something between exasperation and amusement. After taking a moment to regain her composure, she chuckled. But you are a natural when it comes to training. Even without all that raw talent, I doubt you'd ever fall behind. 40 chapters ahead. p@triancom/pinksnake. Chapter 23, Fireworks. Masatsuki Aozaki spoke calmly, maybe. All I know is that this world is dangerous, and I need to get stronger. Whether my talent is good or bad, that's no excuse to give up. Well said. I like you more and more, Yorichi Shihoin chuckled. Unlike Kasuke, he's got talent but refuses to train. Masatsuki remained unbothered. Urahara-san is talented, but I don't think it's just laziness. He's simply not interested. He's highly motivated when it comes to research. Those medicines, the training ground equipment, none of that happens without effort. Yorichi's eyes lit up as she considered this. You've got a point. Having known Kasuke for years, she was well aware of his genius. He had a knack for invention, constantly coming up with new creations. So, his usual laziness wasn't because he lacked discipline, he just wasn't interested in training. Invention was his true passion. Captain Kiryu Hikifune of the 12th Division focused heavily on scientific research and encouraged her squad to innovate. That settled it. Once she became a captain, she'd recommend Kasuke to the 12th Division. Coincidentally, her family had recently mentioned that Captain Hikifune was developing new technology and might be promoted to the Royal Guard in the next few decades. With Kasuke's abilities, he might reach captain level and achieve Bankai before then, perhaps even take command of the 12th Division himself. As she mapped out Kasuke's future in her head, an odd sense of pride welled up within her, like a parent watching their child finally grow up. She unconsciously straightened her posture. I need to become a captain soon and send Kasuke to the 12th Division, Yorichi murmured. Not far away, Kasuke felt an uneasy jolt in his chest. He knew Yorichi was just speaking on impulse, but even so, his heart started racing. Masatsuki, on the other hand, turned serious. After a moment of silence, he said, it's still better to ask Urahara-san what he wants. No matter what we say, it should be his decision. Kasuke's throat tightened, his lips pressing together. The doubts he had harbored toward Masatsuki only moments ago faded, replaced by an unexpected sense of gratitude. No need, Yorichi said after a pause. I've known him for years, I understand him better than you do. He'll love the 12th Division. She hesitated briefly before adding, he's been secretly doing research at home. He probably thinks I don't know. After a long silence, she grinned. This time, it's not a prank, he's going to love it. Kisuke remained quiet. Sure, he liked to slack off, but he couldn't deny that he had a deep interest in this kind of work. Masatsuki smirked. You're not becoming a captain anytime soon, so maybe focus on the present first. Then, with an amused glint in his eyes, he added, speaking of which, aren't we getting off track? Weren't you supposed to help me practice sword pressure? If this keeps up, I might have to ask Urahara-san for help instead. No way. I've never been a teacher before, you're not going anywhere. Masatsuki stood to leave, only for Yoruichi to grab his arm. Beneath Sokayaku Hill, under the night sky, two young Shinigami, neither yet 200 years old, spent the night training, tirelessly honing their combat techniques. By the next morning, Masatsuki successfully unleashed his first sword pressure attack. Noticing Yoruichi fast asleep, he draped a piece of clothing over her before stepping away to find a secluded spot. Drawing Bansho Senrin from his waist, he swung his blade repeatedly at the surrounding rocks. Arcs of blue ryatsu burst from the sword like the energy waves described in martial arts novels, slicing through the stone. After inspecting the clean cuts left in the rock, Masatsuki nodded in satisfaction. Yoruichi had proven to be an excellent teacher. In just one night, she had not only answered his questions and demonstrated sword pressure but had also guided his Ryoryoka flow, helping him experience firsthand how to properly wield the technique. TSK. Watching the wild girl sleep soundly after an intense night of training, Masatsuki Aozaki adjusted her clothing and muttered under his breath, "What a shame, she's really pretty." Though his voice was barely audible, Yoruichi Shihoin still heard him loud and clear. But instead of getting angry, she chuckled. There was something playful in her smile, a hint of charm that resembled a noble lady experiencing the first stirrings of romance. Yoruichi had always been the one teasing others. Back when she first joined the 2nd Division in her 20s, she had made a sport out of flirting with the female squad members, countless had been utterly infatuated with her. But as she grew older and matured, she reined it in. Still, she had always been the one doing the teasing. Who would dare flirt with her? Aside from Kisuke Urahara, most men only saw her as the esteemed heir of the Shihoin clan. And as for the women, many didn't even seem to think of her as a woman at all. Time passed, and at some point, she had even started questioning what kind of person she really was. Hearing Masatsuki's offhand remark was refreshing. It vaguely reminded her of the years when she used to dress up with care. Seriously, aside from my parents, when was the last time someone actually called me pretty? For a fleeting moment, she wondered if she really had turned into some kind of oddball. Masatsuki, oblivious to her thoughts, shrugged. Must have been a great dream. You look so happy, I wish I could feel that way all the time. His words were sincere, laced with a quiet envy that was hard to place. Yoruichi's smile deepened. With the slightest movement, she cracked her eyes open, watching Masatsuki with playful interest. To be honest, this guy's got a good face, and he's pretty amusing too. Her usual manner was casual, but at that moment, her posture grew more languid. She hugged her clothing loosely around herself, making no effort to hide her perfectly toned, elegant figure. Masatsuki spared a glance at her striking silhouette, then swiftly turned around and left the training ground without a word. Kisuke, what do you think of that kid? Yoruichi asked, finally opening her eyes. What can you tell from just one night? But first impressions aren't bad, Kisuke Urahara's voice drifted out from behind a rock. Yoruichi sat up, slipped on her jacket, and grinned. Oh. Not bad, huh? Looks like the men Kukaku and I both have our eyes on has passed your test. Kisuke shook his head in exasperation. If not for their connection, they probably wouldn't have even met Masatsuki in the first place. Yoruichi poured herself some tea, then casually poured a cup for Kisuke as well. Now that I think about it, she mused, smirking. I should have opened my eyes just now and kissed him. His reaction would have been priceless. He'd probably sue you for harassment, Kisuke remarked dryly, scratching his head as he took a sip of tea. And if Kukaku found out, she'd stuff you into a fireworks cannon. That way, I'd finally get to see a cat-shaped firework. Yoruichi narrowed her eyes, a confident glint flashing in them. That kid. He wouldn't report me for harassment. She smirked. If anything, he might actually enjoy it. Then, taking a slow sip of her tea, she chuckled. Besides, fireworks are pretty fun to watch, don't you think? 40 chapters ahead. P at Tree&Com/Pinksnake. Chapter 24, Battle. Following a familiar path, Masatsuki Aozaki arrived at Shin'o Academy, cloaked in black. The garment was a Tenchi Haizo, sacred treasure, borrowed from Yoruichi Shihoin. As he approached, something felt off, there was a distinct scent of blood lingering in the air. Most academy students wouldn't have noticed, but Masatsuki had killed enough people to recognize it immediately. Stealthily concealing his presence, he leaped onto the rooftop, his senses sharpening as he picked up on powerful clashes of ryatsu in the distance. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. Shinigami were fighting, and not just a few of them. This was only a few streets away from Shino Academy. Who would be reckless enough to start a battle here? Looking down, he saw two opposing groups of Shinigami locked in fierce combat. Both sides were led by high-ranking seated officers. Judging by their uniforms, Masatsuki quickly deduced that these were members of the Gotei 13 battling against rebels. But why? What could have emboldened the rebels to attack here of all places? This was Shino Academy, not just home to commoner students but also to the children of noble families. If any of them were harmed, the outcry would be immense. The Tsuneyashiro clan was powerful, but its elders weren't fools. It made no sense for them to make enemies so recklessly. Pulling his hood lower, Masatsuki couldn't help but think of Yoruichi. Could this really be because of her? She was certainly valuable enough to warrant such action. But would the Tsuneyashiro clan really risk enraging the Shihoin clan to this extent? They probably would. As he recalled fragments of his past life's memories, Masatsuki arrived at an unsettling realization. In the original timeline, Yoruichi had been forced to leave Soul Society. Strangely, the position of 2nd Division captain had not passed to the Shihoin heir, Yashiro, but instead to Sui Feng. For 1,000 years, the captaincy of the 2nd Division and the command of the Masatsuki had always remained within the Shihoin family. There had never been an exception until Yashiro's generation. Whatever the cause, one thing was clear: the Shihoin clan's influence had been in decline. Declining enough that they could no longer hold onto their rightful seat of power. Masatsuki refocused, carefully analyzing the battlefield. Then, from the shadows, he spotted two figures lurking, silently observing the chaos from a distance. Both were clad in black, their faces obscured, but Masatsuki quickly formed a guess about their identities. As the battle grew more chaotic, one of the masked figures suddenly surged forward, his body enveloped in Kido. With a single step, he vanished into the fray. A flash of steel. Before the rebel could react, he was already falling, cut down in an instant. Who goes there? Several Shinigami cried out in alarm as a black-clad figure suddenly appeared on the battlefield. Everyone present, whether from the Gotei 13 or the rebels, were trained warriors, with even high-ranking seated officers among them. Yet this man had appeared out of nowhere, cutting down a Shinigami in an instant before anyone even noticed. What kind of power is this? As all eyes locked onto him, the black-clad man let out a soft chuckle. Reversing his grip on his Zanpakutō, he pointed the blade downward. There was no release command, but Masatsuki Aozaki knew. His shuriken is already active. Aizen. Masatsuki recognized that stance instantly. And if that was Aizen, then the figure lurking in the shadows could only be one other person, Kanami Tozen. He was certain. He had practiced that stance himself many times. There was no mistake. Reflect, Bansho Senrin. Without drawing attention, Masatsuki activated his own shuriken within its sheath, seamlessly switching to the power of Kyoka Suigetsu. He gripped the hilt tightly, relieved that his Zanpakutō's release caused no visible disturbance. It worked. The battlefield remained unchanged, and Masatsuki felt a rush of excitement. The Gotei 13 Shinigami and rebels turned to look at Aizen in confusion, then glanced warily at their own comrades. And in that instant, cold sweat drenched their backs. The comrades they had trusted just moments ago, when had they become enemies aiming to take their lives? A Zanpakutō with spatial abilities. The thought surfaced in their minds. But instincts honed by years of battle left no room for hesitation. In the chaos, swords were raised, Shinigami struck down those standing closest, treating them as foes. Screams erupted once more. The streets were soon drenched in blood, flesh torn apart, only to dissolve into reishi and vanish. As the battle raged on, Masatsuki made a startling discovery. 2 lieutenant-level Shinigami were hidden among the rebels. Aizen, meanwhile, walked through the carnage at a leisurely pace, occasionally flicking his blade, cutting down any Shinigami who dared stand in his way. His movements were precise, deliberate. Ordinary soldiers no longer interested him. His true targets were seated officers and lieutenants. In less than 10 minutes, the battlefield was littered with corpses. The bodies of weaker Shinigami disintegrated into reishi, leaving no trace behind. Only the strong are worthy of leaving a corpse in Soul Society. Watching the endless cycle of enemies falling and new ones rising to take their place, the seated officers and lieutenants on both sides were nearing their breaking point. Masatsuki, perched on the rooftop, stared in stunned silence. Aizen moved with effortless grace, walking through the blood-soaked streets, harvesting Shinigami one by one. Their anguished screams rang out as their Ryuryoku was drained away, their strength vanishing in an instant. Even those who had seemed powerful, lieutenant-class Shinigami, were unable to react before Aizen cut them down like insects. Masatsuki swallowed hard. Imagining Aizen's power was one thing. Seeing it firsthand was something else entirely. The sheer difference in strength was overwhelming. Those 2 lieutenants had possessed Ryatsu levels far above his own, yet they had been slaughtered in an instant. Soon, the battlefield fell silent. Only one figure remained standing. Shing. Without a word, Aizen flicked his Zanpakutō, shaking off the blood before smoothly sheathing it. His gaze swept the surroundings before he vanished in a flash. Masatsuki remained completely still, lying on the rooftop, not daring to move until nearly 15 minutes had passed. Finally, he slid down and slipped into a narrow alley. A pressing sense of urgency gripped his heart. The battle had confirmed something for him. Ordinary Shinigami were no longer useful as test subjects. Aizen now only targeted seated officers and lieutenants. This could mean one of two things. First, Aizen's experiment had advanced, requiring higher quality subjects to continue. Second, and perhaps even worse, his experiment had stalled. If the latter were true, then he was desperately seeking new materials to further the development of the Hogyoku. Masatsuki leaned against the wall, exhaling slowly. He believed the second theory was more likely. Aizen hadn't acquired Matsumoto Ranjiku's soul. He was unaware of the existence of the Soul King's fragment. Which meant the Hogyoku was still incomplete. And Aizen was now frantically searching for a way to satisfy it. Masatsuki clenched his fists. Matsumoto Ranjiku's face surfaced in his mind, and for the first time in a long while, an unfamiliar feeling surged through him, urgency. Despite all his efforts to harden his heart, to remind himself that this world was cruel, some emotions refused to be silenced. Cautiously, he crept toward the edge of the alley, peering out to confirm the battlefield was truly empty. Only then did he rise, dusting off his cloak. In the next instant, his figure blurred, vanishing into the night with a single step of Shunpa. 40 chapters ahead. P at Tree.com/Pinksnake. Chapter 25, Hakuda Training. Back at Shin'o Academy, Masatsuki Aozaki breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Ranjika Matsumoto attending class without issue. Aozaki-san, skipping class is not a good habit. A brand new ruler lightly tapped Masatsuki on the head. Kuchiki-sensei. Masatsuki slowly turned his head, awkwardly asking, "What brings you here? Did you forget? This is my history class." "Now hurry inside, the lesson is still ongoing," Sojin Kuchiki said, sounding exasperated but not truly reprimanding him. Seeing that Sojin had no intention of punishing him, Masatsuki entered the classroom and slumped into his seat, quickly returning to his usual lazy demeanor. Jin Ichimaru sat nearby, completely absorbed in his thin history textbook. Ranjiku, on the other hand, multitasked, sometimes glancing at Masatsuki, sometimes at her book, and sometimes at Sojin Kuchiki. Yashiro Shihoin remained as absent-minded as ever, which made Masatsuki, his supposed brother-in-law, somewhat concerned for him. As for Tsuna Yashiro, who loved forming cliques in class, well, his seat was there, but he was nowhere to be seen. Rumor had it that the second division had taken him in for questioning. Whether he'd return in one piece was anyone's guess. Among the people Masatsuki knew, the one who had changed the most was Sojin Kuchiki. Normally diligent and responsible, always carrying a gentle smile, today Sojin seemed distracted. He would occasionally space out, then furrow his brows as if something troubling was on his mind. Masatsuki shook his head. The feuds among nobles were far too complicated and dangerous. That kind of trouble was beyond the reach of a commoner like him. Best to stay out of it. If he were strong enough, things might be different, but right now, there was no way for him to get involved. If even Sojin Kuchiki was struggling, what could he, a lieutenant-level Shinigami with only 5th-class Ryatsu, possibly do? Over the next few days, Masatsuki dedicated himself to practicing sword pressure while also learning Shunpa and Ryatsu concealment techniques from Yoruichi Shihoin. With the battle over, Shin'o Academy settled into a brief period of peace. Whenever Masatsuki snuck out, he no longer ran into large-scale conflicts. Strangely, Kisuke Urahara hadn't shown up at the training grounds all week. Whatever he was busy with, no one seemed to know. On the weekend, Masatsuki made his usual visit to the 1st Division barracks. Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto stood with his back to the entrance, leaning on his cane, exuding an air of deep mystery. Such a high-level display of coolness. Masatsuki sighed. The old man was always kind to him, but he had never taught him how to act cool. Everyone knew that in the world of Shinigami, fashion sense was directly proportional to strength. "How is your sword pressure training coming along?" Hearing the approaching footsteps and the steady tapping of the cane against the floor, Yamamoto finally spoke. "I've already mastered it. With the captain commander personally overseeing me, how could I afford to slack off?" Masatsuki quietly moved closer. As expected, he caught the brief flicker of amusement in the old man's expression before it quickly disappeared. Yamamoto glanced at him. "Show me." Yamamoto snorted and slowly turned around. Masatsuki didn't hesitate. He drew Bansho Senrin and, with a swift motion, slashed through the air. A blue wave of sword pressure tore through the space between them, rushing toward Yamamoto. The old man looked at the incoming attack with mild surprise. Then, with a single finger, he tapped the tip of the spiritual pressure blade. Crackle. The powerful slash, capable of cleaving through boulders, met Yamamoto's fingertip, and stopped dead in its tracks. Not only did it fail to push forward, but it didn't even leave a single mark. Yamamoto extended another finger. With a light press between his index finger and thumb, cracks began to spread across the sword pressure from the point of contact. Crack. The sword pressure shattered without making a sound, dispersing into reishi and vanishing without leaving a trace. Yamamoto observed Masatsuki Aozaki, who was gripping his Zanpakutō. After a brief silence, he said slowly, "Not bad. I didn't expect you to reach this level in just a week." Masatsuki grinned. "That's thanks to the Captain Commander's excellent teaching. Sit down. Have some tea." Yamamoto walked over to the tea table, nodding slightly as he gestured for Masatsuki to take a seat. Masatsuki plopped down but immediately furrowed his brows. Something felt off. Aside from their first meeting, when had the old man ever been this nice to him? And now he was even offering tea. Something was definitely up. Could it be, my dealings with Aizen have been exposed? No, that shouldn't be possible. Aizen is meticulous, even if I made a mistake, he wouldn't. Then what else could it be? What else have I done? Did one of those noble ladies come looking for me? Masatsuki's hand froze mid-sip, his gaze shifting toward Yamamoto. Time seemed to slow as he debated whether to come clean or wait for Yamamoto to make the first move. Seeing Masatsuki sitting so obediently, Yamamoto chuckled. "So, you've got the guts to do something this big, but not the courage to admit it. You even dared to get involved with the Shihoin clan's eldest daughter." He fixed his gaze on Masatsuki and said, "Tell me, when did it start?" Masatsuki finally caught on. 3 years ago. That was my first time." Yamamoto raised an eyebrow. He had assumed it had only started this week, he hadn't expected it to go back that far. "Do you realize the consequences of this?" Masatsuki's expression changed in an instant. He clutched his chest dramatically, looking as if he might cry. "They said they'd take care of everything. That I didn't have to worry. Sensei, this isn't my fault, you have to stand up for me." "They? Who else knows about this?" Masatsuki sniffled, shook his head pitifully, and remained silent. After a long pause, Yamamoto sighed. "Forget it. No matter what you did, this must never be spoken of, especially not to the Shihoin clan." Masatsuki blinked. The Shihoin clan? What do they have to do with this? Sure, he'd done a lot of things, but he hadn't even started messing with the 4 great noble clans. "You do have some conscience, at least, you're even trying to cover for Yoruichi Shihoin." "Yoruichi? Ah, oh. I see. Right, yeah, it was her," Masatsuki blurted, finally realizing the misunderstanding. He quickly waved his hands in denial. "Sensei, we're just normal friends. There's nothing going on between us." "Shut up," Yamamoto snapped. "Whether there's something or not isn't up to you to decide." His sharp gaze locked onto Masatsuki, but after a moment, he seemed to calm down. His eyes flickered with thought, as if weighing his next words carefully. "This matter must not spread. Leave the rest to me." A long silence followed before Yamamoto spoke again. "Your sword pressure training is impressive, but it's still not enough. You need to keep practicing. Today's lesson will be Hakuda. I will teach you the combat techniques I developed." Masatsuki's eyes lit up. "Wait, do you mean Ikatsu and Sakatsu?" He was always interested in hand-to-hand combat techniques. Yamamoto's mastery of Hakuda was fully demonstrated in Bleach. With a single punch, he shattered Wonder Weiss Margiela's abdomen, and with 2 more, he obliterated his entire body except for his head. And Wonder Weiss wasn't just any opponent, his Ryatsu was on par with the Espada. Even Kensei Maguruma, using his Bankai, couldn't accomplish such a feat, but Yamamoto did it with his bare hands. "Today, we start with the fundamentals," Yamamoto said flatly. "With your current level of Hakuda, it's far too early to learn Ikatsu and Sakatsu. Hand-to-hand combat is a discipline of continuous refinement. You must build your foundation step by step. Only by staying grounded can you truly go far. If you chase strength recklessly and fixate only on powerful techniques, you'll be like a castle in the sky, impressive in form but empty inside. In the end, you'll only lead yourself astray." 40 chapters ahead. p@tree.com/pinksnake. Chapter 26, What do you want to do? Seeing that Yamamoto was about to start another lecture, Masatsuki Aozaki quickly raised his hand to stop him. Training was fine, but listening to long-winded speeches. "No thanks. Captain Commander, you've said all this so many times that my ears are getting calluses. Let's just start training already. You insolent brat, daring to interrupt your elders." Yamamoto's irritation flared. This kid was just like Shunsui Kairaku, and that alone was enough to make his blood pressure rise. Fortunately, he had plenty of experience dealing with disobedient students. Raising a fist, he gave Masatsuki a firm knock on the head. Instantly, the boy straightened up, much more obedient. Seeing Masatsuki lower his head and rub the sore spot, Yamamoto nodded in satisfaction. After all, his teaching methods had been perfected through years of dealing with Shunsui Kairaku. A single punch, just painful enough to be effective, yet harmless to the body, ensured that discipline was maintained without disrupting training. With that settled, Yamamoto patiently imparted his knowledge of Hakuda to Masatsuki, explaining each concept in detail. Masatsuki, in turn, switched into serious training mode, absorbing every word. So, if I master all these basics, does that mean I can learn Ikatsu and Sakatsu? Yamamoto responded, it's not that simple. Ikatsu and Sakatsu are my exclusive techniques, not something I teach lightly. To this day, I have only passed them down to my disciple, Shunsui Kairaku, captain of the 8th Division. As he spoke, Yamamoto couldn't help but sigh, his thoughts drifting to another of his disciples. He cared for them both, but there was no denying that Jushiro Yukate's weak constitution made him unsuitable for this technique. What? Then if you don't take me as a disciple, I'll never get to learn it. Masatsuki asked, his disappointment evident. To him, this was the pinnacle of Hakuda, he genuinely wanted to master it. Yamamoto frowned slightly. There was no doubt that Masatsuki was a genius. Among the 4 fundamental disciplines of Zankinsoki, his talent in Zanjutsu stood out the most. He could pick up any sword technique with a single glance and quickly master it, something even Retsu Unohana had praised. That didn't mean his other abilities were lacking. On the contrary, he excelled in all areas. However, the remaining 3 disciplines required time, Ryuryoku, and Ryatsu to fully develop, so his growth in those aspects wasn't as immediately apparent. Only someone as accomplished as Yamamoto, who was a master of all disciplines, could see the terrifying potential Masatsuki truly possessed. It was enough to make even him reconsider. If the boy's character proved solid, taking him as a disciple might not be a bad idea after all. With that thought, Yamamoto nodded and said, if you can master these foundational techniques, then I won't rule out the possibility of taking on another disciple and teaching you Ikatsu and Sakatsu. But if you don't intend to train seriously, then I won't waste my time. He deliberately pushed the boy to keep striving forward, he wouldn't allow him to become complacent. He was still young, the perfect age to refine his skills. The last thing Yamamoto wanted was another Shunsui Kairaku on his hands. If he ended up raising another lazy troublemaker, he'd have to question not just his own teaching methods, but whether founding the Genryu School and Genji School had been a mistake to begin with. Masatsuki Aozaki agreed without hesitation. Captain Commander, that's a deal, you can't go back on your word. But I'm still a little worried. How about this? Swear on one arm. The instant Masatsuki changed his expression, Yamamoto had the sudden urge to kick him. And he fully intended to do so. Get out. On it. Noticing the slight movement of Yamamoto's right foot, Masatsuki reacted instantly, bolting out of the dojo without a second's pause. Hey, if it isn't my dear Aozaki. Hearing the voice, both Masatsuki and Yamamoto turned toward the entrance. There, a lively girl with dark skin and violet hair strolled in with a playful grin. Before Masatsuki could react, she threw an arm around him, pulling his head under her armpit in a seemingly affectionate gesture. Masatsuki let out a wry chuckle, caught between amusement and discomfort. While his face was resting against something undeniably soft, the height difference made the position anything but comfortable. Yoruichi burst out laughing. It's been so long. Did you miss me? We saw each other just yesterday. Feeling the pressure around his neck tighten, Masatsuki muttered, I missed you. Yoruichi Shihoin. Yamamoto narrowed his eyes at the grinning girl before shifting his gaze back to Masatsuki. So this is your so-called, ordinary friend. Do you even know how to tell the truth? Behind Yoruichi, a few Onmitsukido members stood guard. Yamamoto's voice turned stern. Masatsuki Aozaki, head back for now. We have important matters to discuss. Yoruichi released Masatsuki and patted his shoulder with a smirk, then leaned in to whisper in his ear. I've got business with the old man. You go on ahead, I'll meet you at our usual spot tonight. Masatsuki's eyes lit up. If Yamamoto was the strongest Hakuda user in the Soul Society, then Yoruichi was undoubtedly second. What better sparring partner could he ask for? I'll go wait for you, then. A vein twitched on Yamamoto's forehead. Question mark. Masatsuki Aozaki, what exactly are you planning? After leaving the 1st Division barracks, Masatsuki didn't return to the Shino Academy. Instead, he made his way straight to the secret training ground beneath Sokayaku Hill. Descending underground, he scanned the vast, seemingly endless training area, making sure he was alone. Once certain, he located Kasuke Urahara's supply cache, helped himself to a hearty meal, and restored his energy. It wasn't until nightfall that Yoruchi arrived. The moment she stepped into the underground training ground, she spotted Masatsuki, shirtless, fists bare, relentlessly pounding away at a Kido-reinforced wooden training dummy. Still not enough. Masatsuki glanced down at his bloodied knuckles before casting the healing Kaido technique he had recently learned from Retsu Unohana. Yoruchi let out a chuckle. Is that so? From where I'm standing, you're starting to look more and more like the Captain Commander. Especially that bad habit of training shirtless, definitely picked that up from him. Masatsuki wiped the sweat from his face and shot her a teasing grin. Oh. And how exactly do you know the Captain Commander likes to train shirtless? Yoruchi stuck out her tongue and scratched her cheek. Back when I was learning Hakuda, I snuck into the 1st Division's barracks to steal a few moves. So, what do you think? Who's stronger, you or the Captain Commander? Yoruchi rolled her eyes. What kind of dumb question is that? Obviously, the Captain Commander. Did she look like someone who could survive a punch from Yamamoto? Masatsuki gave an awkward laugh, glancing at the slightly pouty Yoruchi. For some reason, her expression made him feel odd. My bad, I didn't phrase that right. What I meant was, disregarding Ryatsu, just based on technique alone, how does your Shunko compare to the Captain Commander's Ikatsu and Sakatsu? Yoruchi thought for a moment before shaking her head. That, I really don't know. I've seen the Captain Commander use them, but I've never practiced them myself or experienced them firsthand. Hard to judge. I see. In that case, I'll let you experience it firsthand someday. Then you can decide for yourself. Masatsuki said with a hint of regret. Yoruchi Shihoin. 40 chapters ahead. P at Triancom/Pinksnake. Chapter 27, I don't know. Masatsuki Aozaki poured Yoruchi Shihoin a cup of tea before taking a seat across from her and explaining the Hakuda techniques he had learned from Yamamoto. At first, Yoruchi remained calm, sipping her tea as she listened. But before long, her eyes widened in surprise. She nodded occasionally, looking like an eager student absorbing every word. I see. So the moves I secretly learned before were just the form, not the essence. Captain Commander Yamamoto's power generation techniques are truly incredible. With this method, Ryatsu and the spirit body synchronize perfectly, allowing for an explosive burst of force. Using this training as a foundation, Hakuda may look no different from ordinary techniques, but the hidden power within it might even surpass most Kido. In terms of sheer explosive force, my Shunko is actually a little inferior. Hearing Yoruchi analyze it so thoroughly, Masatsuki's attention was immediately drawn in. Could this be the kind of genius capable of creating new combat techniques? She had already grasped the full potential of Yamamoto's Hakuda principles so quickly. Yoruchi tilted her head, resting her cheek against her palm, and smiled playfully. And you're just going to share such an important secret technique with me, just like that? Masatsuki scoffed. The old man only said Ikatsu and Sakatsu were off limits, not the rest. Besides, didn't you say you'd teach me Shunko? Is that something you can just pass on? If it is, I'll teach it to the old man, and we'll all win. I wouldn't trust just anyone with it, but if it's the Captain Commander, I wouldn't mind, Yoruchi said, blinking innocently. The only problem is, I doubt he'd even care about my techniques. Masatsuki had been watching her closely and noticed that she said this so casually, without a trace of hesitation. His mind raced. Now this was interesting. What would happen if Shunko was combined with Sakatsu? Yoruchi was still smiling. Masatsuki, how much of this Hakuda technique have you mastered? Shouldn't it be your turn to teach me now? Masatsuki had only learned it today, giving pointers to a Hakuda master like her wasn't exactly an easy task. Scratching his head, he suddenly glanced at Yoruchi and smirked. I've got most of it down. The rest is just a matter of practice. Yoruchi rolled her eyes. If he wanted a sparring partner, he should just say so. Did he really think she didn't know what kind of person he was? Seeing through him instantly, Yoruchi smirked. No matter the technique, proficiency is key. If you're not skilled enough yourself, you'll only make mistakes when teaching others. In that case, I'll spar with you. Masatsuki grinned and cupped his hands. Then I'll have to thank you, Princess Yoruchi. Yoruchi, known as the Princess of the Shihoin clan, was technically a noble, so the title wasn't inaccurate. She paused for a moment before her smile grew even wider. Seeing the slight blush on her face, Masatsuki suddenly chuckled. You're pretty cute. Before he could finish, Yoruchi slammed her teacup onto the table. Shut up and drink your tea. When you're done, we're sparring. After finishing their tea, the two headed to the Hakuda dojo, changed into training gear, and began practicing Yamamoto's techniques. At first, Yoruchi struggled slightly, she couldn't quite time her Ryatsu release correctly. But with Masatsuki's guidance, she quickly got the hang of it. Ha! With a serious expression, Yoruchi suddenly struck, and the air around them shifted. A streak of blue light shot forward like a falling star, cutting through space in an instant. Masatsuki wasn't about to back down. Releasing his Ryatsu, he threw a punch straight into the incoming attack. A deafening explosion rocked the dojo as both of them were blasted backward. Twisting midair, they landed smoothly on the ground. Despite the overwhelming force of her strike, Masatsuki had managed to block it. Yoruichi swallowed hard, now fully understanding why he was called a genius. After a long silence, she finally exhaled and said, "Not bad, but your Ryatsu control is lacking. You're wasting way too much energy." Masatsuki nodded, recalling how Yamamoto executed Hakuda. On the surface, the old man's strikes looked plain, there was no visible Ryatsu, nothing flashy. Unlike himself, who was practically glowing. Yoruichi let out a chuckle. "That's enough for today. It's getting late, go rest up. You've got classes tomorrow." The two of them sat back down at the tea table. Yoruichi's gaze lingered on Masatsuki. He glanced down at himself, puzzled. What was she looking at? It's not like he was injured or anything. Yoruichi suddenly spoke. "Aren't you curious about what I talked to the Captain Commander about today? You said it was important, so obviously it's not my place to ask. But if you want to tell me, I'm all ears." Masatsuki Aozaki shrugged. Yoruichi pouted. "I never thought you'd care so little about me. I must have misjudged you." Masatsuki replied flatly, "If you want to talk, then talk. If not, I'm going to bed." "No, wait." Yoruichi grabbed his arm and locked eyes with him for a moment before finally sighing in defeat. "It's about me succeeding as the captain of the 2nd Division. What do you think? Soon enough, you'll have to call me Captain Yoruichi." Masatsuki's face remained blank. "Oh." Yoruichi squinted at him, puffing out her cheeks. "You're not even a little surprised. Wasn't it just a matter of time? What's there to be surprised about?" Masatsuki pinched her cheek. Yoruichi made no effort to resist. Then, all of a sudden, she said, "Masatsuki Aozaki." Masatsuki raised an eyebrow. What does Captain Yoruichi need from me?" Looking straight into his eyes, Yoruichi asked, "You've already outgrown the Shino Academy, haven't you? How long are you planning to stay cooped up in that place?" Masatsuki was caught off guard. He had never expected Yoruichi to bring this up. Stunned, he replied, "I don't know." Originally, he had planned to follow the standard 6-year curriculum and graduate as usual. But after what he had witnessed Aizen doing last time, he started having second thoughts. Now, he was conflicted. Yoruichi seemed to pick up on his hesitation. She fell silent for a moment, contemplating her words before finally speaking. "Your future is something only you can decide. Don't let unnecessary worries hold you back. At most, you have 5 years left at Shino Academy. 5 years isn't that long, and the 2 ND division stores will always be open for you." Masatsuki couldn't help but smile, nudging closer to Yoruichi. "Oh. Our princess sure is subtle. If you want me, you don't have to use the 2nd Division as an excuse." Yoruichi smirked and pressed a hand against his face, pushing him away. "Just go to sleep, you brat. 40 chapters ahead. P at Triancom/Pinksnake. Chapter 28, Ikatsu. In the time that followed, aside from necessary training and lessons, Masatsuki dedicated most of his energy to practicing the Hakuda techniques Yamamoto had taught him. Shinigami primarily relied on their Zanpakutō in battle, but they couldn't afford to depend on them entirely. After all, Masatsuki Aozaki wasn't just someone who had crossed into this world, his instructor at Shino Academy was Sojin Kachiki, whose brother-in-law was Koga Kachiki. He would never overlook the existence of beings like Muramasa, a Zanpakutō that could sever the bond between a Shinigami and their sword. Beyond that, during the 1,000-year Blood War, the Quincy of the Wandenreich would use their medallions to steal Bankai from the Shinigami. If, by then, he hadn't acquired the power of the Hogyoku or attained holification, he would undoubtedly be in extreme danger. This was where the importance of alternative combat techniques became evident, and Hakuda was one of them. Hakuda was an arduous skill to refine. Its true power could only be unleashed by those with exceptional spiritual body conditioning. And improving one's spiritual body wasn't something that could be achieved overnight, it required relentless training. Masatsuki had spent nearly half a year on it, and only now was he beginning to grasp its deeper principles. In between his own training, he often sparred with Yoruichi Shihoin. After becoming captain, Yoruichi had recommended Kasuke Urahara for the 12th Division. Masatsuki had initially planned to use this as an opportunity to subtly inquire about Urahara's research progress. But after meeting more than a dozen times over the past months, one thing was certain, Urahara's Hogyoku experiment had yet to begin. Masatsuki wasn't too concerned. If he couldn't obtain the Hogyoku just yet, building a good relationship with Urahara was still beneficial. And so, time continued to pass. Rainy days are such a hassle. Yoruichi strolled through the mountainous outskirts of Rakangai, holding a white umbrella as she glanced around. She was always full of energy. Rather than walking through the rain, she much preferred those sunny days when she could chase after a certain someone with shumenpa. I actually like light rain, Masatsuki remarked, tilting his head up. Of course, only when it's light. As long as the ground isn't filthy, the scent of damp earth is rather pleasant. He smiled as he looked at Yoruchi's white haori. Under her gaze, he took a deep breath, clenched his right fist, and drew it back to his waist before suddenly thrusting it forward. His movement wasn't particularly fast, but Yoruchi instantly felt as though she was staring down a wild beast. She kept her eyes locked on him. Dodging his punch would be easy, but she was more interested in seeing just how much force it carried. Boom. The waterfall in front of Masatsuki exploded, scattering apart under the rain. The impact sent rocks crumbling from the cliffside, leaving a massive crater in its wake. Shattered debris splashed into the pool below. It took a while for the waterfall's flow to return to normal. Yoruchi's eyes widened at the sheer force behind his strike. On the surface, Masatsuki's punch looked simple, like something any trained Hakuta practitioner could replicate. But the sheer power behind it. It far exceeded what someone of his Ryatsu level should be capable of. She had caught the key moment, when his fist met the waterfall, a terrifying burst of Ryatsu erupted. By layering the strength of his spiritual body with his Ryatsu, he had channeled the force through the flowing water, shattering the rock face. Masatsuki stood calmly beneath the waterfall, looking down at his hand. Ikatsu. He had tested this move a few times before Yoruchi arrived. The broken trees scattered around were all proof of that. After nearly half a year of refining Yamamoto's Hakuta fundamentals, he had finally unlocked this technique just the night before. Yoruchi snapped out of her daze and hurried over. Masatsuki, are you all right? She hadn't forgotten, Yamamoto had yet to officially take him as a disciple. And yet, this guy had managed to comprehend Ikatsu purely through his own training and instincts. That was terrifying. I feel pretty good. Masatsuki Aozaki shook his wrist and smiled. Why are you here? Obviously, I'm here to remind you to get to class. If you're late again today, the captain commander will definitely make you pay for it, Yoruchi said casually. Class again. Masatsuki sighed, then smirked. I really envy a certain captain who can dump all her duties on her lieutenant and run off to play. Yoruchi's expression stiffened slightly before she huffed. I only left Marino-shin in charge so I could come pick you up, all right? Oh. Is that so? Masatsuki couldn't be bothered to argue. After spending so much time with her, if there was one thing he knew for certain, it was that Yoruchi hated dealing with paperwork. If she ever voluntarily sat down to handle squad affairs, now that would be strange. She wasn't the type to enjoy management, and despite being captain for 4 or 5 months, it was questionable whether she had even spent 2 of those months inside the 2nd Division barracks. As Masatsuki thought back on their time together, he couldn't help but wonder if she even considered herself the 2 ND Division's captain. Honestly, the Shihoin clan's decline might have had something to do with her. Yoruchi tossed a set of clothes his way with a teasing grin. You shameless rogue, don't tell me you're planning to walk back to Seireitei like that. Hurry up and change. Masatsuki glanced down. His pants were completely soaked, and what should be hidden was already more or less visible. You could at least turn around. Yoruchi huffed, the corners of her lips curving upward. I've seen everything already, now you're getting shy. Masatsuki replied flatly, that was an accident. And don't forget whose fault it was. The accident he referred to happened 2 months ago when Yoruchi had personally demonstrated Shunko to him. During their sparring session, the lightning-based Ryatsu from her technique had accidentally torn his clothes to shreds. With no other choice, Masatsuki had ended up showing her his flawless physique. Though, if he was being honest, he suspected it wasn't an accident at all. More likely, it was one of Yoruchi's pranks, done on purpose just to mess with him. So, refusing to give her the satisfaction of seeing him embarrassed, he had boldly refused to cover up. Since no one else was around, he had simply let her look. And aside from calling him a shameless pervert and peeking through the gaps in her fingers, she hadn't done anything else. Normally, something like that would have earned him a solid beating, but strangely enough, he had been spared. Which only made Masatsuki more convinced that his suspicions were correct. Under Yoruchi's feigned indifference, Masatsuki changed into dry clothes. Then, the two of them headed toward Seireitei together. You look cute when you blush, Masatsuki suddenly leaned in close and teased. I don't need you to tell me that. I'm always cute, Yoruchi shot back stubbornly before quickly asking, what are you up to? Nothing at all. I was just stating a fact, Masatsuki said, unconcerned. She always teased him, so of course, he had to return the favor when given the chance. Besides, it wasn't a lie. She really was cute. Her smooth brown skin, sharp yet delicate features, and well-proportioned figure were undeniably attractive. And with that faint blush on her cheeks, she had a charm that was even harder to ignore. Yoruchi stiffened slightly before nudging him with her elbow, a hint of shyness in her expression. If anyone else had seen this, they would have been dumbfounded. Who would have thought that the carefree, mischievous princess of the Shihoin clan could actually get embarrassed? 40 chapters ahead. P at Triancom/Pink Snake. Chapter 29, Senpai. Masatsuki Aozaki and Yoruchi Shihoin entered Seireitei through the eastern Shoryumen gate. The moment they stepped inside, Masatsuki noticed several people casting surprised glances their way. Wasn't that the princess of the Shihoin clan? The newly appointed captain of the 2nd Division. Normally, she was known for her mischief, yet today, she was strolling quietly beside a handsome man. The most striking part. They appeared to be the same age and seemed rather close. Upon entering the 1st Division barracks, the squad members barely reacted. They had long since grown accustomed to this sight. Before Yoruchi had become both the head of the Shihoin clan and the 2 ND Division's captain, some of them had even covered for the 2. But now, there was no need. The Shihoin clan wasn't like the Tsuneyashiro clan. The Tsuneyashiro operated under a council of elders, riddled with factions and internal power struggles. The Shihoin, on the other hand, were ruled solely by their head. If Yoruchi wanted something, not even the elders could stop her. If she wanted to openly flirt in broad daylight, no one would bat an eye. If she wanted to marry Masatsuki and bring him home, no one could say a word. The senior squad members watching them walk by felt a mix of emotions. Seeing the younger generation flourish, avoiding the detours they themselves had taken over centuries, filled them with both relief and just a tinge of envy. Following the familiar stone path, Masatsuki and Yoruchi made their way to the 1st Division dojo. As soon as they arrived, Masatsuki noticed something. Someone had beaten them there. 3 pairs of straw sandals sat neatly on the wooden floor outside the dojo entrance. After nearly a year of training under Yamamoto, he was quite sure of one thing: the old man wasn't some mutated alien with 3 legs. From inside, muffled voices could be heard, their tone suggesting a rather pleasant conversation. "Looks like we picked the wrong time," Masatsuki muttered, stopping by the dojo's paper doors with Yoruchi beside him. A little ways off, 2 Seireitei members, their wide-brimmed straw hats casting shadows over their eyes, remained motionless, their sharp gazes fixed on the corridor. More and more squad members gathered nearby, drawn by curiosity, yet the Seireitei guards paid them no mind. Some squad members pressed close together, practically glued to their team leader, all eyes locked on the 2 figures sitting side by side. The position was uncomfortable, but no one dared move, they were too busy absorbing the sight in front of them. Internally, the squad members were reeling. So, the captain can actually be this quiet. Our young lady has finally grown up. Wait, hold on, Captain Yoruchi actually likes men. All eyes turned to the female squad member who had blurted that last part. Flustered, she scratched her head sheepishly. The 2 figures sitting together were undeniably striking. The man had a dangerously handsome face, lips curled into a smirk with an unmistakable hint of mischief. The woman, beautiful with soft, expressive eyes, had tucked her short hair neatly behind her ears, giving her an unexpectedly sweet and approachable air. For the squad members, it was almost unbelievable. Their captain, the bold, carefree, larger-than-life Yoruchi, was sitting there looking delicate. Girlish, even. How was this possible? Want to go for a walk? Yoruchi suddenly suggested, glancing toward the courtyard. If we stick around and overhear something we shouldn't, that'd be trouble. Good idea, Masatsuki agreed. That old man never bothers setting a schedule anyway. That wasn't my fault, Yoruchi Shihoin said with a habitual shrug. That was the time they set. Masatsuki Aozaki nodded slightly. I never blamed you. The lesson was over anyway, and you showed up at just the right time. There was no avoiding it. Even though it was a simple matter, it involved the succession of both the 2nd Division captaincy and the position of Commander-in-Chief of the Zanpakutō, Yoruchi said, shrugging again. There was no way around the captain-commander, we had to discuss it with him. I'm just wondering why you've changed so much, Masatsuki mused, studying her face. Captain and Commander-in-Chief don't exactly seem like jobs that suit you. You look exhausted. Maybe you're right, Yoruchi glanced at him, then smirked faintly. But it's my responsibility. She wouldn't deny it, her clan had given her a carefree, privileged life for years. Now, it was simply time to repay that debt. Are you and Yashiro twins? Masatsuki asked after a moment. That kid looked just like her, but the more time he spent with the 2 of them, the more he noticed Yoruchi's unique charm. Of course not. We're decades apart. If we were twins, he wouldn't be such a clueless brat, he's nothing like me. Yoruchi spoke as if it were nothing, but she pursed her lips slightly, as if she didn't appreciate being compared to her younger brother. Did she really seem that clueless? A hint of dissatisfaction flickered across her face, making her embarrassed expression look even more genuine. The surrounding Seireitei members, who had been quietly watching, suddenly felt awkward. Well, it's not like you two look completely different, Masatsuki remarked. He wasn't sure how she acted around others, but in front of him, she was occasionally pretty silly. Just as the two were about to get up for a walk, Yamamoto's voice rang out from inside the dojo. Are you two done chatting out there? If so, get in here already. Looks like our walk will have to wait. I'm heading in. Masatsuki scratched his head and gave Yoruichi an apologetic smile. Go on. Yoruichi nodded, then paused for a moment before setting her paper umbrella aside and silently watching the rain fall. As soon as Masatsuki stepped into the dojo, he saw Yamamoto seated with two younger men, sipping tea as if they were having a casual tea gathering. One of them had a roguish glint in his eyes, long brown hair tied into a ponytail with two ornate hairpins, a pink haori embroidered with floral patterns draped over his shoulders, and a hint of stubble on his chin. The other had a far gentler gaze, white hair pulled into a neat ponytail, strikingly handsome features, and a white haori draped over his shoulders. Judging by their appearance and attire, Masatsuki immediately recognized them. Shunsui Kairaku, captain of the 8th Division. Jushiro Yukitake, captain of the 13th Division. Through the gap in the paper door, Yamamoto caught sight of Yoruichi's silhouette outside and let out a displeased snort. So, you're the so-called genius student the old man won't stop talking about. Shunsui Kairaku set down his teacup and turned to Masatsuki with a grin. I'm Shunsui Kairaku. I guess that makes me your senpai. Yamamoto shot him a glance, about to say something. But before he could, Masatsuki spoke without hesitation. Kairaku-senpai, it's an honor. I'm Masatsuki Aozaki, your junior. Pleased to meet you. Jushiro Yukitake blinked in surprise. For a moment, he saw a familiar shadow in this young man, one that stirred unpleasant memories. Was this really the type of student their teacher preferred? Meanwhile, Shuensue's interest was piqued. The moment he had heard Yamamoto had taken a personal interest in a student, he had been curious to see what kind of talent had managed to catch the old man's eye. Unfortunately, with all the recent turmoil caused by the rebel factions, he hadn't found the time to drop by. Today's meeting, however, was turning out to be quite the surprise. Yamamoto hadn't even officially taken Masatsuki as his disciple yet, and here he was, boldly calling Shunsui senpai right in front of him, without a hint of hesitation. And that talent of his. It really was something else. From what he had heard, Masatsuki had only reached 5th rank Ryatsu half a year ago. But judging by what he was sensing now, it wouldn't be long before he ascended to the next level. 40 chapters ahead. P at Triancom/Pinksnake. Chapter 30, Discipleship. Hello, Aozaki-kun. I'm Jushiro Yukitake, also a disciple of Master Yamamoto. Nice to meet you. Yukitake greeted him with a warm smile. Masatsuki Aozaki returned the smile. Yukitake-senpai, it's a pleasure. I look forward to your guidance. Hearing the word senpai, Yukitake felt an unexpected sense of joy. His smile widened, his face even gaining a bit of color, and he was about to nod in acknowledgement when Yamamoto suddenly stood up, his expression turning solemn. Masatsuki Aozaki, today is your entrance assessment. You haven't forgotten, have you? Seeing how serious he was, Masatsuki let out a quiet sigh. Didn't he say last week that I was ready? There's no way he was bluffing just to test me, right? Then why invite these two seniors here today? Just to watch me embarrass myself? No way, he wouldn't be that petty. But then, Masatsuki recalled the sight of Yamamoto roasting sweet potatoes with Ryujin Jaka and suddenly wasn't so sure. Still, no matter how much harder the challenge had become, he was confident he could pass. Captain Commander, Hakuta fundamentals aren't all that interesting. I'd like to show you something different today. What's this brat up to now? Yamamoto's face remained calm, but a subtle, almost kind smile formed. At the same time, a faint but unmistakable pressure of Ryatsu spread from him. He had already made up his mind, if Masatsuki couldn't give a proper explanation, then he would personally let him experience the Akatsu he was so eager to learn. Feeling the weight of Yamamoto's presence, Shunsui Kairaku and Jushiro Yukitake instinctively tensed up. Like a pair of quails, they hunched their shoulders and sipped their tea in silence, pretending to be invisible. This Kohai, junior brother, of theirs, was far too bold. He hadn't even formally entered the school yet, and he was already pushing the old man's patience. Yamamoto narrowed his eyes slightly. Masatsuki Aozaki, I hope you won't disappoint me. Captain Commander, you won't be disappointed. What I'm about to show you will be worth it. As he spoke, Masatsuki shifted into a stance, legs firmly planted, fists clenched tight. The air around him stirred as if responding to his movements. Yamamoto frowned, scrutinizing him closely. The boy looked completely serious, not like he was bluffing. Could it be, he's actually grasped something? Thinking this, he motioned for Masatsuki to come at him. Masatsuki took a deep breath, then stepped forward sharply, launching a punch straight at Yamamoto. Bang. Yamamoto raised his arm to block. The moment fist met forearm, a shockwave rippled through the room, causing Kairaku and Yukate's hair to sway from the force. Wait, that technique, no way. Kairaku and Yukate's eyes widened in disbelief. They knew this move too well. It was Yamamoto's signature Hakuta technique. Feeling the impact against his arm, even Yamamoto's expression flickered with surprise. This kid actually pulled it off. Just from the basic techniques I taught him, he managed to comprehend Ikatsu. For years, he had always believed that Kairaku and Yukate were prodigies, geniuses beyond the reach of ordinary Shinigami. But compared to Masatsuki, those two might as well have been average. In just a few months, without guidance, purely through fundamental training and self-study, he had achieved something that took others years. How long had it taken Kairaku to learn Ikatsu under his direct instruction? 5 years. A full 5 years. At first, Yamamoto was stunned. Then, a surge of joy swelled within him. But finally, he fell into deep thought. Yamamoto sat behind the tea table for a long moment before finally speaking. Masatsuki Aozaki, do you wish to take me as your master and become my disciple? Masatsuki stared at the old man in shock, momentarily at a loss. Didn't they rehearse a whole formal disciple initiation last week? How did it suddenly skip to the final step? Shunsui Kairaku's eyes lit up, and he quickly shot Jushiro Yukate a meaningful glance. Yukate immediately caught on, picking up a cup of tea and stepping toward Masatsuki. Aozaki-kun, time to serve the tea. Oh. Snapping out of his daze, Masatsuki took the teacup, bowed slightly, and respectfully presented it to Yamamoto. Master. Shisho. He addressed him without hesitation, fully accepting the title. Masatsuki was well aware of his own talent, but talent alone didn't equate to strength. A genius who perished early amounted to nothing. By becoming Yamamoto's disciple, he now had solid backing in Soul Society. Few would dare move against him in the future. More importantly, after training under Yamamoto for nearly a year, he had gained a great deal of knowledge and improved rapidly. If anything, he felt that there was no better teacher in all of Soul Society. Yamamoto took the tea, a pleased smile crossing his face as he nodded in satisfaction. Initially, he had taken Masatsuki under his wing to protect him, shielding him from noble interference and assassination attempts. But now, he truly wanted him as a disciple. Masatsuki's raw talent was simply too remarkable to ignore. He was like an unpolished gem, once refined, his potential would be limitless. After nearly a year of observation, Yamamoto was certain that his temperament had no major flaws. So today, formally accepting him as a disciple was the natural conclusion. He took a sip of tea, then gave a solemn nod, acknowledging Masatsuki's status. With this, Masatsuki Aozaki was now officially Yamamoto's disciple. Masatsuki had originally planned to seize the moment, while the atmosphere was still warm, to ask about learning Sakatsu. But before he could even open his mouth, Yamamoto finished his tea and casually announced that he was giving him the day off. From now on, there was no need to report to the 1st Division barracks at set times. If Masatsuki had any training questions, he could come find him whenever necessary. And then, he promptly kicked all 3 of them out of the dojo. As they walked out, Masatsuki sighed, realizing that the day he could learn Sakatsu seemed nowhere in sight. Why does it feel like being a disciple is worse than being a cram school student? I think I'm starting to regret this. The old man is unreliable in a lot of ways. This is just the beginning, Shunsui Kairaku remarked, staring up at the now clear sky, his laid-back attitude more obvious than ever. Agreed. Masatsuki nodded. After all, this was the same Yamamoto who used Ryujin Jaka for cooking, heating, and roasting sweet potatoes. It wasn't surprising that he had his eccentricities. Yukate sighed, shaking his head helplessly. But after a brief moment of thought, he decided he had to say something to defend their master's reputation. Glancing around to ensure no one else was listening, he lowered his voice. Actually, things are getting complicated for Master Yamamoto. The rebel forces are growing stronger. Recently, several squads sent to fight them have been completely wiped out, no survivors. The Gotei 13 has suffered heavy casualties. This time, aside from witnessing your disciple ceremony, we also came to report the latest developments to him. Master is concerned that the forces behind the rebels may have some hidden trump card, something that could threaten the safety of Soul Society. Hearing this, Masatsuki's expression shifted slightly. The first name that came to his mind wasn't the Tsuneyashiro clan. It was Aizen. During the Gotei 13's operations against the rebels, they had deployed numerous high-ranking seated officers. Many of these officers had Ryatsu on par with lieutenants but remained seated officers due to the limited number of vice-captain positions. Masatsuki had a rough understanding of the rebels' strength. For them to eliminate entire squads without letting a single survivor escape, that should have been nearly impossible. Unless noble families had sent captain-class Shinigami to aid them, but that seemed highly unlikely. No survivors. And when he thought back to what Aizen had done in their last encounter, it was hard not to suspect him. 40 chapters ahead. P at Tree&Com/Pink Snake. Chapter 31, a good plan. Masatsuki Aozaki nodded and shifted his gaze away from Jushiro Yukitake. Looking at Shunsui Kairaku, as if something had just come to mind, he asked directly. Master is busy. Do you have time, Kairaku-senpai? I remember Master mentioning that you also learned Sakatsu. You mean that move? Shunsui Kairaku chuckled but then suddenly straightened up and said with complete seriousness, actually, I don't know it. Masatsuki Aozaki and Jushiro Yukitake froze at the same time. Yukitake thought back carefully, confirming that his memory wasn't mistaken, Kairaku had learned Sakatsu. He turned to look at him in confusion. Shunsui, no need to keep secrets from our junior, is there? I'm not hiding anything, I really don't know it, Kairaku insisted. What do you mean? Yukitake still didn't understand. Kairaku had studied for years and even passed Yamamoto's tests. How could he suddenly claim he didn't know it? Well, to be honest, I never really put much effort into learning it, Kairaku admitted, lazily waving his hand. Basic Hakuto was fine, but Ikatsu and Sakatsu were way too much work. So I just practiced the stances, faked my way through it, and tricked the old men into thinking I'd learned it. You faked it? Masatsuki asked, skeptical. Kairaku instinctively glanced toward the dojo, as if checking whether Yamamoto had come out, before lowering his voice. The Hakuto test back then was completely different from how it is now. Back then, they used props reinforced with Kido. So, I modified them a little in advance, and well. Yukitake stared at him in stunned silence, his expression quickly darkening with frustration. I worked so hard just to try to learn this, and you, because you were too lazy, cheated your way through it. Kairaku, feeling the weight of Yukitake's glare, scratched his head awkwardly before flashing a sheepish grin. Well, I may not have learned it, but I still remember some of the theory. Oh, and I've got a few bottles of excellent sake stored at a bar in the 1st district of West Rakongai. How about this? We drink while we talk. It's close to the academy, so after we're done, our dear junior here can head back and rest. Or we could go to the 8th division instead. I've got plenty of good sake hidden in my room, and Lisa's got some interesting things in her collection that I'm sure you'd enjoy. Our 8th division is way safer than the Shino Academy. If you get tired, you can just crash there, no need to worry about anything. Yukitake immediately waved his hand, firmly rejecting the idea. No way. If you practice Hakuto the wrong way, it'll definitely cause long-term damage to your body. The reason the academy doesn't teach the captain commanders Hakuto techniques is because they're not suited for everyone. Without enough talent, training improperly will cause serious injuries. That's why it was never incorporated into the academy's curriculum. Don't lead our junior astray. Let him go back and rest. He can learn properly from the teacher next time. Kairaku let out a long sigh. Well, if that's the case, then there's nothing I can do. But if Masatsuki ever wants to come to the 8th division, he's welcome anytime. With that, the two bid farewell to Masatsuki Aozaki and walked off down the corridor. In that case, why don't you come to my house? Hearing the voice, Masatsuki Aozaki looked up at the ceiling. A short-haired girl leaped down from above. You've been waiting for me? Masatsuki asked thoughtfully. That's right, Yoruichi Shihoin admitted casually. I didn't have anything better to do, so I wandered around the 1st division while waiting for you to finish class. Masatsuki frowned. Why were you waiting for me? Do you want to spar again? Yoruichi sighed. Do I always have to be looking for you just to spar? This is something that benefits both of us. Seeing her serious expression, Masatsuki felt a slight pang of emotion. Maybe, for once, this wasn't just one of her usual pranks. To be honest, don't you think it's a hassle to rely on medicine and Kaido every time you get injured during training? Yoruichi continued. Masatsuki scratched his head. So, do you have a better idea? He recalled Yoruichi's underground training ground from the original story. If it was the same as he remembered, there should be a recovery hot spring down there. That hot spring was a replica created by Kasuki Urahara, modeled after Tenjiro Kirinji, a Zero Division member, designed to speed up healing. Kirinji Tenshiro, a former Gotei 13 Shinigami, had been promoted to the Royal Guard for his contributions to Kaido and the invention of medical hot springs. His two creations, White Bone Hell and Blood Pond Hell, had distinct functions. The former drained Ryatsu and blood, while the latter replenished them. But despite Kasuke claiming he would build a similar hot spring, it had been half a year, and Masatsuki hadn't seen a single trace of it. This place is too crowded, not the best spot to talk about this, Yoruichi said, enunciating each word carefully. Let's go to the Shihoin estate. That's my turf. We'll find a quiet place where no one will disturb us, and I'll explain everything properly. Masatsuki fell silent. He didn't need to think too hard to know this would be a troublesome matter. If you want to improve your training, the first thing you need to solve is your injury recovery, Yoruchi added enticingly. As they left the First Division grounds, Yoruchi dropped her casual stroll and, without warning, wrapped an arm around Masatsuki's waist. Masatsuki hesitated for a moment but ultimately chose not to resist. In the blink of an eye, the two of them vanished from the barracks, leaving the guards none the wiser. Pressed against her soft embrace, the scent of her hair lingered at his nose. His arm rested against something undeniably plush, and if he lowered his head just a bit, he could brush against her hair. We're here. In what felt like an instant, they arrived at the Shihoin estate. Yoruchi took a deep breath before finally releasing him. This is the Shihoin clan's estate. What do you think? Not bad, huh? As they walked through the grand entrance, a sprawling Japanese-style courtyard stretched endlessly before them. Masatsuki couldn't help but think back to his past life in the world of the living. His family had been both a martial arts household and a minor noble clan, but compared to the sheer extravagance of the Shihoin estate, his upbringing seemed almost humble. Masatsuki sighed dramatically. This is criminal. The hard work of the common people, all squandered by you aristocrats. What's even worse is that I don't have any of this. Yoruchi rolled her eyes and let out a sharp tch. For a brief moment, she had thought Masatsuki resented nobles because he was from Rakangai. But now, as she gave it a second thought, she realized something. Masatsuki might not be a noble, but his lifestyle wasn't all that different from a minor aristocrat's. He was definitely not someone who enjoyed living in hardship. He was always the one telling Yoruchi, you have to learn to enjoy life. Whenever he wasn't training, he indulged in food, drink, and entertainment, never willing to let himself suffer. Watching him shake his head at her estate's grandeur, muttering, the old order has fallen, and the new sky shall rise, Yoruchi's eyebrows twitched as an idea struck her. You want to become a noble, enjoy wealth and luxury, and live a life of excess. I might just have a way for you to do that. Masatsuki's eyes lit up. What way? 40 chapters ahead. p@triancom/pinksnake. Chapter 32, Hot Spring. If you marry into the Shihoin clan, you'll become a noble. Yoruchi Shihoin winked at Masatsuki Aozaki, looking rather excited. Our Shihoin clan isn't just any noble family, we're one of the 4 great noble clans. In Seoul society, our status is second only to the royal family. How does that sound? Tempting, isn't it? Masatsuki mulled it over for a moment and murmured, so I could rise to the top in one step. Exactly. You just have to change your surname. Masatsuki Shihoin, it has a nice ring to it, don't you think? It does sound good. Masatsuki winked back with a grin. I wouldn't mind changing my surname, but I have 2 questions first. Yoruchi eyed him for a few seconds before saying, go ahead. She had only been joking at first, but hearing Masatsuki's response, she found herself wanting to continue the conversation. First, if I marry into the Shihoin clan, does that mean I'm marrying you? That's obvious. For some reason, Yoruchi suddenly felt a little flustered, her words stumbling as she tried to explain. Don't underestimate yourself. You may not be a noble, but you're the disciple of the Captain Commander. Other than me, who else in the Shihoin clan would be qualified to marry the disciple of Captain Commander Yamamoto? That makes sense. Well, that works out, I do like you, after all. Masatsuki thought for a moment before nodding. Yoruchi looked up at the sky, saying nothing. Masatsuki continued, second question, after I marry you, can I still pursue my personal goals and strive for a bright and happy future? You really are persistent, Yoruchi muttered, dumbfounded. She knew exactly what kind of goals he was referring to, not the most respectable ambitions, but now was definitely not the time to bring that up. I'm asking you seriously. Yes or no? Masatsuki pressed. Of course not. How could I ever agree to that? Yoruchi's face turned red as she clenched her fists and shouted, drawing the attention of nearby servants. However, fearing trouble, they quickly averted their gazes. Masatsuki let out a disappointed sigh, shaking his head. Then forget it. My ties to this world are too deep to be severed just yet. Yoruchi. She knew he was just joking, but she still couldn't help rolling her eyes. The two of them walked up to an old, elegant estate. The clamor of the city gradually faded behind them, replaced by an air of quiet solitude. Masatsuki and Yoruchi both remained silent, making the atmosphere even more distant and complex. Yoruchi-sama. The doormen bowed as they approached, breaking the strange mood. Yoruchi glanced at Masatsuki before turning to the guards. Thanks for your hard work. Has anyone come looking for me? Perhaps sensing the unusual tension, one of the guards hesitated for a moment before lowering his voice. Lieutenant Omida stopped by once. He left some documents in the study. Yoruchi. The guard added in an even quieter voice, Lieutenant Omida said he has already handled the paperwork. You just need to review and sign it. Yoruchi's expression relaxed slightly as she stepped inside. Masatsuki peeked inside, and when she gestured for him to follow, he did. They passed through a long corridor, winding through the mansion's interior, until they finally arrived at a modest room. Seeing Masatsuki enter alongside Yoruchi, the guards, servants, and even the Shinigami stationed nearby exchanged curious glances. This was the first time their young mistress had allowed a man other than Yashiro into her personal quarters. Even Kasuke Urahara, her childhood friend of many years, had never received such treatment. And the man following her inside wasn't just anyone, he was strikingly handsome, almost otherworldly, looking every bit like a noble from a distinguished family. More importantly, the two of them seemed incredibly close. Just as the maids were about to let their imaginations run wild, the door suddenly swung open from the inside. "Bring some tea and sweets," Yoruchi called out to the maids, poking her head out. "Oh, and don't let Yashiro know I'm back." One of the maids quickly responded, and Yoruchi nodded before closing the door. Masatsuki Aozaki sat casually on the tatami mat, glancing around the room. The decor was simple, fresh and elegant. There wasn't much furniture, but every piece was handcrafted with exquisite skill. It didn't appear overly luxurious, yet it was undoubtedly expensive. Masatsuki clicked his tongue. "Bringing me into your boudoir. What, are you trying to show off the extravagant life of noble families, seduce me, and then scheme against me?" Yoruchi suddenly chuckled, leaned in close, and blew a soft breath against his ear before murmuring, "If you regret it now, there's still time. I'll even give you another chance." Masatsuki sighed. "How about this, you don't have to marry me. Once I become Captain Commander, you can marry me instead." Yoruchi raised a brow. "You've only just become the Captain Commander's apprentice, and you're already thinking about a coup. You're really something. You don't want to take a loss, not even a little. But if I marry outside the clan, the head position will go to Yashiro. Sorry to tell you, but your plan is doomed." Masatsuki shrugged. "The Shihoin family head position means nothing to me. It never had anything to do with me in the first place." "Then what does?" Masatsuki simply looked at her without answering. Yoruchi turned away, letting out a small umph that was difficult to interpret. After a moment, a clear voice came from outside the door. "Yoruchi-sama, your order has arrived." Yoruchi seemed relieved and responded in a low voice, "Leave it outside. I'll take it myself." She stood up, stretched, and carried the tea into the room. Taking a deep breath, she said lightly, "Do you know Tenjiro Karinji?" Masatsuki raised a brow, pointing toward the ceiling, or perhaps somewhere even higher. Yoruchi nodded. "That's right." Masatsuki chuckled. "My master told me about him. He was the former captain of the 4th Division and joined the Royal Guard centuries ago, serving as a royal envoy. The healing method you mentioned, it's not his hot spring, is it? You know about that too?" Yoruchi looked a bit surprised. Masatsuki smirked. "You do realize who my master is, right? The Captain Commander of the Gotei 13. He took a sip of tea and nodded in approval. "Not bad. Of course. This is the finest tea in all of Seoul society," Yoruchi said with a grin. Then, flashing a mischievous smile, she added, "Masatsuki, let's go steal his hot spring." Masatsuki froze. "You're joking, right? He lives in the Soul King's palace, separated from Seireitei by 72 layers of barriers. How exactly do you plan on stealing it? Don't tell me you're thinking of using the Keikaku Taiho. If so, I'd advise against it. That thing might be useful for bombing Seireitei, but sneaking into the Soul King's palace? No chance. 40 chapters ahead. @Triancom/Pinksnake. Chapter 33, Little Kitty. Yoruchi Shihoin shook her head. "No need to go to the Soul King Palace. We're heading to the 4th Division." Masatsuki Aozaki raised a brow. "The 4th Division? Are you saying they have a healing hot spring there?" "But Captain Unohana has never mentioned anything like that." "That's because Tenjiro Karinji only left behind a tiny amount of the hot spring water, barely enough to be useful," Yoruchi said, pinching her fingers together to illustrate the point. "When Karinji was still in Seireitei, the Urahara family had a good relationship with him. He also saw great potential in Kasuke, so he specifically left a portion of the hot spring for him. But Kasuke was still a kid back then, so it was temporarily stored in the 4th Division until he grew up and joined the Gotei 13. Then why not just let Kasuke take it himself? Why go through the trouble of stealing it?" Masatsuki asked. "Because this way is more fun," Yoruchi grinned. "See? I'm good to you, I always think of you first when there's something exciting to do." Masatsuki sighed and covered his face. He really should have expected this. Then, something caught his eye, a black cloak hanging on the wall. His gaze brightened. "If I go along with this, what's in it for me? That hot spring belongs to Kasuke. At most, we'd just be borrowing it. It's not really ours. If I'm going to get dragged into your antics, you should at least offer me something in return. Oh. And what exactly do you want? Yoruichi blinked, caught off guard. She hadn't considered this at all. I want you to teach me your cat transformation technique. Masatsuki deliberately stretched out his words, and halfway through, Yoruichi visibly tensed. Originally, he had planned to ask for Shunko, but since Yoruichi had already promised to teach him that, he decided to switch to something more interesting instead. What do you even need that for? Yoruichi looked uncomfortable, as if recalling something unpleasant. I barely use it myself these days. She was genuinely puzzled. The cat transformation technique didn't enhance combat ability, Masatsuki shouldn't have any interest in it. You wouldn't understand. I have my own plans. Just teach it to me. Masatsuki sounded completely serious. You're not eyeing some little female cat, are you? Yoruichi narrowed her eyes suspiciously. His reasoning seemed dubious at best, and she had a feeling this so-called plan wasn't simple. Masatsuki met her gaze directly. That's right. The one standing in front of me. Yoruichi's face flushed slightly, and her voice dropped to a near whisper. You really are insufferable. What was that? Nothing. Yoruichi quickly shook her head and huffed. Fine, I'll teach you, just back off a little. But I'll warn you, this technique is extremely difficult. Yashiro trained for years and still couldn't master it. No worries, just teach me the method. If I can't learn it, then it just means I lack talent. I won't force it, Masatsuki said with a shrug. Well, in that case, I'll teach you the secret art of cat transformation. Yoruichi smirked and looked up at him. But don't come crying to me if you fail. Hearing you say that makes me even less eager to learn it. You're impossible. For the next quarter of an hour, Yoruichi carefully explained the principles and training method of the cat transformation technique. After listening, Masatsuki finally understood why even a genius like Yashiro had failed to master it. To learn this technique, one needed an extraordinary level of control over reishi, enough to alter the spiritual structure of the soul at its very core. Mastering reishi was Masatsuki's specialty, but he had never attempted to manipulate the reishi that made up his own body. He carefully went over Yoruichi's method in his mind, and suddenly, something clicked. Raising one hand, he gave his head a slight shake, unsure of what he was feeling. Just as he was about to withdraw his hand, he suddenly froze. His palm had changed, shortening, growing fur, and developing a small paw pad in the center. Yoruichi was sipping her tea when she caught sight of this. Her eyes widened in shock, and she immediately choked, coughing uncontrollably. This was clearly a feline transformation, but she had only just finished explaining the technique. He hadn't even begun proper practice. Masatsuki's right hand had fully transformed, looking somewhat comical at first, but that was only temporary. Because the transformation was spreading fast. Under Yoruichi's astonished gaze, Masatsuki's body rapidly shrank. In the blink of an eye, the handsome man sitting before her was gone. She leaned forward, only to see a small figure slowly shifting under a pile of clothing. Reaching in with both hands, Yoruichi gently lifted the tiny creature and placed it on the tatami mat. To human eyes, it was a sleek, handsome little cat with black and white fur. Whether it looked just as impressive to other cats was another matter. Masatsuki looked up, only to be met with Yoruichi's stunned expression. The difference now was that the woman who was usually half a head shorter than him suddenly loomed over him like a towering giant. Lowering his gaze, he saw his own paws, covered in a soft gradient of black and white fur. Then, glancing back, his attention was immediately drawn to the long tail swishing behind him. Following it down, he took in the full sight of his newly fur-covered body. His instincts kicked in, and he subconsciously lowered his thick, bushy tail to cover his most vulnerable spot, just in case of any sudden attacks. I did it. Masatsuki nodded to himself, flexing his small, retractable claws as he accepted his new form. Hey. How the hell did you do that so fast? Yoruichi leaned in, excitement in her voice. Don't tell me you already knew how to do this. No way. If I did, I wouldn't have asked you to teach me. Do I look like someone who would willingly take a loss? As soon as he finished speaking, Masatsuki wobbled and fell flat on the ground. Adjusting to walking on all fours for the first time was a challenge. Just as he was about to stand up again, he realized something soft was pressing down on him, making it impossible to move. He wriggled a little, still adjusting to the strange sensation of transformation, when suddenly, the weight lifted. Sorry, I didn't mean to do that just now. Thinking Yoruichi might be upset, Masatsuki quickly looked up to apologize. But Yoruichi only smirked and pinched his tiny feline face. Oh, I think you did it on purpose. Time for your punishment. She scooped him up into her arms, taking full advantage of the fact that he couldn't shift back to his human form yet, and shamelessly started rubbing and petting him. The cat Masatsuki had transformed into resembled a Norwegian forest cat, long, silky fur with an irresistibly soft texture. And once Yoruchi started petting him, she couldn't stop. She ran her hands over his fur again and again, completely captivated. Masatsuki, meanwhile, was torn between embarrassment and undeniable comfort. The sensation left him trapped in indecision. Should he push her away or just enjoy it? Ugh, geniuses are the worst, Yoruchi muttered, still playing with his fur. Do you even realize how many years it took to develop this technique? No one in the Shihoin clan, aside from me, has ever learned it. And you? You pull it off on your first try. She huffed, ruffling his fur aggressively before exclaiming. This is so unfair. 40 chapters ahead. P at Triancom/Pinksnake. Chapter 34, Plan. How do I change back? Hey. Yoruchi, quit messing around. Masatsuki covered a rather sensitive area and shot her a small grin. Hurry up and tell me how to change back. Don't forget, we still have important business to take care of. Yoruchi let out a thoughtful hum, as if reluctant to stop playing around. Just reverse the technique. Once you change back, we'll go over the details of the plan. Masatsuki gave it a try and, sure enough, it worked. Within seconds, he was back in human form. He chuckled. So, are we sneaking into the 4th division as cats? No way. If we turn into cats, we won't be able to bring anything with us. That'd be a pain. Yoruchi spoke casually, and Masatsuki couldn't quite tell if she was being serious. He simply laughed along. Good point. Their relationship had become strange. One step closer, and they'd be inseparable. One step back, and they'd feel like strangers. Masatsuki had no idea how to handle this complicated situation, so he decided to just take things as they came. Yoruchi pulled a small notebook from her sleeve and gave it a light pat. Everything's in here. I worked on it all night, it's foolproof. You stayed up all night? Masatsuki finished dressing, sat across from her, and said in a softer voice, why go through all that trouble? Just let Kisuke handle the thinking. It's his stuff, after all. You think Zanpakutō agents get to take it easy? I could go a whole week without sleep. Yoruchi laughed, then gave him a knowing smirk. You should worry about yourself instead of me. You act all tough, but you don't know when to stop pushing yourself. Haven't you seen the state Sojin Kuchiki is in? Masatsuki fell silent. Yoruchi didn't dwell on it and instead got back to the plan. Here's how it's going to work. Tomorrow night, you'll distract Unohana by pretending to practice Zenjutsu. Meanwhile, I'll sneak into the 4th division barracks. Masatsuki straightened up, listening attentively. Yoruchi was pleased with his reaction and continued. Kisuke has already figured out where the hot spring is. So, while Unohana is focused on you, I'll slip in unnoticed, get to the spring, and get out, simple as that. That's it. That's it. Masatsuki blinked. She spent an entire night coming up with this. Looking at Yoruchi's beaming expression, he thought about it again and understood. For her, this was just a fun little game. The plan didn't need to be airtight. If anything, unexpected developments might make it even more entertaining. With their plan set for the following night, Masatsuki said his goodbyes and left for his dorm at Shino Academy. He had already spent too much time in Yoruchi's room. As he walked away, Yoruchi stood on the upper floor, watching his retreating figure without calling out to him. She knew exactly what kind of person Masatsuki Aozaki was. He might seem carefree, even frivolous at times, but he was sharp and level-headed. He knew what he could and couldn't do. He'd never put himself in a truly dangerous situation. And breaking the unspoken rules with Yoruchi was a dangerous situation. Both of them understood that. For now, there was no need to think about it. Unless Masatsuki became a captain, gaining just enough strength to protect himself in the coming chaos, there was no moving forward. Masatsuki Aozaki walked down a familiar street. The night was still dark, the wind just as cold, but the faint scent of blood that once lingered was now completely gone. It felt like ages had passed, yet he knew it had only been a little over 5 months. Masatsuki. At the dormitory entrance, Ranjika Matsumoto called out to him, her voice carrying a warmth that seemed to grow more familiar with each repetition. Masatsuki smiled and responded with a simple, Ranjika casually straightened his clothes, then asked, you didn't just come back from the Shihoin estate, did you? Masatsuki glanced down at her. She had grown quite a bit, nearly as tall as Yoruchi. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before she surpassed her. A soul's growth differed from that of humans in the world of the living, but it generally followed 3 stages: rapid growth in childhood, a long period of stability in early adulthood, and accelerated aging in later years. Of course, there were always exceptions, like that little brat, Toshiro Hitsugaya. In the original timeline, he was nearly 100 years old and still looked like a kid, an exceptionally rare case, even in Soul Society. Ranjiku's situation was unusual too. She was growing up too fast, yet Jin Ichimaru still looked like a child. Masatsuki raised a brow. What makes you say that? Ranjiku chuckled. You changed clothes. And that's the Shihoin family crest embroidered on them. Normally, only members of their clan wear that kind of outfit. If someone didn't know better, they might think you married into the Shihoin family. Though she said it playfully, her tone was oddly complex. It wasn't that she actually believed Masatsuki had become Yoruichi's husband, it was more like a subtle complaint. What she really meant was that he hadn't come to see her first, making her worry until late at night. Masatsuki smirked. I almost did marry into the Shihoin family. This time, it was Ranjiku who froze. For a woman who could put on an act with ease, she sure had trouble hiding the way her eyes immediately welled up. Masatsuki had never been able to stand seeing her cry. He quickly added, but I turned it down. I still have big dreams to accomplish. Marrying into a noble family would have made things inconvenient. Ranjiku quickly wiped away any trace of tears, pouted, and mumbled, then, you have to stay with me tonight. It was something she had wanted to say for years but never had the courage to. Back then, she had nothing. Now, as a striking young woman with golden hair, she was far bolder. Masatsuki lowered his head slightly, inhaling the faint, sweet scent unique to her. After a long pause, he finally said, I'm not going anywhere tonight. Ranjiku grinned. Should I take that to mean, you're completely enchanted by me? Masatsuki nodded. That sounds about right. You are Ranjiku Matsumoto, after all. And I'm Masatsuki Aozaki. Isn't it only natural that I'd be captivated by you? Smooth talker. Ranjiku playfully flicked his cheek. But I like hearing it. By now, they had left the living room and entered the bedroom, where the outlines of a bed were faintly visible in the dim light. Ranjiku stopped at the doorway, smiling. Go wash up and get some rest. It's late. Masatsuki nodded, but something about her words made his chest tighten. He gazed at her, sensing a deeper meaning behind them. Without waiting for his response, Ranjiku stretched lazily and climbed into bed, her maturing figure accentuated for just a fleeting moment before she wrapped herself snugly in the blanket. 40 chapters ahead. p@triancom/pinksnake. Chapter 35, Floral Materials. By the time Masatsuki Aozaki accompanied Yoruichi Shihoin to the 4th Division the following evening, his mind was still somewhat distracted. He wasn't some naive fledgling, he was a seasoned Zenjutsu prodigy who had seen his share of battles. Under normal circumstances, last night shouldn't have been enough to shake his focus. Could it be that Ranjiku Matsumoto had somehow unlocked the power of the Soul King's nail? That would be disastrous. Masatsuki rubbed his temple, feeling a headache coming on. He had a hunch that Ranjiku might awaken some rather unusual abilities. Beside him, Yoruichi walked through the dimly lit streets, clad in a black nightsuit. She made no effort to conceal herself, moving with the confidence of someone who belonged wherever she went. Now and then, a passing Shinigami recognized her, their expressions shifting in alarm before they hurriedly got out of her way. Clearly, her reputation as a troublemaker was well established. Even wrapped in her stealth gear, Yoruichi exuded an undeniable charm. Masatsuki glanced at her and asked, once we hand the hot spring over to Kisuke, when will we actually get to use it? I'd rather not wait until I've surpassed my master, only to find it's still just an empty pool. It shouldn't take more than a few years, Yoruichi replied in a low voice. Kisuke has already studied most of the Urahara family's research. All he needs now is the real hot spring as a test subject. So where exactly is it? In the safest and most dangerous place in the entire 4th Division, the captain's quarters. That's our target, Yoruichi said. Safe and dangerous were relative terms. For the 4th Division, the captain's quarters were the most secure location. But for intruders, it was the riskiest place to be. No wonder you needed me to distract Captain Unohana, Masatsuki said. That just leaves one more problem, Lieutenant Shinasuke. That guy is practically Unohana's fanatical devotee. Masatsuki had simply recalled a name from the original timeline, but Yoruichi took it as a deliberate heads-up and nodded. He's not the combat type. His Ryatsu is only at a lieutenant's level. With his strength, he shouldn't be able to detect me. Masatsuki shook his head slightly. I trust you. But since we're almost at the 4th Division, shouldn't we at least pretend to follow protocol and split up here? Yoruichi rolled her eyes at him. I'm off, then. And you, be careful. Don't let that woman, Unohana, train you to death. Ah. Masatsuki grimaced. Everyone in the 4th Division had a loose tongue, so it was no surprise that even Yoruichi had heard about the humbling experiences he had suffered under Unohana's tutelage. Then again, showing up unannounced in the middle of the night, claiming he wanted to practice Zenjutsu, might be a bit too suspicious. Thinking it over, Masatsuki decided to take a different approach and doubled back. Hey, where are you going? Yoruichi Shihoin asked. Just out to buy a few things. Wait for me outside the 4th division, Masatsuki Aozaki said with a faint smile. Don't act on your own, let me find Captain Unohana first. All right. Yoruichi shrugged. I'll wait for you there. Masatsuki glanced around, his eyes lighting up as he spotted his target deep in the street. A quarter of an hour later, he arrived at the 4th Division's gate, carrying a colorful assortment of flowers. He informed the Shinigami on duty before heading inside. Him? Buying that many flowers? Hidden in the shadows, Yoruichi narrowed her eyes in confusion. Captain Unohana is over 1,000 years old, and he's thinking about this. She lay on the rooftop, watching Masatsuki's retreating figure. With a slight frown, she let out an irritated umph, unsure of who she was even annoyed with. Led by a 4th Division Shinigami, Masatsuki was quickly guided inside. Opening the dojo doors, Retsu Unohana gave him a curious look. You seem quite popular. It took Masatsuki a moment to grasp her meaning, then he shook his head. You've got it wrong. These aren't from a girl, I bought them for you. Unohana tilted her head, studying him with an increasingly peculiar expression. Between us, while we may not have the formal title of teacher and student, in practice, we are. Giving me these flowers. Her gaze drifted over the bouquet. Amidst the various blossoms, a pale pink branch stood out, its cherry blossoms delicate and charming. You seriously don't think there's anything odd about this? Masatsuki considered it for a moment before shaking his head. Not really. I don't know much about flower arranging, and I wasn't sure which flowers you liked, so I just bought a variety. If there are any you don't like, let me know, and I won't get them next time. Unohana froze for a second, then realized he had indeed bought an assortment, far from a romantic gesture. After all, no one expressing their feelings would include chrysanthemums. Giving flowers might seem unusual to others, but for her, it was completely normal. Everyone in the 4th Division knew about her love for flower arranging. Maintaining her usual smile, she spoke casually, why the sudden interest in giving me flowers? You've been learning Zenjutsu from me for so long, and I've never seen you give me anything. Masatsuki remained silent, unsure how to respond. He sensed a trace of irritation in her words but couldn't pinpoint its cause. He chalked it up to a reminder to show proper respect to his mentor. To be fair, he did feel a bit guilty. He spent more time with Unohana than anyone else, yet he was closer to Old Man Yamamoto. Anyone who valued their student would feel a little hurt being treated so differently. Then again, Unohana always seemed to let a bit of killing intent slip while teaching him Zenjutsu. How could he possibly act as shamelessly around her as he did with Yamamoto? Looking back, he realized he had probably misunderstood her. That killing intent might have been accidental during sparring. He should probably try to be closer to her. I've benefited from Captain Unohana's teaching so often, and now I'm troubling you again at this hour. These flowers are just a small token of appreciation, he said with a smile. I heard the 4th Division holds a weekly Ikebana gathering. I was wondering if an outsider like me could join. You are the Captain Commander's disciple, how could you be an outsider? If you're interested, you're welcome to participate. Unohana shook her head, as if realizing it was pointless to get upset with someone so young. She soon found herself smiling again. When it came to Zenjutsu, she had to admit, Masatsuki was starting to look more and more agreeable. A man so dedicated to the way of the sword. Such individuals were rare, maybe even once in a lifetime. Even the boy she encountered centuries ago paled in comparison to the men before her. A fighter who relied purely on instinct could never compare to someone who truly walked the path of the sword. For someone like her, who was willing to dedicate her life to the art, discussing Zenjutsu was a kind of deep, almost spiritual enjoyment. And Masatsuki was someone who could bring her that joy. He wasn't just learning from her, he was providing insights in return. Even the swordsmanship she once believed had reached its peak. Lately, she had begun to glimpse the possibility of further growth. 40 chapters ahead. P@Triancom/Pinksnake. Chapter 36, Gotta Get Revenge. Unfortunately, he was too weak, otherwise. Retsu Unohana smiled and said, if you're willing to attend the Ikebana gathering, I'll teach you flower arrangement. All right. Masatsuki Aozaki was just being polite, trying to strengthen his rapport with Unohana. He really didn't want to keep discussing flower arranging, so he chuckled and changed the subject. Now I know some things are fair game to ask. So, Captain, when will you teach me Zenjutsu? Unohana was momentarily taken aback before laughing softly. This kid really never misses a chance to get stronger. She had just shown him a bit of warmth, and he was already bringing up swordsmanship. She wasn't annoyed, though. Instead, she responded naturally, you can start anytime. What do you want to ask? Or do you need to spar with me to pinpoint any issues? Masatsuki felt his heart melt a little. As expected, a gentle and understanding older woman was something else. This kind of grace and composure was something younger women like Yoruichi and Ranjika couldn't compare to. It even made his heart race a little, if only she weren't such a battle maniac. A cold snort came from a nearby rooftop. That bastard. I'm here observing enemy movements, and he's just sitting there chatting. Masatsuki stiffened and instinctively turned his head. A chill ran down his spine, creeping all the way to the top of his skull. If his eyesight had been just a little sharper, he would have spotted Yoruichi crouching on the roof, staring at him and Unohana with utter disdain. Straightening his expression, he said, "Captain Unohana, no need for a spar. I just have a few questions." Unohana glanced toward the darkened sky, then casually lifted a hand to cut him off. "No rush. Close the doors and windows first, we wouldn't want any unwanted spectators." Given her strength and years of battle experience, it was impossible for Unohana not to have noticed Yoruichi eavesdropping nearby. But she simply chose to ignore it, focusing entirely on her student and their discussion. Seeing the doors and windows shut, Yoruichi lost interest in further spying and vanished with a swift movement. Unohana led Masatsuki further inside, and the two sat down on the floor without any formalities. Masatsuki presented the questions he had prepared in advance, and Unohana answered each one without hesitation, sharing everything she knew. The moon climbed higher, time stretched on, and the night grew ever more serene. Masatsuki was completely absorbed, as if he had entirely forgotten the reason he had come. Not that it was his fault, since he was already here, he wasn't about to let the opportunity go to waste. Before coming, he had carefully sorted out his questions about Zanjutsu, genuinely seeking Unohana's guidance. Unohana was a true master of the sword, an expert who embraced all schools of thought. As the first Kenpachi, she held the highest rank in Seireitei Zanjutsu, 10th Dan. No matter how talented Masatsuki was, he still had a long way to go compared to her. Her understanding of Zanjutsu even surpassed old man Yamamoto's, so consulting her was the most logical choice. Completely immersed in their discussion, the two transcended the barrier of Ryatsu, engaging in a fierce exchange of ideas about the way of the sword. By the time he snapped out of it, the sky had turned completely dark. Damn. Catching a glimpse of the night sky through the window's gap, Masatsuki Aozaki suddenly remembered a certain little cat. "Captain Unohana, thank you for your guidance." With all his questions answered, he knew it was time to leave. That little cat was probably furious by now. He could already picture Yoruichi puffing up her cheeks in annoyance. "This is nothing. If you have more questions about Zanjutsu, feel free to come to me anytime," Unohana said lightly. Masatsuki clasped his hands together in thanks. "Then I'll take my leave. It's getting late, you should rest as well." Stepping outside, he found the corridor lanterns dimly glowing, casting a faint light. The sky above was heavy with clouds, as if ready to weep at any moment. And sure enough, the weather did not disappoint. As he walked down the path, the sound of rain suddenly filled the air. A clap of thunder shattered the stillness of the night, echoing like a mournful symphony played by wandering spirits on an endless expanse of land. It was as if countless blades were clashing, sparks flying as life flickered away, tragic, inevitable, and utterly helpless. Listening to the steady patter of rain, Masatsuki remained silent for a long time, feeling something stir deep within him, though he said nothing. When he reached the barracks gate, the same guard was still on duty. He borrowed an umbrella and continued down the road at a leisurely pace. A cold voice came from ahead. "Took you long enough." Masatsuki looked up and spotted a small courtyard at the end of the street. Yoruichi Shihoin stood under the eaves, her cheeks puffed out in irritation as she stared at him. Just as he expected. Masatsuki chuckled. "It wasn't on purpose. You know how I get, I lose track of time when I start training. Besides, it's not like I knew how long it'd take you to steal hot spring water. Naturally, I figured I should stall for as long as possible." Yoruichi narrowed her eyes, clearly seeing through his excuse. She rolled her eyes but didn't bother arguing, because, after all, this was Masatsuki Aozaki. A man notorious for his obsessive training habits. Not wanting to dwell on the topic, she waved a hand impatiently. "Well. Aren't you going to come pick up your captain?" Masatsuki smirked and strode forward, holding the umbrella high. "At once, Captain." He immediately slipped into the role of an eager underling, grinning. "Captain, you've worked so hard. Are you tired? Do you need me to carry you?" "Humph. At least you have some sense." Without hesitation, Yoruichi hopped onto his back. Feeling the warmth of her body pressed against him, Masatsuki figured there were worse fates than being her ride. Though, something about this didn't seem quite right. Adjusting his grip to support her, he held the umbrella with one hand and shifted her weight slightly with the other. "I doubt my conscience is as good as yours." Pretty words. Yoruichi sneered, then reached up and pinched his ear. "Ah. Ow, 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 what was that for?" Masatsuki yelped in mock pain, making Yoruichi finally release him. That's for running your mouth. I was saying things like that to little girls before you were even born. She leaned in, exhaling softly against his freshly pinched ear. The unexpected sensation sent a shiver down his spine. I wasn't even thinking that way, Masatsuki muttered. I don't care. I'm annoyed, so I'm going to bully you. Yoruichi's voice carried a hint of playfulness as she tightened her arms around his neck, resting her chin on his shoulder. Masatsuki glanced back. Her small face was pressed against him, her embrace firm and comfortable. Fine, fine. Bully me all you want, he sighed. What else can a commoner like me do against a noble? Yoruichi blinked. You don't like being bullied by me. Who likes being bullied? She huffed, her breath warm against the cool night air, sending another chill down Masatsuki's spine. All right. I like being bullied by you, happy. Masatsuki sighed, while silently swearing to himself, one day, he'd get his revenge. 40 chapters ahead. P@Triancom/Pinksnake. Chapter 37, Captain Class Rebels. As they walked, the two chatted idly, occasionally playfully bickering, until they finally reached the end of the street. The woman on Masatsuki Aozaki's back carried a faint, pleasant fragrance, and his arm was supporting her in a rather compromising position. If he turned his head even slightly, his lips could easily brush against her cheek. But right now, none of that was on his mind. Something was wrong. The street was too quiet, unnaturally so. This was Seireitei, the heart of Soul Society. Even in its most secluded alleys, there should be at least some trace of life. Something's off. Masatsuki sniffed the air, catching a familiar scent. Their eyes met, a silent understanding passing between them. Without a word, they flickered onto a nearby rooftop. Masatsuki focused, sensing the telltale signs of a battle, the clash of Ryatsu, the raw intensity of life and death combat. That's. Both of them widened their eyes as the battlefield came into view. The reflection of clashing forces burned vividly in their pupils. You actually noticed me. And you even managed to block my sneak attack. Impressive, worthy of a true heir of the Kachiki clan. A man stepped out from the ranks of the rebel forces. He wore tattered rebel attire, his short black hair messy and wild. A bloodthirsty grin stretched across his face as he gripped a Zanpakutō, its blade still slick with fresh blood. His gaze locked onto the refinement standing before him, and he spoke slowly. Sojin Kachiki. My name is Suzanasu Takasuji. Remember it well, because I'm the one who's going to kill you. With that, he flicked his blood-stained blade, his Ryatsu surging to its full strength. A captain-level opponent, third-class Ryatsu. Sojin Kachiki stiffened, lifting his wounded right hand to grip his crimson-streaked Zanpakutō. What was supposed to be a routine mission to suppress a minor rebellion had suddenly taken a much darker turn. From the way Suzanasu spoke, it was clear this wasn't a coincidence, he was here for Sojin specifically. Moreover, he had deliberately concealed his Ryatsu among the rebels and launched an ambush with skill far beyond that of an ordinary Shinigami. Kill them, someone in the rebel ranks shouted. The battlefield erupted into chaos. The deafening clash of blades, the scrape of steel against steel, the shouts of warriors, the howling wind, the pounding rain, all of it blended into a cacophony, like a mournful elegy echoing through the storm. That sorrowful melody carried an eerie pull, driving those caught in its rhythm to fight with reckless abandon. Burn to ashes, Onienmaru. The moment the release command was spoken, Sanasuke's Zanpakutō flared with light, its shape shifting. The katana elongated into a massive naginata, flames blooming from its guard like crimson cherry blossoms. That Sojin Kachiki guy is too weakened right now. He can handle regular rebels, but against a captain-level opponent, he's in real danger, Yoruichi Shihoin said to Masatsuki. We're going in. Not waiting for a response, she flashed forward, diving straight into the battle. Masatsuki hesitated for only a moment before nodding firmly. Just as he was about to move, something caught his eye. Watch out. In a heartbeat, he was at Yoruichi's side, wrapping an arm around her waist while raising Bansho Senrin with his left hand. Clang. A massive shuriken struck against Bansho Senrin, sending a cascade of sparks scattering into the night. Masatsuki barely managed to deflect the projectile, but the force sent him skidding back several meters. He staggered slightly before regaining his footing. Another captain-level opponent, Yoruichi muttered, her pupils contracting. The moment Masatsuki released her, she landed smoothly and drew the short blade from her waist. That Ryatsu burst just now, it wasn't a mistake. There was another captain-level Shinigami hidden among the rebels. She hadn't expected this at all. A rebellion of the scale concealing not just one, but two captain-level fighters. Even the Gotei 13 suppression squads didn't come this well equipped. From above, a man with long black hair and tattered clothing leaped into the air, catching the shuriken he had thrown. Huh. His eyes flickered with surprise as he realized his attack had been blocked. Interesting. So this is the so-called genius. You actually managed to block my strike. As he descended, the long-haired man adjusted his aim and flung his shuriken forward. Clearly, his target wasn't Masatsuki Aozaki, he had no interest in him. His true objective was Sojin Kachiki. That last attack wasn't meant to kill Shihakushō, it was to prevent her from aiding Sojin. Reflect, Bansho Senrin. Masatsuki swung his blade, releasing its shuriken in an instant. A crescent-shaped wave of sword pressure shot out. At the same moment, Yoruichi had already moved ahead of the incoming shuriken. She raised her leg and kicked it. The sheer force of her Ryatsu combined with the penetrating power of the strike sent a deafening shockwave through the air. TCH, Shihakushō. What a hassle. Faced with both her kick and Masatsuki's sword pressure, the long-haired man sighed in resignation. The violent wind from their attack sent his hair whipping around. The tip of the sword pressure was closing in rapidly, the piercing sound ringing in his ears. And yet, his face remained completely calm. A second later, his figure vanished. The sharp crescent of energy sliced clean through the space where he had stood, splitting a nearby rebel soldier in half instead. Meanwhile, Yoruichi's kick sent the massive shuriken hurtling backward. In a bizarre arc, the weapon spun through the air, straight back into the hands of its owner, who had reappeared. The long-haired man's pupils contracted. No matter how much force he exerted, his shuriken, an extension of his very soul, refused to move an inch in his grip. Looking up, he saw her. The violet-haired woman had closed the distance without him realizing it. Her shoulders pulsed with highly compressed Ryatsu, crackling like lightning. And her seemingly slender hand, gripping his shuriken, was as unshakable as an iron vise. Not much of a close combat fighter, are you? That just so happens to be my specialty, Yoruichi remarked coolly. A fellow captain level. Impossible. The long-haired man let out a furious, almost hysterical roar. Rather than struggle for control of his weapon, he abandoned it entirely. A burst of dazzling Ryatsu erupted from his limbs as he lashed out at Yoruichi with a wild strike. Idiot. Masatsuki sneered and charged forward. Even among captains, there were levels of strength, and this man's Ryatsu was clearly weaker than Yoruichi's. Not only that, but he was attempting hand-to-hand combat against someone in Shunko. That was nothing short of suicide. His flurry of punches was effortlessly blocked. But Yoruichi's fists. He couldn't stop a single one. Within seconds, his body was covered in bruises and cuts, his breath ragged. Panic flickered across his face. His Hakuda, completely overwhelmed. Before he could react, Yoruichi disappeared from sight. So fast. A powerful gust exploded beside him, and his spine tingled with dread. Teeth clenched, he spun his shuriken again, trying to bring it up in defense. Midair, Yoruichi shot a glance toward Masatsuki. Masatsuki instantly understood. His Ryatsu surged, electric currents crackling around him, resonating with Yoruichi's own. ZZT. A flash of white lightning. A gleam of steel. Before he could fully register what was happening, his vision blurred. And then. Slash. Two blades, one white and one flickering with lightning, struck his arms in perfect synchrony. For a brief moment, he didn't even feel pain. But the speed. Terror overtook his features. This was not the speed of a lieutenant-level Shinigami. In the next instant, both of his arms were severed. Blood sprayed in arcs through the air. Masatsuki and Yoruichi didn't stop. With swift, fluid motions, they turned and dashed forward, blades flashing once more. By the time they came to a steady halt, blood poured from the long-haired man's body. Damn it. This is impossible. He collapsed to the ground, screaming in rage. My Ryatsu is captain level. I was supposed to be a noble. Yoruichi and Masatsuki sighed. Another so-called genius, lured by false promises. 40 chapters ahead. p@triancom/pinksnake. Chapter 38, Don't Kill Me. To train one's Ryatsu to the level of a captain requires more than just hard work, it demands exceptional talent. Hundreds of years ago, this man must have been considered a rare genius, someone who only appeared once in many years. But in the end, he accepted the noble's offer and became their blade. How does it feel to defeat a captain before officially becoming a Shinigami? Yoruichi patted Masatsuki Aozaki on the shoulder. It doesn't feel like anything. If you hadn't already crippled him, I wouldn't have even had the chance to step in, he said, shrugging. This guy probably hasn't learned Bankai yet. If he had, things would have been a lot more troublesome, Shihakushō grinned. Captain-level Ryatsu is a prerequisite for learning Bankai, but just having captain-level Ryatsu doesn't mean one can attain it. The long-haired man had endured her attacks for so long without using Bankai, it was obvious he hadn't learned it yet. Oh my, how lively. Looks like everyone could use some help. A sudden voice echoed as if drifting directly into everyone's ears. Just from the sound of that soft, melodic voice, it was clear it belonged to a gentle and beautiful woman. Feeling a delicate hand resting on his shoulder, Masatsuki Aozaki sharply turned his head to look behind him. "Captain Unohana, why are you here?" Hearing this, Unohana covered her mouth with a smile. "Ever since you left, I've been keeping an eye on your Ryatsu. When I sense fluctuations, I figured you might have run into some trouble." Masatsuki finally managed to pull his gaze away and looked behind Unohana. Sure enough, a number of 4th Division members had accompanied her. Most of the rebels had no idea who she was, but the moment they saw this beautiful woman wearing a white haori, they shrank back like mice encountering a cat, retreating in a hurry. Suzanasuke Takasuji's eyes widened in shock as he stared intently at Retsu Unohana, his grip on his Zanpakutō trembling slightly. Seeing his reaction, Masatsuki Aozaki found it a bit odd. Could this guy also be from 1,000 years ago? Did he recognize Yuichiro Unohana? Shaking just from seeing her, wasn't that a little pathetic? Did he really deserve to have captain-level Ryatsu? With that kind of cowardice, no wonder he hadn't made a name for himself even after 1,000 years. Suzanasuke Takasuji swallowed hard, his hands clenching unconsciously. He wasn't a Shinigami from 1,000 years ago, but as someone sent by the Tsuneyashiro clan to assist the rebels, he knew far more than they did. She was one of the people the clan had explicitly warned never to provoke, a top combatant of the Gotei 13. And since he couldn't use Bankai, even if he had 10 lives, they wouldn't be enough to survive against her. Unlike the visibly panicked Takasuji Sanosuke, Retsu Unohana remained completely at ease, even in the face of rebels drawing their blades. She calmly lowered her gaze to Masatsuki Aozaki and the long-haired men at his feet, then asked, "Was this your doing?" "No, I only managed to land 2 hits on him with Captain Yoruchi's help." The victory was entirely thanks to her. Masatsuki Aozaki waved his hand and pointed toward Yoruchi. Yoruchi chuckled but glanced at Unohana with a hint of awkwardness. After all, she had just stolen something from Unohana's home. And knowing the woman's reputation, it was hard not to feel at least a little nervous. Even among captains, there were differences in strength. Yoruchi knew she wasn't Unohana's match. "Last night, it was Captain Yoruchi who entered my room, wasn't it?" Retsu Unohana smiled knowingly at her. Hearing this, Yoruchi stiffened, debating whether to tell the truth. Sneaking into a captain's quarters was no small matter. If Unohana framed it as something more sinister, things could get complicated. But then again, the item originally belonged to Kisuke, she was just retrieving it for him. It shouldn't be a big deal, probably. Before she could say anything, Masatsuki Aozaki chuckled. She was just helping a friend retrieve something. I guarantee she didn't do anything else, so please don't hold it against her. Why would I blame her? That item was merely something Kirinji entrusted me to keep, it was never mine to begin with. Returning it to its rightful owner is only fair. Retsu Unohana nodded. Besides, I had quite an enjoyable evening. Hearing this, Yoruchi Shihoin's expression turned odd. That wording was way too misleading. Oblivious to the implications, Unohana continued, "Speaking of which, you truly live up to your lineage as a Shihoin. When I was your age, I hadn't hunted many captain-level opponents either." She finished with a somewhat regretful look. Yoruchi. Is Captain Unohana really this terrifying? She was already hunting captains as prey when she was barely 100. It's said that Shinigami from that era were all ruthless and battle-hardened due to their harsh environment, but to casually hunt captains. That's monstrous. Masatsuki grinned. Captain Unohana, don't scare her, she's easily spooked. I am not. Yoruchi muttered weakly, though her tone lacked conviction. Masatsuki and Unohana exchanged a glance before both burst into laughter. Watching the 3 chat so casually, Suzanasuke Takasuji finally lost his patience. I'm a captain-level fighter too. Unohana's strength is undeniable, but that doesn't mean she can just ignore me. And to stand there so defenseless, right in front of me. Since that's the case, don't blame me for not playing fair. His gaze turned icy as flames erupted along the blade of his Zanpakutō, forcing Sojin Kuchiki back. Then, in an instant, he used Shuinpa to flash behind Retsu Unohana. Die. Gritting his teeth, he swung his blade, striking at Unohana's neck with a speed too fast for the naked eye to catch. Yet, as she spoke with Masatsuki, Unohana had already drawn her sword at some point. With one hand, she casually held it behind her neck, effortlessly blocking his full-strength strike. Takasuji recoiled but immediately launched a relentless barrage of slashes. Pushed to the brink of life and death, his attacks carried even greater force. But Unohana, still facing away from him, continued to hold her sword in a relaxed grip, its blade resting behind her neck as if she had eyes in the back of her head. Every strike was anticipated, every move rendered useless. Decent Ryatsu, but your swordsmanship is far too crude. If before, Takasuji had only heard rumors of Unohana's terrifying reputation and felt a distant sense of reverence, now he was experiencing true, bone-deep fear. A fear born from the very presence of death. The oppressive aura Unohana radiated was suffocating. Despair flooded Takasuji's heart. No matter how desperately he fought, he knew he would never defeat this woman. His fighting spirit crumbled under the weight of terror. The only thought left in his mind was escape. He had to get away from her. Have you lost the will to fight? Unohana raised a finger toward Takasuji's retreating form. Bakudo 61, Rikujikoro. 6 massive beams of light materialized and snapped together from all sides, binding him in place. He struggled for a moment, but it was useless. Panic overtook him as he shouted, "Retsu-sama, please. Don't kill me. I'm from the Tsuneyashiro clan." "I know." Before he could finish, Unohana's figure flickered. In an instant, she was in front of him. Under Takasuji's horrified gaze, her curved blade fell. His head flew into the air. 40 chapters ahead. P at Triancom/Pink Snake. Chapter 39, A Paragon Among Nobles. Masatsuki Aozaki and Yoruichi Shihoin stared at the headless corpse of Susanasuke Takasuji, their expressions unreadable. He had implicated the entire Tsuneyashiro clan, and in public, no less. If word got out that one of the 4 great noble clans was involved in the rebellion, it could shake the very foundations of Seireitei's rule. If you had no ties to the 4 great nobles, the worst you'd face would be the crime of slandering the nobility. But the problem is, you really are from the Tsuneyashiro clan, and now you're a rebel. If they take you back for trial, the very people judging you will fear for their own lives. If you don't die, who will? Masatsuki, did you hear anything just now? Wiping the blood from her face, Retsu Unohana turned to Masatsuki and asked. I didn't hear a thing. Masatsuki Aozaki responded instantly, shaking his head firmly. Retsu Unohana nodded in satisfaction, thinking to herself that the boy she had her eye on was as sharp as ever. What about you all? She turned to the nearby 4th Division members. We didn't hear anything either. They mimicked Masatsuki's response, shaking their heads in unison. Retsu Unohana's gaze drifted down to Masatsuki's feet, pausing for a brief moment. I didn't hear anything. Don't kill me. I'll do anything. The long-haired man reacted swiftly, immediately begging for his life, sobbing uncontrollably. Shinigami like him, who willingly became executioners for the sake of wealth and power, were nothing like the loyal, battle-hardened warriors raised by noble families. These types valued their own lives above all else. If you can't do it, let me. This is what the Zanpakutō is for, Yoruichi Shihoin said flatly, as if this was nothing out of the ordinary for her. Masatsuki hesitated for a brief moment. Most of the time, this girl acted either playful or charming in front of him, like a mischievous neighbor with a teasing streak. It was easy to forget that she had been trained in the Zanpakutō since childhood, where assassination and execution were just as natural as breathing. She had carried out countless missions before. No need. I won't hesitate to kill someone like this. Masatsuki Aozaki turned and slowly stepped beside the long-haired man. With a graceful flick of his blade, shhk, the man's head fell. The pitiful wailing stopped instantly, and the world suddenly felt much quieter. Seeing the relief on Masatsuki Aozaki's face, Retsu Unohana arched an eyebrow, feeling both pleased and somewhat amused. Why do these so-called captain-class Shinigami feel so weak? They don't seem anywhere near the level of the Gotei 13's captains, Masatsuki murmured, gazing at the lifeless corpse with a hint of disappointment. Retsu Unohana smiled. That's only natural. Ryatsu is classified into different levels, and just because someone has attained 3rd class Ryatsu doesn't mean they're qualified to be a captain. Take Kensei Maguruma, captain of the 9th Division. He's also classified as 3rd class Ryatsu, just like this small fry. But unlike him, Kensei has mastered Bankai. You've learned Shirkai, so you should know, activating Shirkai increases your Ryatsu 3 to 5 times. Bankai, on the other hand, boosts it 5 to 10 times. That's the difference. Besides, these so-called Shinigami who are kept by the nobility, their Ryatsu is mostly superficial. They don't follow their masters to grow stronger, they do it to live in comfort. Apart from Ryatsu, they've neglected every other aspect of their training. They can't even utilize their own spiritual pressure properly in battle. That's why their combat ability is nowhere near what you'd expect from a captain. Small fry. For some reason, it felt like Retsu Unohana was delivering the harshest critique to Kensei Maguruma, while using the gentlest tone possible. Masatsuki Aozaki thought to himself, then nodded, feeling an even stronger desire to attain Bankai. After spending a long time refining his connection with Bansho Senrin, he had mastered Shirkai to an exceptional degree, allowing him to increase his Ryatsu 5-fold. But that was the limit of Shirkai. If he wanted to grow stronger, he needed to learn Bankai. Before that, however, he had to elevate his Ryatsu to 3rd class Ryatsu, the minimum requirement for Bankai training. Seeing that Masatsuki had no further questions, Retsu Unohana clapped her hands and directed the 4th Division members to advance deeper into the battlefield. With the two captain-level Shinigami among the rebels eliminated, this large-scale chaos, meant to corner and kill Sojin Kachiki, had finally come to an end. And Sojin Kachiki? Wait. Where was Sojin Kachiki? Excuse me, are you done chatting? If so, could someone help treat my injuries? A polite voice came from behind. Hearing this, Masatsuki Aozaki quickly turned around. What he saw was a refined-looking man, deathly pale, his black Shihakushō soaked in blood, now a deep crimson. Sojin Kachiki swayed unsteadily. Clang. His Zanpakutō slipped from his grasp, hitting the ground with a crisp sound. A moment later, he followed suit, collapsing unconscious. Sojin-sensei truly lives up to his name, a model aristocrat, a man among men. Even the way he collapses is elegant. Masatsuki Aozaki stroked his chin, looking almost envious, then mused. He actually looks kind of cute when he's asleep. If the little sisters from the 4th Division see him, they'll be completely smitten. You're still cracking jokes. Hurry up and get him to Captain Unohana. Yoruichi delivered a sharp karate chop to the back of his head. Oh, right, you're absolutely right. He's badly injured, he needs treatment immediately. Masatsuki snapped out of it, quickly hoisting Sojin Kachiki onto his back before sprinting off in the direction Unohana had gone. His hurried, slightly clumsy run made for an amusing sight, but to Yoruichi, there was something oddly endearing about it. She couldn't help but chuckle. 10 minutes later, members of the Masatsuki, the 6th Division led by Jinrei Kachiki, and the Special Forces led by Koga Kachiki all arrived one after another. The sheer influence of Yoruichi Shihoin and Sojin Kachiki was undeniable. Amidst the commotion, Jinrei Kachiki, along with Koga Kachiki, approached Masatsuki Aozaki and Yoruichi Shihoin, offering a serious and formal expression of gratitude. This old man really had a stiff personality, even when giving thanks, he maintained that stern, unsmiling demeanor. Compared to the gentle and refined Sojin, there was just no contest. But for the head of the Kachiki clan to bow and personally express his gratitude to Masatsuki Aozaki, a so-called Rakangai commoner, it spoke volumes about his deep paternal love for Sojin Kachiki. Perhaps he wasn't the type to openly show emotion, but his feelings for his son were beyond question. Masatsuki Aozaki and Yoruichi Shihoin left the scene under the protection of the Masatsuki. After walking some distance, Yoruichi suddenly whispered. Masatsuki, what do you think of old man Jinrei? He seems strict, but deep down, he's actually a kind person. Masatsuki's face remained expressionless, making it clear he wasn't particularly interested in discussing the old man. As expected of you, you figured that out after just one meeting. Yoruichi gave him an admiring look, then sighed. Too bad some people never see it. Masatsuki glanced at her, immediately understanding she was talking about that poor fool, Koga Kachiki. 40 chapters ahead. P at Tree&Com/Pink Snake. Chapter 40, Unworthy of a Mentor. The Shihoin and Kachiki clans have a good relationship. Yoruichi and Sojin Kachiki's son, Byakuya Kachiki, are close friends and playmates, so it's only natural for her to be concerned about their family affairs. However, Masatsuki Aozaki had no interest in the emotional entanglements between a stubborn old man and a wronged young man, nor did he want to dwell on the topic. Under the protection of the Masatsuki, the two quickly returned to the Shihoin estate. Once inside, Yoruichi Shihoin retrieved her spoils, 2 special containers filled with red and white liquids, along with a set of documents. She didn't keep them to herself and opened the scroll, going over it with Masatsuki Aozaki. Though he had mentally prepared himself, after reading the information on the hot springs, Masatsuki Aozaki couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. White bone hell extracts the ryatsu and blood of the one soaking in it, expelling injuries and ailments in the process. The way it functioned felt almost conceptual in nature. Of course, both hot springs had powerful effects, but their drawbacks were just as severe. Soaking in white bone hell for too long led to exhaustion and death, leaving behind nothing but bare bones. On the other hand, if someone with sufficient ryatsu and blood soaked in blood pond hell, their body would regenerate excessively, leading to flesh decomposition. Both hot springs had astonishing benefits and equally terrifying risks. After some discussion, the two decided to hand the springs and the documents over to Keisuke Urahara immediately so he could start working on replicating them. Without Kirinji Tenjiro's ryatsu, creating an exact copy of the original hot springs was nearly impossible. But a simplified version would suffice. With their plan set, the two slipped away from the Shihoin estate under the cover of night, making their way to the playground beneath Sukayako Hill. As they stepped into the training ground, they spotted Keisuke Urahara sitting by an empty pool, deep in thought. Keisuke, still up this late? We're here. Masatsuki Aozaki walked up, patted his shoulder, and called out cheerfully. Keisuke Urahara looked up, let out a long sigh, then leaned back. The more time he spent around Masatsuki, the more he realized how difficult he was to deal with. Compared to the overly familiar Keisuke, he still preferred being called Urahara-san. With a tone full of exasperation, Kisukirahara asked, "What happened to you two? Did Captain Unohana fight you?" "No." Masatsuki Aozaki scratched his head, glanced at the bloodstains all over himself, and muttered, "We ran into an ambush on the way, rebels targeting my sensei. But it wasn't a big deal. Captain Yoruichi barely had to lift a finger to take down a captain-level Shinigami, and we got the sensei out safely." Yoruichi Shihoin crossed her arms and lifted her chin with pride, her expression practically inviting them to heap praise on her. Kisukirahara gave her a glance but, ignoring her expectant look, turned back to Masatsuki. "A captain-level Shinigami. You're both unscathed, right?" Yoruichi nearly exploded on the spot, raising her fist to knock some sense into him for brushing her off. Fortunately, Masatsuki stepped in just in time to hold her back. With his arms wrapped around her waist, her legs still kicking in protest, Masatsuki forced a strained smile. "Relax, we're fine. The blood's all from the rebels." Finally calming down, Yoruichi huffed. "Those rebels are weaklings. They can push around Sojin Kachiki, but running into me. That's just bad luck for them." Masatsuki released Yoruichi, remembering why they had come, and handed the hot springs and documents to Kisukirahara. Kisuk unfolded the papers and studied them carefully, his brows furrowing before gradually relaxing. After a while, he clapped his hands and said, "This lines up pretty well with my research. I'm confident I can get some useful results from this, but I'll need more time for further analysis and experimentation before I can give you a definite answer." Yoruichi grinned and raised her hand for a high five. Masatsuki, expressionless at first, hesitated under her expectant gaze, then, ultimately, relented. Pop. The two slapped their hands together with a crisp sound before playfully scuffling. Kisukirahara inspected the hot spring while listening to them discuss the events of the night. After hearing their accounts, he frowned slightly, lost in thought. The rebel Sazanasuke Takasuji and the long-haired men were only of average strength, but they were still captain level. Two captains openly joining the rebels and ambushing Sojin Kachiki was an extremely dangerous sign. Until now, while the rebels and Gotei 13 had frequent skirmishes, there had never been a direct clash between top combatants. Because of this, the captains had taken a wait-and-see approach, refraining from personally intervening. However, the ambush on Sojin might change everything. This wasn't just a matter of captain-level combat power, it also involved the Kachiki, Shihoin, and Tsuneyashiro clans, the highest-ranking noble families. With them entangled, the Central 46 compound could no longer afford to maintain the status quo. The Gotei 13, once an elite assassination force, might soon bare its fangs again, throwing all of Seireitei into turmoil. With that thought, Urahara turned to Masatsuki Aozaki and said seriously, "Masatsuki, from now on, you need to be extra careful. The rebels plan to assassinate Sojin failed because of you, and they'll likely try to get revenge. I suggest seeking help from Captain Commander Yamamoto. See if he can arrange some guards to ensure your safety." "Why is this on me? Yoruichi's the one who played hero." Masatsuki blinked, tilting his head in protest. Despite his words, he understood the situation and wasn't really blaming Yoruichi. Sojin had the backing of the Kachiki clan and the 6th Division, and Yoruichi had the Shihoin clan and the 2nd Division behind her. Meanwhile, even though he carried the title of the Captain Commander's disciple, if he pushed the wrong people too far, that title wouldn't be enough to save him. Old Man Yamamoto had the power to overturn the table, but he never knew how to clean up the mess afterward. That was precisely why he confined himself within the rules. Yoruichi immediately caught on that Masatsuki was joking, but she still knelt beside him like a guilty child and whispered, "Why don't you move in with me? With me and the Onmitsukido at the Shihoin estate, you'd be completely safe. You saved Sojin-sensei, yet you act like you did something wrong," Masatsuki teased. "But there's no need for that, I'll just go find Old Man Yamamoto. If a disciple's in trouble, how could a master not step in? No, this isn't even a favor. I'm always so good to him, if he just stands by and does nothing, he's unfit to be a master. He actually let his disciple, me, end up in such a dangerous mess. What an incompetent master. I have to go have a serious talk with him." Yoruichi and Urahara exchanged glances, helpless smiles forming at the corners of their lips. They had a feeling he was about to get himself into more trouble. 40 chapters ahead. P at Triancom/Pinksnake. Chapter 41, Captain's Meeting. "Master, you must stand up for your disciple." Yamamoto's eye twitched as he looked at Masatsuki Aozaki, who stood before him, pretending to wipe away tears. He really wanted to know where this brat had learned to be so shameless. Was it something he picked up on his own, or was it just because he was his disciple? But Jushiro Yukitake wasn't like this. This was definitely Shuinsue Kairaku's fault. Leaning on his cane, Yamamoto stood up and glared at Masatsuki Aozaki, his voice sharp. "Stand up straight. What kind of Shinigami cries like this? The Gotei 13 has no place for the weak. If Captain Shihoin hadn't intervened, do you think you'd still be standing here complaining? Masatsuki Aozaki feigned wiping away tears, stealing a glance at Yamamoto before rolling his eyes. In the past 1,000 years, among all the students at Shino Academy, who at his age had higher Ryatsu than him? Probably only that freak Aizen. This time, the opponent was a captain. No matter how strong a lieutenant-level Shinigami was, fighting a captain was another story entirely. Of course, he'd never say that out loud. Instead, he just kept whining and complaining. He knew Yamamoto's temper all too well. If he talked back now, he wouldn't just get a lecture, he'd get first-hand experience with Yamamoto-style Hakuda training. Watching Masatsuki Aozaki play the victim, Jushiro Yukitake felt a little sympathetic. Meanwhile, Shunsui Kairaku was thoroughly enjoying himself. Before this little disciple joined, he was usually the one standing here getting scolded. But now, the old man had finally found a new target. This kid really made the right choice in becoming his disciple. I'm finally free. Suddenly, a chill ran down Kairaku's spine. Looking up, he saw his cute little junior smiling at him. Was it just his imagination, or was there pure malice hidden in that smile? Following Masatsuki Aozaki's gaze, Yamamoto turned to see Shunsui Kairaku grinning, and his anger flared up even more. I didn't scold him today, and he's already getting cocky. Yamamoto snapped. You fool. What do you think you're laughing at? Have you forgotten your responsibilities? The 8th Division is in charge of intelligence, so why didn't you uncover the presence of a captain-level Shinigami among the rebels? Do you have any idea what could have happened if their ambush had succeeded? Kairaku wanted to cry but had no tears left. He knew the old man was really mad. It wasn't just about missing the enemy's strength, what truly enraged Yamamoto was that Sojin Kuchiki had nearly died because of it. If that had happened, as the head of the intelligence unit, he would have been the one to bear the consequences. Seeing Yamamoto look so troubled, Kairaku even felt a little guilty. That guilt lasted for about a whole second before it faded away. Now that Kairaku was also being punished alongside him, Masatsuki Aozaki felt a lot better. Putting on a pitiful expression, he said, Master, I don't blame Kairaku-senpai, but I did save Lieutenant Kuchiki. No matter how you look at it, I'm a huge hero for the Gotei 13. As the captain commander, I trust you won't let me down. My request isn't unreasonable, just assign me 2 beautiful lieutenants as my bodyguards, and I'll be satisfied. Kairaku's eyes widened. How did this suddenly become my fault? And how is this kid shamelessly taking all the credit? He's even more thick-skinned than I am. For a moment, he felt both relieved and speechless. Finally, someone was carrying on his legacy. Seeing his young disciple still playing around, Yamamoto's temper flared up again. He was just about to explode when a voice from outside interrupted him with an urgent report. Captain Commander, all the captains have arrived. Yamamoto's expression shifted through several emotions before he let out a resigned sigh. After a brief internal struggle, he finally regained his composure and said, Very well, let them in. His sharp gaze flicked to Masatsuki Aozaki, and he said flatly, Masatsuki, you don't need to leave. Go stand in the back and observe. Masatsuki Aozaki was slightly surprised. Normally, even lieutenants weren't allowed to attend a captain's meeting, yet here he was, a Shino Academy student, given the privilege to sit in. This was not the time to act out. In a formal setting like this, he had to respect his master's authority. He responded respectfully, then moved behind Yamamoto, taking a spot against the wall. Soon, the meeting room doors opened, and a figure walked in. The captain of the 2nd Division, Shihakushō. She took her seat to Yamamoto's right, her eyes briefly lighting up when she spotted Masatsuki. He looked back at her, and in the very first moment their eyes met, they started making exaggerated expressions at each other, silently attempting to exchange information. The captains were far too perceptive for such antics to go unnoticed. The ones entering behind them caught sight of the interaction, their expressions turning subtly amused. Following closely behind were the lieutenant of the 3rd Division, Chikane Iba. The captain of the 4th Division, Retsu Unohana. The captain of the 5th Division, Shinji Hirako. The captain of the 6th Division, Jinrei Kuchiki. The captain of the 7th Division, Love Akawa. The captain of the 9th Division, Kensei Maguruma. The captain of the 10th Division, Isshin Shiba. The captain of the 11th Division, Kenpachi Kiganjo. The captain of the 12th Division, Kiryo Hikifune. As each white-cloaked figure entered, Masatsuki Aozaki finally had the chance to put faces to all the captains of the Gotei 13. Once everyone had arrived, Shunsui Kairaku and Jushiro Yukitake exchanged a glance before stepping into their respective positions. At this moment, they weren't standing here as Yamamoto's disciples, but as captains of the Gotei 13. Isshin Shiba noticed the exchange between Masatsuki Aozaki and Shihakushō, pressing his lips together as if he wanted to say something. He seemed to be considering whether he should inform his niece about these two after the meeting. Retsu Unohana, ever the quiet and graceful Yamato Nadeshiko, kept her head slightly lowered, her expression calm and unreadable, as if nothing in the world could disturb her. Jinrei Kuchiki, the stern old man, spared Masatsuki a glance, but just a single one, before withdrawing his gaze. This old man. There's a reason Koga Kuchiki turned out the way he did. Masatsuki Aozaki kept his thoughts to himself, maintaining his obedient demeanor. As for the captains he had already met or was familiar with, they paid him little mind. But the others, those who hadn't interacted with him before, regarded him with curiosity. They wanted to see for themselves what kind of legendary genius had caught the attention of Captain Commander Yamamoto. A single light tap of Yamamoto's cane against the floor signaled the start of the meeting, and the captains quickly refocused. The primary topic of discussion was, unsurprisingly, the attack on Lieutenant Sojin Kuchiki of the 6th Division. A lieutenant's injury wouldn't normally warrant a captain's meeting, but Sojin Kuchiki was no ordinary lieutenant, he was the heir to the Kuchiki clan. This level of attention was a privilege that most lieutenants would never receive. As the conversation shifted to serious matters, the captain's expressions hardened. With all eyes on her, Yoruichi Shihoin stepped forward and began recounting the events of the previous night. 40 chapters ahead. P at Trioncom/Pink Snake. Chapter 42, The Oath. Yoruichi's account was heavily embellished, making it seem as though she had taken down the captain-level rebels herself, while Aozaki Masatsuki had only provided minor assistance under her command. Of course, this wasn't about stealing credit, it was a way to shield Masatsuki from potential trouble and danger. After all, she couldn't be certain if any of the captains present had ties to the Tsuneyashiro clan. Aozaki Masatsuki understood her reasoning and didn't argue. In fact, he felt somewhat touched. Credit didn't matter, in the Gotei 13, status was earned through strength. Those who knew the truth, Yamamoto, Anohana, and Jinrei Kuchiki, remained silent, tacitly approving of Yoruichi's approach. While Yoruichi continued explaining the situation to the others, Masatsuki began observing the captains. Each had their own distinct presence, but one in particular stood out, Kiryu Hikifune. Her warm and open demeanor always seemed to draw his attention. Sensing his gaze, Kiryu Hikifune turned and offered him a kind smile. Masatsuki returned the gesture. He hadn't expected such generosity from her and decided he should interact with her more in the future. Unfortunately, according to rumors, she would soon be promoted to the 0 Division, meaning they likely wouldn't have much time to get acquainted. Besides Hikifune, another person who managed to catch Masatsuki's attention was Kensei Meguruma. This captain, known throughout the Soul Society for his combat prowess, had a Ryatsu level classified as 3rd rank, just as Anohana had mentioned. Sensing Masatsuki's gaze, Kensei turned to look at him. His first thought was, what beautiful eyes. But almost immediately, he sensed something off. There was something hidden beneath those eyes, something dark and unsettling. It wasn't hostility, not in the physical sense. Rather, it felt like a deep, lingering intent to cause him psychological harm. Am I imagining things? This should be our first meeting. Shaking his head, Kensei quickly dismissed the strange thought. As Masatsuki continued observing the captains and exchanging the occasional glance with Yoruichi, Yamamoto finally spoke. The Central 46 has issued its verdict regarding the captured rebels. For treason and insurrection, they have been sentenced to death. Effective immediately, they will be detained in the Senzeiku until their execution. In recent days, rebel activity has grown rampant. Each division must do everything in its power to eliminate them. With that, the matter was officially concluded. Of course, that was only on the surface. Behind the scenes, how the noble families waged their battles was not the Gotei 13's concern. Yamamoto had no interest in aristocratic power struggles. The duty of the Gotei 13 was to maintain order, not serve as a tool for noble rivalries. As long as their conflicts didn't escalate to a level that threatened Seireitei, or the world, he would not interfere. That being said, Yamamoto knew his old friend well. Though his son had been ambushed, he had survived. Once the attackers were punished, he would likely choose to let the matter rest. The Kuchiki clan was not like the lunatics of the Tsuneyashiro clan. They, too, held an exalted status, but they bound themselves to rules and upheld the stability of Seireitei. They would not trample over order for personal vengeance. Even if they sought to move against the Tsuneyashiro clan, they would do so within Seireitei's laws. The Tsuneyashiro clan, however, was another matter entirely. If their people were attacked, they wouldn't care about laws, they would lash out like rabid dogs, indiscriminately biting at anything in their path. To borrow a saying from an ancient Western kingdom in the world of the living, a gentleman may be taken advantage of precisely because he is a gentleman. And his old friend, he was just such a man. Yamamoto let out a quiet sigh and swept his gaze across the room. Today, all captains are gathered to represent their respective divisions at this meeting. However, the position of 3rd Division captain remains vacant. Do any of you have recommendations? This was the true purpose of today's meeting. As a support unit, the 3rd Division played a crucial role in reinforcing other squads by compensating for battlefield casualties. Its importance could not be understated. The position of 3rd Division captain had been left unfilled for over a decade, with Lieutenant Chikane Iba handling its affairs due to the lack of a suitable candidate. Now, in a time of turmoil, finding someone to fill the vacancy would be ideal. At Yamamoto's words, everyone instinctively turned to look at Chikane Iba. Under their gazes, Iba shook her head slightly. Yamamoto felt a twinge of disappointment, though it was expected. If a suitable candidate had been available, it would have been reported in advance, there would be no need to bring it up today. Scanning the room, Yamamoto saw that none of the other captains stepped forward to speak. He already had his answer. With a calm and indifferent tone, he declared, "Very well. The matter of the captaincy will be discussed at a later date. For now, I appoint Lieutenant Iba as acting captain, temporarily overseeing the 3rd Division." Though Iba had been managing the squad for years, this official decree solidified her authority. The captains had no objections. They had all seen her dedication and efforts firsthand. This was a position she had earned. Masatsuki Aozaki calculated that with this, the meeting was likely coming to an end. He was already prepared to leave at any moment. However, Yamamoto did not adjourn. Instead, he turned his gaze toward him and spoke in an unmistakable tone. "Shin'o Academy student, Masatsuki Aozaki. Before the academic year ends, apply for early graduation and take part in the Kanso training exercise. Upon graduating, report to the 2nd Division with your diploma." Last night, the 3rd seat of the 2nd Division submitted a resignation due to a position transfer. You will assume the seat upon your arrival. Masatsuki Aozaki was momentarily stunned. He had anticipated that Yamamoto might push for his early graduation. After all, ever since Sojin Kuchiki was attacked, Yamamoto had asked for his opinion multiple times, and Masatsuki had always answered that he would comply with any arrangements. However, he had assumed that Yamamoto would assign him to the 1st Division, or at the very least, the 8th or 13th. Those squads were safe choices, filled with allies. The last thing he expected was to be placed in the 2nd Division. When Yamamoto was halfway through his announcement, Masatsuki had already envisioned the scenario in his head, Yamamoto ordering him into the 1st Division, followed by Yoruichi throwing a fit, demanding he uphold his promise. Now, Yoruichi was grinning triumphantly, flashing an okay hand gesture at him. Even the ever-serious Yamamoto, who had been fuming all day, seemed to have a glint of amusement in his eyes, his lips curling slightly at the corners. And as if on cue, the sudden transfer of the 2nd Division's 3rd seat the night before. There was no way this wasn't premeditated. Masatsuki Aozaki came to a realization. He had been sold out. That old man Yamamoto had set him up. His eyes reddened, staring at Yamamoto in deep anguish, silently questioning why he had been betrayed. Yamamoto pondered for a moment, opened his mouth as if about to explain. But before he could, Masatsuki immediately cut in. "Thank you, Master, for your trust. I will do my utmost to become an exceptional Shinigami and will not disappoint your expectations." Yamamoto studied him in silence for a long moment before nodding slightly. Then, turning away, he said, "Captain Shihoin, Masatsuki Aozaki is in your hands now." Yoruichi straightened up and bowed swiftly. "Leave it to me, Captain Commander." Yamamoto gave a small nod of acknowledgement. After a few final instructions to the captains, primarily regarding the need to monitor rebel activity, he officially declared the meeting adjourned. The captains bowed in salute before turning to leave. "I went through a lot of trouble to find out about your early graduation," Yoruichi chuckled, nudging Masatsuki with her elbow as they walked down the corridor. "Now there's no escape. Don't forget your promise, if I'm the captain of the 2nd Division, you're my 3rd seat." "How could I possibly disobey Master's orders?" Masatsuki replied with a grin. "Besides, I've never forgotten the agreement between us. Just make sure you don't forget your end of the deal either. Otherwise, I just might make you pay me back." The last line was whispered directly into Yoruichi's ear. A ticklish sensation ran through her, and her ears instantly turned red. The blush spread down her neck, a rare and oddly adorable sight. Flustered, she smacked Masatsuki's shoulder. "Don't worry. In a few years, that kid will join the squad too. But I'll only introduce you to, you're on your own for anything beyond that." 40 chapters ahead. p@tree.com/pinksnake. Chapter 43, Graduation Application. That evening. Behind Seireitei's West Gate, at Shin'o Academy. In a lavish dormitory, Masatsuki Aozaki informed Ranjika Matsumoto and Jin Ichimaru of his decision to apply for early graduation. This year? At a time like this? Why would the captain commander give such an order? Ranjiku's expression tensed as she processed his words. "Isn't this too dangerous?" Jin added, his tone heavy with concern. Unlike the carefree Ranjaku, Jin had been closely following the situation outside. Captain Commander Yamamoto's decision was so shocking that he could hardly believe it. They had only just taken down a captain-level Shinigami from the rebel forces, there was no way the Tsuneyashiro clan would let that slide. Looking at Masatsuki, who sat cross-legged on the floor with a calm and amiable smile, anyone who didn't know better would think he was about to go on vacation. This idiot. This isn't the right time to graduate. Why don't you just come up with an excuse to refuse the captain commander? Jin suggested. You're unreliable most of the time anyway, just make something up, and he'll probably buy it. Both the Gotei 13 and the rebels were gearing up for all-out war. The battles ahead would be nothing short of brutal. Compared to joining the Gotei 13 now, staying in Shihakushō Academy was far safer. My master wouldn't send me to my death. Masatsuki absent-mindedly ran his fingers along the hilt of Bansho Senrin, then smiled reassuringly. Once I join, I'll be the third seat of the 2nd Division, which also puts me in charge of the detention unit, overseeing the nest of maggots. I won't be on the front lines. Besides, the Masatsuki operates independently from the Gotei 13 and is entirely controlled by the Shihoin clan. There's little need to worry about internal threats. If anything, joining the 2nd Division is safer than staying at Shihakushō Academy. At that, he glanced at Ranjaku and Jin. If they wanted, they could graduate alongside him. Neither had achieved Shirkai yet, but passing the graduation exam wouldn't be an issue. In the original timeline, Jin was a prodigy who graduated from the academy in just a year. Now, with her soul complete, Ranjaku possessed even greater potential than he did. As Masatsuki's thoughts drifted, Jin suddenly opened his eyes and asked, what happened to the rebels who attacked? Do they know you killed a captain-level Shinigami? That was the real issue. Captain-class Shinigami weren't just symbols of nobility, they were the true backbone of Soul Society's power. Even the 4 great noble clans wouldn't take such a loss lightly. Given the Tsuneyashiro clan's ruthlessness, ambition, and dominance, there was no way they'd let this go. You're the captain commander's beloved disciple. But you're not the captain commander himself. You really think those rebels will stay quiet? Masatsuki returned to the present, considered for a moment, then shrugged with a smile. They were sentenced to death and locked away in Senzeiku under Masatsuki's watch. No one is allowed to visit. As for the ones who saw me kill, Captain Unohana took care of them. Now, barely anyone knows the truth, and those who do won't dare spread it. Not to mention Yoruichi, Old Man Yamamoto, Jinri Kachiki, and Sojin Kachiki, no one would be foolish enough to provoke them. Even the 4th Division members who witnessed the incident were under Unohana's strict supervision. They wouldn't be released until things blew over. Jin furrowed his brows. Seeing Masatsuki's unwavering confidence, he knew the situation had been handled. He wasn't sure how this guy had managed to get so many big names to cover for him. But the outcome was undeniably perfect. Masatsuki had saved Kachiki-sensei. His role in killing a captain-level rebel remained hidden. And soon, he joined the 2nd Division as 3rd seat. Everything seemed to be falling into place. But was that really a good thing? Jin studied Masatsuki's relaxed smile, unease creeping into his chest. Masatsuki had done something that could shake all of Soul Society. The captain commander could protect him for now, but could he guarantee that safety forever? This was nothing like the future they had envisioned when they first arrived. And yet, Masatsuki had the nerve to tell him to keep a low profile. Masatsuki. Masatsuki looked at him curiously. What's wrong? Jin Ichimaru pondered for a moment, narrowing his eyes before saying slowly, I want to apply for early graduation too. Me too. Me too. Ranjaku Matsumoto chimed in excitedly. Masatsuki and Jin rolled their eyes in unison, exasperated. They distinctly remembered how confused she had looked just moments ago, yet now she was eager to join in. What's your reason? Masatsuki asked, tilting his head. I don't feel comfortable letting you, a total airhead, wander around on your own, Jin sighed. Ranjaku nodded in agreement. Masatsuki was briefly stunned before breaking into a satisfied smile. I knew I made the right choice. Bringing you to Shihakushō Academy was definitely a good decision. Unlike Ranjaku, who just gives me headaches all day long. She never trains seriously, and if I'm not around to push her, she won't do anything. As Masatsuki continued complaining, Jin glanced at Ranjaku, whose expression was darkening. A strange look crossed his face. Anyway, since you both are so eager, let's do this together. Masatsuki, completely unaware of the impending danger, grew more and more excited. Ahem. Noticing Ranjaku's increasingly icy stare and the dangerous aura radiating from her, Jin coughed twice. Masatsuki. What I meant to say was, Ranjaku is just too irresistible. I'd be more than happy to stay by her side. Supervising her training is just a bonus. This time, it was Ranjaku's turn to fall silent. Watching the two, Jin pressed a hand to his forehead in exasperation. That was the most awkward save he'd ever heard. But before a second passed, Ranjika burst into laughter and threw herself at Masatsuki. I knew it. Jin. Masatsuki hugged her tightly, then waved at Jin. I'll leave the graduation application report to you. I got it, Jin muttered through gritted teeth, his eye twitching. Watching the two suddenly start flirting in front of him, he felt utterly drained. They're both the same kind of trouble. After Jin finished the application, Masatsuki submitted the early graduation request to Kito Sato. Upon hearing his reasons, Kito Sato approved the request without hesitation. He also excused Masatsuki from attending further academy classes so he could focus entirely on preparing for the graduation exam. In the days that followed, Masatsuki immersed himself in training the Sakatsu technique he had learned from Yamamoto. Ranjiku and Jin trained alongside him, determined to improve as much as possible before the exam. 40 chapters ahead. P at Tree-in-Com/Pink Snake. Chapter 44, Shinso. The sky was dark and heavy with thick clouds. The vast dojo seemed almost crushed under their weight, and the old wooden buildings creaked intermittently. Inside the dimly lit Hakuda dojo, Masatsuki Aozaki stood alone on the wooden floor, shirtless, his well-defined muscles exposed. His eyes remained closed as the flickering oil lamps cast a faint, distorted shadow of his figure on the walls. Air currents surged from beneath his feet, lifting his long hair and swirling around him. If anyone had been present, they would have been shocked, because the rising currents encircling Masatsuki showed no signs of being driven by Ryatsu. In the next instant, with a light step, both Masatsuki and the gust of wind vanished. In a blink, he reappeared before a Kido-enhanced training dummy. His eyes snapped open. Raising his fists, he struck out. Sakatsu. The dummy shattered instantly, breaking apart like fragile ceramic. Exhaling softly, Masatsuki smirked in satisfaction. Guess I really need to create a sense of urgency for myself. It's the only way to push my limits. As he picked up the broken fragments, he studied them carefully, speaking with a hint of emotion. Over the past few months, his training progress had slowed significantly, his Ryatsu growth had nearly stagnated. Even though his abilities were still improving with increased training intensity, the pace was far from ideal. However, after his battle with the captain-level rebels, something shifted, whether due to sheer determination or some mental breakthrough, his training efficiency had improved dramatically. Too bad those rebels weren't strong enough to really get me into the right state. Masatsuki chuckled, wiping the sweat from his body with a towel. Truthfully, they weren't weak, but they were weaker than Yoruichi and stronger than himself, which made it impossible to go all out. Without Yoruichi, he wouldn't have risked his life in battle. Without him, Yoruichi could have easily taken down the rebels on her own. I miss sparring with Yoruichi. A trace of nostalgia flickered in his gaze. But now, she barely had time. At most, she could visit him once a week. Back when they trained together, she would suppress her Ryatsu and engage him in specialized sparring sessions. During that time, he was injured almost daily, but the sheer thrill of those battles, the constant struggle to push himself further, was intoxicating. That had also been the period when his strength grew the fastest. Unfortunately, those days were long gone. The conflict between the rebels and the Gotei 13 had only intensified. While Yoruichi wasn't personally fighting, the overwhelming responsibilities of her division left her utterly exhausted. Thinking about this, Masatsuki slowly put on his clothes. He wasn't in a rush. The graduation exam was approaching, and if everything went smoothly, he would be in the second division within a month. His strength was nowhere near the level of monsters like Yamamoto or Anohana, but he was confident that, with his talent, he could stand among the strongest in the Soul Society. Before that could happen, he had to grow stronger. He had to turn the talent that had earned Yamamoto and Anohana's recognition into real, undeniable power. A resolute light flashed in his eyes as he stepped out of the dojo and pushed open the door. Raindrops fell steadily outside, and patrol officers moved through the courtyard, conducting their routine security checks. Across from him, in the spacious Zanjutsu dojo, Ranjiku Matsumoto and Jin Ichimaru were fully immersed in their training. Ranjiku held her Zanpakutō firmly, her expression serious as she practiced her swordsmanship with disciplined precision. The sharp edge of her blade sliced through the air, creating sharp, whistling sounds. Jin, meanwhile, sat cross-legged with his Asachi resting on his lap, his expression calm as he meditated in Jinzen. They're working hard, Masatsuki observed with satisfaction, smiling as Anohana approached. She spoke in her usual gentle tone. They're good kids. The 62nd district of Rakangai truly is a rare gem, producing 3 geniuses at once. Especially Ranjiku, she's improving rapidly. With Shinasuke, that fanatic, as her lieutenant, she had become the most relaxed captain in the Gotei 13. Masatsuki smirked, recalling the sharp-tongued officer. Every time he visited the 4th division, he ended up suffering at Shinasuke's hands, not in battle, but through sheer verbal torment. Boom. A crack several centimeters wide suddenly split open along one of the dojo's pillars. Ryatsu surged through the air, drawing the attention of the Shinigami patrolling outside the courtyard. What's going on? Who just released their Ryatsu? This Ryatsu, isn't it that silver-haired kid's? The patrol officers glanced toward the dojo, their expressions shifting slightly, but none of them lingered. After a brief moment of curiosity, they resumed their rounds. Masatsuki, however, watched Jin with keen interest as the burst of Ryatsu settled. Beside him, Ranjaku instinctively reached for her Zanpakutō, ready to say something, but Masatsuki placed a hand on her shoulder and shook his head. She hesitated but stopped just as a low murmur echoed through the dojo. Shinso. The moment the words left Jin's lips, the Asachi in his hands transformed, its blade shortened, its tsuba curved into an S shape, resembling an unassuming wakizashi. You've awakened your shurikai? Masatsuki asked. Jin slowly opened his eyes and gave a small nod. Yeah. Its name is Shinso. Masatsuki's eyes lit up. Want to test its power? Right now. Jin waved a hand dismissively. I can't control it properly yet. No worries, let me see it in action. Masatsuki grinned, resting a hand on Bansho Senrin. With Captain Unohana here, there's no need to worry about injuries. Jin hesitated under Masatsuki's eager gaze but eventually gave in. All right then. Be careful, Masatsuki. Shinso can extend its blade in an instant. He pointed the tip of his Zanpakutō at Masatsuki, hesitated a moment longer as if double-checking his aim, then finally called out the release command. Shoot to kill, Shinso. Whoosh. The short blade extended at lightning speed, shooting forward like a spear. It was fast, but in Masatsuki's eyes, not fast enough. The difference in their Ryatsu was clear. Unfazed, he let out a quiet chuckle, smoothly drawing Bansho Senrin and giving a light swing to intercept the thrust. Their blades clashed, sending sparks flying, before Shinso's extended blade embedded itself into the ceiling. Jin exhaled in relief. No accidents. If Masatsuki had moved even slightly in the wrong direction, there would have been no talking his way out of it. But before he could fully relax, he felt a surge of Ryatsu behind him and let out a resigned sigh. Ranjaku had drawn her Zanpakutō, her voice ringing with anger. Jin. It was obvious to everyone, she was furious. I told you I couldn't control it yet. Jin muttered helplessly as Shinso retracted back into its short form. Still caught up in the thrill of witnessing a new shurikai, Masatsuki quickly stepped in to smooth things over. 40 chapters ahead. P at Tree&Com/Pinksnake. Chapter 45, Kido Exam. Shin'o Academy, Kido Training Ground. The students slowly made their way into the dojo. As the doors opened, the Aozaki trio, led by Masatsuki, stepped into the open training ground. The moment he entered, Masatsuki couldn't help but show a hint of surprise. This doesn't quite match the exam I remember. Shin'o Academy is the only institution in Seoul society dedicated to training Shinigami, but in reality, its annual enrollment is quite limited, rarely exceeding 200 students. Out of those 200, it's considered impressive if even a fifth successfully graduate. Geniuses aren't common, and only nobles are born with naturally high Ryatsu, an unchanging reality in Seoul society. Because he was from Rakongai, Masatsuki had been deemed a genius upon admission with a Ryatsu rank of 16. Even within the academy, both prodigies and noble heirs were few and far between. Most students were the children of ordinary Shinigami, so Shin'o Academy graduates typically reached only a Ryatsu rank of 20. Anyone surpassing that threshold was either an exceptional talent, appearing once in several years, or a noble. Yet, what Masatsuki saw now was beyond his expectations. Not only was the number of examinees larger than usual, but over 20 had reached the level of professional Shinigami. More shockingly, a few even possessed Ryatsu surpassing rank 12. This year, many students applied for early graduation. Some are nobles, while the rest come from Rakongai or commoner backgrounds, but all of them are exceptionally talented. Aizen had just finished demonstrating his shurikai when he approached Masatsuki Aozaki, lowering his voice. As for why they applied for early graduation, it's said to be because of someone. But who could that be? To make them care so much. Ranjaku Matsumoto and Jin Ichimaru, standing nearby, exchanged startled glances. Masatsuki, however, merely chuckled. Aizen's presence here was no surprise at all. If he had gone out of his way to deliver a warning, then the person in question could only be him. It made perfect sense. The Tsuneyashiro clan held the greatest influence among the noble families in Seireitei, dominating the Central 46 with their allies. For someone like Masatsuki, a lowly outcast from Rakongai, to openly defy them, there was only one possible response: kill one as an example to the rest. Otherwise, no one would fear them anymore. Now, an opportunity had conveniently presented itself, an accident waiting to happen. These minor nobles and commoners, ever the loyal underlings, naturally had to prove themselves. Even making a good impression could be beneficial. If they pleased the right people, a single offhand remark might elevate them, or their families, to greater heights. "Thank you for the warning, Aizen-sensei," Masatsuki Aozaki said. "I was just making an idle comment, nothing more," Aizen replied with a light chuckle, adjusting his black-framed glasses before turning and walking away. As Aizen walked away, Masatsuki smiled and nodded. "Interesting. So those people are all enemies?" Ranjaku asked, looking into the distance. The group had been watching them closely, their gazes anything but friendly. "They're classmates." "What enemies?" Masatsuki let out a short laugh before turning to Ranjaku and Jin, lowering his voice. "Be extra cautious during the Kanso internship. If they show hostility toward us, don't hold back." "Of course. And if you're going to do it cleanly. Your life comes first." He had no interest in noble feuds, but if they were eager to die, so be it. As long as the killings weren't out in the open, even if old man Yamamoto caught wind of it, he wouldn't be blamed. If it came to light, things could get complicated. With the Shihoin clan and Yamamoto protecting him, and the Kuchiki clan owing him a favor, chances were high they'd cover for him. He'd likely survive, but imprisonment in the nest of maggots would be a real possibility. Masatsuki had no intention of ending up there. The nest of maggots was under the jurisdiction of the Shihoin clan. It wasn't the worst fate, but the future was far brighter in the Gotei 13. "What about you?" Ranjaku frowned, watching him closely. She had heard enough about the Tsuneyashiro clan's actions to know what they were capable of. More importantly, they were her enemies. Killing them wouldn't weigh on her conscience in the slightest. What concerned her was Masatsuki's future. Shino Academy isn't run by the Tsuneyashiro clan. The instructors overseeing the internship were handpicked by Master Yamamoto and Headmaster Sato. Masatsuki smiled at Ranjaku and Jin, who was deep in thought. The Kanso internship takes place in the world of the living, outside of Seireitei's control. Danger is to be expected. Accidents happen all the time. He lowered his voice. If they make a move, eliminate them all, no loose ends. The two exchanged a glance before nodding silently. If Masatsuki said so, then they'd go all in. They had followed him for years and survived Rakangai's harsh streets. In a life-or-death fight, hesitation was fatal. No matter what happened, they would deal with it together. Next, Masatsuki Aozaki. At the training grounds, the instructor called his name from the roll. A faint smile crossed the man's face. Unlike the other students, this one was a true genius. Masatsuki stepped forward, stopping beside the instructor and offering a respectful bow. "Heido number 4, Byakurai." He raised a finger toward the target, white lightning crackling at his fingertip. In the next instant, a bolt of energy shot forward. Boom. The target exploded in a flash of white light, and a deep crater formed 10 meters away. The watching student stood frozen, staring at the shattered ground in stunned silence. That was Byakurai. Are you kidding me? How is it that strong? Did I learn the wrong kind of Byakurai or what? You idiot, it's the difference in Ryatsu. Same Kido, different output. Whispers spread through the crowd as shock set in. They had heard the rumors about this first-year prodigy, but now they saw it for themselves. No wonder he was the captain commander's disciple. Masatsuki smiled faintly as he noted their reactions. Just as expected. This Byakurai was a warning, a reminder to those who underestimated him to step back. Killing too many students would be a hassle to explain to his instructor. He'd rather avoid another lecture. You performed excellently. Both in destructive power and precision. Full marks. 100. The instructor nodded in approval, signaling for him to return. This student of Shino Academy would one day shake the very foundations of the Gotei 13. That much, the instructor was sure of. 40 chapters ahead. /Pinksnake. Chapter 46, Becoming Enemies. With the instructor's approval, Masatsuki left the examination grounds and made his way toward the crowd. Halfway there, a sudden commotion broke out. A group of nobles and commoners had formed a defensive line, dozens of them gathered closely together. Useless trash. You can't even handle something this simple. A furious voice rang out from within the crowd, followed by the sharp crack of a slap. One by one, trembling students in the front row began kneeling, their faces gradually turning pale. Then, a figure clad in noble attire, a Zanpakutō resting at her waist, strutted out with arrogant confidence. The wave of kneeling students spread outward in eerie silence. Asaka Tsuneyashiro was furious. She had been eager to represent her family in crushing a rebellious vassal, only for these incompetent fools to disgrace her. What infuriated her even more was that a mere lowborn had dared to defy the Tsuneyashiro clan, and yet the people around her could do nothing but tremble in fear. If not for the fact that her personal attendants were barred from participating in the Kanso internship, these Rakangai-born mongrels wouldn't even deserve the privilege of kneeling before her. This was the most humiliating moment of her life. Disgraceful. Clenching her teeth, her dark green hair swayed as she spat out her frustration. Her gaze shifted to two students dressed in Shino Academy uniforms, her strongest servants. Out of my way. Don't block my path. Irritated, she kicked aside a kneeling student in front of her, then looked up to see a young man with delicate features walking toward her. Lady Asaka, I am Tetsuya Sujikami of the Sujikami family. By my father's orders, I am here to ensure your safety. Tetsuya approached, knelt on one knee, and greeted her with an ingratiating smile. Asaka barely spared him a glance before scoffing in contempt. Humph, a lowly noble I've never even heard of. Why is it just a mere seated officer? Where are the rest of the Sujikami family? Tetsuya clenched his fists but quickly released them, keeping his voice steady. I am the only one of my generation attending Shino Academy. From now until the end of the Kanso internship, we will protect you together. TCH. I don't expect much from a bunch of sniveling weaklings. Whatever. The Kanso internship won't last long, so I'll tolerate it for now. She spoke carelessly, completely ignoring the sour expressions of those around her. To her, these cowards who quaked at the mere sight of Masatsuki weren't worth a second glance. Her gaze wandered until it landed on someone else, and in that instant, her eyes gleamed. The greed and hunger in her expression made Jin Ichimaru instinctively frown. Uncomfortable, he took a step back. Well, this one's quite the looker. Asaka ran her eyes up and down Jin, her gaze invasive and appraising. Ranjaku Matsumoto's expression turned odd. Jin's face stiffened, and he unconsciously took another step back. He had heard plenty of rumors about nobles who kept up a refined facade while indulging in all manner of depravity behind closed doors. If she had really set her sights on him. Such a shame you're still so young. It'll be years before you grow up, and I don't have that kind of patience. I prefer strong, powerful men. Asaka Tsuneyashiro's gaze shifted away from Jin Ichimaru, landing on the figure behind him. A flush of excitement spread across her delicate features. Her eyes burned with greed and possessiveness, an obsession so twisted it was almost incomprehensible. Like a spoiled child laying eyes on a new toy they had never seen before, her expression gleamed with unchecked desire. Ranjaku stiffened, her body tensing before her teeth clenched in barely restrained anger. Who are you? Asaka propped her chin in one hand, her breathing slightly uneven. A large hand came to rest on Ranjaku's head, ruffling her hair in a calming gesture. He gently pulled her behind him before stepping forward, approaching the smirking woman at an unhurried pace. His tall frame blocked out the sunlight, casting a looming shadow over Asaka. Looking down at the so-called noble lady, he smiled. Shino Academy student, Masatsuki Aozaki. A pleasure to meet you, Lady Tsuneyashiro. The deep, magnetic tone of his voice carried through the silent training grounds. Masatsuki Aozaki. Asaka was momentarily taken aback, then let out a laugh. So, you're the lowborn who dared to provoke the Tsuneyashiro clan. She paused briefly before continuing in the same amused tone. I must say, I didn't expect you to look like this. Not bad. But why choose to make enemies of us? Masatsuki chuckled, the curve of his lips making him appear almost like an easygoing, cheerful young man. No, Lady Asaka, I never intended to be your enemy. I simply wanted to earn a good score and avoid disgracing Captain Commander Yamamoto. Asaka blinked in surprise before a pleased smile spread across her face. Well said. As expected of the Captain Commander's disciple, completely different from these pathetic weaklings. Masatsuki's smile remained, but there was no warmth in it. The Gotei 13 exists to protect Seireitei. I will soon be joining their ranks, and serving the nobility is both my duty and responsibility. Ranjaku and Jin exchanged bewildered glances, utterly baffled by his words. They knew Masatsuki well enough to understand he wasn't the type to lower his head so easily. If he were, he wouldn't have caused such a mess in the first place. And yet, judging by his tone, he was clearly up to something. Masatsuki took a step closer, leaning in slightly as he spoke in a quiet voice. Lady Asaka, with your status and position, there's really no need to concern yourself with someone like me, is there? You may have heard of me before. If you don't mind, I'd like to offer you a small gift, as a token of goodwill. Asaka's eyes narrowed as she accepted the slip of paper from his hand. Upon reading it, a satisfied smirk curled her lips. She carefully tucked the note away before locking her greedy gaze onto him once more, her laughter carrying a seductive lilt. Very good. I'll be waiting for you. With your talent, joining the Gotei 13 would be a waste. Wouldn't it be far better to marry into the Tsuneyashiro clan and become a noble instead? A collective gasp rippled through the gathered students. Disbelieving glances were exchanged, as if they weren't sure they had heard correctly. Ranjaku, listening from a short distance away, furrowed her brows, her chest rising and falling with restrained anger. Masatsuki simply smiled and shook his head. You must be joking, Lady Asaka. Asaka nodded in response. You still have time to think it over. The Tsuneyashiro clan is always generous when it comes to geniuses. With that, she turned and walked away without a second glance, the students trailing behind her, too afraid to even breathe loudly. As he watched her leave, the smile on Masatsuki's face slowly faded. 40 chapters ahead. P at Tree&Com/Pink Snake. Chapter 47, The Gloomy Sun. That afternoon. World of the living. Masatsuki, what exactly is going on with you and that woman? Ranjaku swung her fists at him, her soft punches landing harmlessly on his chest. She had never interfered with Masatsuki's antics before, but even she had her limits. It was one thing when it came to Yoruichi and the others, but Asaka Tsuneyashiro. That woman didn't seem like someone to be trusted. What do you mean, what's going on? I don't get it. Masatsuki held her close, his face unreadable. Jin Ichimaru gave him a complicated look, then suddenly widened his eyes, his voice uncertain. Masatsuki. You're not planning to kill her here, are you? Masatsuki merely smirked and stayed silent. Ranjaku's anger flared, her cheeks puffing up as tears welled in her eyes. Masatsuki, say something. You really do know me well, Jin, he sighed, finally breaking the silence. His hand brushed over the hilt of Bancho Senrin. It's about time. She's here. His gaze shifted into the distance, his voice eerily calm. She's here. Ranjaku and Jin froze. Masatsuki didn't name her, but they both knew exactly who he meant. But why? They had been talking just fine moments ago. What had suddenly changed his mind? Then, they recalled something small but strange. Ever since they had arrived in the world of the living, Masatsuki had been glancing off into the distance now and then, as if waiting for something. Before they could react, he had already released Ranjaku, his eyes turning cold. Masatsuki. A voice rang in his ears. He turned to see Jin stepping closer. After a brief pause, Jin spoke seriously. Are you sure about this? That's the Tsuneyashiro clan, one of the 4 great noble houses. No Shinigami would dare do something like this. And even though she's our enemy, now's not the right time to kill her. Maybe we should wait and come up with a plan. To kill the heir of the Tsuneyashiro clan. He didn't say the words out loud. He had never imagined himself even thinking something so reckless. But now that the thought had taken root, he was surprised by how unbothered he felt. Damn it. He really was getting infected by this thick-headed idiot. Jin let out a wry chuckle and shook his head. Masatsuki suddenly laughed. Jin, I'm sure of it. I'm going. Why? Jin Ichimaru asked, frowning in confusion. Masatsuki's smile didn't fade, but his tone turned cold and deliberate. This isn't some impulsive decision. I have 3 reasons for killing her. First, as you've probably noticed, she's the backbone of their group, their real leader. Which makes her our true enemy. Second, she wants me dead. It doesn't matter whether she recognized me or not, before or after, it was always her intention. But she's too young. The moment she saw me, she realized who I was, but she couldn't hide the murderous intent in her eyes, not just toward me, but toward all of us. Third, she's too clever. The fact that she was willing to play along proves she's not just some lunatic. People like her are dangerous. If we don't take this chance now, she'll become a problem we'll regret later. A cruel grin spread across Masatsuki's face. A foreseeable threat should be eliminated before it ever has the chance to take root. The two stood in the depths of the forest, locked in a distant gaze. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting patterns of light and shadow over them. Yet to Jin, the sunlight felt colder than the shade. It chilled him to the bone. Masatsuki's grin only grew, his expression bordering on madness. The Tsuneyashiro clan, one of the 4 great noble houses. Such a grand title. But do you know how long I've put up with them? I've had enough of these clowns prancing around in front of me. I'm not the type to sit back and wait for things to happen. This woman will be the first. His tone turned almost amused. Something no one dares to do. Well, starting now, someone dares. The words hit Jin like a lightning strike, sending a shiver through his body. Perhaps it was because Masatsuki had always been so kind to them, so gentle, so indulgent. At some point, he had forgotten just how ruthless and terrifying this man could be. And yet, it was because of that very ruthlessness that he and Ranjaku were still alive. They had learned how to kill from him. Their first kill had been under his watchful eyes. Jin's hands trembled, not from fear, but from something else entirely. Excitement. His fists clenched as he lifted his head, determination burning in his eyes. I'm coming with you. Masatsuki smiled, as if he had been waiting for that exact answer. Then, without hesitation, he rejected him. No need. It'll be easier if I go alone. Besides, even if something happens to me, Ranjika still needs someone to protect her. And this has nothing to do with strength. If you stay behind and keep an eye on her, I can act without hesitation. I'll be back soon. With that, Masatsuki turned and left, not looking back. Jin stood frozen in place, watching his figure disappear into the depths of the forest. Only then did he realize his back was drenched in cold sweat. For us. He thought of those 2 words Masatsuki always said. After a long silence, he suddenly bowed deeply in the direction Masatsuki had gone. Even though there was no one left to see it. Jin found himself looking up at the sky. The bright sunlight reflected off the gray earth, glimmering like silver, dazzling his eyes. A memory resurfaced. He froze, lowering his gaze to his hands, and the distant echoes of a past life reached his ears. Get that brat away. What the hell is he doing? Damn it. Let go of him. I'm warning you, don't get yourself into trouble. We barely have enough food thanks to that new guy, and now you're stealing from us. He still remembered the pain of the beating. The snarling faces of starving souls, surrounding him with their rusted blades. Back then, he had looked up at the sky, the only source of light, and wished he could survive on sunlight alone, like a tree or a blade of grass. Ugh. A scream jolted him back to the present. By the time he snapped out of it, the ones who had been threatening him were already on the ground, their blood staining the grass. A tall man with long black hair stood amidst the carnage, a bloodied katana in his hand. The crimson splattered across his face only made his beauty more unnerving. He looked like a dark sun, radiating an eerie, inescapable presence. The man knelt in front of him, his voice warm and inviting. Hey, kid, you all right? Silver hair, huh? Pretty rare. Not gonna lie, I used to dream about having long silver hair myself. Maybe a pair of mismatched eyes to go with it. Picture this, one glance, and boom. I shout Amaterasu, and whoever I see gets engulfed in black flames that never go out. Sounds cool, right? Anyway, what's your name, kid? Jin hesitated, opening just one eye, the other 2 swollen to lift. Ichimaru. Jin Ichimaru. 40 chapters ahead. p@triancom/pinksnake. Chapter 48, no need for that. A dark light. It must have been a shadow. How could I have been so wrong, thinking that guy was glowing? Jin Ichimaru looked up at the sun hanging high in the sky and narrowed his eyes. There's no such thing as a dark sun. He clenched his fists. Masatsuki was right. Going with him would be pointless. With his current strength, he wasn't qualified to help. But staying behind. That was something he could do. Unlike Masatsuki, Ranjika wasn't as sharp when it came to things outside of him. She wasn't stupid, but her thoughts were always fixated on Masatsuki, leaving little room for anything else. Someone had to stay and watch over her. A few moments later, Masatsuki arrived alone in the northern part of the forest. The terrain stretched into rolling mountains, thick with lush greenery. Birds sang in the trees, the scent of flowers drifted through the air, it was a peaceful place. A fitting location for a final rest. Ensuring no one had noticed his movements, he pressed 2 fingers to the ground. His Ryatsu pulsed outward in an invisible ripple. Found you. A faint light appeared in his vision, marking a location deep within the dense forest. Detection type Kido. A technique Yoruichi had taught him. Raising his fingers, he could clearly sense the lingering trace of his own faint Ryatsu. With the direction confirmed, he rose to his feet. This was a risky move, no doubt. But Masatsuki wasn't the reckless type. He hadn't survived the cutthroat streets of Rakangai, let alone become the dominant force in District 1, through sheer strength alone. Without intelligence, he would have been outmaneuvered and killed countless times by now. Before entering the world of the living, he had confirmed with the instructors that the only ones sent to guard Asaka Tsuneyashiro were students from the academy. A group of students who had never even experienced real combat. Which meant that, despite their Ryatsu and techniques, against him, they wouldn't stand a chance. That was all he needed to know. With that thought, Masatsuki stepped forward. A pulse of Ryatsu expanded beneath his feet. In an instant, his spiritual energy gathered at his soles, forming an invisible platform that allowed him to stand in midair. This was a technique rarely executed in Soul Society, gathering Ryatsu at one's feet to create a foothold for flight. In the world of the living, where reishi density was lower, it wasn't difficult. But in Soul Society, where reishi was far too concentrated, such a feat was nearly impossible. The next second, Masatsuki stepped forward and ascended into the sky, vanishing into the clouds. At the same time, in the dense northern forest of the Kanso internship site, 4 elegantly dressed figures sat atop a large boulder, the sunlight filtering through the green leaves, casting shifting shadows over them. What's with this damn weather? The sun is so irritating. Asaka Tsuneyashiro raised a hand to shield her eyes, squinting in annoyance at the bright sky. Sunlight streamed through the trees, illuminating the ground and grass with a golden glow, painting the lush forest in dazzling light. What should have been a scene brimming with life only made Asaka feel irritated. Lady Asaka. The only escorts assigned for this internship are 12 students from Rakangai. A student dressed in a Shino Academy uniform, with noble attire peeking out from underneath, stepped forward respectfully and bowed deeply. With the two of us and Tsujikami-sama, there are 15 in total dedicated to ensuring your safety during the internship. Asaka waved her hand dismissively, her displeasure evident. Why are they all from Rakangai? Where are the noble students? As the heir to the Tsuneyashiro clan, she had her own personal guards, but due to the special circumstances of the Kanso internship, family retainers were not permitted to participate. The only exception was if a guard happened to be a graduate of Shino Academy and was officially taking part in the internship. Normally, this wouldn't pose much of a risk. The academy instructors stationed at the perimeter weren't just for show, most of them held the strength of mid to high-ranking seated officers. The guard hesitated before responding cautiously. Reporting to Lady Asaka, we sent word to the noble families, but many declined, saying they wish to complete their own internships first. In my humble opinion, it's likely that they fear Masatsuki Aozaki's strength and don't dare to come. Hearing this, Asaka clicked her tongue impatiently. While both noble and Rakangai-born followers attached themselves to the Tsuneyashiro clan for power, there was a fundamental difference between them. The students from Rakangai were powerless and desperate, while noble students had wealth and status. Naturally, they wouldn't risk their lives unnecessarily. The clan never expected them to be truly loyal, what mattered was the power of the families behind them. Oh, and one more thing. Asaka paused before continuing. That man, Masatsuki Aozaki. The guard stiffened, recalling the handsome man's earlier gift. Bowing again, he asked cautiously. Lady Asaka, do you wish to call off the plan? After all, he is Captain Commander Yamamoto's disciple, and he seems to be aligning himself with the clan. If he's willing to accept the family's goodwill, perhaps we should report this to the elders after the internship. Such a contribution would surely solidify your position as heir. Asaka suddenly laughed, as if she had just heard a particularly amusing joke. She waved a hand, sneering coldly. No, I'm not saying we shouldn't kill him, I'm saying we wait. Let him leave this place first, then have the family send someone to take care of him later. The guard froze, struggling to follow her reasoning. Had she lost her mind? The Tsuneyashiro clan held immense power, enough to decide life and death with a word, but Masatsuki wasn't just anyone, he was the disciple of Captain Commander Yamamoto. If someone like that was offering his allegiance, shouldn't they be welcoming him with open arms? Even if they wanted him dead, they would need a valid justification. The clan elders would never approve an execution without reason. Noticing the doubt on the guard's face, Asaka's expression darkened. Without warning, she lifted her foot and stomped on his head, forcing him to kneel. Are you questioning my decision? And no. I would never. I was simply being foolish. The guard prostrated himself on the ground, face pale, body trembling uncontrollably. Satisfied, Asaka smirked and scoffed. If you must know my reasoning. Her eyes narrowed, her voice laced with malice. There's no way to tell if his loyalty is genuine or just an act. The elders have already promised me, if I can kill him, I'll be one of the heirs to the clan. So why take the gamble? Why risk trusting him, hoping his allegiance will please the elders? There's no need for that. But before we kill him, I suppose it wouldn't hurt to have a little fun first. With that, she extended a delicate hand from her sleeve, hooking a finger under Tetsuya Tsujikami's chin. The two guards immediately understood her intent and silently stepped away. 40 chapters ahead. P at Tree.com/Pinksnake. Chapter 49, the show begins. Are you two alright? The students couldn't help but ask, glancing at the guards' disheveled appearances. We're fine. To receive Lady Asaka's favor is an honor. The guards laughed proudly, casually dusting off their clothes and straightening the noble linings beneath their uniforms. Ha! Exhaling, one of them felt nothing but satisfaction. So what if they had to grovel before that woman? These students still had to treat them with respect. They relished this feeling. To curry favor with the Tsuneyashiro clan, these so-called Shino Academy geniuses humbled themselves before mere guards. Though they weren't of noble birth, these foolish lowborn still bowed to their masters, their eyes filled with admiration, not just for the nobles they served, but for the attendants at their side as well. That intoxicating sense of superiority made them forget their place, as if they were no longer mere servants but true aristocrats, while those beneath them were destined to serve. What drove them to kneel wasn't loyalty, it was something far more repulsive. From the woods, the sound of birdsong gradually mixed with faint, muffled groans and the bright, manic laughter of a young woman. Lady Asaka has started. I wonder if the young lady will reward us once she's finished. As if recalling something particularly enjoyable, the guards exchanged knowing smiles. The students remained silent, staring at them. It was only then that they realized something: these two guards weren't bad-looking. Even Tetsuya Sugikami, standing among them, could be considered handsome. However, after witnessing Masatsuki Aozaki's appearance, their perception of beauty had been temporarily skewed, making them overlook the three men entirely. Just as the guards were about to speak, they suddenly froze. They noticed the students weren't looking at them anymore. Instead, they were staring past them, their faces twisted in terror. A gust of wind howled through the trees, sending a chill down their spines. Slowly, the guards turned around. Their eyes widened. Not far away, deep in the forest, a massive creature with a white mask hovered in the air. Its enormous, pale wings beat against the wind, stirring up a violent gale. One of the guards swallowed hard, his hand slowly moving toward his weapon. Heh. The monster laughed. Then, in a blur, it lunged toward them. The soft, lilting sounds rose into an ecstatic crescendo. Deep in the forest, the eldest daughter of the Tsuneyashiro clan moved with reckless abandon, her hands slicing through the air like a bloodthirsty banshee. Her nails raked mercilessly across the young noble's body. Her expression was wild, her face twisted with a sick, euphoric smile. Slash. Snap. Two sharp sounds overlapped. Tetsuya clenched his teeth, his body covered in thin, overlapping cuts. The pain was searing, but he didn't dare make a sound. He bit down hard, forcing a smile onto his handsome face, one that barely held. This woman is insane. What? Enjoying yourself? You bastard. Asaka Tsuneyashiro suddenly roared, clawing at his face with both hands, her grip tightening with each passing second. You worthless man. What kind of expression is that? You should be looking at me with defiance. Take a good look at yourself. Do you see anything remotely like a man in you, you pathetic excuse for one? The noble heir understood immediately and adjusted his expression. Hatred, disgust, disdain, these were the emotions he truly wanted to show. But the person in his mind wasn't the arrogant woman before him. It was his father, the ever-distant head of the Sugikami family. Why him? Why not another member of the clan? Why did he have to bear the cost of their ambitions? Rage flared within him. He wanted to resist, but the woman seized his wrist before he could act. Very good. Very good. Asaka sneered and slapped him across the face. That's the look I want to see. You wretched men should always wear that expression before I break you completely. Satisfied, she rose to her feet. The noble tried to follow, only to be forced back down by the heel pressing into his chest. What's the rush? The real fun is just beginning. Her smile was sickeningly sweet. She picked up her Zanpakutō and traced its cold edge through the air. The gleam of the blade sent a chill down the noble's spine, instantly snapping him out of his daze. Enjoy it while you can. You're about to experience pleasure like never before. Looking down at him with cruel amusement, she pressed the blade to his chest, cutting a shallow line into his skin. But just then, she saw it. The reflection in his wide, terrified eyes. He was staring straight at the sky. A strange scent filled the air, making her frown. A scent she knew all too well. The scent she loved most. Blood. A thick, overwhelming stench of blood. She lifted her head. Two bodies lay before her, her own guards. Dark red liquid pooled around them, staining the ground. As her gaze stretched further, more corpses came into view, their numbers growing with every second, until the crimson hue swallowed her vision entirely. Screams echoed through the forest. Amidst the carnage, a tall figure in a blue and white school uniform walked leisurely through the blood-soaked ground. Long black hair billowed behind him like the cloak of a phantom untouched by the filth of the world. In an instant, the chaos around them fell into an eerie silence. Asaka's eyes widened in shock. A choked gasp escaped her lips. You. She locked her gaze onto Masatsuki Aozaki, who hovered in the air, while the corner of her eye took in the devastation around her. Dismembered limbs littered the once vibrant forest floor. Further beyond, desperate cries for help rang out, wails of agony, frantic voices shouting. Find Lady Asaka. A hollow has broken through. A hollow. Where? It wasn't here. Then. A bone-chilling realization seized her. Her skin prickled. Her scalp went numb. Shin'o Academy student, Masatsuki Aozaki. A pleasure to meet you, Lady Tsuneyashiro. With a warm smile, Masatsuki extended a hand to the woman trembling on the ground, the perfect image of a refined gentleman. Whoosh! The sharp whistle of steel slicing through air. Asaka swung her blade at him. Masatsuki simply raised two fingers, effortlessly catching the incoming strike. With a light flick, the blade was knocked aside. Not bad accuracy. Pity your strength and speed don't match. You. Seeing her attack fail completely, Asaka's heart pounded in panic. She stumbled back 2 steps, but forced herself to maintain her composure. Masatsuki Aozaki, what do you think you're doing? Don't forget who I am. Masatsuki let out a quiet chuckle. What I'm doing? Don't you think that's a rather funny question? He deliberately let his gaze roam over her, then winked playfully. What do you think, Lady Asaka? She froze for a moment. Then, unbelievably, she forced a flattering smile onto her face. I'm willing. Please spare me. No matter what you want, I'll comply. As Masatsuki stepped closer, the glow in her eyes changed. From fear to murderous intent. Die. 40 chapters ahead. P at Triancom/Pinksnake. Chapter 50, my apologies. Cry out, Bakuncho. The moment Asaka Tsuneyashiro called out, her Zanpakutō elongated into a thin, needle-like double-edged blade. In a flash, it pierced straight through Masatsuki Aozaki's body. Splurt. Bright red blood spilled from Masatsuki's chest, soaking into the pristine white of his uniform. Asaka twisted the hilt, laughing hysterically. You lowly, pathetic fool. Did you really think you could break me? That you were worthy of conquering me? You didn't even bother using shuriken and dared to stand before me. Did you think that just because we're in the world of the living, I'd be afraid of you? Shinigami rank lieutenant and above had their Ryatsu restricted to 20% when entering the world of the living. That meant a Shinigami with 5th rank Ryatsu would be reduced to the level of a 6th rank, merely equivalent to a seated officer. Had she brought Noble Academy students with her, they could have overwhelmed him before he had the chance to lift his restrictions. But all she had at her disposal were a handful of Rakangai students, none of whom had reached seated officer level. The odds of her plan succeeding had been far too low. That was the real reason she had called off the ambush. All that talk of gifts, of marriage, what a joke. No matter how handsome he was nothing compared to the position of family head. I'm the one most fit to inherit the Tsuneyashiro clan, Her words cut off abruptly. Masatsuki's figure wavered before her eyes, shifting. No longer him, but Tetsuya Tsujikami. Pain erupted in her chest. The laughter died in her throat. She slowly looked down. A pure white, beautiful blade had run her through. No wonder you're from the Tsuneyashiro clan. Even in a moment like this, you had the courage to fight back, Masatsuki said, pulling his sword free from her body with a casual flick. Dark blood splattered onto the forest floor. But, when did you get the idea that I hadn't used my shuriken? A shrill, agonized scream tore through the woods. Pain surged through Asaka's body, her mind barely able to process what had happened. What kind of ability is this? Was he insane? He had actually dared to strike down a member of the 4 great noble houses. Does he have a death wish? This was an irreconcilable feud with the Tsuneyashiro clan. No matter who stood in their way, the clan would hunt them down with relentless vengeance. Even the Central 46 would be shaken by this. This was a line no one in Soul Society dared to cross. You're too noisy. Masatsuki frowned and swung Bansho Senrin impatiently. As the blade moved, Asaka's vision blurred. Then, a bloodied arm fell to the ground. A strangled gasp left her lips. Her body convulsed from the pain, but this time, she didn't scream. Gritting her teeth, she shoved Tetsuya's limp form aside and glared at Masatsuki through bloodshot eyes. You're Ryatsu. You're not restricted. Masatsuki smiled. Oh, I am restricted. But just recently, I happened to break through to 4th rank Ryatsu. Asaka's eyes widened in horror. Then, you're Zanpakutō. She never got to finish her sentence. Masatsuki's sword was already swinging. Remember the Zanjutsu test? When I used my shuriken. Your little lapdog said I was showing off in front of the teachers and students. But you know. I was showing off. He paused, then smiled coldly. But not for free. The price of seeing my shuriken is your life. Tsuneyashiro Asaka never heard his words. Because by the time Masatsuki spoke them, her head had already fallen to the ground. Her lifeless eyes remained frozen in a twisted mix of confusion, disbelief, and terror. All of them reflecting the same undeniable truth. She was dead. Masatsuki narrowed his eyes, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his lips. I originally just wanted to eliminate you as an unstable factor, but I didn't expect a pleasant surprise. Granting your Zanpakutō the power to cut, not a bad ability. Too bad it's wasted in your hands. I'll make good use of it. He rummaged through the scattered clothing nearby and found the small card he had given, a card bearing his name and job description. Are you satisfied with this grand gift? But I'm afraid. Looking down at her from above, his tone remained calm. My services aren't for just anyone. The nobleman, naked and covered in wounds, stared in horror at the 4 noble corpses lying in a pool of blood. As the crimson spread outward, he coughed up blood, his face turning deathly pale. You killed her. Everything before him felt surreal, like a dream. How could someone like this exist? You killed the 4 great noble houses. He murmured over and over, his trembling hand reaching out to touch his blood-soaked body. The warmth of the liquid seeped into his skin, yet the light in his eyes gradually faded. Masatsuki stepped forward, gazing at him indifferently. With a single swing of his blade, the nobleman's head separated from his body. Not long after, all traces of blood in the dense forest had vanished, as if nothing had ever happened. With a final slash from a guard's blade, the white-winged hollow disintegrated into reishi. Finally got rid of that damned hollow. With strength like that, it was no mere weakling. It could probably rival a high-ranking seated officer. Why would a hollow of that level appear in a Kanso area? My lord, thanks to you. My lord, what's wrong? 2 injured guards stood at the forefront, their expressions grim. Scattered on the ground were a few pieces of clothing, but their owners were nowhere to be seen. How could this be? Where has Lady Asaka gone? The students, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, suddenly turned pale, tension gripping them once more. That hollow just now, it seemed to have come from here. Shut up. Go search for him. Turn this place inside out if you have to, but find Lady Asaka. The guards' faces darkened, a bad premonition rising in their chests. One of them shouted furiously. If you don't find him, you're all dead. At that moment, their ryatsu flared without restraint, all traces of their earlier relief gone. Their urgency far surpassed that of the students. If something happened to Asaka Tsuneyashiro, they were as good as dead. The students' legs nearly gave out beneath them. Not far away, Jin Ichimaru and Ranjiku Matsumoto sensed the sudden surge of ryatsu and looked up sharply. Don't just stand there. The Kanso internship isn't over yet. Masatsuki's voice rang out from behind them. He stood there, holding 3 unconscious children in his arms, spiritual beings in their soul forms. If you don't finish the internship, you'll have to spend another year at Shino Academy before you can reapply for graduation. Don't say I didn't warn you. A flicker of doubt passed through their eyes, but both were wise enough not to ask questions. Judging by how relaxed Masatsuki seemed, things probably weren't as bad as they looked. Ranjiku smiled and asked, Masatsuki, where'd you pick up these kids? Masatsuki shot her a look. I didn't pick them up. I found them in a nearby town. That place isn't safe, hollows show up all the time. It wouldn't be safe for these 3 brats to stay there. So I figured we'd let them help out with the Kanso internship, and send them to the Soul Society along the way. 40 chapters ahead. P at Trioncom/Pink Snake. Chapter 51, Central 46 Chambers. A few days later. An ancient Japanese-style estate, lavish beyond measure, stood with towering black-roof pavilions that seemed to pierce the sky. The Tsuneyashiro clan residence. Clusters of tall, time-worn buildings stood together, their unpainted pillars, beams, and walls exuding an air of antiquity. This was the home of the noble, one of the great rulers of Soul Society, one of the 4 great noble clans, the Tsuneyashiro clan. Elderly men, draped in opulent robes, sat in elevated seats. The towering walls were engraved with depictions of ancient trees and vast mountains, radiating an aura of absolute authority. Sinners, tell us what happened. At the center of the council chamber, 2 men knelt, both reduced to barely recognizable figures after brutal torture. They were missing limbs, their faces smeared with blood, their breaths faint and shallow. One of them spat out a broken tooth and weakly murmured. Lady Asaka is dead. The elders exchanged cold glances before closing their eyes and shaking their heads. The death of Asaka Tsuneyashiro meant little in itself, what mattered was that she bore the Tsuneyashiro name, and her fate reflected upon the honor of the clan. How did she die? A witness saw a hollow attack Lady Asaka. The man trembled violently. Forcing himself to stay upright despite his failing body, he swallowed the blood pooling in his mouth and continued. You were her guards, yet you had to hear of your master's death from an outsider. What use do you have left? Go prove your loyalty. Thank you, my lords. Thank you, my lords. The 2 guards kowtowed frantically, slamming their foreheads against the floor until blood seeped from their wounds. At this moment, living was far more painful than dying. As the family guards dragged the 2 men out of the chamber, one of the elders frowned at the bloodstains on the floor and asked, what should we do next? Have Central 46 issue an order. This matter must be investigated thoroughly. Another elder slammed the table, his voice thundering with rage. And so, the news spread swiftly. The Tsuneyashiro clan was thrust into an atmosphere of tense unrest. Loyal death guards, clad in black, moved like specters through the estate, while members from various branches were urgently recalled from afar. Household servants cast anxious glances toward the central pavilion, their hearts filled with dread. A ruler of Soul Society, one of the noble 5 great noble clans, had perished. This was the first unnatural death of a 5 great noble in Soul Society in over 1,000,000 years, since the war 1,000 years ago, when the Quincy invaded. Late that night, Yamamoto was abruptly woken from his sleep by his deputy. Though irritated by the disruption, he suppressed his displeasure and made his way to the Central 46 Compound's Grand Conference Hall without delay. Moving swiftly, he passed by the barracks of the various divisions, walked through the bamboo grove formed by white towers, and crossed multiple gates before arriving at a massive stone wall. The wall was stark white, its stone doors marked with a bold red and black octagonal pattern. Captain Commander Yamamoto. 2 Shinigami from the 7th Division, stationed as guards, bowed respectfully. Yamamoto gave them a brief nod. The guards opened the doors, revealing a familiar wooden bridge. Beneath it lay a crystal-clear pool of water, and at its center stood a structure built from sekiseki, spirit-reducing stone. Yamamoto stepped inside, pushing open the great doors of the underground central chamber. The conference room's interior mirrored its exterior, a perfect octagon. The pitch-black floor stretched endlessly, like a bottomless abyss, creating an unsettling sensation of groundlessness. Long tables, arranged in tiered rows, encircled the chamber. Atop each table stood screens marked with numbers, obscuring the occupants behind them. Seated beyond the screens were 46 individuals, nobles and elders of the Soul Society. At the highest position sat the 6 judges, and below them, 40 wise men of the council. These 46 individuals represented the pinnacle of power in Soul Society, its highest judicial authority. The Central 46 Compound. Captain Commander of the Gotei 13, Genryusai Shigakuni Yamamoto, pays his respects to the wise men and judges, Yamamoto announced as he stepped forward. With each measured step, squares of white light flickered to life beneath his feet. The 6 judges and the 40 wise men showed no sign of displeasure. Instead, faint smiles tugged at their lips, as if trying to ease the tension, though their faces remained hidden from Yamamoto's view. No one seated here was a fool. Their wisdom, honed by years of political maneuvering, made them keenly aware of reality. This old man before them was not someone they could manipulate at will. Even if he played along for now, there was no guarantee he always would. And if the day came when he tired of their games, when he no longer indulged their authority, none among them could stop the blade that could set the world ablaze. The judge seated on the far left, Masao Shihoin, waved his hand with a soft chuckle. Our sharpest blade, Captain Commander of the Gotei 13, Shigakuni Yamamoto-sama, congratulations on taking a new disciple. Yamamoto's voice was deep and unwavering. There's no need for pleasantries, Your Honor. I know exactly why you've summoned me here. But before we begin, I have a question for all of you. He paused. His gaze, suddenly razor-sharp, swept over the assembled dignitaries like the edge of a drawn sword. Why did you bypass the Gotei 13, the Onmitsukido, and the Kido Corps? And instead send family guards to surround the Shiba clan? The Shiba family was once one of the 5 great noble clans. Even if they have left Seireitei, that fact has not changed. The green-haired judge seated at the center scowled and retorted. According to the law, any act of violence against a noble must be met with severe punishment. Asaka Tsuneyashiro perished in the world of the living during a Kanso training mission, yet we have not even held the Gotei 13 accountable for its failure. Or do you believe that the life of a noble is worth less than that of a mere Rukongai commoner? The moment those words were spoken, tension rippled through the chamber. Even with the screens concealing their faces, the arrogance and fury in his voice were unmistakable. Yet, standing before Seireitei's highest authority, Yamamoto remained composed. His tone was as steady as ever. The lives of nobles are important. But that does not justify breaking the law. No matter the crime, it is the Gotei 13's duty to investigate. To interfere without proper authority is, in itself, a violation of the law. Furthermore, there is not a shred of evidence proving that Masatsuki Aozaki was at fault in this incident. Shihoin Masao nodded in agreement. I believe the Captain Commander is right. Let's not forget, 20 years ago, a member of the Tsuneyashiro clan, a graduate of the academy, committed a crime so severe that it warranted immediate execution. Yet, out of consideration for his connection to the Captain Commander, the judges and wise men commuted his sentence, reducing it to 300 years of house arrest. If you could show leniency then, why be so merciless now to the Captain Commander's new disciple? As Yamamoto and Shihoin Masao's unrelenting words echoed through the chamber, the elders and judges of the Tsuneyashiro clan opened their mouths, yet no words came forth. For the first time, they were speechless. Frustration swelled in their chests. Back then, they had only sought to protect a promising clan member while reaffirming the Tsuneyashiro clan's authority. Who would have thought that decision would now come back to silence them? And it was all because of those meddling old family elders, who had, for the sake of a mere branch family member, brought disgrace upon the entire clan today. 40 chapters ahead. P. A Triancom/Pink Snake. Chapter 52, Investigation. The green-haired judge gritted his teeth and clenched his fists, a mix of doubt and confusion flickering in his heart. Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto, as the captain commander of the Gotei 13, had always demonstrated unwavering loyalty to the Seireitei. His dedication was highly esteemed among the members of Central 46, even surpassing that of the noble families. In every past meeting, he had never once defied or questioned their orders. And yet, today, he openly challenged the wise men and judges of Central 46. This was highly unusual. Yamamoto gazed at the silent wise men and judges before speaking slowly. I will dispatch members of the Gotei 13 to investigate this incident. You need only wait for the results. The assembly was momentarily stunned. Masatsuki Aozaki. Was he truly worth this level of concern? The green-haired judge, now composed, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes, took a deep breath and said evenly, leave this matter to the Gotei 13. This is your responsibility. The deaths of the 4 noble clans affect the prestige of the Seireitei. The truth must be uncovered. I trust that His Excellency the Captain Commander will do his utmost to provide us with a satisfactory answer. Furthermore, this incident must remain confidential. The information must not spread. What do you all think? Agreed, Masao Shihoin spoke. The judge beside him, wearing a kensiken, followed up. Seconded. Agreed. One after another, voices rang out in agreement. At this point, they all understood that continuing the meeting would serve no purpose. The Tsuneyashiro clan was infamous for its madness, but that didn't mean they were fools. On the contrary, as one of the 5 great noble clans, each generation produced a select few with exceptional abilities and formidable ryatsu. These individuals received top-tier elite education, trained by the finest masters in various disciplines, and underwent rigorous selection processes. Only after proving their worth did they gradually ascend to seats among the wise men and judges of Central 46. If the Tsuneyashiro clan were merely a band of lunatics, they would have long since fallen into ruin, never securing their place as the most powerful noble house in the Seireitei. The judges and wise men of Central 46, who represented the highest authority in Seireitei, were the elite among nobles. Their privileged upbringing ensured they would always safeguard the rule and dominance of the aristocracy. It was inevitable. Aside from the king who resided in the heavens, the nobles were the supreme rulers of Soul Society. This was their unshakable law, their absolute bottom line. It could never be crossed, nor was it ever open for debate. World of the Living. Shin'o Academy's Kanso training area. The sun shone brightly in the cloudless sky, casting light over the endless forest. Yes, Captain Commander. According to the information provided by Shin'o Academy, I have arrived at the scene. Standing on the grass, Isshin Shiba used Kido to report back, his face weary. He scratched at himself absent-mindedly while quickly scanning the area. There aren't many obvious traces at the scene. Yes, I understand. After disconnecting the communication Kido, Isshin let out a long, frustrated sigh. Sending all of us here. The Captain Commander must really be taking this incident seriously. A woman with braided hair, dressed in a Shihakushō and wearing pink-framed glasses, appeared beside him. Tied to her arm was the emblem of the Bird of Paradise unit. Isshin nodded but inwardly found it excessive. The grass was clean, with only a few scattered pieces of clothing. The occasional slash mark from a blade could be seen, but there was no way to discern what had actually happened here. This was the frustrating thing about being a Shinigami. If your ryatsu wasn't strong enough, you couldn't even preserve a corpse. If it was too strong, you couldn't easily dispose of one either. By the time Asaka Tsuneyashiro's death was noticed by the guards and students, her body had already vanished without a trace. Now, days had passed. Evidence wouldn't just appear out of thin air. At this point, even sending them here, what was the point? All this trouble over a dead noble from one of the 4 great clans. It wasn't that Isshin didn't value human life, nor was he prejudiced against nobles. But deploying this many people was a complete waste of resources. The Gotei 13 didn't have the manpower to spare, especially in these turbulent times. The rebels could use this opportunity to attack more innocent people. Still, no matter how absurd it seemed, this was an order from Central 46 and the Captain Commander. Regardless of his personal opinions, Isshin would do his job properly. His eyes drifted to an open patch of land not far away, and his mouth twitched. Here he was, a 10th Division captain assisting in the investigation, running himself ragged, while the one actually in charge, Shunsue Kairaku. That bastard was lounging against a tree, drinking sake, looking like he had nothing to do with any of this. Captain Kairaku. Lisa Yadamaru, noticing Kairaku's laziness, gritted her teeth and shouted in frustration. We're in the middle of a mission. What do you think you're doing just sitting there? Hearing her voice, Kairaku raised his hands in surrender, grinning. You've been glued to those weird books of yours. Doesn't look like you're taking this all that seriously either. Slowly, he set his bottle down, got up, and strolled over. What have you found? Isshin asked, clearly annoyed. Let's see. Kayaraka stroked his chin, fingers grazing over his stubble, then adjusted his straw hat as he studied the crime scene intently. Suddenly, he widened his eyes in exaggerated surprise, as if he had stumbled upon something interesting. Then, with dramatic flair, he declared. Haha, not even a scrap of her remains. Looks like she wasn't strong enough to have reached lieutenant level. Everyone in the area turned to look at him. Isshin Shiba. Lisa Yadamaru. Investigating Shinigami. I really don't get why the old man sent us here, Kayaraka shrugged, lips curling in amusement. The academy students already explained it, didn't they? A hollow attacked this young lady. We should just report that to the higher-ups and be done with it. But the instructors at Shino Academy said they didn't sense any hollow Ryatsu. The only traces left behind were blade marks. Lisa-chan. Didn't they see the hollow with their own eyes? Kayaraka winked, then, without a care in the world, turned and flopped back onto the grass, taking another sip of his drink. There are plenty of hollows with special abilities. Hiding their Ryatsu isn't exactly unheard of. This noble lady was just unlucky, she ran into a hollow that could conceal its Ryatsu and was stronger than her. Lisa furrowed her brows, glancing at Isshin, who remained silent. Then, in a steady voice, she said. We'll suspend the investigation for now. Let's head back and question the students. 40 chapters ahead. P at Triancom/Pinksnake. Chapter 53, I Stand Above the Heavens. Meanwhile. Seoul Society, Western Rakongai District 1, Junranan, outskirts. This forested area was once home to one of the 5 great noble clans, the Shiba clan. The mountains weren't vast, and aside from the Shiba estate, only a few small villages dotted the landscape. But due to their noble status, the Shiba family held an unquestioned position of authority here. The nearby villages and towns all revolved around them, and the locals took great pride in serving under their name. Masatsuki Aozaki and Jin Ichimaru stood by the window, enjoying the gentle breeze. In the distance, groups of wild boars dashed through the forest, accompanied by the sounds of shouting, running, and rustling leaves. The scenery was peaceful, lush trees bore an assortment of fruits, vibrant wildflowers bloomed across the grass, and the fragrant air carried a calming effect. Those troublesome people finally left. Masatsuki exhaled deeply, watching a young child riding a boar in the distance, then asked with a faint smile. Yes, they withdrew this morning. The Gotei 13 has deployed guards for our protection, Jin replied in a low voice. His expression remained neutral, but beneath that calm facade, his heart was pounding. The Gotei 13 isn't restricting our movements, so for now, we're safe. Relax. Masatsuki noticed Jin's unease, turned to him with a reassuring smile, and gave his shoulder a light pat. I only left after confirming her spiritual body had fully dissipated. No matter how thorough their investigation is, they won't find any useful clues. People will believe the truth they expect to see. The noble lady and young master were devoured by hollows, and the students killed the hollows. Jin took a deep swig of sake and rolled his eyes. Easy for you to say. Even now, just thinking about the sheer magnitude of what they had done sent a cold sweat down his back. They had gone after the 4 great noble clans. The very rulers of Seoul Society, those with absolute power and influence. And yet, the moment he learned that Masatsuki had succeeded, he couldn't deny the exhilarating sense of satisfaction deep within him. His mind drifted back to the past year, the constant harassment, the isolation, the threats from those nobles. Perhaps their existence itself was a danger to others. Perhaps their numbers needed to be culled. But next time, it would have to be done even more discreetly. Otherwise, the consequences could be fatal. Why am I even thinking about this? So, what's our next move? No one's restricting us anymore, should we report to the Gotei 13? Jin Ichimaru asked in a low voice. Masatsuki Aozaki pondered for a moment. It won't be long before the Gotei 13 sends people to investigate. You all need to be ready, don't slip up. We have to work with Master to put on a convincing act. Jin's eyes narrowed slightly, his concern evident. An investigation? Didn't you say they wouldn't find anything useful? Masatsuki chuckled leisurely. They won't. During the killing of Asaka Tsuneyashiro, nothing extra was done, aside from eliminating them and using Kyoka Suigetsu's power to deceive everyone. Even if the Gotei 13 investigates the site, all they'll find are scattered clothes. That means their only leads will come from questioning the students and instructors. That's why using Kyoka Suigetsu to fabricate the illusion of hollows appearing at the Kanso training site was necessary. Jin, Ranjika Matsumoto, and I are all academy students. No matter what, we'll be questioned. One person can lie, 2 can coordinate a story. But 5, 10, or 20 people, each offering seemingly different but ultimately corroborating accounts, all leading to the same conclusion. How would anyone determine the truth? But no matter what, the death of a noble from the 4 great clans is a serious matter. The Gotei 13 has to at least appear to be making every effort. Even if it's all for show, they still need to provide a respectable explanation. Realization dawned on Jin, though he quickly frowned. You think they'll keep digging? Masatsuki shook his head. No. Master wouldn't waste energy on something like this, and the Tsuneyashiro clan likely doesn't care much about that woman. I already looked into it, she was from a branch family, not even an official heir. Besides, Kayaraka mentioned that Central 46 has ordered complete confidentiality regarding this Kanso training incident. The deaths of the 4 noble heirs are still classified. Aside from the wise men, judges, investigators, and those directly involved, no one else even knows about it. Judging from this, the Tsuneyashiro clan doesn't want the matter becoming public. As long as Master provides a reasonable conclusion, they'll accept it. It was obvious, the Tsuneyashiro clan was after appearances. They just needed the other noble families to see their stance, to witness the influence they wielded in Seireitei. That over the death of a single branch family member, the entire Gotei 13 was mobilized. As long as people saw that, it was enough. Compared to that, the truth behind Asaka Tsuneyashiro's death was irrelevant. Listening to Masatsuki's analysis, Jin couldn't help but sigh. I have no idea how you figured all this out. You grew up in Rakangai, yet you understand Seireitei's nobles inside and out. It's nothing special. In the world of the living, I was from a minor noble family. The power and influence I had there were nothing compared to Soul Society's great clans, but in some ways, it's all the same. Masatsuki chuckled. To those obsessed with power, a life without value is meaningless. But disgrace. That costs them prestige. Prestige has another meaning in the world of the living. Do you know what it is? Jin shook his head. The reputation of power. Masatsuki lowered his gaze and said slowly, it's the one thing they can never afford to lose. You accounted for all of this. Jin's breath hitched as he exhaled sharply. Then, with a wry smile, he muttered, so everything was in your hands from the start. And yet you keep saying you want to slack off and make me do all the thinking. That's a hell of a lot of pressure. Masatsuki laughed indifferently. Jin, this little trick is nothing. If I didn't have my Zanpakutō's ability, if my Ryatsu wasn't above that of the instructors and students. No matter how much I schemed, I wouldn't be able to do anything. Strength is the foundation of everything. Cunning and deception are the tools of the weak. What I seek is real power, power that stands at the very peak. With power, I can crush those who dare to judge my fate beneath my feet. He lifted his gaze toward the sun hanging high above, a fierce glint in his eyes. No one starts at the top. Not you. Not me. Not even the gods. One day, I will stand above all, overlooking the world, ruling over all creation. 40 chapters ahead. p@triancom/pinksnake. Chapter 54, If I Were a Master. Hey, did you hear? A man moved into Ain-san's house. I know. They seem really close. Do you think they're? I never thought this day would come. Hard to believe, huh? Rakangai District 3, Hakuten. Kaian Shiba sipped his tea, shaking his head as he tried to dismiss the gossip as nothing more than a joke. It took him a while to suppress the irritation rising in his chest. His sister, more brash and headstrong than most men, bringing a man home. What kind of nonsense was that? Impossible. There had to be some kind of misunderstanding. Maybe this so-called Ain-san wasn't even referring to Kukaku, but rather some upstart gang with a female leader. Even so, the idea of Kukaku being interested in a man wasn't completely unfounded. It was just a rumor, after all. No one had ever seen her take an interest in anyone. Then, a face flashed through Kaian's mind, an unforgettable man, the type that could easily make someone fall for him at first sight. Kukaku was interested in him. Oh, hell no. Kaian Aniki, come on, tell us. What kind of guy is Kukaku Ain-san's man? Passers-by recognized Kaian and excitedly gathered around. Yeah. I heard from Ganjuoyabun that he's really good-looking. I heard that too. Apparently, he's about to join the Gotei 13 as a Shinigami. Oi. There's no way my sister has a man. That's just a bunch of nonsense, so stop spreading rumors. Kaian waved them off dismissively, but his presence only stirred more excitement. As the current head of the Shiba family and the undisputed leader of Western Rakangai, he was widely respected, with countless people eager to follow in his footsteps. But then, his smile froze. A sudden realization hit him like a bolt of lightning. That damned guy was in his house. Kyan abruptly stood up, bolting toward home, his pace quickening with every step. No more self-deception. He rolled up his sleeves and ran. Outskirts of Rakongai District 1. A squad of Shinigami, clad in Shihakushō, marched forward in formation. 2 captains led the group, their white haori flowing behind them. Following closely were elite Shinigami, their powerful ryatsu radiating through the air. Civilians and gang members alike froze in place, their eyes widening at the sight of the fully armed squad. The sheer pressure emanating from them made the crowd instinctively retreat, overwhelmed by shock. This unit alone could crush all of Rakongai. At the head of the formation, Isshin Shiba and Shunsui Kayaraka walked side by side toward the outskirts, with Lisa Yatamaru, wearing her division's insignia, keeping pace just behind them. This house. Shunsui stopped, staring at the bizarre structure ahead. 2 massive stone arms held up a banner, proudly displaying the name, Shiba Kukaku. His mouth twitched. Did an actual human build this? Isshin stepped closer and leaned in, whispering a few words into his ear. I see. Your niece has quite an interesting taste. Shunsui Kayaraka couldn't help but throw in a jab. Isshin Shiba sighed inwardly. While he often enjoyed goofing around, even he couldn't bring himself to appreciate this architectural style. Shaking his head helplessly, he let it go. Tap, tap, tap. Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from the woods. Isshin looked up, and almost instantly, a gentle smile spread across his face. A black-haired boy came charging forward, leading 4 other kids, all of them riding atop a wild boar. Uncle Isshin. The 5 of them pulled up in front of him, grinning as they waved. The moment those words were spoken, the nearby villagers gasped in shock. Isshin. That Isshin Shiba, the head of the Shiba branch family, was now a captain in the Gotei 13. Well, well. It's been a while. Ganju, you've gotten taller. Isshin ruffled the boy's hair, his gaze softening. Through his spiritual perception, he could tell, Ganju's ryatsu had grown significantly stronger. It was far beyond what Isshin himself had when he first entered Seireitei. I can see that Masatsuki and Kukaku have been looking out for you all. At the mention of their headstrong sister and potential brother-in-law, the 5 kids exchanged dry smiles. But speaking of which, why are there only a few of you? Where are Kyan and Kukaku? Isshin scanned the area, frowning slightly. Kyan Aniki's training in the 3rd district. Kukaku-ne. Before Ganju could finish, a light-hearted voice came from the opposite side of the forest. Uncle Isshin, Kayaraka-senpai, Lisa-san, what brings you all here? Everyone turned toward the voice. Masatsuki Aozaki approached swiftly, dressed in his usual white uniform. At the center of his back was an emblem featuring the collapsing whirlpool of the crashing heaven pattern. 2 captains and a lieutenant. Master must think I'm pretty important. Isshin chuckled. Where's Kukaku? She's busy playing with fireworks. We made a few modifications to the ingredients. Masatsuki grinned, casually pointing over his shoulder. Isshin blinked, then finally understood why the kids had been smiling so awkwardly. Kukaku loved conducting high-risk explosive experiments, and accidents were practically a guarantee. The only question was, how many buildings had they blown up this time? Come on, Masatsuki gestured, leading the group toward the Shiba estate. On the way, Shunsui sidled up beside him, a sly glint in his eyes. You're not part of the Shiba family, are you? Masatsuki raised an eyebrow. No. Then tell me, kid, why are you living here? Masatsuki laughed. That's a long story. Then make it a short one. Shunsui clearly wasn't letting this go. Masatsuki sighed. I participated in the Kanso internship, right? After completing it, I got my diploma. My original plan was to report straight to the 2nd Division, but then, out of nowhere, a bunch of people showed up claiming to represent some great noble clan. Said they were investigating the Kanso internship. With no way to join the Gotei 13 just yet, and nowhere else to go, we ended up here. He spread his hands, then huffed in frustration. Just a few days ago, those bastards were still outside, restricting my movements like I was some kind of criminal. And Master? Not one word of concern after all this time. Does he even realize how heartbroken his disciple is? With that, Masatsuki clutched his chest dramatically, stomping his foot like he was on the verge of tears. What are you even thinking? Do you know how much of a hassle it is for the detention unit to arrest someone? You're a team leader now, you'll mostly just be watching over the prison. Shunsui chuckled, shaking his head. He pulled out a bottle of sake and passed it over. Lowering his voice, he added. I know you're frustrated. But Master hasn't been doing nothing. The reason those people backed off. That was his doing. Masatsuki took a swig of sake, then patted his chest. If you ask me, Master is way too soft on those nobles. If I were him. Ahem. Shunsui, a high-ranking noble and captain of the 8th Division, suddenly cleared his throat. Masatsuki immediately backtracked. Ah. I didn't mean you, senpai. You know what I mean. 40 chapters ahead. P at Trioncom/Pink Snake. Chapter 55, Reputation. Seoul Society. West Rakongai, District 1 outskirts, Shiba residence. The others had tactfully left the room, leaving only 6 people seated: Masatsuki, Ranjika Matsumoto, Jin Ichimaru, Isshin Shiba, Shunsui Kairaku, and Lisa Yadamaru. The atmosphere was relaxed, with everyone acting casually. Masatsuki took a sip of tea, glanced at Lisa, who was absorbed in an unusual book, then turned to Shunsui with a smile. I don't know why you're here, but if you have something to say, just say it. Seeing his perpetually unmotivated senior, Masatsuki found it amusing. Out of all the captains in the Gotei 13, the one who loved slacking off the most was chosen to handle this matter. Aside from the 8th Division's general duties being somewhat relevant, it was mainly because Shunsui, as both a high-ranking noble and an exceptional leader, was trusted by the aristocracy. What a joke. Shunsui chuckled. You really don't know what happened. He lifted his teacup and took a slow sip, his sharp gaze sweeping over the 3 before him, his expression gradually turning serious. Masatsuki shook his head. I only know it involves the Kanso internship and the great noble houses. Other than that, I don't know much. Shunsui nodded. That's exactly why we're here. 5 days ago, during the Kanso internship, something happened that shook the upper echelons of Seireitei. A student from Shino Academy, Asaka Tsuneyashiro, suffered an accident during the internship. And died on the spot. The moment the words left his mouth, Masatsuki's expression changed drastically. He shot to his feet. What? That's impossible. Jin and Ranjiku were equally stunned, their faces reflecting sheer disbelief. Meanwhile, Isshin, already overwhelmed by the chaos surrounding this incident, was too preoccupied with figuring out a solution to notice their reactions. Lisa, on the other hand, remained completely disengaged, her focus lost in her book as her mind drifted elsewhere. Only Shunsui seemed to have caught onto something, and the subtle smile at the corner of his lips took on a deeper meaning. The attack on the Tsuneyashiro clan members is still being kept confidential, but Master has already received orders from the Central 46 to conduct a thorough investigation. Shunsui sighed. We visited the crime scene but haven't found any useful clues yet. What we can deduce is that the attacker was extremely powerful. Asaka Tsuneyashiro died within 5 minutes of the battle's start. We're here to ask if you have any leads. As he spoke, Shunsui stroked his chin, observing Masatsuki's expression. Masatsuki mimicked him, rubbing his chin in thought. After a moment, he murmured, I remember that young lady had 2 seated officers escorting her during the Kanso internship, and she herself was as strong as a high-ranking seated officer. To kill her under their protection, and in under 5 minutes, even an average lieutenant wouldn't be able to pull that off. Now that I think about it, during the Kanso internship, I did sense 2 powerful Ryatsu bursts. That must have been them fighting. No, those weren't Asaka Tsuneyashiro's Ryatsu. At that moment, Ranjiku suddenly interrupted. That was the Ryatsu of her 2 escorts. They were in my group during the graduation test, so I recognized their Ryatsu. Really? I wasn't aware of that. Masatsuki's voice grew serious. But since this happened during the internship, we, as participants, can't say we have nothing to do with it. We're willing to cooperate with you, but that's all I can think of. Is there anything else we can do to help? Isshin nodded approvingly. Good attitude. We've already ruled out suspects capable of this, but we haven't had any breakthroughs. However, according to the students and instructors, a rather powerful hollow appeared in that area at the time. We're here at the Shiba residence to investigate further. Given the circumstances, you had contact with Asaka Tsuneyashiro before the Kanso internship. I see. Masatsuki suddenly understood and nodded in agreement. I heard you gave Asaka a gift during the exam. Shunsui tapped his fingers on the table, looking intrigued. You 2 seem to get along well. I'd like to know, what did you give her? The moment he finished speaking, he noticed a slight change in Masatsuki's expression, hesitation, as if he wanted to say something but couldn't. Senpai, can we not talk about this? It concerns my reputation. Masatsuki's expression was unusually complicated. Shunsui smirked. Your reputation? What reputation could you possibly have? How about this, you only need to tell me, and I promise to keep it secret. Masatsuki sighed. All right then. He reached into his pocket, pulled out a small card, and, after glancing at Lisa, awkwardly said, this is what I gave her. Sensing Masatsuki's gaze, Lisa looked back. The moment she saw the card, something clicked in her mind. Her face instantly turned bright red, and she hurriedly hid behind her book. Oh. A business card. Shunsui raised an eyebrow, catching Lisa's reaction as he examined the card. This kid's a genius. Who even thinks of something like this? He really doesn't let any opportunity, money or people, slip through his fingers. Too bad the requirements for this line of work are too high. No way I could pull it off. Business cards aren't exactly rare, and even if one wasn't found on the body, it wouldn't mean anything. Who knows if it just got tossed aside somewhere. Still, to save face for the Genryu school, Shunsui only took a quick look before slipping the card into his pocket. Then, his expression turned oddly unreadable. In a low voice, he asked, "Does your master approve of you doing this kind of business?" Afraid of him? Me? Masatsuki scoffed, looking smug. Not just now, even if I become a seated officer, a lieutenant, a captain, or even the captain commander, I'll keep doing this job. I'd love to see who dares to stop me. Shunsui chuckled. You're bold, little brother. Are you kidding? Go ask around in Kagurashi District or Shino Academy. I, Masatsuki, am super bold. Masatsuki declared proudly, puffing out his chest, practically looking down his nose at Shunsui. A deep voice suddenly echoed through the room. Masatsuki, come to the 1st Division barracks next month. Let's see how bold you really are. Masatsuki's head snapped around, his expression stunned as he looked at Shunsui. Shunsui, unfazed, pulled out a small, intricately designed metal disc embedded with a gemstone that shimmered with a strange light. 40 chapters ahead. P at Triancom/Pink Snake. Chapter 56, Chapter 56, Result. Senpai. It wasn't my fault. Master told me to borrow it from the Shihoin clan. But I trusted you so much, and you. You can't blame me for this. If you want to blame someone, blame Master, he's the real schemer here. Shunsui let out a long whistle and sighed in satisfaction. Finally, revenge was his. Master, you heard that, right? Masatsuki suddenly snatched the communicator and loudly declared, Kairaka-senpai called you an old schemer. I don't know how he could say such treasonous things about such a good master like you. That's just too much. I'm not deaf yet, Kairaka Shunsui. Next month, you and Masatsuki Aozaki come see me, I want a full report on the investigation. Shunsui. Master, I might not be feeling well next month. How about letting Captain Shiba and Lisa handle it instead? He quickly snatched the communicator back and pressed a finger against the orb embedded in it. The glowing sphere dimmed instantly, turning a dull gray. Then. ZZT. The transmission cut off completely. Ishin. He stared in stunned silence for a few seconds. Shunsui blinked, cleared his throat, and casually tucked the device away as if nothing had happened. Then, he turned to Lisa, who had remained silent the entire time. His expression suddenly became serious. Lisa, guard your heart well. Some guys may look good, but deep down, they're just heartbreakers. Mind your own business, you old fart. Lisa snapped through gritted teeth. Old fart. Shunsui paled, his eyes gradually losing focus. I'm not even 1,000 years old yet. Masatsuki patted him on the shoulder in sympathy. Senpai, you can't blame me for this. It's karma for all your misdeeds. Try not to take it too hard. That's not for you to say. Shunsui grumbled. Noticing that the conversation was getting sidetracked, Ishin cleared his throat and steered it back on track. Masatsuki, do you have any other information? Masatsuki pinched the bridge of his nose, pretending to think hard. Nope, that's all. Our console targets were 3 adorable kids. Does that count as useful? Ishin frowned. If that's all we've got, closing this case won't be easy. The room fell silent. Everyone exchanged glances until, finally, Shunsui broke the tension with a smile. The answer's obvious, isn't it? If it wasn't hollows, then who else? The odds of a graduate encountering a hollow during their console internship aren't particularly high, he added, but it's not unheard of in the history of Shino Academy. Ishin considered this for a moment. Right now, it was the only conclusion they could reasonably draw. But something about the crime scene still didn't sit right with him. He decided to consult a certain sharp-minded acquaintance. Masatsuki, what's your take on this? Masatsuki rolled his eyes. My take? What take? He said irritably. If this is all the information you've got, then of course I have to agree with Senpai. You won't even let me see the investigation files, so what else am I supposed to say? Ishin opened his mouth, then shut it again. He knew Masatsuki was sharp, but those classified documents couldn't be shared with a fresh graduate. Then, Captain Kairaku, I'll draft the report accordingly. No issues with that, right? Lisa suddenly spoke up. Her hands were clenched around her book, obscuring her expression. Shunsui glanced at Ishin and lazily asked, What do you think, Captain Shiba? Ishin thought for a moment before nodding. We'll go with that. It's the only conclusion we can reach for now. Even so, something still felt off, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. After all the testimonies either directly or indirectly supported this conclusion. There was no way it was wrong. 1st Division Barracks. Attacked by a hollow. Is this the conclusion of your investigation, Captain Shiba? Seated across from Isshin, Yamamoto sipped his tea, his expression calm and grandfatherly. Dressed in his white haori, he spoke with a gentle tone, as if merely making casual conversation. Hollows capable of concealing their Ryatsu are rare, but they do exist. It was the first time Isshin had seen Yamamoto appear so amiable, and it made him a little uneasy. He cleared his throat and replied. Yes. This is our final conclusion after conducting an on-site investigation and questioning Master and the students. Yamamoto pondered for a moment before suddenly saying. What about Masatsuki Aozaki's testimony? Let me see it. Captain, are you suspecting him? Isshin stiffened, then quickly defended, he had absolutely nothing to do with this. As if to make his point more convincing, he hesitated for a moment before adding. That kid's a coward who only picks on the weak, he'd never dare mess with the Tsuneyashiro clan. It's hard to say what that boy might do, Yamamoto said, narrowing his eyes. His voice grew heavier. But from what I can see, you seem to have quite a close relationship with him, Captain Shiba. Isshin handed over the testimony with a dismissive wave. To be honest, if the kid hadn't tricked me into joining the Gotei 13, I'd still be messing around in Rakangai. This boy convinced someone to join the Gotei 13. Yamamoto's interest was piqued. With a neutral tone, he asked. How exactly did he get you to join? He told me that if I became a captain, I'd have power and authority, and I could live a carefree life doing whatever I pleased. Isshin scoffed. Like I wouldn't see through that. The brat was just trying to lighten Kakaku's burden by making me take the job. And Kaien's the same way. He spends all his time training, he acts more like a clan head than I do, and I'm supposed to be the branch family head. Something about that remark stirred an inexplicable irritation in Yamamoto. His grip on the testimony tightened as he flipped through it faster and faster. He shouldn't have expected anything different from that boy. But after finishing Masatsuki's testimony, his anger subsided. He nodded in satisfaction. He really knows how to keep himself out of trouble. Comparing all the testimonies in secret, Yamamoto noted that while some were completely useless, the rest corroborated each other. There were a few minor inconsistencies, but that was to be expected, human memory wasn't perfect. A testimony with slight contradictions was actually more believable than one that was perfectly aligned. Without changing his expression, he spoke in a steady tone. You've done well. I'm very satisfied with this investigation. Consider this matter closed. You've all worked hard. This is our duty. Isshin bowed respectfully. 40 chapters ahead. p@tree.com/pinksnake. Chapter 57, Kakakushiba. Still working on fireworks. Masatsuki Aozaki looked at the woman before him in surprise. The woman had a striking figure, a headscarf tied around her head, and long black hair parted into two sections. A tattoo of the kanji 4, sky/empty, adorned her left arm, and a long smoking pipe was tucked into her waistband. This was Kakakushiba, younger sister of the current Shiba family head and, in truth, the real power behind the clan. Not that it mattered much, there were only 4 people left in the family who still carried the Shiba name. She called it fireworks research, but Masatsuki didn't see any blueprints or designs. The only thing different was the smooth, pitch-black sphere sitting in front of her. The gunpowder formula you taught me has significantly increased in power, no residue, no smoke. When combined with Ryatsu, it could even be used as a weapon. Kakaku smiled slightly. I really don't know how you come up with these ideas. Masatsuki shook his head. Honestly, I have Lieutenant Sasakabe to thank. He's passionate about Western culture and gave me a lot of inspiration. Thanks to Chojiro Sasakabe's fascination with the West, the Soul Society had never been affected by the 2-century-long isolation policy of the world of the living. In fact, even centuries ago, when Sasakabe was still young, he had begun embracing Western influences, never once breaking that connection. While the Soul Society's technological development took a different path than the world of the livings, books on chemistry and physics could still be found. Without them, even knowing the formula for modern gunpowder wouldn't have helped Masatsuki, it would have been impossible to recreate. Kakaku chuckled. So, those guys left. Those guys? You mean your uncles? Masatsuki smirked. They've already gone back to report to Master. I'd say we'll have an answer in a few days. Uncle Isshin was here too. Kakaku asked, surprised. Masatsuki raised a brow. Ganju didn't tell you. Should we go find him? It's not too late, I have a pass from Master. No need to go through all that trouble. It's not like he's never coming back. Kakaku gave a small smile. But why didn't you leave with him? Weren't you planning to join the Gotei 13? Before long, you'll be a mighty Shinigami. You'll probably start looking down on us declining nobles. Masatsuki shook his head. That's nonsense. Kakaku grinned. Oh. Don't want to part with me. Masatsuki hesitated, unsure how to answer, and simply let out a quiet TCH. Now that Kaien's not around, you sure have some guts. Kakaku spoke casually, as if it were nothing. But once he's back, you'll still end up slinking off to Seireitei. Masatsuki fell silent for a long time. There were so many things he wanted to say to her, but he couldn't seem to find the words. Back then, Kaien had been an immovable obstacle between them. Born into the Shiba family, naturally gifted, and overflowing with Ryatsu, he had always loomed large. Masatsuki had lost count of how many times Kaien had caught him visiting Kakaku under the guise of business, only to chase him for miles. Probably enough to circle Seireitei 10 times over. But things were different now. His strength had already surpassed Kaien's, there was no need to sneak around anymore. Even if he stood openly by Kakaku's side, what could Kaien do about it? I'm not afraid of him anymore, Masatsuki finally whispered. But the words that followed were, let's have a baby. Kakaku? Even if she had been trying to provoke him into being bolder, wasn't this leap a little too big? Wasn't the normal sequence supposed to be, confess, fall in love, get married, then have kids? How did he just skip straight to the final step? Kakaku froze, momentarily at a loss. The two of them sat side by side on the workbench. Masatsuki took her hand, interlocking their fingers, and slowly leaned in. Kakaku chuckled, eyes twinkling. Masatsuki. Masatsuki blinked, caught off guard. He had already thought of a name for the baby, wasn't it a little late to back out now? But Kakaku didn't seem fazed. Instead, she seemed to be speaking from the heart when she casually asked. Don't you think time is kind of a strange thing? Sometimes it passes in the blink of an eye, and you don't even know what you did with it. But other times, every single second is packed with nonsense, and your head is a complete mess. Yeah. Masatsuki's heart unexpectedly calmed. He gazed up at the starry sky, exhaling softly. My years in the Soul Society have felt long. But I don't regret coming here. This world, it's fascinating. As he reflected on his past life, he realized there had been no one to miss, no keepsakes to cherish. You were a noble in the world of the living, weren't you? Kakaku asked offhandedly. Wasn't there anything you left behind? Masatsuki thought for a moment before chuckling. Saying I had no attachments at all would be a lie. Who wouldn't want to live a comfortable life? But I still prefer it here. After meeting you all, I know for certain, this is where I was meant to be. Was that a confession? Kakaku grinned. Now that actually makes my heart flutter. That baby talk earlier? Not so much. Let's call it that. Truthfully, it was more of a personal revelation than a confession. But Masatsuki didn't want to spoil the moment, so he simply asked. So? Can you accept it? Call me Ain-san. Kakaku rolled her eyes before flashing him a bold smile. And yeah, I accept. I knew it wouldn't be that easy. Masatsuki sighed. But then, a beat later, he stiffened, eyes widening in realization. Wait, what? You accept? Kakaku didn't hesitate in the slightest, casually confirming, that's right, I accept. She slung an arm around his neck, grabbed the black sphere from the table, and grinned. As a celebration, let's go set off some fireworks, starting with this one we made today. Side by side, they walked outside. Before long, the pitch-black night sky was ablaze with vibrant colors. The next morning. Good morning, big brother-in-law. Masatsuki greeted with the utmost sincerity. Kaien smirked, rolling up his sleeves as he silently eyed the men standing before him, so full of respect, so irritatingly polite. The faint scent of alcohol lingered in the air, clouding his thoughts. When he glanced to the side, he saw his sister clinging to Masatsuki's arm, an almost otherworldly softness in her demeanor. The way she looked at him, serene, warm, affectionate, was an unfamiliar sight. Kaien frowned. Was this really his sister? Where was the rough, hot-tempered Kakaku he knew? Who was this gentle, loving woman in her place? Give me back my foul-mouthed, explosive-tempered sister, you bastard. Masatsuki, Kaien said slowly, twitching with barely restrained irritation. What the hell did you do to my sister? Nothing much, Masatsuki said, spreading his hands innocently. We just set off a firework together and had a drink. Do you really expect me to believe that? Looking at his sister, who now radiated the unmistakable glow of someone deeply in love, Kaien couldn't help but suspect the worst. Had she already? Kakaku can vouch for me. Masatsuki hurriedly tried to pass her off as a witness. But it was obvious Kakaku hadn't sobered up yet. She took 2 unsteady steps before promptly collapsing back onto the floor. TCH. With a thud, Masatsuki was sent flying across the room. Kaien's kick launched him straight into the wall, where he left a perfect human-shaped hole before dropping flat onto the ground. 40 chapters ahead. P at Triancom/Pink Snake. Chapter 58, Confidence. Soul Society, Seireitei. Tsuneyashiro Clan, Central Council Chamber. The bloodstains on the floor had already been cleaned. Seated before a wall adorned with a painting of mountains and rivers, the Tsuneyashiro clan's highest authority, the family elder, maintained a cold expression. The air in the chamber was stifling. My lords, this is the news from Seireitei Kairen. The family Shinigami who delivered the message knelt on the ground, his hoarse voice muffled by the black mask he wore. We understand. You may leave, an elder said impassively. Yes, my lord. The family Shinigami slowly stood and exited the chamber. As the heavy doors shut behind him, a long silence fell over the room. How laughable. A member of the esteemed Tsuneyashiro clan, devoured by a hollow. A white-haired elder suddenly sneered. In truth, this isn't impossible, another elder remarked coolly. It's not like such incidents haven't happened before in the history of Shino Academy. But this time is different. This wasn't some Rakangai lowlife, it was a bloodline of one of the 5 great noble houses. The white-haired elder shook his head. Even the branch family won't accept this outcome. At his words, the other elders fell silent. As the ruling elders of the Tsuneyashiro clan, they held supreme authority, but that didn't mean they could simply ignore everything at will. The branch family wielded considerable influence within the clan, and its head and elders still commanded significant power. This so-called investigation. It was nothing more than an attempt to placate them. The evidence is right in front of them. What more do they expect? One elder suddenly asked. The room tensed as several elders furrowed their brows, clearly displeased. They knew that this elder, along with the white-haired one, had close ties to the branch family. It wasn't an exaggeration to say the two had been placed in their positions by the branch. The white-haired elder's eyes gleamed coldly. They refused to believe this was an accident. They demand severe interrogation of all who participated in this Kanso internship. Only by making them bleed and suffer will they reveal the truth. Some elders raised their eyebrows at this, while one smirked mockingly. I understand, Your Excellency Shingu. You fought hard to climb to your current position, lost much in the process, and now refuse to believe in accidents. But your lack of belief only extends within the clan. Your origins have blinded you to the greater picture. Besides, neither the Central 46 nor Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto will ever approve of your proposal. Another elder nodded in agreement. I believe Your Excellency Tokuyasu is absolutely right. Don't think we don't see through you and the branch family's schemes. This isn't about justice, you simply want to target Masatsuki Aozaki. You lost 2 captain-class Shinigami in that operation, and now the branch family holds a grudge. You wouldn't dare challenge the head of the Shihoin clan, but you have no problem taking it out on Rakangai commoners. You've disgraced the Tsuneyashiro clan. Unfortunately for you, this time you've chosen the wrong target. The report from Seireitei Kairen made it clear, this situation is unlike any before. Yamamoto values that men immensely, so much so that he defied both the wise men and the judges. That is unprecedented. But Shingu Tsuneyashiro, his white hair gleaming under the dim light, tried to argue, but the elder representing the main family cut him off. Enough. Yamamoto is old. He won't remain Captain Commander much longer. I believe he intends to make that man his successor. That's why he is willing to defy the Central 46 to protect him. The main family will not risk provoking Yamamoto by indulging your petty grievances. This benefits neither us nor the clan. Shingu Tsuneyashiro narrowed his eyes. Our family members died under suspicious circumstances, and you're telling me we should just let it go. This is your branch family's affair, not ours. An elderly female clan elder was about to wash her hands of the situation when Tokuyasu Tsuneyashiro raised his hand, cutting her off. Your Excellency Tamaba, remember your status and responsibilities. Choose your words carefully. Yes. Tamaba Tsuneyashiro hesitated for a moment, realizing she had spoken recklessly in the heat of the moment. The main family isn't refusing to act, we simply can't, Tokuyasu said solemnly. Juggling the Central 46, dealing with the noble clans, and navigating Yamamoto's maneuvering has left us exhausted. We don't have the resources to concern ourselves with Masatsuki Aozaki. The branch family has members in the Gotei 13, don't they? Masatsuki Aozaki will be joining soon, why not let them handle him? Rest assured, the elders of this clan will always prioritize the family's interests. We won't forget that. Your Excellency Tokuyasu, are you saying? As his words settled over the room, the other clan elders froze, their expressions shifting from confusion to disbelief. Shingu Tsuneyashiro furrowed his brow in thought before suddenly laughing. Rising from his seat, he strode toward the door, another elder who was aligned with the branch family following close behind. Very well, then we'll leave this matter to the branch family. The doors shut behind them, and the smirk on Shingu's lips instantly turned icy cold. Meanwhile, the elders remaining in the chamber exchanged uncertain glances. Your Excellency Tokuyasu, is it wise to provoke a confrontation with Yamamoto now? Tokuyasu scoffed. I understand your concerns. But tell me, what does a fight between the branch family and Yamamoto have to do with us? Do you think Yamamoto will turn his wrath on us? He won't. Because we are one of the 5 great noble clans. The elders immediately grasped his meaning. But the branch family is still part of the Tsuneyashiro clan. One murmured. Tokuyasu let out a cold chuckle. And yet, they have ambitions for things that do not belong to them. For years, their influence has been growing. Can't you see it? The branch and the main family no longer share the same interests. The other elders nodded in agreement. Lord Tokuyasu is right. The branch dares to covet the position of family head and seats in the Central 46. Let them fight. Even if they don't destroy each other completely, it will still leave the branch severely weakened. They did not believe for a second that Yamamoto would strike against the noble families. Not because he lacked the strength, but because he couldn't. As captain commander of the Gotei 13, Yamamoto was a rigid, disciplined, and unyielding man. The very reason he created the Gotei 13 was to safeguard Seireitei's rule and eliminate threats against it. He was already constrained, by the Central 46's political suppression, by the doctrine of noble supremacy, by the delicate balance that kept Seoul society intact. And above all, by the sheer reality of the world's survival. Even if Yamamoto ever dared to act against the nobility, he would never eradicate them completely. This was the confidence the main family elders held. 40 chapters ahead. P at Triancom/Pink Snake. Chapter 59, Impossible to Refuse. The family elders exchanged glances, their smiles as sly as a pack of old foxes. For nobles of high rank and great power, bloodline was undeniably important, but it was never absolute. In the face of power, blood ties were disposable. Mercy and compassion. Even more so. The only thing that truly endured was self-interest. Within the Tsuneyashiro clan, the branch families only held military strength, while true authority remained firmly in the hands of the main family. And swords, they were meant to be used and discarded. Replacements could always be found. In that case, is it really necessary for us to sour our relationship with Yamamoto over this? With his strength, those fools in the branch family have no chance of winning. Indeed. The elders voiced their agreement one after another. Tokuyasu Tsuneyashiro smiled. I've read Masatsuki Aozaki's testimony. He's a sharp one. And based on the other statements, he even tried to curry favor with our family during the Kanso internship. The elders looked surprised. What? Something like that happened? Why weren't we informed? It must have been that useless Asaka Tsuneyashiro concealing it to improve his chances of being named the next family head. The branch family really is nothing but a pack of incompetent fools. Tokuyasu Tsuneyashiro chuckled, raising a hand in reassurance. No need to get worked up. Perhaps after this incident, we can consider improving our relationship with him. At those words, the elders' eyes lit up slightly. A good idea. Anyone could see that Masatsuki Aozaki, a once-in-a-millennium genius, would sooner or later rise to the upper echelons of the Gotei 13. With his talent and potential, it was only a matter of time before he became a captain. And given Yamamoto's current attitude, even the position of captain commander wasn't out of the question. Having a powerful captain, or even a future captain commander, as an ally of the Tsuneyashiro clan would be a tremendous advantage. Yamamoto was old. Sooner or later, he would choose someone to inherit his title. The clan had to consider the future. Tokuyasu Tsuneyashiro observed the shifting expressions of the elders, inwardly sneering. He already held a position of supreme power within the clan. Even the other elders had begun to follow his lead. With a single order or even a mere glance, he could sway the decisions of the Central 46 and send ripples through all of Seireitei. But he wasn't satisfied. The branch families had been scheming for years, clawing at the main family's authority. As the strongest elder of the main family, it was his duty to ensure that neither the position of family head nor the authority of the elders fell into the wrong hands. Yet, like the others, the faction backing him alone was not enough to seize absolute control of the clan. If he wanted to consolidate his power, removing the branch family was only the first step. He needed external forces to support him. Masatsuki Aozaki was the perfect candidate. Talented, ambitious, and, most importantly, deeply flawed. Greedy. Lustful. The type of man who was easiest to manipulate. There's no rush to bring Masatsuki Aozaki to our side. We must plan carefully, Tokuyasu said, standing slowly. Placing his hands on the table, he continued. This brat is sharp. He won't walk blindly into trouble or danger. That's precisely why he's avoided aligning himself with any family until now. West Rakangai, District 1, Outskirts. Shiba Residence. After Kai and Shiba forcefully sobered him up, Masatsuki and Kakaku teamed up to give Kai a beating, making him recognize his own weakness. So, are you sure there won't be any issues with the Gotei 13? Kakaku Shiba finally gave in to her curiosity, watching Masatsuki Aozaki sit there drinking without a care in the world. Masatsuki handed her the bottle he had been drinking from and grinned, narrowing his eyes. Master sent a message through Tentikura. I'm expected to report to the Gotei 13 tomorrow. I don't have a choice. Can't refuse, or just don't want to. Kakaku smirked. I think you're doing this for Yoruichi. Not just for her. For everyone. Uncharacteristically, Masatsuki's expression turned serious, making it clear he wasn't joking. Seeing this, Kakaku dropped her usual playful demeanor, setting down her cup as she muttered in a low voice, I see. No need to look so gloomy. Masatsuki nodded, reaching out to ruffle her hair. A third seat in the second division, high or low, it's still a position of authority. It's not unreasonable to have my subordinates handle some work for me. If Ichimaru gets into the detention unit, I'll make him my second in command. He might actually have more freedom there than he did at Shino Academy. That way, I can come and go whenever I want, can't I? Jin Ichimaru was someone worth trusting. In the original timeline, he spent over a century hiding in Aizen's shadow for the sake of an unspoken love. Now, Masatsuki had saved his life, given him food, shelter, and a place to grow. If Jin still wanted to betray him after all that, it would truly be baffling. Kakaku couldn't help but find his reasoning amusing. She even took a moment to silently mourn for Jin Ichimaru before chuckling. Letting him handle all the dirty work. Poor guy. He really got the short end of the stick following you. Short end of the stick? Masatsuki rolled his eyes. If he hadn't met me, his life would have been ruined. Kakaku scoffed, you saved his life, and now you're expecting him to pay you back for it. Damn right. Masatsuki tilted his head back, taking a swig of his drink. There wasn't even a hint of shame in his voice. Sis, I've told you before, this guy's bad news. Just cut ties with him already. Kai and Shiba, still wriggling on the ground, finally seized an opportunity to speak, his tone filled with deep concern. He was immobilized, bound by golden ropes of light, Bakudo No. 4, Hainawa. Shut up, idiot brother. Kakaku delivered a swift punch to Kaien's head, causing a large lump to form instantly. Ow. Kaien groaned, looking utterly miserable. His sister had changed. She was being way too nice to an outsider, yet showed no mercy to her own brother. It was all because of that damn pretty boy. Back then, he had been so cautious, so vigilant. How the hell did this guy slip through the cracks? Kakaku ignored her brother's suffering, instead pulling Masatsuki close as they continued drinking. After a while, Masatsuki's gaze lingered on Kakaku's hands, completely unscathed. As if suddenly recalling something, he spoke slowly. I think you should put your explosion experiments on hold for now. Kakaku raised an eyebrow. Why? Masatsuki frowned slightly. They're too dangerous. You're bound to get hurt sooner or later. Kasuke's a third seat in the 12th division now. He's always messing around with gadgets. I'll ask him to help, maybe he can get you some protective gear. That way, your experiments will be a lot safer. In the original timeline, Kakaku had lost her right arm. Considering her love for explosives, Masatsuki had a strong suspicion that fireworks had something to do with it. And if he already knew disaster was coming, there was no way he'd sit back and let it happen. 40 chapters ahead. P at Tree&Com/Pinksnake. Chapter 60, joining the 2nd division. Damn it. Why was I the only one assigned to the 1st division? Ranjiku Matsumoto trudged through the streets of Seireitei, grumbling as she occasionally shot dagger-like glares at Jin Ichimaru. Why did he get to go to the 2nd division with Masatsuki Aozaki, but not her? Feeling the weight of her gaze, Jin shivered involuntarily. Masatsuki Aozaki sighed. I recommended you. What? How could you do this to me? Ranjiku clutched her chest dramatically, her expression devastated. Does this mean you don't like me anymore? Masatsuki rubbed his temples in exasperation. Of course not. It's just that the 1st division is safer. With Master there, I can rest easy. Don't forget what I told you before. Hearing this, Ranjiku furrowed her brows in deep thought before remembering Masatsuki's warning about a certain someone. Her excitement faded, and she reluctantly sighed. Fine. Jin sighed as well, clearly at his limit. Can you two calm down? The 1st and 2nd Division barracks aren't that far apart. With Shuinpa, you can meet up in no time. You're right. Ranjaku perked up. Then I'll see you tonight. She waved before sprinting toward the 1st Division. Masatsuki Aozaki and Jin Ichimaru arrived at the base of a mountain. A long staircase stretched upward, winding through the trees and disappearing into the sky. The hum of cicadas echoed in the air. At the foot of the steps stood a stone pillar marked with the kanji 4-2. The surrounding trees were lush and vibrant, their branches swaying gently. Dense grass covered the ground like rolling waves. At the top of the stairs stood a grand traditional building, white walls, a golden roof, and wooden fences painted in red and green. Butterflies and insects danced around the entrance, drawn to the colors. The patrolling Shinigami on guard saluted their soon-to-be superior. After receiving a brief nod in return, one of them hurried inside to report. Before long, members of the inner court troop emerged, even ahead of the guards, and personally escorted Masatsuki and Jin inside. When they reached an office, Jin was made to wait outside while Masatsuki stepped in alone. A purple-haired woman sat behind a desk. Her short, neat hair swayed with each slight movement of her head. You look like you're in a good mood. Masatsuki adjusted his Shihakushō, preparing to formally greet his new captain, Yoruichi Shihoin. You can skip the formalities. She waved a hand dismissively, stopping him mid-motion. After ensuring the inner court troop members had left, she crossed her arms and smirked. You finally made it. So, what do you think of our 2nd Division? Masatsuki walked forward casually. Not bad. Feels just like being back at the Shihoin estate. The 2ND Division's architecture was unique, not only was it old, but it also bore a distinct resemblance to the Shihoin clan's style. That was no surprise. The first captain of the 2nd Division, Chika Shihoin, had left his mark, and since then, generations of Shihoin captains had carried on the tradition. The entire division was molded by their influence. Yoruichi grinned. Sounds like you really like the Shihoin clan. Want to come back with me? Masatsuki shrugged. Anytime. I'm always free. TCH, forget it. She sighed in defeat. I'll take you to your office, it's right across from mine. Masatsuki simply followed along, ignoring the slight embarrassment in Yoruichi's expression. By the way, Captain Shihoin, isn't the detention unit mainly based in the nest of maggots? Ha! What do you take the 2nd Division for? Yoruichi shot him a sidelong glance before pulling open a door and stepping inside. As the detention unit's captain, your job is to manage the troops, not act as a security guard. Your office is here in the 2nd Division. As for your actual duties, it's simple, keep the team in line and make sure the dangerous ones behave. Of course, if you want to visit the nest of maggots, go ahead. It is under your jurisdiction. Keep them in line, huh? Masatsuki stroked his chin. Wouldn't it be better to introduce ourselves properly before toying with them? Stop twisting my words and just look at what I prepared for you. Yoruichi gritted her teeth and pointed at 2 ridiculously thick stacks of documents on the table, each several hundred pages long. These are all people you need to know. Left pile, our division members. Right pile, detailed profiles on the dangerous inmates in the nest of maggots. Masatsuki flipped through a few pages, nodding as he skimmed the contents. What's with this name being circled? Oh, those are the ones you really need to keep an eye on. They haven't done anything that directly threatens Seireitei, but they could. Got it. Masatsuki Aozaki pulled a notepad from his uniform, jotted down Yoruichi's words, and tucked it into his desk drawer. Then, with an exaggerated expression of shock, he blurted out. I'm honestly surprised. You're actually doing your job as a captain. Yoruichi raised an eyebrow at his teasing tone. You little brat, you've been treating me like a fool this whole time, haven't you? That's not what I meant. It's just that I heard from Lieutenant Omida that whenever you handle squad affairs, you have this deeply pained look on your face, like you're truly suffering. And let's not forget how you used to sneak out to meet me all the time. Ugh, don't say it like that. You're making it sound weird. I just wanted to have fun, that's all. What's the difference? TCH. You really haven't lost your talent for getting on my nerves. Yoruichi folded her arms, tilting her head back to stare at the ceiling. The look on her face practically screamed, I'm mad. Hurry up and make it up to me. All right. My bad, okay. That's a pretty lousy apology. Yoruichi pouted but continued. I am Yoruichi Shihoin, you know. There's no way I'd enjoy being stuck in an office all day. But I'm also the head of the Shihoin clan. I was raised in that environment, I can't just abandon it. It's those damn pitying looks they give me. Makes it impossible to just walk away. What a bunch of annoying people. Masatsuki chuckled. Well, of course. Forget your clan elders, even Master wouldn't let someone as talented as you slack off. Besides, don't you have your little brother, Yashiro? A few more years, and once he graduates from Shino Academy, he can help take some of the burden off you. Hearing Yashiro's name, Yoruichi's eyes lit up. You're right, there's Yashiro. He's always saying he wants to help me. Well, now's his chance to prove it. Masatsuki, you're a genius. With that, Yoruichi suddenly hugged him, then practically bounced out of the office. She moved so fast that Masatsuki didn't even have time to stop her. Running a hand through his hair, he muttered to himself. Weird. Why do I feel kinda guilty, like I just did something unfair to Yashiro? Well, he did always say he wanted to help his sister. He won't blame me for this, right? 40 chapters ahead. P at Triancom/Pinksnake. Chapter 61, A Dangerous Individual Researching the Quincy. The Onmitsukido is a special Shinigami unit with a history spanning 1,000 years. It was established within Seireitei by the late first captain of the 2nd Division, Chika Shihoin. Beyond protecting Seireitei, its founding was also driven by the noble families, led by the 5 great noble clans, who sought to maintain their own armed forces. As a result, the Onmitsukido operates independently of the Gotei 13 as a specialized force. It consists of 5 divisions, one of which is the detention unit. Inside the detention unit's base, located within the 2nd Division barracks, Shinigami who had just completed their shifts gathered in the large auditorium, capable of accommodating all team members. I believe everyone here is already aware that as of today, the former 3rd seat of the 2nd Division and captain of the Onmitsukido detention unit, Ryun Shihoin, has officially left the team. The newly appointed 3rd seat of the 2nd Division and captain of the detention unit, who had drawn much attention, looked at the assembled members and continued. Our detention unit is the finest division of the Onmitsukido. While I don't need to elaborate on that, it's still my duty to go over the rules we'll be following moving forward, in accordance with the management system established by our predecessors. The members of the detention unit collectively swallowed. Seated in the audience was none other than the 2nd Division captain, commander-in-chief of the Onmitsukido, and leader of the 1st Division executive militia, Yoruichi Shihoin. And from the look on her face, her displeasure couldn't have been more obvious. The new head is seriously bold. He's not showing the slightest deference to the executive militia under Commander-in-Chief Yoruichi. I heard he's the Commander-in-Chief's lover. Apparently, the two of them sneak off on private meetings from time to time. No way. So this is the legendary Captain's Man. It's true. My second aunt saw them with her own eyes at the 1st Division barracks. She was so smitten she even drew his portrait and hung it in her room, staring at it every day like she was in love. Didn't your second aunt used to have a crush on Commander-in-Chief Yoruichi? Oh, that changed ages ago. She was turned back 6 months ago. My grandma was so overjoyed when she realized my aunt was into men again that she actually cried. As the gossip spread, Yoruichi Shihoin's face darkened. Masatsuki Aozaki, however, remained blissfully unaware of Yoruichi's impending eruption. Enjoying the admiration of the crowd as if he were a heroic figure, he raised a hand and announced. Today, I've invited my personal secretary, the 9th seat of the 2nd Division, Jin Ichimaru. He'll be sharing some insights on the mindset required to be a member of the detention unit. The moment the captain introduced him, murmurs filled the room. Masatsuki Aozaki was already an exceptional case, Captain Commander Yamamoto's disciple, a prodigy who had reached the 4th rank of Ryatsu at just 21 years old. But this kid. How did he get assigned as the 9th seat the moment he joined? Jin, I'll leave it to you. Jin Ichimaru stepped onto the stage, his trademark cold smile in place as he scanned the auditorium. Damn it. Nobody told me I'd have to give a speech. Lowering his eyelids slightly, he took a quiet breath and stopped suppressing his Ryatsu. The moment he did, the room instantly understood why he had been granted the 9th seat. 8th rank Ryatsu. After the speech, Jin Ichimaru slumped onto a sofa in the office, leaning back with a deep sigh. Delivering an impromptu speech had drained him far more than expected. As expected of you, Jin. No preparation, and yet you pulled off something I wouldn't have been able to do. Sitting across from him, Masatsuki Aozaki, 3rd seat of the 2nd Division and detention unit captain, grinned from ear to ear. Jin let out another sigh. You left out the part where you didn't tell me I'd have to give a speech, just to mess with me. Now, would I do something like that? Masatsuki Aozaki crossed his arms and chuckled. Honestly, I got so caught up reading reports this afternoon that I completely forgot about the speech. Jin rolled his eyes. Masatsuki just stuck out his tongue. If it weren't for Yoruichi getting me a speech draft from Kasuke, I probably wouldn't have done much better than you. Oh, how impressive. Captain Sama can even give impromptu speeches, Jin said dryly. The guy had a script and still had the nerve to brag. It's just about fooling people, really. Masatsuki Aozaki patted his chest. That's my specialty. For once, Jin didn't argue. Instead, he simply nodded in agreement. This guy had a knack for saying things that riled people up, and somehow, Jin always found himself getting caught up in it. Masatsuki Aozaki leaned forward. You don't mind if I go through some documents here, right? With that, he reached under the table and pulled out the files Yoruichi had handed him earlier. You're actually working. Jin Ichimaru exclaimed, eyes wide with disbelief. Masatsuki Aozaki shot him a glare. What kind of comment is that? Is it really that strange for me to be working? Heh. Jin let out a dismissive chuckle without answering. Ichimaru, you're not busy right now, are you? No, why? Go process the documents on the desk. Jin Ichimaru? I thought you were determined to take your work seriously. I just wanted to read the materials, not do paperwork, Masatsuki said, completely straight-faced. I should never have expected anything from you. Jin twitched at the corner of his eye, sighed in resignation, and slumped into the office chair, the seat symbolizing the highest authority in the detention unit, utterly unenthused. This chair is definitely not as comfortable as the sofa. The ticking of the clock mixed with the sound of pages turning. Masatsuki flipped through the files with keen interest, scanning page after page. The Nest of Maggots was a special prison operated by the 2nd Division. No one was allowed to carry a Zanpakutō inside. Those imprisoned there were deemed potential threats under Seireitei's regulations, though not all of them had committed actual crimes. Even if some had never broken the law, in practice, they were no different from criminals. Their status was the same as convicts, stripped of any human rights. To Masatsuki, this group of dangerous individuals, possessing at least some level of strength yet devoid of rights, made for ideal sparring partners. Whether it was Ikatsu, Sakatsu, or simply refining his Hakuta techniques, he still had a long road ahead. Suddenly, he seemed to find something interesting. Holding the thick document in his hands, he leaned back against the sofa, flipping through the pages more slowly, nodding to himself as he read. Ichimaru, I think we should check out this guy who's getting special treatment. Masatsuki walked up behind Jin and placed the file on the desk. Special treatment? Yeah. This guy, Mayuri Kuratsuchi. Masatsuki pointed at the photo in the document. Jin glanced down and saw a sharp-featured man with blue hair and yellow eyes. Mayuri Kuratsuchi. The guy conducting unauthorized research on the Quincy. Jin set aside the paperwork he had been reviewing and picked up the file for a closer look. Why are you interested in him? This guy is smart. A scientist willing to push boundaries. You know, technology is the ultimate combat power, Masatsuki said with genuine conviction. Don't you think talents like him deserve recognition and proper treatment? Jin rolled his eyes. Technology is the ultimate combat power. You actually expect me to believe that nonsense? Masatsuki was silent for a moment, then sighed. All right, fine. Honestly, I just want him to use his scientific expertise to build me a beautiful wife. Jin blinked, momentarily stunned. Then, his expression turned deadly serious. In that case, this is indeed a critical matter. But I don't know much about scientific research. You think he can really fulfill your request? Masatsuki. 40 chapters ahead. p@triancom/pinksnake. Chapter 62, What do you want? Northwest of the 2nd Division barracks, within the moat, lay a vast underground facility spanning the equivalent of 30 houses. From the outside, it appeared to be nothing more than an imposing mountain of closely connected rock formations. But beneath the surface, it was, in fact, a massive subterranean prison. Detention unit soldiers clad in night gear patrolled the area, their presence adding to the prison's oppressive atmosphere. To the Central 46, the criminals imprisoned here were no different from maggots clinging to life. And so, this place had come to be known as the Nest of Maggots. Bang. 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 Crack. 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 The echoes of clubs striking flesh and fists colliding reverberated through the dungeon as hundreds of figures clashed in a frenzy within the main hall. The more cowardly inmates shrieked in terror, scrambling away, clutching their heads as they cowered in the corners. Boulders shattered under the force of Ryatsu-infused blows, sending debris scattering through the air. Waves of condensed spiritual pressure, glowing a deep azure, surged toward the ceiling, hammering against the reinforced prison walls. Damn detention unit. Why the hell are we locked up in here? Let us out. Die. A towering, muscular man in tattered clothing lunged forward, his roar filled with rage. His face was smeared with the blood of other inmates, his once white robes now soaked in red. Bloodshot eyes locked onto a young man standing not far away, a black-haired figure with a faint smile, clad in a Shihakushō. At his side stood a silver-haired boy. A pretty-faced young man, delicate in appearance, yet bold enough to set foot in a place like this. The towering prisoner grinned maniacally, a cruel expression twisting his features, one that even the other inmates feared. He was determined to teach this pretty boy just how dangerous it was to stand out in a place like this. Deeper within the prison, in a solitary cell, a man with strange black and white face paint sat on a white stone bed, his expression one of irritation. Another riot. What an insufferable bunch. Unlike the other inmates, who were allowed free movement within the prison, this man was confined alone, his feet bound by heavy shackles, a testament to the fact that he was far more dangerous than the rest. Clink. The sound of gravel shifting underfoot was accompanied by the light tap of approaching footsteps. Under the dim lighting, two figures, one tall, one small, descended the narrow staircase. Taking care of all those inmates outside on your own. Looks like we've got a real big shot here. A hoarse voice drifted from the cell, its peculiar cadence enough to send chills down one's spine. What brings someone of your stature to a place like this? I came to see you, of course. I have business. Masatsuki Aozaki casually flicked the blood from his hand, stepping up to the cell door with a look of satisfaction. Mayuri Kuratsuchi. A troublesome one, huh? Mayuri Kuratsuchi's frown deepened as he watched Masatsuki approach, the distant screams of inmates still ringing through the corridors. The last person to irritate him this much had been that damn detention unit officer, Kisukirahara. Ichimaru, wait outside for now. With a wave of Masatsuki's hand, the cell door, meant to restrict Mayuri's freedom, swung open on its own. Mayuri's eyes flickered with mild surprise as Masatsuki strode inside and, without hesitation, plopped himself down on the bed. Wow. You're really not polite to someone you just met. Masatsuki Aozaki smirked coldly. You used honorifics, but you're still being rude. Really? Masatsuki scratched his head, then extended his hand. I forgot to introduce myself. I'm the new third seat of the 2nd Division and captain of the detention unit, Masatsuki Aozaki. Never heard of you. Probably because I just graduated from the Shin'o Academy this year and only joined the detention unit yesterday. This year's graduate. Mayuri Kuratsuchi observed Masatsuki's cheerful demeanor and the hand he had extended. After a brief pause, he reached out, shook it, and said, getting promoted straight to 3rd seat upon graduation. I suppose congratulations are in order. So, what exactly brings you here? Masatsuki smiled. Mayuri Kuratsuchi, don't you find it boring to be stuck in here? Mayuri's heart skipped a beat at those words. But on the surface, he remained unfazed. What do you mean by that? Or maybe you just have Northwest idea what this place is. The Shihoin clan making you head of the detention unit was a foolish decision. You're proving to be quite the incompetent leader. No, Masatsuki scoffed. You're still not getting it. He let out a slow breath. I'm not asking if you're happy here. Sure, your conditions here are better than up top, you have your own room, and you don't have to be around those filthy, violent brutes. But at the end of the day, this room is still a prison, one that chains you down. And most importantly, to be honest, I admire your abilities. I probably understand you more than you think. I also know the nest of maggots better than you assume. There's nothing in this place for you. And this is not where you belong. Mayuri's brows furrowed sharply. Looks like you're finally starting to understand me. Masatsuki raised his hand. With a metallic clank, the shackles on Mayuri's legs fell open. At the same time, Jin Ichimaru, who had been waiting by the staircase, glanced back, then, seeing no immediate danger, turned his head away. Mayuri, now free, remained seated, his gaze lingering on Masatsuki's blood-stained hands. This so-called dangerous individual made no move to attack. Instead, he sat motionless, as if in deep meditation. He knew well enough that he had been classified as a threat not because of sheer strength, but because of his intellect and ideas. And this man before him, someone who had fought his way inside with his bare hands, was not someone he could possibly defeat. I have a friend named Kisukirahara. He's the 3rd seat of the 12th Division, you might know him. He used to be in the detention unit. Masatsuki spoke casually as he got up and began pacing the cramped cell. He has a vision. He wants to establish an organization dedicated to scientific research and development. And he believes you have the talent for it. So, how about it? Want to join us? Mayuri let out a short, mocking laugh. What a ridiculous proposal. You two, both just 3rd seats, want to build an organization like that. And you think you can just waltz in here and take me out of this hellhole? Don't make me laugh. It's not just us. The head of the Shihoin clan is backing us as well. Masatsuki sighed, then extended his hand once more. And more than that. You know what, let me introduce myself properly. My name is Masatsuki Aozaki. I'm 21 years old. And my master is Genryusai Shigakuni Yamamoto. The moment those words left his mouth, Mayuri fell into a prolonged silence. For the first time, his expression changed dramatically, twisting into something unreadable. Masatsuki, however, remained unhurried. He simply leaned against the wall, absently counting the bars of the cell. He understood this man well. Mayuri Kuratsuchi was a textbook mad scientist. Being confined in a place where he could do nothing. That was a fate worse than death. And unlike Keisuke Urahara, Mayuri had no reason to let petty rivalry get in the way of opportunity. Masatsuki was confident that he would make the right choice. Half a minute passed. Mayuri finally looked up, a strange grin creeping across his face as he rasped. Why me? Everything you just said. That was all Keisuke Urahara's idea, wasn't it? Masatsuki met his gaze. I'm asking you, what do you want? 40 chapters ahead. P@Triancom/Pinksnake. Chapter 63, External Brain. The next day, Masatsuki Aozaki left Jin Ichimaru in charge and made his way to the 12th Division, where he found Keisuke Urahara slacking off as usual. So Mayuri Kuratsuchi actually agreed. Never thought you had it in you, Urahara yawned, his eyes half-lidded with boredom. When I used to talk to him back in the Onmitsukido, all he ever did was throw sarcastic jabs at me. Masatsuki grinned. That's just because he was jealous that you're smarter than him. Urahara let out a heavy grunt before flashing a goofy smile. I know you're just flattering me, but I'll take it anyway. I'm not flattering you. Honestly, I haven't met anyone in Seireitei who's smarter than you, Masatsuki said with a chuckle. When the Shinigami Research and Development Institute is up and running, things are going to get a lot more interesting. Interesting. Urahara tilted his head, looking puzzled. That's right, interesting. Masatsuki nodded. Don't you think Seireitei is far too dull right now? With technology, we can change the world. Sounds like a pain, Urahara sighed. Speaking of which, why are you so eager to start an organization like this? You've never done research before, have you? Masatsuki hesitated. Well, I guess I have, in a way. Back when he was working with Aizen, hunting souls in Rakangai, he had secretly stashed away some experimental materials in an attempt to create a Hogyoku. Unfortunately, with no proper lab or specialized knowledge, the attempt had ended in failure. Urahara stroked his chin, considering it for a moment. Then, he laughed. Oh, right. You and Kukaku did those explosives experiments together. I guess that technically counts as research. So when are you planning to bring this up with the Captain Commander? After you become the captain of the 12th Division. Ha. That's at least 10 years away. I'm not even at captain level yet, and Hikifune is still in charge. Does Mayuri Kuratsuchi know about this? Nope. He didn't ask, so I didn't tell him. Masatsuki shook his head, smiling faintly. But you're pretty confident, huh? Talking like it's a sure thing that you'll be a captain in 10 years. To be fair, I wouldn't call myself a genius like you, but I do have faith in my talent, Urahara admitted, waving his hand. Besides, becoming a captain shouldn't be too difficult. Then I'll just sit back and wait for that day to come, Masatsuki said lightly. If completing the Hogyoku were as simple as relying on Aizen's research alone, things would be much easier. But Masatsuki knew better than to just sit around and wait for someone else to perfect it, hoping they'd conveniently place the finished product in front of him. That was nothing but a fantasy. In the end, if he wanted something done, he had to do it himself. He had his own plans, his own ambition to create a Hogyoku of his own. Of course, right now, he lacked both the resources and the means to put that plan into motion. All he could do was take things one step at a time and experiment within his capabilities. That was precisely why he had sought out Mayuri Kuratsuchi. He needed a breakthrough. From what he knew of the original timeline, Mayuri had been essential to Urahara's success. If Urahara had managed to create even a semi-finished Hogyoku, chances were he couldn't have done it without Mayuri's technical expertise. Of course, this was just Masatsuki's hypothesis. But whether he was right or wrong didn't matter. If he was right, he'd get ahead of the game. If he was wrong, he'd just keep working Aizen and Urahara, biding his time and waiting for the right opportunity. Masatsuki Aozaki crossed his arms and shook his head with a sigh. I'd love to establish the Shinigami Research and Development Institute as soon as possible, but the two of us, just third seats, don't have the strength or status to make it happen. Even with Yoruichi's support, convincing Master will be difficult. He's a stubborn old man. Yeah, that's a problem, Keisuke Urahara muttered, for once showing genuine disappointment. This was one of the rare things that actually piqued his interest. Well, two little brats plotting something interesting, I see. A sudden voice startled them both, sending a chill down their spines. For two lieutenants in all but name to be approached so closely without noticing, it was clear the newcomer's strength was extraordinary. They turned their heads and found a voluptuous woman with long purple hair, draped in a white haori, standing behind them. Captain. I wasn't slacking off, I just stepped out for a moment. I was just about to head back. Ah, what a coincidence, Kiryu-san. I was just out here with Kasuke for a quick break. I should get back to work now. Hold it. Kiryu Hikifune smiled sweetly at them, but before they could slip away, her soft yet firm hands landed on their shoulders, making it clear she had no intention of letting them off that easily. What were you two just talking about? Nothing important. They answered in unison, shaking their heads. Kiryu wagged a finger at them, smirking. But I clearly heard you mention Mayuri Kuratsuchi and the Shinigami Research and Development Institute. Mayuri used to be in our division before he got locked up in the nest of maggots, didn't he? Masatsuki sighed, rubbing his forehead. So you did hear everything. I was too far to catch all the details, so why don't you fill me in properly? Kiryu said, folding her arms. Masatsuki was about to refuse, but suddenly, an idea struck him. With a straight face, he said, you know what? It's not like this is some big secret. Here's the deal. After hearing everything, Kiryu Hikifune nodded thoughtfully. Setting up a department for new technology and spiritual tools does sound like a solid idea. Are you interested too, Kiryu-san? Masatsuki asked. Oh, very interested. Kiryu smiled knowingly. You two wouldn't mind if I joined in, would you? Of course not. Masatsuki quickly replied, and Kasuke nodded in agreement. In that case, it's settled. The Shinigami Research and Development Institute sounds like a good name. She stroked her chin, her voice brimming with confidence. As for Captain Commander Yamamoto, leave him to me. Masatsuki blinked in surprise. Wait, that fast? Her decisiveness completely threw him off. Wasn't this kind of thing supposed to take time? But after a moment, he understood. She wasn't necessarily putting her trust in him or Kasuke. She trusted the old man, Yamamoto. No time to waste. I won't be in Seireitei much longer, so I'd better move quickly, Kiryu said, waving a hand dismissively. Besides, you two already have a plan, don't you? Masatsuki nodded. After all, his self-proclaimed external brain, Kasuke Urahara, had already worked out all the details. 40 chapters ahead. P at Triancom/Pink Snake. Chapter 64, Decayed System. As Kiryu Hikifune's figure disappeared into the distance, Masatsuki Aozaki and Kasuke Urahara both let out a sigh of relief. Among the Gotei 13, Kiryu Hikifune wasn't known for her combat prowess, but she was still a cut above the average captain. Neither of them had reached captain level yet, and even if combat wasn't her specialty, she could still take them down in an instant if she wanted to. Of course, they knew she wouldn't. They just didn't want to get scolded for slacking off. That was way too close, Kasuke muttered, wiping away non-existent sweat. Aren't you heading back? If Yoruchi finds out you snuck out, she'll probably lose all motivation to work too. I thought you were going to say, she'll drag me back to work. She's not that kind of person. True, Masatsuki nodded seriously, then chuckled. Actually, that just reminded me of something. What is it? Kasuke asked. Masatsuki leaned in. Can you make a protective suit? Something that can withstand Kido attacks from a seated officer. Price isn't an issue. Kasuke scratched his head. What do you need a protective suit for? With your freakish durability, you really think a seated officer-level Kido could even scratch you? It's for Kukaku, Masatsuki said, rubbing the back of his head with a grin. Kukaku. Kasuke stroked his chin. Ah, I get it. With how reckless she is, her hobbies are pretty dangerous. Without proper protection, she definitely needs something like that. You really do read my mind, Masatsuki praised. No need for flattery, Kasuke sighed. Just leave it to me. Kukaku's my friend too, after all. If anything, I should be thanking you, I wouldn't have even thought about this if it weren't for you. Masatsuki waved a hand with a smile. Then I'll leave it to you. I need to find a new place to slack off. There's gotta be a limit to how much you slack. Well, not that I'm one to talk, Kasuke muttered. As he watched Masatsuki practically skipping away, Kasuke sighed and strolled lazily back toward the barracks. Meanwhile, Masatsuki carefully climbed onto the roof and slipped over the wall. Aozaki-san, why sneak over the wall instead of using the main path? A gentle voice drifted into his ears, warm and soothing like a spring breeze. Because it's more fun this way. Masatsuki Aozaki answered instinctively before freezing for a moment. Then, his face lit up with recognition. Lieutenant Aizen. So it's you. Aizen adjusted his glasses, a polite smile gracing his lips. It seems Aozaki-san is quite happy to see me. It's an honor that the Captain Commander's disciple recognizes me. I should be the one honored, Masatsuki said with a grin. Lieutenant Aizen's reputation is legendary at the Shino Academy. There's not a single student or instructor who doesn't know your name. Many consider you an idol. Even now, your calligraphy is still displayed in the Academy's Grand Hall. Every time I pass by, I can't help but stop and admire it. Oh. I didn't expect you to have an interest in calligraphy as well, Aizen said, feigning pleasant surprise. Masatsuki nodded earnestly. I've admired you for a long time, Lieutenant Aizen. Back at the academy, I wanted to enroll in your calligraphy class. But my training schedule was intense, and I didn't have the free time. Unfortunately, I had to give up on the idea. It's a shame I missed the opportunity to learn from you. Calligraphy can be learned at any time, it doesn't have to be at the Shino Academy, Aizen said smoothly. I often practice in my spare time. If you're interested, feel free to come find me. The patrolling Shinigami nearby had fallen into a strange silence, watching the two men shower each other with compliments. Masatsuki hopped down from the wall and took a quick glance around. Strangely enough, no one seemed to be paying attention to him. It wasn't arrogance, just a fact. Even without the status of being the Captain Commander's disciple, his presence alone would turn heads wherever he went. Yet, right now, not a single person on the street was looking at him. Instead, their eyes were fixed on two unfamiliar figures in conversation. Something was off. Long time no see, Masatsuki. Kyoka Suigetsu. The familiar voice made everything click into place. Masatsuki gave a slight nod. Long time no see, Aizen-sama. Aizen stepped out from the shadows, his usual composed demeanor unchanged. You don't seem surprised that I came to find you. You already hinted at it through Jin back when I was at the academy, didn't you? Masatsuki smiled. Back in Rakangai, you told me I was smart. So, I hope you'll trust in my abilities. Confident. Just as expected from a man worthy of walking alongside me. Come with me. Yes. For a brief moment, Masatsuki thought he saw Aizen's smile widen. The two walked side by side, slowly making their way westward, leaving the 12th Division barracks behind and stepping into the residential district of Seireitei's lower-ranking Shinigami. The streets were still bustling with life. Shopkeepers bickered with customers, their voices carrying through the air. Further ahead, someone stood in a dim alleyway, trying to lure in clients. Laughter and idle chatter blended into the lively atmosphere. Aizen suddenly spoke, his tone casual yet contemplative. Masatsuki, what do you think of this world? Masatsuki raised a brow. He hadn't expected Aizen to bring up such a grand topic out of nowhere. He fell silent, carefully considering his response. If he wanted to gain Aizen's trust, his answer had to be right. Aizen, however, wasn't in a rush. He simply stood there, watching him patiently. Masatsuki took in the scene before him, the carefree pedestrians, the warmth of the sun, the illusion of peace. Then, after a moment, he spoke. If I only look at them, I'd say the world is beautiful, but when I think about everything else, it's clear that it's not nearly good enough. Aizen chuckled. Interesting answer. Who exactly are you thinking of? And what have they done? Masatsuki didn't hesitate. The ones in power, the ones who only exist to make life difficult for everyone else. Aizen let out a soft laugh. It seems you hold quite the grudge against the Tsuneyashiro clan. Personally, I don't think highly of them either. Of course. After all, most of my troubles can be traced back to them, Masatsuki said with a shrug. But it's not just them, the problem is Seireitei itself. In the end, it's the rotten system of Seireitei that grants them too much power, allowing them to act without restraint. Aizen's eyes gleamed with intrigue. Though a flicker of emotion stirred within him, his face remained unreadable. I never expected you to have such a sharp political perspective. You truly live up to your reputation as a genius. This has nothing to do with being a genius, Masatsuki said, waving a hand dismissively. It's just that, at this moment, I happen to not be a noble. I've studied systems far more advanced than this one. And when I turn back to see this archaic, decayed court, a system so similar to the outdated monarchies of the living world, it's only natural to feel nothing but frustration and disdain. 40 chapters ahead. p@tree.com/pinksnake. Chapter 65, Chapter 65, The Soul King is a puppet of the nobles. A minute later, Masatsuki Aozaki stood frozen in front of the laboratory door. As it slid open, his gaze fell upon a towering, irregularly shaped black sphere, nearly the size of a person. This is Aizen-sama's research. Masatsuki swallowed hard, unable to conceal the greed in his eyes. Aizen had always known exactly what kind of person he was. That's right, Aizen replied with a calm smile. This is the result of decades of research. The lab was silent, no one else was present. The only sound was Aizen's voice, echoing against the sterile walls. Decades ago, when I first became the lieutenant of the 5th Division, my Ryatsu had already reached the first rank of spirit power. Even so, I never stopped pushing myself. I continued to train relentlessly until, 30 years ago, I reached my current level. But I couldn't find joy in it, because from that moment on, the path forward became unclear. No matter how much I trained, my Ryatsu never grew stronger. Even my Zanpakutō, fully released, could no longer elevate my power. Eventually, I understood. This is the limit of a Shinigami's existence. Not due to any external restriction, but because of the fundamental nature of what we are. Masatsuki, already captivated, instinctively asked, "So Aizen-sama intends to break this limitation?" Aizen's eyes gleamed with subtle approval. Slowly, he spoke. "Yes. To surpass these limits, I have spent decades of my life sacrificing the souls of hundreds of Shinigami and Rakangai residents with the potential to become Shinigami, to create this beautiful jewel. With it, one can transcend the boundaries of a Shinigami and evolve into a higher existence." Masatsuki furrowed his brows, lowering his voice. "If this jewel is so important, isn't showing it to me so easily a bit reckless? When exactly did I earn your trust? Don't forget what we have done together, Masatsuki. I witnessed it with my own eyes. That was not just killing. It was a direct violation of Seireitei's greatest taboos. If our crimes were ever exposed, even the Captain Commander himself would never grant you mercy. We are walking the same path now, a path with no way back. That is why I trust you." Aizen smiled faintly. "Besides, if you have the power to take this jewel from me, I wouldn't mind letting you have it." Masatsuki scoffed inwardly. "If I had the power to take it, I wouldn't need your permission." Strangely, Aizen's words had put him at ease. He let out an irritated huff, making no effort to hide his displeasure. Aizen paused, seemingly caught off guard by the display of defiance, but instead of reacting with anger, he merely smiled. "Come closer. Feel its power for yourself." Masatsuki obeyed, stepping forward until he was right in front of the glass enclosure. He raised his palm, aligning it with the so-called beautiful jewel, studying it closely, trying to sense anything extraordinary. To be honest, he didn't see the beauty in it at all. It was just a giant lump of coal. "What do you think?" Aizen asked. Masatsuki shook his head, disappointed. "Honestly, a little underwhelming. I don't feel anything special from it." Aizen chuckled. "That's to be expected. Right now, this jewel is nothing more than a mass of collected souls." As he turned his gaze toward the glass container, he suddenly found himself re-evaluating the object inside. It really was quite ugly. For the first time, Aizen felt something oddly similar to embarrassment, like a child eagerly showing off their prized toy, only to have their friend react with complete disinterest, even disdain. That thought alone left him strangely unsatisfied. He shook his head. "No, it's not even a true collective. There are too few fragments of the Soul King, preventing the souls from fully merging. On top of that, external reishi are drawn toward the fragments, reacting with the Ryatsu of the souls within the Hogyoku and disrupting its formation. At best, it's just a crude pile of souls, forcibly compressed together. This thing is hollow, an imitation with no real power." Masatsuki Aozaki tilted his head. "So, in other words, this isn't a failure. It can still be refined, right?" "Precisely." Aizen turned to face him fully, a flicker of emotion stirring within him before he quickly regained his usual composed confidence. "This is exactly why I called you here. The Hogyoku is still missing its most essential component. This is only the beginning. With the right materials, it will undoubtedly be completed," he thought to himself. For the first time, Aizen felt a strange urge to prove himself to someone. It wasn't a good sign. He hadn't been like this before, hadn't changed before meeting this man. Against anyone else, his priority would have been concealing his emotions, maintaining absolute control. Yet now, an odd sense of competitiveness stirred within him. Masatsuki, oblivious to Aizen's internal conflict, rubbed his chin and asked, "What material?" Aizen paused for a moment before deliberately enunciating. "The fragments of the Soul King. Even without the inspiration of the Soul King's fingernail, you deduced what's needed to create the Hogyoku. I should have expected nothing less from you, Aizen Sasuke." Masatsuki's eyes widened in exaggerated shock. "Did I hear that right? The Soul King's fragments? By Soul King, you mean that Soul King? What exactly are these fragments?" "Parts of the Soul King's body. Your talent may surpass mine in some areas, but intelligence and temperament, those belong to me." Watching Masatsuki's deliberately over-the-top reaction, Aizen felt an unusual sense of satisfaction, almost smug. "Yes. The one who resides above all in the heavens. And you guessed correctly. The Soul King's fragments are pieces of his body. But how could the all-powerful Soul King?" Masatsuki trailed off, playing along. Aizen's smile deepened. "Do you wish to know the truth? Let me show you the reality of this world, Masatsuki." The light caught the lenses of Aizen's glasses, reflecting an eerie gleam as he spoke. "During my past experiments, I discovered a particular material that the jewel seemed to hunger for. To learn more, I infiltrated the Tsuneyashiro clan, the keepers of Soul Society's complete history. In the end, I uncovered scattered records that not only confirmed what this material was, but also revealed the truth of Soul Society itself. Masatsuki's thoughts stirred. So Aizen hasn't accessed the Derishikaro yet. The Derishikaro, an enigmatic archive hidden beneath the central 46 chambers. A vast and intricate system, it catalogued every major event and secret throughout Soul Society's history. Due to its significance, access was nearly impossible under normal circumstances. What made it particularly unusual was its autonomous nature. It functioned independently of any Shinigami's will, compulsively recording everything that transpired within Soul Society. However, it could still be deceived by illusions, concealing certain truths from its records. Masatsuki had never understood how Kyoka Suigetsu's illusions could fool what was essentially an advanced, self-sustaining system. But one thing was certain, if Aizen could manipulate the Derishikaro, then Masatsuki, possessing the same ability, could do the same. As Masatsuki fell into deep thought, Aizen let out a quiet chuckle before delivering his final revelation. In truth, the Soul King is nothing more than a puppet of the noble clans. 40 chapters ahead. P at Triancom/Pink Snake. Chapter 66, Sky Throne. In fact, the Soul King is nothing more than a puppet of the noble clans. Aizen Sosuke declared with absolute certainty. Masatsuki Aozaki put on a flawless performance, gasping in exaggerated shock. What? Aizen continued, his tone resolute. The Soul King has been a puppet of the nobles for over 1,000,000 years. This is the truth I uncovered after deciphering the Tsuneyashiro clan's ancient inscriptions. He nodded solemnly, then lowered his voice. According to the Tsuneyashiro clan's hidden history, their ancestors ambushed the Soul King and sealed him within a crystal. They feared that, despite his lack of resistance, the Soul King might one day break free and annihilate them. So they severed his limbs, hollowed out his insides, stripped away his power, and scattered it across the world. Piece by piece, they weakened the Soul King's strength, all to create a king who would be easy to control. But even after being reduced to nothing more than a mutilated husk, the Soul King did not die. Instead, he was trapped in an endless paradox, neither truly alive nor dead. The ancestors of the 5 noble clans then used the Soul King's omnipotent power as a keystone to divide the once chaotic world into 3 realms, Soul Society, the world of the living, and Hueco Mundo. This is the real history. Masatsuki Aozaki remained calm beneath the surface, but outwardly, he appeared utterly stunned. Swallowing hard, he hesitated for a moment before speaking. So the Tsuneyashiro clan's madness traces all the way back to their ancestor. They really had the audacity to do something like this. Aizen smirked. Are you feeling sympathy for the Soul King? Masatsuki waved a dismissive hand. Why would I? The Soul King doesn't deserve pity. If anything, he brought this upon himself. Oh. Aizen's interest piqued. And why do you think that? His fascination with Masatsuki only deepened. Their views on the Soul King aligned far too well. If I remember correctly, the Soul King possesses omniscience and omnipotence. How could he not have foreseen the Tsuneyashiro clan's betrayal? Masatsuki chuckled mockingly. He allowed it to happen. That's the only reason their ancestors succeeded in sealing him away. It was his choice, there's nothing to pity. You're absolutely right, Aizen murmured. Everyone must take responsibility for their own choices. Masatsuki leaned against the glass wall, arms crossed. So, what the jewel is missing, is the power scattered from the Soul King. Precisely. The Soul King's fragments are scattered throughout the world, Aizen confirmed. I've discovered traces of them within certain souls. These fragments are the foundation for completing the Hogyoku. Masatsuki glanced around before casually asking, so, do you already have a way to locate these fragments? Aizen chuckled. You could say that. Masatsuki Aozaki tensed up instantly at Aizen's words, but the latter continued as if he hadn't noticed. Do you remember what I said? The Tsuneyashiro clan wants to create a king they can control. They're not just thinking about it, they're already taking action. The Tsuneyashiro clan is attempting to gather fragments of the Soul King to create a weaker version of him. To achieve this, they have spent years researching and have finally identified a group in the world of the living known as the Fullbringers. Fullbringers are superhumans who can extract the souls from objects and enhance them with their own Ryoryoku. This ability comes from the fragments of the Soul King within them. Our next target is them. Ha! Masatsuki Aozaki scoffed impatiently. You can't be serious. Do you have any idea how many people live in the world of the living? Even if they have supernatural abilities, trying to find them is like searching for a needle in a haystack. No, you don't need to concern yourself with the Fullbringers in the world of the living. I'll handle that investigation personally when the time comes. Aizen shook his head. Your task is to watch for Shinigami and Seireitei who possess special abilities. Soul King fragments don't only appear in humans. The fragments we've recovered before were found in both Shinigami and Rakangai residents. The chances of finding fragments within the souls in Soul Society are low, but not impossible. You work in the second division. The Masatsuki's influence extends throughout Seireitei. That makes you the most suitable person for this task. But I'm just a glorified prison guard, Masatsuki Aozaki said, feigning a miserable expression in an attempt to back out. Aizen smirked coldly. Don't think I'm unaware of your relationship with Captain Shihakushō. Masatsuki Aozaki raised an eyebrow. Didn't take you for someone interested in gossip. Aizen chuckled. I don't need to pay special attention. With the way you and Shihakushō run rampant in Seireitei, there's hardly anyone who doesn't know about the black and white duo. I have a nickname now. Masatsuki muttered, glancing down at his hands and pulling his collar slightly to inspect his chest. Pretty pale. Guess Yoruchi's the black one. Fine, since it's for our future, I'll handle this. Just don't forget your end of the deal. Naturally. Aizen gave a small nod before turning his gaze to the large Reishi-based computer. All data on the experimental souls is stored there. I'll grant you access, feel free to look through it. You might find something useful for your task. Masatsuki Aozaki walked over to the computer, fingers flying across the keyboard with practiced ease. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared on the screen, but he couldn't recall where he had seen them before. This guy looks familiar. Aizen narrowed his eyes at the display and sneered. That was a freshman from Shino Academy last year. If I recall correctly, he was in your class. He had remarkable potential, and a Soul King fragment within him. His existence was invaluable to my research. The screen flickered, and a slideshow of soul data began playing. Many of the faces were unfamiliar to Masatsuki. Some, however, he had seen before, souls he had personally extracted. Their expressions were twisted in agony, their furious gazes seeming to pierce through the screen, as if demanding vengeance, trying to drag him down to hell with them. Masatsuki Aozaki remained impassive, flipping through the records without hesitation, ignoring the sorrow and rage etched onto their faces. He had long accepted the path he walked, a road paved with blood, leading toward a throne built upon bones. Aizen stood beside him, silently watching both Masatsuki and the massive display, lost in his own thoughts. Perhaps, in that moment, he too recalled the countless acts he had committed over the years. But like Masatsuki, his heart remained still, neither sorrowful nor joyful. Just then, the sound of footsteps echoed from the metal floor outside, a rhythmic click, 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 reminiscent of an ancient clock ticking. As the unseen clock's hands seemingly came to a stop, the laboratory door slid open. A man with tanned skin, clad in a Shihakushō, his naturally wavy purple hair cut to shoulder length, stepped inside. Tozen. Aizen turned his head. Aizen-sama, the brown-haired man responded. 40 chapters ahead. P at Triancom/Pinksnake. Chapter 67, Laboratory. In the dimly lit laboratory, the only source of light was the faint glow from the computer screen, just enough to illuminate the three figures, two light-skinned and one dark. But light held no meaning for Kaname Tozen. His pale, sightless eyes perceived only endless darkness. All he could do was slightly twitch his ears, discerning the presence of a third person by the rhythm of their breathing. The concealment skills of this third person were extraordinary, despite their proximity, their ryatsu was completely undetectable. This should be our first official meeting, shouldn't it, Kaname Tozen? Masatsuki Aozaki spoke warmly, standing in front of the screen without the slightest intention of moving, his fingers tapping rapidly against the keyboard. Let me introduce myself. I'm Masatsuki Aozaki. From now on, we'll be comrades fighting side by side. Tozen ignored him entirely, walking straight to Aizen and handing over a glass container. Aizen-sama, this is today's harvest. Aizen took the container and smirked as he gazed at the soul inside. This will be the last time. We won't need these anymore, we have a new target. Go on, Kaname, introduce yourself to Masatsuki. Yes, Aizen-sama. Only after Aizen's instruction did Kaname Tozen turn to Masatsuki Aozaki. I am Kaname Tozen. Pleased to make your acquaintance. Likewise. Masatsuki Aozaki didn't take offense to his earlier indifference, he couldn't care less what Tozen was thinking. Kaname Tozen had lost his closest friend, Kakyo, and afterward, he had been deceived and manipulated by Tokinata Tsuneyashiro, the very murderer responsible. Left in utter despair, he had become consumed by rage and hatred. Aizen sought to change Soul Society, and so Tozen had chosen to follow him, aiming to dismantle the darkness of this world. But at his core, he was nothing more than a husk propelled by hatred, unable to truly grasp his own identity. Masatsuki Aozaki clapped his hands together and chuckled. Well, I'm done looking through the data. I'll be heading out first, Aizen-sama. Go ahead, Masatsuki. Aizen nodded. Rest assured, Everything has been taken care of. With his back to Aizen, Masatsuki waved a hand dismissively as he walked out the door. As the laboratory door sealed shut, Kaname Tozen finally spoke. Can that man really be trusted? Aizen narrowed his eyes slightly before answering with confidence. He won't be content to remain just a Shinigami. As long as that ambition burns within him, he will stay by my side. Masatsuki Aozaki strolled leisurely through the bustling streets, taking in the lively atmosphere as he slowly made his way toward the nest of maggots. That night. After spending the entire day idling about, Masatsuki finally arrived at the nest of maggots. As he pushed open the door, it was clear that the prisoners had already become familiar with their new overseer. All of them shrank back into the corners, too afraid to move. But that was only temporary. It wouldn't be long before the isolation wore down their minds, numbing them to fear. Once that happened, they would start throwing punches at him again. Is the modification complete? Masatsuki stood at the top of the stairs, arms crossed as he leaned casually against the wall. The prisoners behind him glanced at his defenseless back, hesitated for a moment, then lowered their heads. Pretty much done. Just need to get this thing inside. Standing before him, Jin Ichimaru cradled a device in his arms. It looked like a compact computer. Aren't you being a little too nice to that lunatic? Don't tell me you actually have a soft spot for scientists. Masatsuki nodded before glancing past the staircase. He spotted a shadow cast on the ground and suddenly smirked. The owner of the shadow wore peculiar earrings, distorting the reflection so that their silhouette had triangular-shaped ears. Noticing his gaze, Jin Ichimaru chuckled dryly. That guy really is crazy. I have no idea what's going through his head, getting attached to that ridiculous get-up. Well, geniuses tend to be a bit eccentric, that's just how it is. Masatsuki Aozaki chuckled. Of the three geniuses he knew, including Mayuri Kuratsuchi, none of them were remotely normal. Mayuri was, of course, a mad scientist. Keisuke Urahara, on the other hand, was a man who loved to toy with others and shirk responsibilities whenever possible. Despite his youth, he had the demeanor of a jaded middle-aged man. Yet at times, he could be frighteningly sharp, his contradictions making one question his sanity. And Aizen. No need to even mention him, his lofty ideals were absurdly grand. He wanted to overthrow Soul Society's outdated system and build a new, more just order. But between the three of them, Keisuke Urahara, for all his quirks, was ironically the most like a normal person. Maybe, you should go keep an eye on him. Jin Ichimaru had a hesitant expression, clearly debating whether to say it aloud. In the end, he couldn't hold back and voiced his concern. There were plenty of traps set up in the room, but he was still uneasy. That guy, Mayuri Kuratsuchi, was insane but undeniably intelligent. Precisely because he's intelligent, he knows what to do. Don't underestimate him. Yes, he's a madman, but he's a rational madman. Masatsuki Aozaki lifted his gaze from the ground and spoke casually. As long as he doesn't go overboard, just let him be. Jin Ichimaru remained silent for a moment before sighing helplessly. This guy was always so confident. Jin honestly couldn't tell whether Masatsuki could truly see through people's hearts or if he was simply too self-assured in his own judgment. But the fact remained, Masatsuki's instincts had never been wrong. It was as if everything naturally fell into place for him. Nice to see you again, Kuratsuchi-san. Just as Jin was lost in thought, Masatsuki Aozaki's calm voice rang through the room. Mayuri Kuratsuchi didn't even lift his head, hunched over the table, tinkering with something. Masatsuki Aozaki stepped inside, scanning the room. The cell had changed drastically. The space had expanded, and nearly half of it had been converted into a makeshift laboratory. Where there was once only a single bed, the room was now cluttered with simple lab equipment. Surveillance bugs had been installed along the walls. These creatures, with their grotesque faces and numerous legs, clung to the corners of the room, transmitting both sound and images, functioning much like monitors. You don't actually think those little things will work on me, do you? Mayuri suddenly spoke in a gruff voice. Well, Keisuke made them. Say what you will, but his technology is top-notch. I trust his craftsmanship. Masatsuki Aozaki spread his hands, then pulled up a chair and sat down in front of him. And I trust that your intellect won't allow you to act like a fool. Oh. So I should be grateful for your faith in me. Mayuri Kuratsuchi let out a sneer and curled his lips in disdain. You and Keisuke Urahara really are insufferable. It's quite rude to refer to someone as just a you, Kuratsuchi-san. Masatsuki Aozaki spoke in an even tone, his eyes narrowing slightly as he smiled. What a nasty piece of work. Mayuri's eye twitched slightly, but he said nothing, standing up and walking toward the bed. If he had the strength, he would have already made a move. Masatsuki Aozaki followed him closely. Mayuri pressed his hand against a section of the wall by the bed. A flash of white light streaked across the surface, and without warning, a hidden panel slid away, revealing the secret laboratory concealed behind it. 40 chapters ahead. P. at Triancom/Pink Snake. Chapter 68, Battlefield of Carnage. You truly live up to your reputation, Mayuri Kuratsuchi, the most dangerous prisoner in the nest of maggots, not because of brute strength, but because of sheer intellect. Masatsuki Aozaki's eyes gleamed with admiration as he couldn't help but voice his appreciation. Jin Ichimaru nodded in agreement. He hadn't set up this mechanism, his role was only to deliver the equipment. Which meant that Mayuri Kuratsuchi had built this hidden device in just half a day. It's just a simple projection, nothing too complex, Mayuri remarked, sitting cross-legged on the bed. The chains attached to his shackles clinked softly. It only works on those too afraid to enter this room. For you, standing here with me, it's completely useless. Masatsuki Aozaki reached out and touched the wall, watching as his palm passed straight through. As expected, just an illusion. Still, the fact that Mayuri could create something like this with such crude equipment in such a short time spoke volumes about his brilliance. If I could recruit him and gain control over his knowledge and technology, he would be an invaluable asset. Unfortunately, this man is unstable, a double-edged sword. I might be able to control and utilize him, but making him truly submit. Impossible. Just then. Tap. 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 A sudden knocking sound broke the silence. Mayuri Kuratsuchi, you haven't forgotten our deal, have you? Masatsuki Aozaki tapped the stone bed with one hand while absent-mindedly stroking his chin with the other. I've held up my end of the bargain. I trust you haven't forgotten what I asked for. Mayuri Kuratsuchi hesitated for a moment before sighing and pulling out a slip of paper. Masatsuki Aozaki took it and glanced at it, an address and a string of numbers. Go find it. I've backed up all my research and data there. Everything I promised you is waiting, Mayuri said, his voice trembling slightly. Handing over his life's work like this, it was impossible not to feel some reluctance. Mayuri Kuratsuchi, there's no need for regret. When the day comes that you walk free and see the light again, you'll be thanking me, Masatsuki Aozaki said. Leaning against the wall, Mayuri clenched his fists tightly, his trousers bunching up into intricate folds, like winding roads converging into a labyrinth. He stared at Masatsuki's composed face and, after a moment, let out a quiet breath, smoothing out his clothes. I'll be waiting for that day. Mayuri murmured. The past was set in stone, what mattered now was the future. This makeshift laboratory was nothing more than a distraction. If he wanted to continue the research he had abandoned a century ago, he would have to escape this place. Be patient. You won't be disappointed, Masatsuki Aozaki assured him. After all, I don't want your talents wasted here either. There are far more important things waiting for you out there. Masatsuki Aozaki smiled, clapping Mayuri on the shoulder before turning to leave. He stepped out of the cell and ascended the long staircase, illuminated by the glow of torches. Mayuri Kuratsuchi looked up, watching as his silhouette disappeared into the light. The prisoners remained huddled in the corners, unmoving, as the heavy dungeon doors creaked open. Outside, the detention unit stood in formation, a wall of shadows guarding every inch of the nest of maggots. The guards bowed their heads respectfully, silently saluting the two high-ranking officers as they departed. Do you need me to go with you? The mad scientist's secret lair might hold unexpected dangers. Jin Ichimaru spoke casually as he fastened his katana, glancing at Masatsuki Aozaki. Mayuri Kuratsuchi may not be that strong, but he has a certain talent. There's a good chance he set traps in his lab. Of course there are traps, but he told me about all of them. He's not ready to let me die just yet. As he spoke, Masatsuki Aozaki flipped over the note Mayuri Kuratsuchi had given him. The back was filled with dense writing, covering the entire page. You don't need to come with me. This has to be done in secret, the fewer people who know, the better. In that case, go find Ranjaku and tell her I have something to take care of. She should stay home tonight and not wander around. Jin Ichimaru was silent for a moment before nodding. I'll tell her. Be careful. I'm counting on you. As Jin Ichimaru walked away, Masatsuki Aozaki withdrew his gaze and lightly ran his fingers over Bancho Senrin at his waist. He had Aizen to thank for showing him Kyoka Suigetsu's Shirkai. Without it, the ever-watchful Derishikero would make it impossible to act too openly in Soul Society. But with Kyoka Suigetsu's ability to deceive the Derishikero, his concerns were significantly reduced. Masatsuki Aozaki looked toward the eastern part of Seireitei. The sky was clear, with stars and the moon shining brightly. From the high ground, he could see the scattered lights of the streets and alleys below, twinkling in harmony with the stars above. A hand tapped his shoulder. He turned around to see a vibrant young girl with purple hair twirl in front of him. Masatsuki. Yoruchi, done with work already. Didn't expect you to have time to visit the nest of maggots. Masatsuki Aozaki's face broke into a smile. This energetic girl always had a way of lifting his mood. I barely got through half my workload today before realizing it just wasn't for me, so I dumped the rest on Marino-shin. Yoruichi Shihoin crossed her arms, a grin playing on her lips. When I snuck out earlier, one of the squad members mentioned you were inspecting the nest of maggots, so I came to find you. You really like this place, huh? You've only been captain of the detention unit for a few days, and this is already your second visit. It's all because of Mayuri Kuratsuchi. Masatsuki Aozaki sighed. Oh, speaking of Mayuri, Yoruichi clapped her hands. Kisuke sent word today, he said you recruited him. That's right. Masatsuki Aozaki leaned against a tree, meeting Yoruichi's gaze. Not just him, Kiryu Hikifune is on board too. She's going to convince Master to establish the Shinigami Research and Development Institute. You really are popular, Yoruichi sighed. Even Kiryu-sen couldn't turn you down. She sat down on the ground, stretching her arms and yawning as she enjoyed the cool mountain breeze. Her gaze drifted through the trees to a shimmering lake in the distance. A small smile tugged at the corners of her lips before she spoke, her tone deliberately casual. Kukaku's doing well, right? I heard you asked Kisuke to make her some protective gear. The moment she finished speaking, she had the sudden urge to slap herself. Seriously? Did she really just say that? When did she start acting so awkward? Masatsuki Aozaki was about to respond but suddenly tensed. His brow furrowed as he sensed something off. On the surface, Yoruichi's words sounded like simple concern for her best friend, but his years of experience navigating life and death situations told him there was something more beneath the surface, something dangerous. Clearing his throat, he spoke carefully. Kukaku and I are close, and she's your best friend too. She spends every day conducting dangerous experiments, it's only natural that you'd be worried about her. I just happened to come up with the idea, so I rushed to Kisuke for help. After all, you two are so close. If something really happened to her, I doubt you'd be fine with it. I'm sorry. That was my mistake, I shouldn't have forced my thoughts onto you. Yoruichi froze at his words, caught off guard. 40 chapters ahead. P at Triancom/Pinksnake. Chapter 69, Don't Disappoint Me. Yoruichi's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Masatsuki Aozaki, watching the mix of grievance and self-reproach appear on his face. Her heart trembled for a moment. What? Masatsuki did all this, for me. He went to the 12th Division to find Kisuke for me, had him make a protective suit for me, and now he's even apologizing, all for me. What a load of nonsense. Does he take me for an idiot? Like I don't know what kind of person he is. Yoruichi Shihoin felt touched for exactly 1 second before snapping back to reality. She rolled her eyes in frustration. There's no way this guy put that much thought into it. He definitely just couldn't resist Kakakashiba's looks, so he went to Kisuke for help. Damn him, he's never even given me a present before. Am I worse than that woman? She glanced down at herself. Just a little shorter, a little less curvy, that's all. I'm not even 200 yet, I'll grow into it. But seriously, what's Kakaku's deal? We're the same age, so how the hell did she end up looking like that? People say the Shiba family has all sorts of secret techniques passed down through generations, could it be that she? The thought sent a shiver down her spine. Yoruichi instinctively hugged herself, burying her head as a faint blush crept onto her face. Seeing this, Masatsuki Aozaki assumed his nonsense had actually worked, so he decided to push his luck. Actually, I have a present for you too. Still covering her face with her arm, Yoruichi mumbled, where is it? Masatsuki glanced down and caught sight of her slender neck, adorned with a ribbon tied into a neat bow. In that moment, she looked like a small, vulnerable kitten, and his eyes lit up. It's just a little piece of jewelry, but I haven't finished preparing it yet. Give me some time. Yoruichi's thoughts had long drifted elsewhere, to Junranin in the 1st District of West Rakangai, so she didn't press him further and quickly agreed. She then casually said, see you, before dashing off toward the western part of Seireitei. Masatsuki Aozaki stared after her, dumbfounded. Why is she so excited? I mean, she's not the kind of person to overreact to a gift. She knows better than that. There's definitely something else going on. Something big. But what? Whatever it was, Masatsuki found his curiosity piqued. The more he wasn't supposed to know, the more he wanted to find out. People are always drawn to the unknown, after all. Masatsuki Aozaki thought it over but still couldn't make sense of it. Rather than dwell on it, he decided to suppress his curiosity for now and ask Yoruichi about it tomorrow. He had more pressing matters to handle. Casting one last glance in the direction Yoruichi had gone, he vanished with Shuinpa, swiftly heading in the opposite direction. District 76, Sakahone, East Rakangai. Under the cover of night, Masatsuki Aozaki concealed himself in the shadows and sprinted toward the outskirts, where he found a dilapidated house in a small village. He didn't rush in. Mayuri Kuratsuchi had been gone for over a century, yet Masatsuki could sense the presence of living people inside. A faint light flickered through the window, casting blurred silhouettes against the glass. Suppressing his ryatsu, he crept closer and peered inside. 5 men sat cross-legged in the room, surrounded by rusted swords. Their clothes were stained with dried blood. They were eating food stolen from who knows where, some of it still had fresh blood on it. More than that, Masatsuki could feel the lingering scent of blood on them. These men had killed plenty of people. It was common in the lower districts. The lawless outskirts were barely livable, food and water were scarce, and killing was often the only means of survival. It was a hellish existence. No wonder they were eating bloodied food. In this place, people became ruthless out of necessity. If they didn't kill, someone else would kill them. Here, there was no distinction between good and evil. Survival was the only rule. Just a bunch of thugs, huh? Masatsuki drew his Zanpakutō. I guess this rundown house is valuable property to them. Ever since he'd left the 6th district, where the 2 ND division's barracks were located, Bansho Senran had remained in Shihakushō. With an expression of calm indifference, Masatsuki pulled the door open and stepped inside. A Shinigami? Why the hell are you here? The 5 men turned pale. They had killed many people, but an actual Shinigami was a different story. Normally, they'd go out of their way to avoid one. Now, one had walked in armed and ready. It was clear he wasn't here for a friendly visit. Don't worry. This won't take long. Masatsuki pointed Bansho Senran's tip downward. The men's eyes widened in horror as they watched the Shinigami before them shatter like fragile porcelain. In the next instant, agonizing pain ripped through them. Blood splattered across the room as thin, precise wounds appeared on their bodies. The air filled with the sharp scent of iron. You won't die for nothing. A calm voice accompanied the sight of Masatsuki's hand plunging into one of the men's chests. Screams of agony filled the room. Masatsuki watched impassively as he sealed the final soul into a transparent container. 5 men. 2 had the aptitude to become Shinigami, a probability that shouldn't exist in a place like District 62. As expected, the harsher the environment, the easier it was to find talent. After all, in a place like this, those without talent didn't survive long. It was like raising parasites, only the strong made it to the end. Aizen might not need these souls anymore, but Masatsuki still did. The ones he had stashed away weren't nearly enough to create the Hogyoku. Without a shred of sympathy or remorse, Masatsuki sealed the container. Not a single one of them had clean hands. If he had time to pity them, he might as well start thinking about what to eat for tomorrow's meals. Besides, as a member of the Gotei 13, keeping order was part of the job. Killing these criminals, who disrupted the already fragile peace, was practically an act of justice. If Old Man Yamamoto found out, he'd probably even commend him. Maybe he'd award him a banner or something. Masatsuki waited a moment until the corpses fully dissolved into reishi before searching the house. Retrieving Mayuri Kuratsuchi's note from his pocket, he followed its instructions out of the living room and into the bedroom. Outside, the moonlight was swallowed by thick clouds. In the dim light, Masatsuki spotted a hidden mechanism in the wall. He pressed it, and a low rumble echoed from beneath the bed. Unfazed, he pushed the wooden bed aside, revealing a hidden passage below. Raising Bansho Senran, he gathered reishi into the blade. A soft blue glow radiated from the Zanpakutō, illuminating the darkness below. Peering into the depths of the passage, Masatsuki let out a small chuckle. Let's see what you've been up to, Mayuri Kuratsuchi. Don't disappoint me. 40 chapters ahead. p@tree.com/pinksnake. Chapter 70, Mayuri Kuratsuchi's technology. Mayuri Kuratsuchi, that madman. He was already thinking about creating artificial Shinigami 100 years ago. Masatsuki Aozaki flipped through Mayuri Kuratsuchi's research notes, clicking his tongue in admiration. Too bad Jiken technology didn't exist back then, and neither did Mod Soul technology. He had to figure it all out from scratch. That must have been a nightmare. The foundation of Jiken technology was based on Kiryu Hikifyun's temporary soul techniques, while Mod Soul technology had yet to be developed even now. For Mayuri to tackle such a difficult project alone, it was no surprise how challenging it had been. But his efforts weren't entirely fruitless. Masatsuki flipped open another notebook. Inside, it documented a technique, one that could completely isolate reishi. As he read through it carefully, a realization struck him. No wonder this guy wanted to research the Quincy. This technique had been developed by studying how Quincy manipulate reishi. It involved constructing a stable reishi membrane to cut off the interaction between external and internal reishi. Mayuri had stumbled upon this method during his research into artificial Shinigami bodies. His theory was that this technique could prevent artificial Shinigami souls from being too fragile, stopping Ryatsu loss and preventing soul disintegration. Wait. Suppressing Ryatsu. Masatsuki's eyes widened, and he let out a startled gasp. Something clicked in his mind. Ordinary mod souls were high-density reishi bodies designed to help Shinigami recover their lost powers. But the version Kasuke Urahara developed later was different, a reishi body devoid of Ryatsu, functioning in the exact opposite way. Then he recalled something Aizen had once mentioned: external Ryatsu could react with the soul's internal Ryatsu inside the Hogyoku, affecting its formation. A terrifying possibility formed in Masatsuki's mind. Could it really be just a coincidence? Was this reishi isolation technique actually the key to creating the Hogyoku? Masatsuki closed his eyes, forcing himself to recall what he knew about Bleach. In his hazy memories, Aizen had once said he hadn't expected Kasuke Urahara's Hogyoku to be so small. From that, it could be inferred that Aizen's failed Hogyoku must have been massive. And before Aizen fused with it, the Hogyoku had always been sealed inside a thin membrane. Could it be that Kasuke had used a reishi isolation technique when developing the Hogyoku? Of course, this was all just speculation on Masatsuki's part. The only way to confirm it would be through actual experimentation. But right now, he didn't even have the basic materials needed to create a Hogyoku. He hadn't even made anything resembling Aizen's prototype. Thinking about it was pointless without the foundation to test it. Masatsuki gently brushed the dust off the notebook, tucking it into his robe for safekeeping. Looking around the underground lab, his eyes suddenly gleamed with excitement. What once seemed like an abandoned, century-old laboratory now looked like a treasure trove overflowing with gold. No way. If Mayuri Kuratsuchi left all this for me, I can't let it go to waste. With that, Masatsuki wasted no time. Using both hands, he grabbed 2 pieces of equipment and dashed toward the Kagurashi district. Back when he first attempted to create the Hogyoku in Rakangai, he had secretly built a hidden chamber beneath the outskirts of the Kagurashi district to avoid drawing attention. After his initial experiments failed, that chamber had since become his storage for collected souls. Masatsuki Aozaki wasn't comfortable leaving all these valuable things in someone else's hands. So he decided to move everything to his own secret base. Whatever couldn't be transported, he'd destroy. The whole operation took a full 30 minutes. If he hadn't remembered midway that he could use Bakudo number 37, Tsuruboshi, to create a small hammock for transport, it would have taken even longer. This was the deal he had made with Mayuri Kuratsuchi. Masatsuki had given Mayuri a reason to enjoy life again in the nest of maggots and promised him freedom in return. And Mayuri had handed over everything he once possessed. For Masatsuki, this was an absolute win, not to mention that some of the technology he obtained could very well be related to the creation of the Hogyoku. The makeshift equipment he had set up for Mayuri in the nest of maggots was practically junk compared to what was in this lab. These machines might look old and bulky, but they were far more advanced, capable of conducting a much wider range of experiments. For a moment, he was tempted to restart his own Hogyoku experiments. Masatsuki stepped out of the secret chamber. The sun had already risen, casting a golden glow in the east. Despite having spent the entire night awake underground, he felt no exhaustion. If anything, he was more energized than ever. Mayuri's findings had been beyond his expectations. He still hadn't fully processed everything. After a while, he returned to Seireitei. Kasuke Urahara stretched and let out a yawn. "So, what brings you here so early in the morning? You look exhausted." "Stayed up all night working on the protective gear. I was just catching up on sleep in my office when you dragged me out. Sleeping during the day, staying up all night. Not bad. Just like my external brain, our lifestyles are practically the same." "Don't assign me some weird title," Kasuke retorted. "I just think more clearly at night. It's easier to find inspiration." "So, did you come to take advantage of my half-asleep state and trick me into becoming your external brain?" "Of course not." Masatsuki waved a hand dismissively. "Actually, I need a favor." Kasuke sighed, rubbing his temples. Was this all he was to them? Whenever they needed something, they'd come find him. And when they didn't, they'd team up with Yoruichi to mess with him. What kind of friendship was this? Was he just their personal handyman? Or some unwilling participant in their bizarre games? His eye twitched as he gritted his teeth. "What do you want?" Masatsuki clapped a hand on his shoulder, offering a reassuring pat. "It's about Yoruichi. She came to see me last night, and mentioned Kakaku." The moment Kasuke heard Yoruichi and Kakaku's names in the same sentence, a knowing smirk spread across his face. After all, he was the one who had started this whole situation. Everything was unfolding just as he had planned. A good friend always returns a prank with another prank. "Let me guess," Kasuke mused smugly, "Yoruichi found out you were giving Kakaku a protective suit and got jealous." He leaned forward, clearly enjoying himself. "She's been running all over looking for you, so now you've come to hide out with me." "No." Masatsuki shook his head. Kasuke blinked. "Huh. She was a little upset at first, but after I promised to get her a gift, she ran off excitedly. Masatsuki frowned slightly. I have no idea what's going on with her, but I made a promise, and I intend to keep it. That's why I came to ask you to make a gift for me. Kisuke pondered for a moment, unable to figure out what Yoruichi was thinking either. After a brief pause, he asked, what kind of gift? A necklace, something like the one she usually wears. Masatsuki's expression brightened. If it could change size at will, that'd be ideal. And if it could transform into a weapon, even better. 40 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/pinksnake. Chapter 71, Baldy. Kisuke Urahara was about to respond when a figure with an imposing presence approached from the distance. Both men instinctively turned their attention toward the newcomer. Narrowing his eyes, Kisuke observed for a moment before speaking casually. The captain went to the 1st Division yesterday to meet with the captain commander, and you haven't returned to your squad since you left. Seeing you in such high spirits today. I take it you've brought good news. Masatsuki Aozaki raised 2 fingers. Kisuke, I'm leaving those 2 things in your hands. Otherwise, I won't be able to sleep peacefully. Have some shame, will you? Kisuke shot him a sideways glance. Is that how you ask someone for a favor? Urahara-san, I'm counting on you. Masatsuki bowed slightly. That's more like it. Kisuke nodded. Fine, I'll reluctantly agree. Kiryu Hikifune walked up to them, chuckling. Masatsuki, did you get yourself into trouble again? Something like that. Masatsuki remained unfazed. But with Kisuke's help, I'll have everything under control. Kisuke ignored him and instead turned his attention to Kiryu Hikifune, smiling. Captain, how did it go? Did the captain commander approve? With me personally handling it, how could there be any surprises? Kiryu placed her hands on her hips and declared proudly. The captain commander has officially approved the establishment of the Shinigami Research and Development Institute. He appointed me as the director, and Masatsuki Aozaki as the institute's special advisor. His position will be equivalent to that of the deputy director. She turned to Kisuke with a grin. Kisuke Urahara, starting today, as the director of the Shinigami Research and Development Institute, I officially appoint you as the deputy director. Your job is to assist me in setting up the institute. Kisuke blinked. But by rank, shouldn't Lieutenant Saragaki be the deputy director? He asked hesitantly. Why me? Kiryu waved a hand, laughing. Because I know exactly what you're capable of, Kisuke. Don't worry, I already appointed Hayori Saragaki as the head of the research lab. Masatsuki raised a hand. What about Mayuri Kuratsuchi? Are we giving him an advisory position too? For now, we'll let him hold a consultant position. I can provide him with some experimental equipment, but he needs to stay in the nest of maggots for the time being. Kiryu shook her head. Once I'm promoted to the 0 Division, the 2 of you can decide whether or not to release him, depending on the situation. Masatsuki tilted his head. Any particular reason? That man is difficult to control, and I don't have time to train him, Kiryu said with a slight smile. If you 2 are capable enough in the future, figure out a way to reform him yourselves. Masatsuki and Kisuke exchanged glances before nodding in agreement. A group of figures appeared ahead, led by a small girl who sprinted forward, pointing at Kisuke Urahara and shouting. Baldy. Slacking off again. I've been looking for you forever. Kisuke scratched his cheek awkwardly, glancing away. Masatsuki Aozaki couldn't help but snicker. What are you laughing at, Baldy? What Baldy? I have hair, you little brat. With that, Masatsuki rolled up his sleeves, ready to teach the kid a lesson, but Kisuke quickly grabbed him to hold him back. Ha! Brat. The girl was instantly enraged. How dare you call me a brat? I'm a woman. Who do you think you are, looking down on me? You. You're just some freak who charms people with his looks. Kiryu Hikifune placed a gentle hand on the girl's head. Hayori, calm down. Surprisingly, Hayori Saragaki actually listened, settling down with a reluctant, yes. Masatsuki was stunned. What's up with this kid? Well then, Masatsuki-kun, we'll be going now. Drop by when you can. Kiryu waved as she pulled Hayori along toward the barracks. I'll head out too, Kisuke said, exchanging a glance with Masatsuki before following after them. After leaving the 12th Division, Masatsuki returned to the 6th District, where both the 2nd and 6th Division barracks were located. Passing by the 2nd Division, he went straight to his personal training ground, well, technically, the nest of maggots, where he oversaw the prisoners. Before entering, he signaled to the detention unit guards to disable the surveillance from the monitoring bugs in the regular prison. After all, beating up prisoners wasn't exactly something to publicize. No one would understand he was training. The wise men and judges of the Central 46 were always looking for excuses to make trouble, and if they decided to brand him as violent, they might just downgrade his status from prison administrator to inmate. Activating Kyoka Suigetsu in advance, Masatsuki nodded in satisfaction. The strongest illusion type Zanpakutō, though it couldn't boost his combat power beyond his Ryatsu level like Ryujin Jaka, it had a different kind of advantage. The ability to deceive the Derishikaro alone was more than enough. A must-have for any schemer in Soul Society. Pushing open the heavy doors, Masatsuki stepped into the underground prison and loaded a few red pills into a pouch. These were high-density reishi pills developed by Kasuke Urahara. For a lieutenant-class Shinigami, just one could quickly restore their depleted Ryatsu. The downside? If the body wasn't strong enough, the sudden influx of Ryatsu could cause severe damage. Masatsuki stood in the middle of the prison, bare-chested, his expression relaxed. These guys had clearly forgotten the fear they felt the last time he beat them into submission. One after another, they charged at him like rabid beasts. From here on out, he would only use Ryatsu and Hakuda, no Zanpakutō. His goal was simple: knock every single one of them to the ground. None of them held back when attacking. The stronger the prisoners, the better the training. Masatsuki thrived in this kind of combat. Dancing on the edge of life and death, pushing his Ryatsu to its limits, depleting and replenishing it over and over again, this was why his Ryatsu grew so quickly. Whether he could break through to a higher level depended on just how durable these prisoners were. And this wasn't going to be a short process. Fortunately, Central 46 always had more criminals to toss in. Even if he accidentally killed a sparring partner, there'd be a fresh batch before long. Taking a deep breath, Masatsuki let out a wild laugh and rushed toward the strongest prisoners, those with lieutenant-level strength. They were the top dogs in this prison. Captain-level criminals. They never ended up here. They were thrown straight into the central great underground prison. A towering, bald prisoner grinned as Masatsuki approached. "You've got some guts, kid, coming back here." With a smirk, the prisoner swung his massive hand, a gust of wind kicking up as his palm's shadow engulfed Masatsuki's upper body. But in the blink of an eye, he lost sight of Masatsuki entirely. Before he could react, an invisible force slammed into him like a tidal wave, sending his massive frame hurtling through the air like a cannonball. Masatsuki dusted off his hand, flashing a confident grin. "What are you talking about? I wasn't the one who lost last time." 40 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/pinksnake. Chapter 72, Assault. "You're asking for death. Die." Several furious roars rang out at once as the prisoners lunged at Masatsuki Aozaki, attacking with fists and kicks. "Ikatsu." He grinned, the surge of dopamine electrifying his brain. His face twisted with excitement and madness, appearing no different from a demon in the eyes of the crazed prisoners. Cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. At this moment, Masatsuki had the urge to shout, "Yuichiro Unohana, you were right. I do love to fight." Boom. Thick, solid walls shattered as two prisoners crashed through them, leaving massive craters in their wake and sending dust billowing into the air. Whoosh. A sharp explosion tore through the atmosphere, the deafening sound ringing in their ears. Shing. Two prisoners appeared at Masatsuki's flank, their sudden movement knocking aside weaker inmates. Their fists and knife-hand strikes came crashing down on him with ruthless force. Their attacks landed. But what happened next defied all reason. With two resounding booms, reishi rippled outward like a shockwave. The powerful punch and knife-hand strike slammed into Masatsuki's chest and neck, yet instead of wounding him, they merely forced him back a few steps. The prisoner's pupils shrank in disbelief. Masatsuki Aozaki stood there, completely unscathed, not a single mark on him. "You monster." A shocked voice rang out, but Masatsuki had already disappeared from their sight. Bang. A dull impact echoed as a heavy fist crashed into the abdomen of the prisoner who had swung his knife-hand strike. His body instinctively curled forward, his eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets, his mouth gaping wide. A strong hand seized his black hair and smashed his head into the ground. A cold, bloodthirsty face filled another prisoner's vision. "You two are too weak. Why aren't the others joining in?" Masatsuki swiftly reached out, gripping the prisoner's throat and lifting him off the ground. He sneered. "Are you so-called dangerous criminals actually afraid of me? You'll die here." A surge of pain shot through the prisoner's neck, but the choking sensation only fueled his viciousness. His bloodshot eyes burned with pure malice. The surrounding prisoners, feeling humiliated, bared their teeth and charged at Masatsuki with savage roars. But Masatsuki only smirked mockingly. With a flick of his wrist, he hurled the prisoner forward. The airborne body smashed directly into the incoming attackers. Boom. A powerful shockwave sent dust swirling, and a cluster of prisoners was knocked away like bowling pins. Without missing a beat, Masatsuki twisted his body and shot backward like an arrow loosed from a bow. His small fists, carrying an overwhelming force, slammed into the prisoners with relentless power. Arg. Ugh. Agonized screams filled the air. Prisoners coughed up mouthfuls of blood, their eyes losing focus as they were sent flying. Damn it. We're the ones the Central 46 fears. Their crazed roars echoed through the dungeon, as if trying to muster the courage to face a true monster. But Masatsuki's wild, predatory gaze only grew more menacing. He shook off the blood staining his hands, his eyes flashing with savage intensity. The crimson streaks on his skin only made him look more terrifying. Sakatsu. With a furious roar, Masatsuki Aozaki unleashed an overwhelming force upon the prisoners. Boom. The devastating impact sent one prisoner flying, crashing into several others behind him. Blood sprayed through the air, a crimson mist spreading throughout the dungeon as the ground and walls cracked under the sheer force, leaving deep fissures. The difference in power was crushing. Masatsuki's close combat prowess was so overwhelming that anyone below the level of a captain could only despair. But the prisoners didn't care. They had long abandoned reason, lost in madness. Even as they witnessed the carnage, they laughed and continued their reckless charge toward Masatsuki. Aozaki-sama is as formidable as ever. He's been in there for so long. Of course. The first time Aozaki-sama went in, the prisoners were all lying on the ground when he came out. This time will be no different. The squad members stationed outside the dungeon spoke among themselves. Jin Ichimaru approached the entrance, his suspicions already forming, but he still asked. Where is Masatsuki-sama? The squad members bowed before one of the gatekeepers responded, Masatsuki-sama is inside, patrolling the dungeon. Jin's gaze lingered on the door as he sighed inwardly, though he showed no outward reaction. He knew Masatsuki Aozaki had once again buried himself in his training. Yoruchi Shihoin appeared behind him, watching quietly for a moment before speaking with a rare seriousness in her tone. He went in alone. No other squad members accompanied him. Yes. Aozaki-sama turned off the surveillance bugs and strictly ordered us not to enter without permission. The squad member stood at attention and answered respectfully, whenever Aozaki-sama patrols the dungeon, he prefers not to be disturbed. Jin's ever-present smile remained, though it teetered on the edge of amusement. Captain, no need to worry. Masatsuki will be fine. This is just routine training. Yoruchi spoke calmly, aside from the captain commander, no one understands his strength better than I do. Of course, I trust him. No one in this prison can threaten his life. But now is not the time for training. Jin was momentarily taken aback. What could be urgent enough to make the usually carefree Yoruchi sound so serious? Had the 2nd Division been attacked? Or had Seireitei been infiltrated? Still, as the 9th seat, he wasn't in a position to question Yoruchi, so he remained silent. Yoruchi, sensing his thoughts, spoke lazily, it's nothing classified. Jin tilted his head slightly. Then what happened? Yoruchi leaned against the wall, her tone casual but her words carrying weight. Shin'o Academy was attacked by rebels. Marino Shin has already led the patrol corps and the executive militia there. TCH. The Central 46 really loves making a fuss. It's just some rebels, and yet they issued an order for us to deploy immediately. The surrounding squad members instinctively turned their heads, pretending they hadn't heard anything. Mocking the Central 46 was something Yoruchi could do freely, but they wouldn't dare acknowledge it. Jin furrowed his brows. Now it all made sense. The attack on Shin'o Academy had prompted the 2 ND Division's deployment. Since this was an official order from the Central 46, Masatsuki, as a high-ranking seated officer, was expected to be there. And judging by Yoruchi's tone, she likely intended for him to gain some merit from the situation as well. Straightening up, Yoruchi issued her command. Jin, you'll oversee the detention unit in my absence. Leave enough men to guard the nest of maggots and the barracks. Take the rest and head to Shin'o Academy. Hold the position until Masatsuki arrives to relieve you. I'll go ahead. Yes. Jin's tone was uncharacteristically serious. Turning to the guards, he instructed. When Masatsuki-sama comes out, inform him that Shin'o Academy has been attacked by rebels. The 2nd Division has sent reinforcements. I'll take the squad ahead and wait for him there. 40 chapters ahead. P at Triancom/Pinksnake. Chapter 73, Chapter 73, Become Stronger. Alright, that's enough fun. Masatsuki Aozaki casually scanned the dungeon hall, now reduced to rubble, before pulling out a well-preserved pill from inside his clothing. He ran his tongue over his lips, tilted his head back, and popped the pill into his mouth. Grinning, he revealed his pristine white teeth as he bit down with a satisfying crunch. Everyone, thank you for risking your lives to fight me. This battle was truly enjoyable. I look forward to our next encounter. Hopefully, you'll be stronger next time. Masatsuki propped one foot on a boulder, taking a moment to catch his breath. In just a few seconds, his Ryuryoku had fully replenished. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he glanced at the prisoner sprawled across the ground, then turned toward the dungeon's exit. Upon stepping outside, he turned to one of the Shinigami stationed at the entrance. "Turn the surveillance bugs back on." "Yes, sir." One of the Shinigami, eyes filled with admiration, gave a nod before running off toward the monitoring room. "Aozaki-sama." Another Shinigami suddenly stepped forward and spoke respectfully. "What is it?" Masatsuki frowned slightly. Just now, the captain and 9th Seat Ichimaru came by. They said Shin-O Academy was under attack, and the Central 46 compound has ordered reinforcements. "I see." Masatsuki rubbed his chin, nodding as he processed the information. Without hesitation, he left the nest of maggots, taking 2 squad members with him as he headed toward Shin-O Academy. He stepped through the door with a carefree ease, as if he were heading out on a casual outing with classmates. The moment the door closed behind him, Seireitei fell into a deathly silence. Masatsuki walked for some time, but his pace gradually slowed. Not far ahead, he noticed 2 patrolling Shinigami holding lanterns. He frowned. Seireitei at night was nothing new to him. Many of his activities required the cover of darkness, where sins could be concealed in the shadows. Maybe it was a remnant of logic from his past life, but he had always felt that nighttime was the safest time to do bad things. It was self-deception, perhaps, but that irrational belief had always brought him a strange sense of security. Yet, tonight felt different. What are they standing there for? Slacking off. Masatsuki muttered casually, though his muscles had already tensed, ready for combat at a moment's notice. He could tell the difference between a patrolling Shinigami and a stationed guard. And he knew the difference between the living and the dead. The air was unnervingly still. The 2 figures in the distance remained motionless, yet there was no sense of life coming from them. His seemingly offhand remark had also caught the attention of 2 Zanpakutō members lurking in the shadows. They froze, holding their breath as they carefully observed their surroundings from the rooftops. A long moment passed before Masatsuki felt the familiar sensation of a gentle breeze against his skin. Yes, night really was the best time to do bad things. Glancing up at the sky, now obscured by thick clouds, his hand slowly moved to the hilt of his blade. Is that a patrol Shinigami? Damn it. Who would dare commit murder within Seireitei? Their bodies haven't dissolved into reishi yet, the attacker must still be nearby. Shouting, several night patrol Shinigami gripped their lanterns tightly and ran in the direction of the bloodstains. But just as they rounded a street corner, several dark figures suddenly dropped from above. They wore black masks and night ops attire that blended seamlessly into the darkness, exuding an air of mystery. A flash of cold steel. Squelch. Squelch. The sickening sound of blood spraying filled the air as the patrol Shinigami let out pained cries, collapsing to the ground one by one. Similar scenes played out all across the 6th District, where the line between life and death blurred in the night. In front of the 6th Division barracks, a patrolling Shinigami stood frozen in terror, eyes wide as he watched a gleaming blade arc through the air. In an instant, a figure appeared before him. The newcomer was wrapped in bandages, his Zanpakutō raised high, its edge flashing with deadly precision. Slash. With a single motion, the assassin in midair faltered, their body going limp as blood sprayed outward. The attacker, still gasping for breath on the ground, was immediately restrained by the Shinigami behind him. Turning his head, the bandaged figure spoke gently. "Are you hurt?" "You're Lieutenant Kachiki." The stunned Shinigami snapped back to reality, his fear replaced with relief. He nodded quickly. "Why yes. I'm fine. Thank you so much, Lieutenant Kachiki." Sojin Kachiki gave a small nod. Just then, another Shinigami approached him and whispered. "Lieutenant, you should come take a look." Sojin frowned. "What is it, 3rd Seat Jinjiro?" "The attacker killed himself," Jinjiro replied. "He had poison hidden in his mouth. By the time we noticed, the toxin had already taken effect. He struggled for a moment before dying completely." Sojin listened, momentarily caught off guard. His gaze flickered slightly, and his expression turned increasingly grim. Something felt off. After years of battling rebels, he knew one thing for certain: the rebels didn't have assassination squads. They, like the Shinigami of the Gotei 13, preferred direct combat with swords. But these assassinations, this method of killing, it reminded him of only 2 groups. One was the Zanpakutō, the stealth force known for assassination. The other were the retainers trained in secrecy by noble families. The Kachiki clan, being the model of nobility, naturally did not keep such retainers. Their strict code of honor upheld direct combat. Assassination and underhanded tactics were beneath them. They did not rely on external forces, only their own strength. However, Sojin was well aware that many noble families did not share the same ideals. To some nobles, these clandestine retainers were essential, serving as both hidden enforcers and tools for carrying out unspeakable tasks. The way these intruders fought raised a troubling question: was there a noble family involved in this so-called rebel attack? Sojin and Jinjiro exchanged a glance, an uneasy feeling settling over them. The last time they had been attacked, they had nearly been wiped out. Their wounds had yet to fully heal. Had it not been for Masatsuki Aozaki and Yorichi Shihoin, Sojin would have died in that rebellion suppression mission. He wouldn't have made it this far. Have there been similar attacks in other districts? Sojin asked, frowning. Jinjiro shook his head. Not sure. We haven't received any reports from other districts. Sojin exhaled slowly, his mind racing. If the other districts haven't been targeted, then the rebels' true objective may not be Shinnō Academy. They went through all this trouble to divert the Gotei 13's attention toward the academy, but their real target could be right here in the 6th district. Jinjiro hesitated. But the 6th district is where both the 2nd and 6th divisions are stationed. The 2nd division has already been deployed to Shinnō Academy. Could it be that their target is you again? If they send another captain-level Shinigami, we'll be in serious trouble. We should hurry and find the captain. 40 chapters ahead. p@Triancom/Pinksnake. Chapter 74, Chapter 74, Encounter with a Captain-level Shinigami. Masatsuki Aozaki eyed the 2 night patrol Shinigami in the distance and slowly drew Bancho Senrin from his waist. He had just taken a step forward when the 2 Shinigami suddenly stirred. A chilling rip echoed from their bodies. Like something straight out of a horror film, their joints twisted unnaturally, their limbs jerking as they raised their asachis. The corpses slowly lifted their heads, pausing for a brief moment before suddenly breaking into a sprint toward Masatsuki. Blood streamed from their 7 orifices, their grotesque expressions making it clear they were already dead. What the hell is this? The 2 Zanpakutō members hiding in the shadows froze, an icy shiver running down their spines. A wave of cold sweat drenched their uniforms as they stared, horrified. They had never seen anything like this before. From all observations, these Shinigami were supposed to be dead. And yet, they were still moving. Still running. Still swinging their blades. Masatsuki stood in the middle of the passage. Above him, the stars shimmered in the night sky. Around him, footsteps echoed from the lifeless figures concealed in the shadows. The Zanpakutō agents swallowed hard, their hands instinctively gripping the short swords at their waists. Years of rigorous training allowed them to quickly suppress their fear and steel their minds. They held their breath, readying themselves. All they had to do was wait for the undead to get close enough, then strike first and behead them. Masatsuki's lips curled into a taunting smirk, as if he'd already seen through the illusion. In a blur of movement, he vanished, reappearing behind the 2 charging Shinigami. A flick of his blade. Blood droplets traced a delicate arc in the air before splattering onto the ground. The Shinigami's movements came to an abrupt halt. A second later. Under the stunned gazes of the 2 Zanpakutō agents, the undead were cleaved cleanly in half. So this is Aozaki-sama's strength. That's terrifying. I couldn't even see his movements. He's no weaker than a lieutenant-level Shinigami. Both men instinctively swallowed hard, the same realization dawning on them. Now they understood why this man had become a 3rd seat immediately after graduating from Shinnō Academy. Ryusuke, 6th seat. Izumo, 8th seat. I tried using Tentikura, but it seems these guys were well prepared. Tentikura has been neutralized. Masatsuki lifted his gaze to the night sky. Even to the naked eye, the air appeared slightly distorted, as if an invisible membrane was interfering with the natural flow of reishi. He swung Bancho Senrin, focusing his Ryatsu along the blade. A brilliant azure wave of energy slashed forward, tearing a gaping hole in the barrier. The surrounding reishi reacted instantly, clinging to the breach in an attempt to mend it. But before it could fully repair itself, a massive surge of Ryatsu had already been unleashed, without restraint. Go get backup, preferably a captain. This opponent is a bit troublesome. Ryusuke and Izumo hesitated briefly, but Masatsuki Aozaki continued, his tone calm. The next battle will be dangerous. I won't be able to protect you. Exchanging a glance, the 2 vanished into the darkness. Masatsuki turned his gaze forward, his voice unhurried. If you don't come out soon, I'm leaving. Ha, as expected of the Captain Commander's disciple. You actually noticed me, I thought I was hidden well enough. A voice rang out. Masatsuki's lips curled into a cold smile as he got a clear look at the person standing before him. A tall, lean man with white hair approached from the far end of the street. His right arm was encased in a metallic gauntlet, with thin, gleaming threads extending from the joints. They actually sent a captain level to kill me. What an honor, Masatsuki thought. He narrowed his eyes playfully. They're running off to warn the others. Aren't you going after them? When the Gotei 13 captains arrive, you won't be able to escape. Don't worry about that. Someone else will take care of those two brats. The white-haired man smirked mockingly. You're smart. You didn't charge at me recklessly, nor did you run. Instead, you let them escape while keeping my attention on you. But unfortunately, my target is only you. Don't make it sound like I'm using them, Masatsuki shrugged. I sincerely hope they make it out. Is that so? Let's go with that, then. The man chuckled, engaging in casual conversation as if he weren't in a hurry to fight. Are these guys drunk? Or just too obsessed with women? Masatsuki mused. He had already released his Ryatsu through the sword pressure that had just split the night sky. The longer this dragged on, the more advantageous it was for him. The white-haired man laughed derisively. But your so-called self-sacrifice is meaningless. The weak deserve to die by the sword. Acting relaxed only makes you look ridiculous. Suddenly, a deep crack echoed beneath them. Masatsuki instinctively sidestepped as razor-thin metal threads shot up from the ground. He smirked. Self-sacrifice? I don't have that kind of mindset. I just don't think you're strong enough to kill me. As he spoke, Bansho Senrin completed its shurikai, its form shifting as it mimicked the abilities of the Bakuncho. With a casual flick of his wrist, the metal wires emerging from the ground were severed effortlessly. Then, he shot the white-haired man a deliberately condescending glance. Trying to piss me off? Congratulations, you succeeded. The man's expression twisted with rage. You looking to die? I'll grant your wish. To this man, who appeared to live a privileged life but was, in reality, treated like a noble's pet, constantly seeking validation, Masatsuki's words were nothing short of an insult to his very existence. As expected, his pride was wounded. With a snarl, he clenched his right fist, and the metallic thread sprang to life, coiling around his body to form a full suit of armor. A massive, 2-meter-long spear materialized in his grip. Then, like a steel-clad behemoth, he charged at Masatsuki. The sheer force of his steps shattered the ground beneath him, leaving deep craters in his wake. His speed surged to its peak, like a cannonball with devastating power. Paired with the metal spear, he resembled a rampaging steel rhino. Boom. A heavy impact. The white-haired man stared in disbelief as Masatsuki, having blocked the attack with his Zanpakutō, was forced back several meters. Then he saw it, the twisted, exhilarated grin on Masatsuki's face. For a moment, his mind went blank. He actually blocked it. But the next second, his pupils shrank. Fine cracks had formed along the surface of his supposedly indestructible metal spear. This was a weapon condensed from his full-powered Ryatsu burst, far tougher than the wires he had used in his earlier sneak attack. Masatsuki Aozaki. I've heard of your feats before, but fighting you firsthand. I have to admit, I'm impressed. The Captain Commander didn't choose you as his disciple for nothing. If I had met you first, I wouldn't have wanted to let go of such a promising talent either. As he spoke, the bulky metal armor on his body began to contract, molding more tightly to his frame. With a swift motion, he spun his spear, and in an instant, the cracks disappeared. 40 chapters ahead. P. at Triancom/Pink Snake. Chapter 75, Battle against a Captain-level Shinigami. Your talent. I fear that even in the millions of years of Soul Society's history, few could compare to you. I believe that if given the chance to grow, you would undoubtedly surpass me and perhaps even stand on equal footing with His Excellency, the Captain Commander. But unfortunately, you revealed your strength too soon. Today, you are destined to die here. The moment those words fell, silvery white threads wrapped around the white-haired man's body, glinting faintly with a metallic sheen. His entire body was encased in metal threads, leaving only his eyes visible. 6 additional arms sprouted from his back, and with the 2 gripping a long spear, he now resembled an 8-armed Ashura. Masatsuki Aozaki had to admit, the transformation looked impressive, but he couldn't help but scoff. You seriously think you can compare yourself to Old Man Yamamoto? Sure, he often mocked the old man for being overly dramatic, but the fact remained, Yamamoto had the strength to back it up. And if this white-haired man thought he could measure up, as Yamamoto's disciple, Masatsuki was the first to object. The white-haired man stomped forward, charging at Masatsuki with ferocious speed. Masatsuki swung his blade in a downward diagonal slash. A brilliant blue wave of sword pressure erupted from the edge, shooting toward his opponent. Hiss! Metal threads burst from the white-haired man's left side, forming what looked like a massive hand pressing against the ground. With a swift spin, he evaded the incoming strike. Boom! A massive fissure, over 10 meters long, split the ground ahead. The earth groaned in agony, torn apart by the impact. Dust and debris swirled in the air as the white-haired man crouched low, his movements swift and predatory as he darted through the thick smoke. Clang! Suddenly, the sharp whistle of a spear cutting through the air rang out. The long spear pierced through the billowing smoke, and as it swept across, the dust scattered like retreating tides. The gleaming silver battle armor radiated a cold, menacing light. The white-haired man's gaze was piercing, his grip firm on the spear as he lunged forward, thrusting straight at Masatsuki. Splurt. The spear's deadly tip slashed across Masatsuki's chest, carving a deep wound as blood sprayed into the air. Good thing I dodged in time. This is my chance. Blood seeped into his Shihakushō, dyeing it red, but Masatsuki merely gritted his teeth and seized the opening, swinging his blade. The positioning of the two was strange. The spear had cut through Masatsuki, yet he remained standing. The white-haired man lunged past him, his 6 additional arms outstretched in a grasping motion, as if trying to pull Masatsuki into an embrace. The radiant glow of sword pressure dispelled the surrounding darkness. For a brief moment, night turned to day. Bancho Senran descended in a slanted arc, its immense sword pressure condensed within the blade, yet it did not erupt outward. Splurt. Masatsuki's katana sank into the white-haired man's right shoulder, grinding against the silver armor with a shower of sparks. Boom. A massive explosion erupted from the impact, with the white-haired man at its center. Die already. Seeing his opponent sent flying, Masatsuki closed in, only to sense a razor-sharp presence surging toward him from within the smoke. From the swirling dust, several needle-like appendages formed from metal threads shot forward with deadly precision. Masatsuki glanced at his pierced shoulder but remained unfazed. Leaping into the air, he swung his blade single-handedly, slicing through the oncoming tendrils. Just then, the white-haired man's figure reappeared. With a single wave of his hand, the surrounding smoke instantly dispersed. He turned his head slightly, glancing at his shoulder, his eyes darkened with fury. There, a faint but unmistakable wound marred his skin, staining his silver armor with a streak of crimson. His swordplay is sharp, and his combat ability is formidable. It's as if I'm facing a second Yamamoto. And that strange Zanpakutō that managed to break through my defenses. I suppose it's only fitting for a future disciple of the Captain Commander. The white-haired man muttered to himself, relieved that he had come for this assassination instead of a lieutenant-level Shinigami. With a flick of his fingers, silver threads coiled through the air, weaving an intricate barrier to prevent Masatsuki Aozaki from getting any closer. At the same time, he drove his spear into the ground and pressed a hand against his wounded shoulder. Within moments, the gash was stitched shut. Still, the gap in our Ryatsu isn't something that can be closed with mere swordsmanship or a strong spiritual body. Don't underestimate a captain class, brat. He let out a furious roar, tinged with humiliation. A captain-level fighter, being pushed to such a disgraceful state by a lieutenant. No one would believe it. Clang. Masatsuki Aozaki had already closed the distance, his glowing blue blade striking down at the white-haired man's outstretched palm. The katana cut through his silver gauntlet, but then stopped, caught in place. Countless silver threads erupted from the gauntlet, twisting and coiling around the blade, locking it in place. The silver armor on the white-haired man's body pulsed as if alive, its threads surging wildly to ensnare Bancho Senran. A fierce wind scattered the dust and debris in all directions. A grin spread beneath the white-haired man's mask. For most Shinigami, losing control of their Zanpakutō was the worst possible scenario. Their combat relied on harmonizing their swordplay with their Ryatsu, balancing attack and defense. Once their Zanpakutō was taken from them, their battle strength would plummet. And without the troublesome blade capable of piercing his defenses, this brat was no longer a threat. The white-haired man bared his teeth in triumph, raising his right hand as he shifted into a stance. Silver threads twisted chaotically, coating his arm completely. The 6 metal limbs on his back grew even thicker, their steel sheen reflecting the chaos of battle. His iron fist was ready to strike. Yet, as he gathered power in his arm, exposing gaps in his chest armor, Masatsuki Aozaki stepped forward without hesitation. It was as if he had been waiting for this exact moment. His left hand clenched into a tight fist, gathering Ryatsu. Then, with explosive force, he threw a punch. Ikatsu. A single devastating strike slammed into the white-haired man's chest. Boom. A shockwave of white energy blasted out from his back. His face turned deathly pale as the silver armor across his torso shattered, revealing a deep concave dent in his chest. His grip on Bancho Senran loosened, but because he had been restraining the katana just moments ago, he didn't immediately get blown away. His eyes widened in disbelief. His body was failing him, but his Zanpakutō had yet to release its shurikai. The 6 mechanical arms surged forward, slicing through the air with ruthless precision. Masatsuki Aozaki's lips curled into a bloodthirsty grin. He let go of Bancho Senran, then lunged forward, fists flying. Flesh clashed against steel in a relentless flurry of blows. Even as his hands grew bloodied and torn, he didn't stop. He struck again and again, until... Crack! One by one, the metal arms shattered. The white-haired man staggered back half a step. Masatsuki Aozaki stepped forward. With his opponent's defenses in ruins, he raised his fists again, unwilling to give him even a second to recover. Ryatsu surged through his hands as he threw his final strike. Sakatsu. What is this? The white-haired man barely had time to register his horror before both of Masatsuki's fists crashed into his abdomen. Boom. A thunderous shockwave burst outward, rippling through the battlefield. This time, there was no resistance. The white-haired man's body was sent hurtling back like a severed kite, crashing violently into a wall. Dust and rubble exploded from the impact. Masatsuki Aozaki caught the falling Bancho Senrin, sheathed his blade, and vanished in a flash of Shuinpa. Drip. Drip. The faint sound of blood dripping onto the ground echoed in the silence. Then, from the rubble, the white-haired man's figure slowly emerged once more. 40 chapters ahead. /Pink Snake. Chapter 76, The Second Attacker. The white-haired man lay in a pile of rubble, struggling to lift his head as blood seeped from his mouth. A sense of disbelief washed over him. His silk-threaded armor, along with the Zanpakutō that covered his right arm like a gauntlet, had been completely shattered and fallen away. His body fared no better. A gaping, bloody hole had torn through his abdomen, his internal organs nowhere to be found. And Masatsuki Aozaki had done it all with his bare hands. The white-haired man's mouth hung open in shock. He panted heavily, his face twisted in panic and fear. Seeing the extent of his injuries, Masatsuki Aozaki relaxed slightly. He rolled his shoulder, wincing at the pain, and let out a sharp hiss before grinning. Looks like you're in bad shape. I really did go all out, but I still couldn't shatter your body with a single hit. As expected, I'm still nowhere near master's level. The white-haired man let out a muffled groan, coughing up a mouthful of blood. Bracing a hand against the ground, he slowly pushed himself back until he was leaning against a nearby wall, slumping down to sit. The Captain Commander Sakatsu truly lives up to its name. I never imagined it could be so terrifying. He tried to maintain a steady tone, but the tremor in his voice betrayed the truth. Pain. Excruciating pain, teetering on the edge of life and death. With a hole torn through his gut, an ordinary Shinigami would have died instantly. If not for his captain-level physique, which was far more resilient than that of a regular Shinigami, even without rigorous training, he'd have been long gone. Well, knowing how powerful Master is, you still dared to come and assassinate me. Masatsuki Aozaki blinked. Should I be impressed by your courage? The white-haired man took a deep breath, speaking with difficulty. There are things in this world that someone has to do. Masatsuki Aozaki scoffed. That kind of noble talk doesn't suit you. They knew each other too well. Sure, he had done plenty of questionable things. But these guys were no saints either. No, this isn't some noble sentiment. The white-haired man sneered, shaking his head. What I mean is, this world is full of ambitious people. Some are cowards, too afraid of the Captain Commander's power to make a move. Masatsuki Aozaki raised an eyebrow. And you're saying you're not afraid of the old man? I am. But my ambition outweighs my fear. I want to rise above everyone else, I want to become a noble. As if the pain no longer mattered, the white-haired man laid his ambitions bare, his final act of defiance. So I came. My ambition triumphed over my fear. I stood before you, and I have no regrets. He let out a wild laugh before suddenly shifting his tone. Masatsuki Aozaki, geniuses like you are truly enviable. Even Captain Commander Yamamoto, hailed as the strongest Shinigami in 1,000 years, values you so highly. It's enough to make anyone jealous. But unfortunately for you, luck is on my side. The one who dies here today won't be me. Masatsuki Aozaki shrugged. Oh. Still hiding a trump card. You're barely holding yourself together. What else could you possibly do? Even if you've mastered Bankai, you're in no condition to use it. At those words, the white-haired man shook his head. I never intended to use Bankai. But, do you remember the two I let go? Masatsuki Aozaki froze. A chill ran down his spine before he abruptly leaped backward. Looking up, he spotted a trident embedded in the ground. There wasn't just one attacker. And whoever they were, the white-haired man was confident they could take down 2 mid to high-ranking seated officers with ease. The white-haired man clutched at his non-existent stomach, his voice low and strained as he chuckled. Not bad. You still have some fight left in you. But how much Ryoryoku do you have left? And how long can you keep running? A shadowy figure in black flickered into view, appearing beside the white-haired man and yanking the trident from the ground. Rentaro, why is the target still alive? What's taking you so long? I should be asking you that, Takasuji. You sure took your time. Why did it take you so long to deal with those 2 seated officers? Seeing a sliver of hope, the white-haired man, Rentaro, gritted his teeth and forced a smile, though resentment still simmered beneath the surface. If Takasuji had arrived sooner, he wouldn't have ended up in this pathetic state. I ran into a little trouble. Takasuji scanned the area, his expression grave. When his eyes landed on Masatsuki Aozaki, his shock was beyond words. What the hell happened to you? You're a mess. Though their target was also bloodied, it was obvious that Rintaro had taken the worst beating. Without immediate treatment, he might not survive. Takasugi knew Rintaro's strength. A standard captain-level Ryatsu. But wasn't Masatsuki Aozaki supposed to have just graduated from the Shino Academy? Wasn't he only in his early 20s? Since when were kids this terrifying? This brat isn't normal. Every one of these wounds, he gave them to me, Rintaro said grimly. But after fighting me, he's running on fumes. He barely has any Ryoryoku left. With your strength, killing him shouldn't be a problem. Rintaro's voice brimmed with confidence, but Takasugi only gave him a sidelong glance, making no move. He had lived for centuries, and if there was one thing experience had taught him, it was that teammates calling themselves seriously injured were rarely as helpless as they claimed. Hell, he'd seen plenty of fellow soldiers, and rivals, die on the battlefield because they fell for those very words. Now, Rintaro was on the verge of collapse, yet he still had the nerve to say something like that. Takasugi wasn't buying it. And as if to prove him right, Masatsuki Aozaki suddenly flashed a bright, easygoing smile. He slipped his fingers through the blade ring of Bansho Senrin, spinning the long sword with a casual flick. His gaze was sharp, like a blade itself, filled with a hunger for battle. It was the look of someone saying, "Come on, let's go for another 300 rounds." TCH. Almost fell for it. Still using Shurikai, and you call that, no Ryoryoku left. Takasugi cursed inwardly, then muttered without thinking, "You're a damn lunatic." Still, he wasn't the type to back down without testing the waters. With a sudden burst of power, he thrust his trident forward, sending a blue energy wave slashing through the air. Swish. To his shock, Masatsuki Aozaki's figure flickered, and in the blink of an eye, he reappeared a short distance away, completely unscathed. Spinning Bansho Senrin, Masatsuki Aozaki compressed his sword pressure into the blade, then charged, slashing at Takasugi with blinding speed. Takasugi's eyes widened as he quickly raised his trident to block. Fast. Not only had Masatsuki Aozaki dodged his attack with Shuinpa, but he had countered immediately with an attack that was just as fierce. And then, something even more alarming happened. Before his eyes, the shaft of his trident began to bend, straining under the force of the strike. Cracks threatened to spread. Takasugi had no choice. Abandoning his defense, he surged Ryatsu through his feet and shot backward, retreating at full speed. We still have a fight to finish. Before Masatsuki Aozaki could finish his sentence, Takasugi suddenly turned on his heel. In one swift motion, he grabbed Rintaro, threw him over his shoulder, and, without so much as a backward glance, took off running into the distance. 40 chapters ahead. P. at Triancom/Pink Snake. Chapter 77, Good Child. As Takasugi focused on his escape, Rintaro, slung over his shoulder, fumed with rage. If this guy had arrived sooner, he wouldn't have been beaten so badly. His ambition would have been fulfilled. He would have become a noble, standing above everyone else. And even now, there was still a chance to turn things around. Masatsuki Aozaki's life was within reach. Yet this coward chose to flee. Running away from a heavily wounded, Ryoryoku-drained lieutenant-class Shinigami. A captain-level warrior, retreating at the slightest sign of trouble, what a disgrace. Jolted by the rough movement, Rintaro coughed up a mouthful of blood. Gritting his teeth, he snapped, "Why are you running?" That guy was bluffing. He's on his last legs. Before Takasugi could answer, a shout rang out from behind. "Are you all right, third seat Aozaki?" Rintaro turned his head. To his shock, the two seated officers from the 2nd Division, who had previously fled, were now running toward Masatsuki Aozaki. They immediately crowded around him, their faces full of concern. Looking at Masatsuki Aozaki, who was covered in blood, Ryusuke spoke anxiously. "Aozaki-sama, your injuries are too severe. Please rest, we'll call the 4th Division right away." Masatsuki Aozaki glanced up and noticed that the barrier covering the 6th district had been lifted. His expression turned to surprise. "You two did this?" "From the way the attacker spoke, I thought you were dead. I didn't expect you to not only survive a captain-level traitor but also break the barrier. Well done." Hearing this, the two seated officers scratched their heads in embarrassment. Izumo let out a wry smile. "Honestly, we didn't stand a chance against him. We barely escaped with our lives. But someone saved us. They were the ones who took down the barrier." "Someone saved you?" Masatsuki Aozaki's eyes widened. "Who was it?" "I owe them my thanks." "No need for that. If anything, I should be the one thanking you, you saved my life." A familiar voice came from behind. Masatsuki Aozaki turned around. It was a face he knew well, Sojin Kachiki. Wrapped in bandages, he stood there with a gentle smile, his gaze warm. "So, how are you feeling? Need me to carry you to the 4th Division?" "Oh, it's Kachiki-sensei." With a captain-level warrior by his side, Masatsuki Aozaki finally felt a real sense of security. "No need to carry me. I'm fine. This kind of wound won't kill me." "Alright, then at least get some rest." Sojin Kachiki paused, then added, "Also, can you stop calling me Kachiki-sensei? It sounds weird. Now that you're part of the Gotei 13, just call me Captain Kachiki, Lieutenant Sojin, or just my name." "You don't get it. Calling you sensei makes it feel more personal," Masatsuki said with a grin. "But if you don't like it, then fine, Lieutenant Sojin." Sojin Kachiki chuckled, shaking his head. "You little brat." Hearing the way Masatsuki Aozaki addressed him, something seemed to cross his mind. "Come to think of it, this is the first time we've met in person since you joined the Gotei 13. I heard you became the 3rd seat of the 2nd Division. Then, I look forward to working with you, 3rd seat Aozaki." "Likewise." Masatsuki Aozaki nodded with a smile. After saving Sojin Kachiki last time, the men had been recovering at home. This was indeed their first meeting since Masatsuki Aozaki joined the Gotei 13. The night wind blew between them, carrying the lingering scent of blood. He suddenly snapped back to his senses. "Wait." Sojin Kachiki blinked in confusion. "What's wrong?" Those two were captain-level Shinigami. "Capturing them would be a huge achievement," Masatsuki Aozaki said. "Aren't you going after them? One of them was seriously injured. They can't have gotten far, there's still time to catch up." Sojin Kachiki hummed in thought. "With my current condition, I doubt I'd be able to keep up. But don't worry. They won't get away. I'm not the only one who's looking for you." Masatsuki paused, momentarily stunned. Meanwhile, on the other side, Rentaro gritted his teeth, seething with anger. What the hell happened? Why aren't those two dead? He was truly furious. All this time, and this guy couldn't even kill 2 mid to high-ranked seated officers. How useless could he be? Or, were seated officers as terrifying as Masatsuki Aozaki now? At this rate, anyone could be a disciple of Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto. "Rentaro, is there something wrong with your head?" Takasuji's eye twitched as he frowned, his tone laced with irritation. "Didn't I already tell you? I ran into some trouble." His expression was just as unpleasant. He had saved this guy's life, and instead of being grateful, Rentaro had the audacity to question him. If it weren't for the fact that Rentaro was an important captain-level combatant, and that letting him die might lead to repercussions, Takasuji would have abandoned him long ago. He sneered. "If you want to die so badly, just say the word. I'd be more than happy to leave you here and never give a damn about you again." Rentaro let out a cold snort but didn't argue further. He was willing to die for his ambition, but wanting to die and not fearing death were two different things. Now that he had barely escaped with his life, there was no point in throwing it away. Still, an uneasy feeling gnawed at him. Someone had managed to save those two seated officers from Takasuji's grasp. At the very least, that meant they were dealing with a captain-level Shinigami. And if that Shinigami caught up, Rentaro had no doubt that Takasuji would ditch him without hesitation. In his current state, if he was left behind, he wouldn't stand a chance. Takasuji, however, had no time to worry about Rentaro's thoughts. All that mattered now was getting out of here, fast. Before long, the two of them were just a step away from leaving the 6th district. Unknowingly, dawn had arrived. The sun rose steadily, its golden light spilling across the land, making the world feel fresh, almost hopeful. Caught up in the moment, both of them exhaled in relief. Finally, it was over. That thought echoed in their minds. Watching the sun rise, they couldn't help but smile. All the anger, all the resentment, it faded in an instant. Takasuji decided not to waste another second. He stepped forward, ready to leave this wretched place behind. But in the next instant, splurt! Blood sprayed into the air. Takasuji's leg gave out beneath him, and he collapsed onto the ground. What? A sharp, searing pain shot through his foot. Shocked, he looked down. The moment he had taken a step forward, something had pierced straight through the sole of his foot. Whipping his head around, his eyes landed on a pitch-black blade, emerging from the shadows behind him. Trying to run after doing something bad. A lazy voice rang out, echoing in their ears. Cold. Merciless. It sent a chill straight to their bones, like being dragged into an abyss. 40 chapters ahead. @Triancom/Pinksnake. Chapter 78, Fatal Injuries. Takasuji and Rentaro's eyes widened in horror. A stern old man with white hair, a middle-aged man in a tattered straw raincoat, and a dark-skinned girl with a sneering grin. The three stood in the sunlight, clad in white haori, and walked up to them. You two have some nerve, daring to lay a hand on my people, Shihakushō sneered, cracking her knuckles with sharp clicks. Shunsui Kairaku let out a long sigh. That kid Masatsuki always gets on my nerves, but at the end of the day, he's still my junior. If I just let this slide, the old man will chew me out again, and Lisa will be upset, too. Honestly, so why don't you two just stay put? At his words, Takasugi and Rentaro remained frozen, but Shihakushō's eye twitched slightly at the mention of Lisa Yatamaru. Jinrei Kuchiki cast a glance at the two younger men before silently stepping toward them. He had never been particularly good at dealing with younger people. And rather than wasting time lecturing an enemy, he much preferred to let his actions speak for him. Takasugi and Rentaro looked like they had seen a ghost, scrambling backward on the ground in a desperate attempt to put as much distance as possible between themselves and the three figures who had suddenly appeared. To them, these three were nothing short of monsters. And then, the monsters' Ryatsu burst forth, raw and overwhelming. Their faces turned deathly pale. Boom. 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 Sensing the three powerful Ryatsu, Masatsuki Aozaki looked up, grinning as he glanced toward the direction where the two captain-level Shinigami had fled. All familiar faces. With these three working together, even old man Yama would have a real fight on his hands. Masatsuki could clearly feel their Ryatsu, but it was impossible to gauge the details of the battle just from that. Still, the outcome was already set in stone. Even if the entire force of the Tsuneyashiro clan showed up, they wouldn't be able to take anyone from these three. Before long, under the curious gazes of Ryujui, Izumo, and the 6th Division members, Shunsui Kairaku and Shihakushō approached at a leisurely pace. Yoruchi, Masatsuki Aozaki called out. At the sound of his voice, Shihakushō grinned, waving at him before quickly making her way over. Masatsuki, you okay? Shunsui Kairaku landed beside them with a sigh, exasperated. You brat, I am here too, you know. I'm fine. Masatsuki held Shihakushō's hand, speaking softly to reassure her. Only after seeing her nod did he finally turn his head. Oh, senpai, you're here too. Shunsui Kairaku. This kid, he's a completely different person when there's a woman around. If this keeps up, this senpai is really going to get mad. Shunsui Kairaku was just about to make a snarky remark when Masatsuki Aozaki suddenly spoke with unusual seriousness. Senpai, thank you. Masatsuki, are you really okay? Shunsui Kairaku hesitated for a moment before asking. Masatsuki's expression was serious, but his body told a different story, covered in blood, swaying unsteadily. A deep gash ran across his chest, still bleeding, and his shoulder had a gaping wound. There was no way he was fine. Was this kid just trying to act tough so I wouldn't worry? Or was he showing off in front of Yoruchi? Masatsuki patted his chest, then promptly coughed up a mouthful of blood. Wiping his mouth with an indifferent expression, he said. Just a scratch, nothing serious. The real problem is that I overexerted my Ryatsu. How did those two end up? Kairaku glanced at him, then smiled. One of the rebels, who was already badly injured, was, let's just say, accidentally killed by us. The other one was captured. Captain Kuchiki is escorting him to await trial by the Central 46. Masatsuki nodded, satisfied with the outcome. After all, both of them were captain-level opponents, it wouldn't be ideal to just kill them outright. This time, they had learned from past experiences and avoided saying anything they shouldn't. The one who survived was Takasugi. After taking a slash from each of the three, Kairaku, Jinrei Kuchiki, and Yoruchi, he wisely surrendered. As for Rentaro, his injuries were already severe, and before he even had the chance to beg for mercy, Yoruchi had cleanly beheaded him in a single stroke, an accident. Compared to Rentaro, who was accidentally killed, Takasugi was lucky. He got to keep his life, at least for now, and await the judgment of the Central 46. Though, who knew what kind of sentence they would hand down? Takasugi is such a coward. All it took was one slash, and he spilled everything without hesitation, Yoruchi scoffed in disdain. But Rentaro, now he had guts. He knew exactly who you were and still had the nerve to come after you. Masatsuki raised an eyebrow. So you killed him? It was an accident, just an accident. You're not mad, are you? Yoruchi waved a hand dismissively, sticking out her tongue. Don't worry, I'll handle the Central 46. Why would I be mad? I'm actually relieved. Masatsuki shook his head. If Takasugi hadn't shown up so early, I would have killed him myself. He had no intention of compromising with those who wanted him dead. If he showed weakness, people like them would only take advantage, and trouble would never stop coming. Anyone who wanted to kill him had to be prepared to pay the price. And the price of life was just right. By the way, little brother, you're pretty incredible, defeating a captain-level opponent. Shunsui Kairaku grinned, spreading his hands in mock fear. At this rate, give it a few years, and even I might not be able to beat you. Masatsuki shrugged and laughed. Senpai, don't joke. I just got lucky. Besides, that Rentaro guy was nothing compared to the captains of the Gotei 13. And that was the truth. The stronger one's Ryatsu, the harder it was to progress. He wasn't entirely confident he could surpass Kairaku in just a few years. For now, he had the prisoners in the nest of maggots to use as sparring partners, so his training speed wouldn't slow down. But once he reached the third-class Ryatsu level, then what? Going back to the nest of maggots would be inefficient. Sparring with Yoruichi. He couldn't go all out. It's not like he could just waltz into the central underground great prison either. At that point, his training speed would drop. He needed to figure something out. Masatsuki rubbed his chin, lost in thought, but no good ideas came to mind. He could only sigh in frustration. Kairaku, unaware of his inner turmoil, simply assumed his junior was feeling the effects of his injuries. Glancing at Yoruichi, who was fussing over Masatsuki, Kairaku suddenly had an idea. Captain Yoruichi, my dear junior is pretty banged up. I'll leave it to you to take him to the 4th division. Got it. Yoruichi immediately raised her hand. Masatsuki raised an eyebrow. And you, senpai? Planning to slack off? You little brat, how could you think so little of your senpai? Is that really the impression I give? Kairaku rolled his eyes. You think I have time to slack off? I need to stay behind and clean up this mess. And someone has to report everything to master, right? What's with that look? You don't trust me. How about this, you go report to master, and I'll go to the 4th division for you. Yeah, no thanks. That's not something you can just swap out. Masatsuki waved him off. 40 chapters ahead. P at Triancom/Pink Snake. Chapter 79, Successor to the Captain Commander. Yukitake-senpai, what are you doing here? Masatsuki Aozaki watched as Ranjiku Matsumoto and Jin Ichimaru left after their visit. The next moment, he saw a familiar figure, a handsome man with white hair being wheeled into the room and placed on a hospital bed. Yoruichi Shihoin had left the 4th division early that morning. As the captain of the 2nd division, she had plenty of matters to handle. I haven't been feeling well these past few days and have been coughing up quite a bit of blood, so I'm here for treatment, Joshiro Yukitake said, leaning back against the bed before covering his mouth and coughing twice. Masatsuki Aozaki frowned in concern. Coughing up blood? That doesn't sound like a minor issue. It's just a little blood. Happens all the time. No need to worry, I'm used to it. Yukitake waved a hand dismissively with a smile. Masatsuki muttered, you're used to it. Then, suddenly snapping back to reality, he blurted out, don't get used to something that terrifying, senpai. Yukitake gave a faint smile, but before he could respond, a familiar voice cut in, third seat Masatsuki, don't shout in the infirmary. You'll disturb the other patients. Yes, I know. The lingering memories from his past life told Masatsuki that raising his voice in a hospital really wasn't appropriate, so he shrank back slightly, feeling a bit guilty. Turning his head, he caught sight of someone familiar and widened his eyes in surprise. Seireitei Yamada. What the hell are you doing here? Ha! This is the 4th division. Why wouldn't I be here? Seireitei Yamada looked thoroughly unimpressed. Frankly, he would much rather be serving at Retsu Unohana's side than looking after a couple of sickly patients. And another thing, Masatsuki, as the lieutenant of the 4th division, why do you think you can just call me by name? Masatsuki Aozaki scoffed. It's just one rank difference. A rank is a rank. I'm also a special advisor to the Shinigami Research and Development Institute, so technically, we should be on equal footing. The what? That sounds made up. All right, you two, Yukitake interjected, sighing. As colleagues, you should value harmony. No need to argue. To his surprise, both Masatsuki and Seireitei turned to him simultaneously and said in unison. Senpai, shut up. I know exactly what kind of guy this is, you cannot let him get away with things. Captain Yukitake, you should just focus on recovering. You can't keep showing up at the 4th division every other day. Yukitake instantly fell silent, shoulders slumping as if physically wounded. It was hard to say which of them had hurt him more. Speaking of which, as a noble, shouldn't you be receiving treatment at Shin'o Medical Institute? Masatsuki asked, puzzled. Idiot, Seireitei scoffed. The Shin'o Medical Institute only treats members of the 4 great noble houses and the upper nobility. Captain Yukitake, as a lower noble, isn't eligible for treatment there. Hearing that, Joshiro Yukitake lowered his head even further in quiet defeat. You better show some respect to my senior. Masatsuki Aozaki snapped. He's a captain of the Gotei 13, at the very least, he deserves a private room, right? Even if he knew Seireitei was just being sharp-tongued, the way he spoke made it hard to stay in a good mood. With everything that happened the night before last, you're lucky to even have a deluxe room, Seireitei said flatly. You don't exactly have the right to be picky. If we can't change the room, at least get him a better caretaker. Masatsuki sighed in frustration. Why is it you of all people? Where's Captain Unohana? You think you're worthy of having Captain Unohana personally take care of you? Seireitei sneered, showing no mercy. For once, Masatsuki didn't argue. Instead, he nodded. Right now, I'm not. But in the future? Who knows? In the future? What, are you planning to become the captain commander? Who can say? Masatsuki grinned. One of the attackers even called me the captain commander's successor. Jushiro Yukitake raised a hand. Masatsuki, don't you think it's a little inappropriate to say that out loud? Masatsuki shrugged. What's wrong with it? If Master knew his disciple was being recognized, he'd probably be proud. Well, technically, you're right. Any master would be happy to see their student succeed, but something about this just feels off. What feels off? I don't know, Yukitake admitted, shaking his head. If you don't know, then there's nothing wrong, Masatsuki declared matter-of-factly. So, there's nothing wrong. Is that how it works? Yukitake murmured, still feeling like something was amiss. Well then, should I be offering my congratulations, future Captain Commander? Despite his words, Seireitei smirked mockingly as he shrugged. I'll take that as a blessing, Masatsuki said shamelessly, pretending not to notice the sarcasm. Ha! People hate Seireitei because he loves making things difficult and has a terrible personality, but if you really look, he does have some good points. Don't talk like we're close, Seireitei snorted. But now that I think about it, you're actually kind of an ass. Why do I have to deal with someone who only knows how to be verbally abusive? Masatsuki ignored him and muttered to himself. If Captain Unohana can't come, at least send someone cute, like third seat Aisane. Where do you get the idea that that big girl is cute? Seireitei raised an eyebrow. Besides, compared to Aisane, you're basically a tiny guy. I'm not that short. You nasty people just don't get it. Masatsuki smirked, puffing out his chest. A tall figure like that isn't a bad thing at all. If anything, it makes Aisane even cuter. You're just a straight-up pervert, aren't you? Seireitei groaned, feeling utterly exasperated. As he spoke, his eyes flicked toward the door. For a moment, he wasn't sure if he was hearing things, but it almost sounded like a soft thud. Outside the door, a woman sat on the floor, rubbing her forehead. She was tall, with golden eyes and short, slightly messy silver-gray hair, styled with a few thin braids. A pair of red-striped earrings dangled from her ears. 4th Division's third seat, Aisane Kotetsu. Aisane, are you all right? Retsu Unohana stood before her, reaching out to help her up. I'm fine, Captain. Aisane quickly scrambled to her feet, her voice flustered. But your face is bright red. Are you feeling unwell? Unohana placed a gentle hand on Aisane's forehead. You feel a little warm. Are you running a fever? The moment she felt Unohana's touch, Aisane's face turned an even deeper shade of red. And no. I'm fine. I just accidentally spilled the medicine. She hurriedly looked down, staring at the scattered pills and vials on the floor. Unohana frowned slightly. Aisane was a bit timid and easily flustered, but spilling some medicine shouldn't have made her blush this much. Still, seeing Aisane quietly gathering the scattered supplies, Unohana decided not to press the issue. Instead, she turned her gaze toward the luxury ward. 40 chapters ahead. P at Triancom/Pinksnake. Chapter 80, Reward. So, where's Aisane? Masatsuki Aozaki asked. You've got some nerve. Aisane's older than you, and you're calling her that way. Seireitei gave him a serious look and said, she went to get medicine. She should have been back by now. Maybe she's avoiding coming back because you're here. How can you even say that with a straight face? The most annoying person is sitting right in front of me, Seireitei retorted. Masatsuki rolled his eyes. Still, Yukitake-senpai really has it rough, having to drink that bitter stuff every day. Not all medicine is bitter, you know, Seireitei replied. And besides, this isn't for Captain Yukitake. You're joking, right? If it's not for my senior, then what, it's for me. Masatsuki pointed at himself, laughing dismissively. Do I look like someone who needs medicine? I'm perfectly fine. Seireitei gave him a look filled with pity but said nothing. Masatsuki sensed something was off. When he glanced at his hands, he nearly jumped in shock. What hands? His arms were wrapped entirely in bandages, thick enough to resemble oversized cocoons. His actual hands were barely visible. When did this? When you passed out yesterday from Ryuryoku exhaustion, I personally treated and bandaged you. Seireitei snorted. I really don't know how you managed to wreck yourself like this. Masatsuki smirked. Ah, are you worried about me? Then it clicked. He remembered. Rentaro's shuriken didn't enhance his physical abilities, but those threads of his were absurdly tough. By the time Masatsuki finished beating him down, his own hands were nothing but torn flesh and blood. At the time, the situation was urgent, so minor injuries like that didn't seem worth worrying about. Seireitei snorted again. You really think highly of yourself. I was just worried that the captain would be upset. Masatsuki asked, how long until I recover? Seireitei stroked his chin, considering it for a moment. About half a month. Masatsuki raised an eyebrow. How did I even manage to do this? My hand bones were shattered in several places, and yet I walked in here like nothing was wrong. If you don't mind, how about letting me borrow your body? Seireitei rubbed his chin, a thoughtful glint in his eyes. I'd love to dissect you, get a better understanding of your body's structure. Who knows? It might push Soul Society's medical and biological research forward. Masatsuki scoffed. Yeah, no thanks. Let's leave that noble cause to someone else. Rolling his eyes, he added, you're just trying to kill me. TCH caught on, huh? What a shame. Seireitei clicked his tongue in disappointment and shook his head. Masatsuki sighed dramatically. This means I'll lose half a month of training. The guys in the nest of maggots are going to miss me. Seireitei rolled his eyes again. Seriously injured, and the only thing this guy cares about is training. What a lunatic. The two continued chatting idly until there was a knock at the door. Seireitei responded, and the door slid open. A beautiful woman with a gentle, serene presence stepped inside, closing the door softly behind her. Whether intentionally or not, Retsu Unohana completely ignored Seireitei and Jushiro Yukitake. She walked straight to Masatsuki's bedside, glanced down at his hands, and furrowed her brows. Seireitei Yamada shot up from his chair, straightening his posture before quickly reporting. Captain, third seat Masatsuki's treatment is mostly complete. He just needs to rest and recover now. Hearing this, Retsu Unohana gave a slight nod. Despite Seireitei's abrasive personality, his medical skills were widely recognized, even the nobles had tried to recruit him away from the 4th Division. Still, Unohana didn't seem entirely reassured. Under the watchful eyes of the others, she performed Kaido, scanning Masatsuki Aozaki's body inside and out one more time before finally relaxing. She smiled as she took a seat beside his bed, nodding approvingly. You're recovering well. The wound on your chest has almost healed, and your Ryuryoku levels are stable. If nothing unexpected happens, the injuries to your shoulders and hands should be fully healed in about half a month. For now, avoid any strenuous activity and focus on resting. Yes. Masatsuki Aozaki replied, though his face was one of pure misery. Seeing his expression, Unohana couldn't help but find it amusing. At the same time, she felt a sense of relief. Feigning nonchalance, she said, I was at a 1st Division meeting earlier. I heard your opponent this time was captain level. And you defeated a captain-level rebel, all on your own. Both Jushiro Yukitake and Seireitei Yamada looked utterly shocked. They hadn't heard a word about this. Yukitake had arrived at the 4th Division before Masatsuki. The moment he heard his junior had been attacked, he had rushed over in a panic. As for Seireitei, his rank simply wasn't high enough to be privy to such a major incident so soon. You already know. Masatsuki scratched his head sheepishly. Honestly, it was just a captain-level rebel. It wasn't that big of a deal. Seireitei shot him a look of pure disdain. This guy. Embarrassed. Humble. Yeah, right. He was definitely showing off. Unohana turned back to Seireitei and gave him a gentle smile. Seireitei, step outside for now. Captain, Seireitei opened his mouth to argue. He really didn't want to make Retsu Unohana mad. But she simply shook her head, cutting him off. The next part of this discussion involves captain-level matters. Seireitei froze for a second, then nodded in understanding before walking out of the room. The details of a captain's meeting weren't something just anyone could listen in on. Meanwhile, Jushiro Yukitake turned his head with great interest, perking up as if ready to take detailed notes. Unohana didn't stop him. It wasn't the first time he had missed a captain's meeting due to health reasons. So, what did you discuss? Masatsuki asked. Unohana smiled. Naturally, it was about the attack on you. The aftermath, the punishment for the rebels, and your reward. Oh. I'm getting a reward. Masatsuki looked genuinely surprised. During service in the Gotei 13, accomplishments weren't typically rewarded directly. Instead, they were recorded and could influence future position transfers, usually after a Shinigami left their squad. Under normal circumstances, resigning from the Gotei 13 wasn't an option. There were only two ways a Shinigami could be forced out. The first was being deemed a threat by the Central 46 and exiled to the Nest of Maggots. The second was a formal transfer of position. After all, the Seireitei functioned as the governing body of Soul Society, with numerous noble clans, the Central 46, the Gotei 13, and various administrative and special departments. One such example was the Shin'o Medical Institute, which Masatsuki had mentioned before. In the original timeline, Shinasuke Yamada, despite his sharp tongue, had eventually left the 4th Division and become the institute's director. For Masatsuki Aozaki, a currently serving 3rd seat of the 2nd Division, to receive a direct reward was practically unheard of. 40 chapters ahead. P at Triancom/Pink Snake. Chapter 81, Noble. Let me guess, Central 46 must have ensured Takasuji's survival, Masatsuki Aozaki said confidently. A captain-level combatant, there's no way the aristocrats would simply let him die. It didn't matter how many ordinary rebels perished, but every captain-class Shinigami lost was one too many. Retsu Unohana nodded, though her smile remained unchanged. The sinner, Takasuji Hirofumi, conspired to commit treason and disrupt the political order. He attempted to assassinate the 3rd-seated officer of the 2nd Division of the Gotei 13. His crimes are heinous. He is sentenced to 3,000 years of imprisonment in the Nest of Maggots. So that guy's name is Takasuji Hirofumi, and he really was spared. Masatsuki Aozaki muttered to himself, then suddenly froze as something felt off. Wait. He's being sent to the Nest of Maggots. With Takasuji Hirofumi's level of strength, he should have been confined to the Central Great Underground Prison. This isn't how a sentence reduction works. Anyone would know that the Nest of Maggots is under the jurisdiction of the Shihoin clan, his jurisdiction. They were practically handing Takasuji Hirofumi's life over to him. By comparison, the Central Great Underground Prison would have been the safer option. The Nest of Maggots, however, was a place of danger. Has the Tsuneyashiro clan lost their minds? Masatsuki Aozaki said, his expression turning odd. He couldn't make sense of their motives. On the surface, it looked like they were protecting Takasuji Hirofumi. But in reality, they might as well have been throwing him to the wolves. Jushiro Yukite coughed twice, looking somewhat awkward as he said, Junior, speaking ill of the nobility could get you executed for disrespect. I know, senpai. Masatsuki Aozaki waved him off dismissively. Jushiro Yukite let out a helpless, wry smile. This kid was far too much like Shunsui Kairaku. I heard that this proposal came from a wise man of noble birth within the Central 46 compound, Retsu Unohana said, narrowing her eyes as her smile finally faded. Jushiro Yukite seemed to recall something and remarked casually, from what I've heard, the relationship between the head family and the branch family of the Tsuneyashiro clan has been strained in recent years. At his words, both Masatsuki Aozaki and Retsu Unohana glanced at him at the same time. They were both sharp enough to understand his implication instantly. Masatsuki Aozaki fell into thought but refrained from making any hasty conclusions. It wasn't that he doubted Jushiro Yukite. But regardless of any divisions between the head and branch families, they were still the Tsuneyashiro clan. Just how bad had things gotten between them for them to go this far? Takasuji Hirofumi's imprisonment in the Nest of Maggots, was it the result of a power struggle within the family, or was it simply a personal vendetta between relatives? He couldn't be sure. Maybe Takasuji Hirofumi had just done something to offend the head family. Masatsuki Aozaki couldn't help but ask. So, what's my reward? Money or a promotion, most likely. You defeated a captain-level rebel, being a 3rd seat is already quite a low position for that achievement, Jushiro Yukite responded. Retsu Unohana shook her head and chuckled. Congratulations, 3rd seat Masatsuki. As of today, you are a noble. Jushiro Yukite. Masatsuki Aozaki, ? Are the Tsuneyashiro clan guys out of their minds? Unohana-nizan, maybe you should check their heads for them. I killed their people, and they still made me a noble. What the hell is going on in those lunatics' heads? Masatsuki Aozaki laughed. Unohana-nizan, you're joking, right? Jushiro Yukite's eyes widened. What kind of address was that? How dare you joke with her like that? Retsu Unohana, however, didn't seem to mind. She smiled and said. Of course not. The Central 46 has issued an order, 2nd Division 3rd seat Masatsuki Aozaki, for meritorious service in suppressing the rebellion, is to be granted the status of a lower noble. So now, I'm just another useless noble living off my title. Masatsuki Aozaki excitedly grabbed Unohana's hand. No one could blame him for his enthusiasm. Lower nobility wasn't a particularly high status. But becoming a noble meant officially gaining the right to own a personal senkaman. For an ordinary Shinigami to travel to the world of the living, they needed higher-up approval, and even then, they had to pass through designated Senkamen. Nobles didn't have to follow those restrictions. This status would be incredibly useful to him. Anohana nodded with a smile. I heard you weren't too fond of nobles, little brother, Jushiro Yukitake said, tilting his head in confusion. You don't get it, Yukitake-senpai. That's because I wasn't a noble before, Masatsuki Aozaki raised an eyebrow. Now that I am one, of course I like it. Jushiro Yukitake's jaw dropped in disbelief, completely floored by Masatsuki Aozaki's flexible moral compass. Masatsuki, I came to see you. Yoruchi crouched by the window, her bright smile radiating energy that filled the room. Her gaze naturally followed Masatsuki Aozaki's hand, and when she noticed Retsu Anohana sitting beside the bed, she scratched her head awkwardly. Sorry, I didn't realize there was someone else here. Am I interrupting? The room fell silent. Masatsuki Aozaki suddenly felt the atmosphere turn tense. Jushiro Yukitake seemed to notice as well. Without a word, he reached over and pulled the privacy curtain around the bed. Masatsuki Aozaki caught his little maneuver, but under the gazes of two beautiful women, he couldn't stop him. He could only sigh internally. No wonder this guy is the one who'll propose the plan to monitor substitute Shinigami in the future. His ability to anticipate danger is insane. As expected, none of Genryusai's disciples are pushovers. Masatsuki Aozaki froze for 2 seconds, then silently withdrew his hand and pretended to be casual. Yoruchi, you finally made it. I've been waiting for you. Oh. Then what were you just? Yoruchi Shihoin asked suspiciously. Retsu Anohana let out a soft chuckle, gracefully folding her hands in her lap. Masatsuki just found out he's been made a noble, so he got a little excited. But what he did or didn't do, does that really have anything to do with Captain Yoruchi? Since when do the captains of the Gotei 13 oversee their subordinates' personal matters? Why wasn't I informed of this? What's with this tension? Anohana isn't Kukaku, so why are they acting like this? Masatsuki Aozaki couldn't figure it out, so he just pushed forward stiffly. Captain Anohana is right. I got a little carried away just now. My apologies, Captain Anohana. I was being too forward. Please don't take offense. Anohana caught the shift in how he addressed her and furrowed her brows slightly. Why would I be offended? Given our relationship, do we really need to mind such trivial things? At those words, Yoruchi narrowed her eyes. Are you two trying to get me killed? Masatsuki Aozaki wanted to cry. Right, sword training naturally involves some physical contact. He reached for Yoruchi Shihoin's hand but quickly realized that, in his current state, he couldn't even manage that. Seeing his pitiful expression, Yoruchi softened, just a little. But she still didn't give him an easy time. She sat down on the bed, grabbed his hand, and pouted. With injuries like these, and you still have the energy to think about nonsense. Then, she shot Anohana a glance. 40 chapters ahead. /Pinksnake. Chapter 82, Left Behind by Time. There's nothing I can do about it. I'm too weak, I don't have the kind of power you guys do. Masatsuki Aozaki looked down at his bandaged hands, his voice filled with frustration. If it were you facing Rentaro, you'd defeat him easily, just like when you saved Sojin-sensei last time. I'm sorry, Yoruchi Shihoin whispered. Hearing his words, she suddenly felt a wave of guilt wash over her. Her gaze fell on his hands, wrapped tightly in bandages, and her eyes reddened. Unable to hold back, she gently pulled Masatsuki Aozaki into an embrace. If only she had taken him with her to Shino Academy back then, maybe he wouldn't have ended up in this kind of danger. If she really thought about it, when did his conflict with the Tsuneyashiro clan begin? It must have started after he saved Sojin Kachiki. If he hadn't rushed onto the battlefield for her sake back then, he wouldn't be in this situation now. He wouldn't have to live every day under constant threat. She was the one who dragged him into this storm, and in the end, she failed to protect him. Yoruchi Shihoin's heart sank. Masatsuki Aozaki let out a sigh of relief and smiled faintly. He reached up and gently stroked her back, his voice soft and reassuring. Come on, it's not a big deal. Look, I'm still here, aren't I? If you think about it differently, I defeated a captain-level rebel and got promoted to nobility. That's a win. We should be celebrating. Their positions shifted almost instantly. Just moments ago, Yoruchi had been fuming with anger, now, she was nestled comfortably in Masatsuki Aozaki's arms, looking unexpectedly docile. Retsu Anohana watched the scene unfold, her expression turning somewhat strange. She felt like she was struggling to keep up with the times. She simply couldn't understand the way these young people thought. But more importantly, she was starting to realize something about herself. That brief clash with Yoruchi earlier, why had she reacted that way? That wasn't like her at all. Oh, right, Yoruichi suddenly said, abruptly pulling away from Masatsuki Aozaki's embrace. She placed her hands firmly on his shoulders. What is it? Masatsuki Aozaki flinched at her sudden shift in energy. Wait, she didn't realize I was faking the whole pitiful act for sympathy just now, did she? I went to see Kisuke yesterday, Yoruichi said seriously. I asked him about the hot springs construction progress. Masatsuki Aozaki let out a quiet sigh of relief. So she didn't notice. But then, his eyes immediately lit up. A hot spring. He had been waiting for this for so long. If the hot spring was completed, he could push himself even harder during training without worrying about injuries. He could fight without holding back, something that would undoubtedly help his growth. So, has Kisuke finished it? Masatsuki Aozaki asked eagerly. Yoruichi finally relaxed, a smile spreading across her face. It's basically done. It should be ready for use by next week. Masatsuki Aozaki rubbed his bandaged hand against his chin, sighing. Next week, huh? That means I still have to wait a whole week before I can use it. There's no need to be so impatient. The hot spring isn't going anywhere, Yoruichi huffed, pouting slightly. This guy's enthusiasm for the hot spring was clearly greater than any interest he had in her. You know I'm not the type to sit still. Being stuck like this is driving me crazy, Masatsuki Aozaki muttered, attempting to scratch his head, only to fail because of his bandaged hands. Yoruichi fell silent. She understood exactly how he felt. Because they were the same. If they weren't, they never would have earned the nickname, Black and White Twin Devils. They were Seireitei's most infamous troublemaking duo. Masatsuki, you want to heal your injuries as soon as possible, right? Would you mind using some special methods? Retsu Unohana, who had been silent for a while, suddenly spoke up as she idly played with the braid resting on her chest. What kind of methods? The two asked in unison, their curiosity piqued. Unohana smiled gently. Now that I think about it, I've never shown you my shurikai, have I? Actually, my shurikai has the ability to rapidly heal wounds. Masatsuki Aozaki smacked his forehead, realizing how foolish he had been. After spending so much time with Unohana and always seeing her use healing techniques, he had completely forgotten that her Zanpakutō, Minazuki, had a natural healing ability. Then let's get started, Masatsuki said without hesitation. As long as it could heal him, getting swallowed by some strange creature didn't seem like that big of a deal. Yoruichi Shihoin was momentarily stunned by his nonchalance, then shot him a sharp glare. You're seriously trusting her Zanpakutō to heal you just like that? This room is too small, Unohana shook her head. My Zanpakutō takes up a lot of space when released. Let's find an open area. No problem, let's head out now, Masatsuki agreed without hesitation. Yoruichi, still glaring at him, finally sighed. Fine. Let's go. From the ward to the garden, the scene was filled with the bustling members of the 4th Division tending to injured Shinigami from various squads. The 4th Division's hospital was packed. Shinosuke Yamada and Issane Kotetsu, who were usually only responsible for management, were now personally treating the wounded, drenched in sweat from the overwhelming workload. Amid the chaos, the occasional exchange of sharp words between Yamada and the other squad members could be heard, accompanied by Kotetsu's hurried apologies trying to smooth things over. Unohana gave a small wave, and both Masatsuki and Yoruichi quickly approached her. Here. This spot will do. The garden is big enough. Step back, I'm going to release my Zanpakutō, Unohana instructed. Masatsuki and Yoruichi retreated to a safe distance. As soon as they stopped moving, Unohana glanced at them before drawing the curved blade from her waist. The moment she softly called out Minazuki's name, the blade rapidly transformed. In an instant, a massive, green, one-eyed manta ray materialized, floating in midair. Masatsuki Aozaki observed the enormous creature with great interest. Since arriving in this world, this was the first time he had seen a living, creature-type Zanpakutō in its released state. On the way here, Unohana had explained how Minazuki's healing ability worked. Now, as he stood before the large ray, which had opened its mouth wide, Masatsuki didn't hesitate. He swiftly removed his bandages and shrugged off the top half of his uniform. Then, with a powerful leap, he propelled himself into the creature's mouth, striking a dramatic flying kick pose as he did so. The moment he entered, he felt himself enveloped in something soft and slick, a strangely soothing sensation. What a shame there wasn't a bamboo pole or something similar nearby, otherwise, he would have loved to reenact that classic scene from The Lost World, Jurassic Park, where the hero pole vaulted himself straight into a dinosaur's mouth. The injured Shinigami standing around exchanged bewildered glances, all equally dumbfounded. Most of them had never seen Unohana's shurikai before, nor did they know what it actually did. From their perspective, all they saw was a madman voluntarily diving into the mouth of a giant manta ray, who, for all they knew, was about to get digested and reappear in some horrific new form. Only two people remained unfazed, Retsu Unohana and Yoruichi Shihoin. Anohana sat calmly atop Minazuki's back, gently stroking the creature with a serene smile. Time passed. No one knew exactly how long. Then, at last, Minazuki opened its mouth once again. Driven by curiosity, the onlookers turned to look, and collectively gasped. A dark-haired man suddenly emerged, leaping out of Minazuki's mouth. He spun a full 720 degrees in midair before landing smoothly on the ground. Then, as if finishing a grand performance, Masatsuki Aozaki stood upright, bowed gracefully, and gave a polite thank you, just like a gymnast concluding a flawless routine. 40 chapters ahead. P@Triancom/Pink Snake. Chapter 83, Chapter 83, 3 Questions. A week passed quickly. Beneath the Sokayaku execution platform, in a secret underground training ground, the protective barriers had been upgraded, now allowing the use of all Kido below level 90. As Masatsuki Aozaki watched Yoruichi Shihoin warming up, he unconsciously took off his robe. "Masatsuki, are you ready?" Yoruichi asked seriously. Masatsuki's gaze was firm as he responded in a deep voice, "I'm ready." Yoruichi slowly removed her jacket, revealing her toned, sun-kissed back. Thinking about what was about to happen, Masatsuki couldn't help but swallow hard. Noticing his reaction, Yoruichi gave a small nod and sat cross-legged on the ground. "I originally planned to teach you Shunko after your Ryatsu reached captain level," she said. "But since you were able to defeat a captain-level rebel using Sakatsu, you already have the fundamental spiritual body requirements to wield Shunko." Faced with the opportunity to learn Shunko, how could anyone resist? Just as the thought crossed his mind, Masatsuki couldn't hold back any longer. "Let's get started," he said eagerly. Yoruichi was pleased with his enthusiasm. She nodded and spoke seriously. "Let me put it simply. Normal Hakuda uses Ryuryoku to enhance speed and power, but it doesn't actually strengthen the spiritual body itself. Hakuda is often called a physical technique, but in reality, it relies on Ryuryoku to propel the body, coordinating energy with movement to execute attacks. The body is merely a vessel for Ryuryoku, it's the energy itself that truly determines the impact. However, the Captain Commander's Hakuda focuses more on reinforcing the spiritual body. Instead of outward bursts of Ryuryoku, his technique internalizes it, amplifying the raw destructive power of the spiritual body itself. Shunko is similarly complex. It not only requires altering the properties of Ryuryoku but also demands complete synchronization between energy and the spiritual body. The principle behind Shunko is converting one's Ryuryoku into Kido of various attributes, wrapping it around the body, and then triggering controlled explosions to merge Kido and limbs into a singular, devastating force. In comparison to the Captain Commander's Hakuda, both techniques require immense physical endurance. The main difference lies in how the Ryuryoku is applied and how the attacks are executed. To put it simply, one is focused outward, while the other is focused inward. As expected of Soul Society's master of hand-to-hand combat, her explanation was clear and easy to understand. Masatsuki, who had dedicated himself to training in Yamamoto's style of Hakuda, understood immediately. "This really suits me," he said with confidence. "I have complete control over both Kido and Hakuda techniques." Yoruichi raised 3 fingers and smiled. "There are 3 key aspects to training Shunko. First, Ryatsu level. You've already met this requirement. Shunko doesn't actually demand a high Ryatsu, lieutenant level is sufficient. I originally said you needed to reach 3rd class Ryatsu because, at captain level, your body is further strengthened by the natural feedback of Ryuryoku, surpassing most seated officers and lieutenants in raw durability." Masatsuki waved a hand and laughed. "Ryatsu is the source of a Shinigami's power. Raising it naturally enhances the body, I get that." Yoruichi chuckled and shook her head. "Second, spiritual body resilience. Your spiritual body is already on par with a captain's, so that's not an issue. You're more than qualified to train in Shunko." Masatsuki let out a small breath of relief. This was the benefit of having a great teacher, he didn't have to worry about the training methods, and someone was always there to fine-tune the details. Yoruichi Shihoin's expression remained serious as she said. "The most important thing is the final point." Masatsuki Aozaki immediately straightened his posture, sitting up attentively. Yoruichi took a deep breath before continuing. "You'll need to prepare a proper outfit, something sleeveless, preferably with an open back. Otherwise, every time you use Shunko, you'll end up destroying your clothes. It's a hassle. TCH. And here I thought you were going to talk about Ryuryoku synchronization or spiritual body coordination," Masatsuki scoffed, rolling his eyes. "I'm quite good at taking off clothes." "Huh." Yoruichi gave him a long look, her lips curving into a smirk. "We're discussing serious business, and yet you still have time to flirt. Should I take it as proof of my overwhelming charm, or is it just you being shameless?" How could he say something like that in front of a woman? She used to tease girls all the time, but it had been a while since she'd said something so brazen. "Where is your mind going?" I was talking about Master Yamamoto, Masatsuki quickly clarified, waving his hands before she could get mad. You forgot how Master doesn't like wearing a shirt when he fights. I've already asked him about the technique for quickly taking off clothes. Not to brag, but Master said I'm the best among his disciples. He even complimented the sleeve-tied bow I made, saying it was the most elegant one any of his students had ever crafted. If you don't believe me, I can show you. You little brat, don't start competing over something this ridiculous. Yoruchi cut him off with a shout, grabbing his face and rubbing it vigorously. I get it. Just let go, or my face is going to fall off, Masatsuki grumbled. But the more he begged, the more Yoruchi wanted to mess with him. Who told him to constantly piss her off? Besides, she knew full well how talented he was. If she didn't take the chance to bully him now, she might not get another opportunity in a few years. Masatsuki kept protesting, but his body betrayed him, the corners of his mouth were already curling up slightly. Getting bullied by a beautiful woman, honestly, it didn't seem like such a bad thing. Still, he made a silent declaration to himself. I absolutely do not have any weird fetishes. Unaware of his inner thoughts, Yoruchi continued to torment him. They wrestled around for a while before finally letting go of each other, panting from the playful scuffle. Yoruchi sat on top of Masatsuki, arms crossed, exuding the confidence of a victorious warrior towering over her fallen opponent. Leaning slightly forward, she reached out, gave his cheek a light pat, and licked her lips. Just admit it, you're no match for me right now. Don't forget why we're here. Feeling the warmth of her breath so close, Masatsuki found his face heating up slightly. Yeah, I get it. Now get off me, he muttered, catching his breath. Good. Yoruchi smirked, satisfied. Now hurry up and train. Once we're done, we're going to enjoy that hot spring. It took a lot of effort to steal that thing, we still don't know if it actually works. Masatsuki chuckled. If it doesn't, we'll just go settle things with Kasuke. Ha. Good idea. It's been too long since I last gave Kasuke some trouble, Yoruchi grinned. Without further delay, the two began their shunko training. Following Yoruchi's instructions, Masatsuki removed his top and demonstrated the bow knot technique that even Master Yamamoto had praised. Yoruchi gave him an unenthusiastic compliment before moving straight to the real lesson, guiding him through the process of converting Ryatsu into a Kido-based lightning attribute. For Masatsuki, this part wasn't too difficult. His Kido training had never slacked, and he could wield nearly all Kido spells up to level 90 with ease. The real challenge came in compressing the Kido and seamlessly merging it with his limbs. 40 chapters ahead. P at Triancom/Pink Snake. Chapter 84, Hot Springs. No surprise there, it's you, after all. You mastered Kido compression and wrapping in just one day. Yoruchi Shihoin's voice carried a hint of amusement, followed by the gentle sound of water rippling. Something seemed to explode in Masatsuki Aozaki's mind, boom, and clarity returned to his gaze. He lifted a hand to cover his eyes. You coming in? I'm not wearing anything. Lying in the underground training hall's hot spring, he rested his head on a towel, leaning back against a large stone. This was, without a doubt, Kasuke Urahara's most useful invention yet. A recovery hot spring inspired by Kirinji Tenjiro's Whitebone Hell and Blood Pond Hell. And Kasuke had not let him down. Masatsuki had only been soaking for a few seconds, yet the injuries from his shunko training had already healed almost completely. Don't be shy. Yoruchi crouched at the edge of the spring, dipping her foot into the water to test the temperature. She glanced at Masatsuki, who seemed innocent as he covered his eyes, and pouted in annoyance. Did he really think he was fooling anyone? Anyone could tell he was totally peeking. Would it kill him to show a little respect and at least press his fingers together to make the gap smaller? After hesitating for a moment, she feigned indifference, loosening her sash and slipping out of the form-fitting Onmitsukido uniform. In the blink of an eye, the dark-skinned beauty sat at the hot spring's edge, her delicate legs fully submerged in the water. If you're this embarrassed, why even try to act tough? Masatsuki thought to himself. Though Yoruchi appeared relaxed on the surface, the telltale redness creeping up her ears said otherwise. There was no mistaking it, she was flustered. At this point in time, Yoruchi wasn't as uninhibited as she would be in the future. No, if anything, after observing her for so long, Masatsuki had noticed something odd. Instead of becoming more carefree, her sense of embarrassment had only increased over time. She was getting more easily flustered, not less. That wasn't how it was supposed to be. It was a strange realization because, in the original timeline, Yoruchi was never like this. Of course, there was nothing wrong with it. But the problem was, this version of Yoruchi made him feel something. Something he hadn't expected. And it led to a strange thought. He didn't want her to become the person she was supposed to be. Yoruchi, meanwhile, seemed to realize that her body temperature was spiraling out of control. With a quick push off the ground, she plunged headfirst into the hot spring with a plop. She tried to say something, lips parting slightly. But all Masatsuki could hear were bubbles rising to the surface. Cute. Watching her, Masatsuki suddenly spoke. Yoruchi. Her body tensed slightly. Half her face remained submerged, golden eyes blinking curiously up at him. Seriously, calling my name out of nowhere like that? You trying to give me a heart attack? She exhaled, surfacing just enough to take a deep breath before casually swimming over to Masatsuki's side. Then, without hesitation, she draped an arm over his shoulder in a casual, brotherly gesture. Though, judging by the way her flushed cheeks were rapidly turning crimson, and how that blush was creeping down her neck, she wasn't nearly as composed as she pretended to be. The last time I saw you this honest, must have been about a year ago, Masatsuki Aozaki said, his tone laced with nostalgia. Yoruchi Shihoin blinked in surprise before forcing out a laugh, trying to sound nonchalant. However, her voice trembled slightly. Nonsense. I don't remember anything like that. Or, are you saying you peeked at me at some point, huh? Masatsuki chuckled. You've forgotten. Our first meeting, back at Shino Academy, in my dormitory. Yoruchi paused before realization dawned. Oh, that time. She waved a hand dismissively. Didn't I already tell you? A cat's fur is its clothing. That doesn't count as honest. Masatsuki lowered his hands from his face, his gaze meeting hers. Then, he swam closer, grasping her arm with a serious expression. Yoruchi, what happened today? You can't do this in front of anyone else. Yes, he knew he had no right to say this. Yes, he knew it was selfish. But even so, he didn't regret it. In fact, he was almost relieved that it was him saying it. What happened today? Yoruchi tilted her head in confusion. You mean Shunko? But I've already taught Yashiro. No. Masatsuki shook his head firmly, his eyes locking onto hers. I mean this. Us. The way we are right now. Under the intensity of his gaze, something seemed to click in Yoruchi's mind. And, very uncharacteristically, she faltered. Her laughter came out uneven, hurried. Oh, ha ha, ha. Ha ha ha. I knew it. I knew it. You totally have a crush on me. Now that I've put a little pressure on you, you finally slipped up. No way you can hide it anymore. I. Her laughter was loud, but her trembling voice made Masatsuki feel as if she might start crying at any moment. But he didn't rush her for an answer. He simply watched her. Under his steady gaze, Yoruchi's flushed face only deepened in color. But her frantic movements gradually calmed until she sat still in the water, looking almost timid. Like a cornered kitten. All right. I get it. I'll behave. She sighed, turning her face away. Just stop looking at me like that. That was her answer. Masatsuki exhaled. What a terrible answer. It made it sound like their relationship had taken a weird turn. Damn it. Yoruchi sank lower into the water, her face nearly disappearing beneath the surface. The amount of bubbles rising to the top only increased. She stayed like that for so long that Masatsuki couldn't help but admire her lung capacity. At the same time, he felt his own tension slowly unwinding. Before he had said those words, he had already been fairly certain of Yoruchi's response. But still, getting the answer out of her brought him an unexpected sense of relief. Glancing at her again, he figured she needed a moment. So, he swam to the side, leaned back against a rock, and closed his eyes. In truth, he had been nervous just now and needed to relax. It was unclear how long the silence lasted when Masatsuki Aozaki suddenly felt something poking him. Poke, then scratch, again and again, the sensation growing in number, tickling him. He opened his eyes and saw Yoruchi Shihoin tracing her finger across his chest. A sudden jolt ran through him as a memory from his past life surfaced, a scene from a comedy film. In it, the female lead possessed strange supernatural powers, allowing her to converse with the male lead's conscience. What was she doing? Was she trying to ask his conscience if it loved her? Well, he knew himself well enough. His conscience would undoubtedly say yes. But, she wasn't the only one it would give that answer to. Masatsuki noticed her gaze growing hazy, her breathing turning uneven. Blushing slightly, Yoruchi murmured, Masatsuki, even though you have a 4th-class Ryatsu, you defeated a captain-class opponent. So, in a way, that makes you captain-class too, doesn't it? Well. I guess so. As the words left his mouth, Masatsuki froze. Yoruchi's face was drawing closer. Their bodies were closing the distance as well. 40 chapters ahead. P at Tree&Com/Pinksnake. Chapter 85, Gift Giving. A few hours passed, and morning had arrived. They were still in the underground training ground. My Ryatsu has improved again. Masatsuki Aozaki murmured excitedly, stirring the Ryoryoka within him. The effort he had put into Hakuta training hadn't been in vain. Despite staying up all night, he was still full of energy. Behind him, Yoruichi Shihoin was fast asleep, wrapped in the haori that symbolized the authority of the 2nd Division captain. She slept soundly, a satisfied smile lingering at the corner of her lips. Masatsuki glanced at her sleeping figure, then turned to check the clock in the training hall. It was already getting late. As if sensing his gaze, Yoruichi's eyes slowly fluttered open. Since Masatsuki had his back to her, she immediately got up and draped herself over him, resting against his back. Like a smitten young woman, she gazed at him with eyes full of affection and contentment. Did I wake you? Masatsuki turned his head slightly and reached out to touch her face. Yoruichi, like an affectionate cat, tilted her head and rubbed against his neck before playfully flicking out her tongue for a quick lick. What time is it? She asked softly, her voice carrying an alluring charm, completely different from her usual mischievous demeanor. If he had to describe it, it was the difference between a woman and a girl. It's already past noon, Masatsuki replied, adjusting his grip as he lifted her onto his back. Despite her usual confident, commanding presence, Yoruichi was actually quite petite, barely 1.6 meters tall. As she clung to him, her feet dangled in the air like a koala hanging from a tree. He held her up not to take advantage of her but simply because he didn't want her to get tired hanging there. After all, everything that should and shouldn't have been done between them had already happened. At this point, trying to steal such a trivial advantage would just seem petty. Hearing his words, Yoruichi's eyes widened in shock. She quickly turned her gaze past Masatsuki and looked at the ticking clock. It's work time, she blurted out, immediately jumping off him. Masatsuki stared at her, speechless. This woman always looked for excuses to slack off whenever possible, so why was she suddenly so eager today? Did you forget? We took a month off to train in Shunko, and Master approved it, Masatsuki reminded her, exasperated. It felt like she had lost a few brain cells overnight. Oh, right. Yoruichi took a step forward, and any trace of her previous shyness had completely vanished. With no concern for modesty, she casually ran her hand along his chin. Omida and Ichimaru can handle everything. We can just enjoy our well-earned break. Enjoy. Don't forget why we took this leave in the first place, Masatsuki retorted. How am I supposed to train in this state? We should soak in the hot spring first to loosen up, Yoruichi said with a contented smile, shrugging. I just hope it's still usable. After an intense night of training between two Hakuta specialists, the hot spring had undergone some drastic changes. It should be fine, Masatsuki said, watching the water gradually clear. His tone carried a subtle meaning. The artificial rock formation by the hot spring continuously released a steady stream of fresh water, replenishing the pool. Anything crafted by Kisuke Urahara was bound to be top-notch. As expected, he had accounted for everything. The hot spring's circulation system was flawless. Beneath the pool lay an extensive filtration system. Once purified, the water would flow back through the rock formation, allowing it to be reused efficiently. Yoruichi nodded in satisfaction before excitedly leaping into the hot spring. She let out a delighted laugh. This feels amazing. Masatsuki, hurry up. Watching her splash around in the water, Masatsuki smiled slightly before following her in. Before long, the two of them drifted closer together. Today was going to be a very enjoyable day. Seireitei, Central District, 1st Division Headquarters. Yamamoto sat in the captain's office, silently listening as Chojiro Sasakabe and Ranjika Matsumoto delivered their reports. Ranjika Matsumoto was now the 7th seat of the 1st Division, serving as Sasakabe's assistant. Yamamoto glanced at her, feeling a tinge of emotion. Masatsuki really was fortunate to have such a girl by his side. He was well aware of their relationship. However, what concerned him more than their personal affairs was her talent. She had graduated early from Shino Academy and, within less than half a year of joining the Gotei 13, had already reached 6th class Ryatsu. That level of talent was second only to Masatsuki Aozaki, a rare genius seen once in a millennium. People often underestimated 6th class Ryatsu. In most divisions, it was enough to secure a position as the 3rd or 4th seat. But this was the 1st Division, the most elite unit in the entire Gotei 13. Lieutenant Chojiro Sasakabe was strong even among captains. The officers ranked 3rd to 6th either had captain-level Ryatsu but had yet to master Bankai, or were lieutenant-level Shinigami. Even though Ranjika's Ryatsu had reached the level of a top-tier seated officer, in the 1st Division, she could only hold the 7th seat. Yamamoto's eyes flickered slightly, and he let out a quiet sigh. He still remembered when Masatsuki had recommended Ranjika for the 1st Division, he had been quite displeased at the time. He had been training Masatsuki as his disciple, and yet the boy, who hadn't even fully established himself yet, was already busy helping others climb the ranks. What kind of master would be happy about that? Now, he realized he had misjudged him. Sending such a gifted recruit into his care wasn't nepotism, it was a show of faith in his master's ability to cultivate talent. That brat, always causing him trouble, still knew to rely on his master when it truly mattered. As these thoughts passed through his mind, the stern expression on Yamamoto's face softened. His gaze toward Ranjaku turned kinder, more like an elder indulging a favored junior. Captain Commander, the Tsuneyashiro clan elders sent a messenger last night with quite a few gifts, Ranjaku reported as she reviewed the documents in her hands. For Masatsuki? Yamamoto asked. Some were meant for third seat Masatsuki, but most were for you, Ranjaku nodded. They've even prepared a mansion for him in the noble district. Yamamoto remained silent, his expression unreadable. Even he couldn't quite grasp what those nobles were thinking. Who gifts things to their enemies? On the surface, they were all allies, working together to uphold the order of Soul Society. But in reality, the distinction between ally and enemy was often paper-thin. If anything, they should be figuring out how to eliminate their opponents, not sending them presents. Chojiro Sasaki frowned. Should we return the gifts? They went out of their way to deliver them in secret at night, clearly not wanting anyone to find out. That can't be a good sign. Yamamoto considered for a moment before tapping his cane against the floor. His eyes grew sharp as he spoke in a deep voice. No need. Let Masatsuki accept them. I want to see exactly what they're planning. 40 chapters ahead. /Pinksnake. Chapter 86, Chapter 86, Not a Quincy. Soaking in the hot spring with Yoruichi Shihoin nestled in his arms, her face flushed with warmth, Masatsuki Aozaki couldn't help but narrow his eyes in satisfaction. This was the life he had always dreamed of. Why strive for power if not to live a carefree and fulfilling life? Though he hadn't been practicing Shunko lately, he had refined his Ryatsu. It wasn't wasted time. Masatsuki let himself bask in the hot spring's restorative effects, feeling the soothing warmth wash over him. The restorative hot spring was a replica of the White Bone Hell and Blood Pond Hell, but naturally, it couldn't compare to the originals. The true White Bone Hell and Blood Pond Hell had been created using the Ryatsu of Tenjiro Korinji. Since Kasuke Urahara couldn't obtain a Ryatsu of equivalent potency, he had substituted other materials to produce a similar effect. The difference in materials meant the effects were much weaker, but on the upside, the side effects were also reduced. Even so, it was more than enough to replenish their energy after a physically exhausting night. In less than a quarter of an hour, both Masatsuki and Yoruichi felt revitalized, as if they could go another 300 rounds. Masatsuki stood up, stretching a bit in the water, a satisfied smile forming on his lips. Fully recovered. Now it's time to get serious, I can't keep indulging like this. He made up his mind to resume Shunko training. A Shinigami's lifespan could stretch for thousands of years, there would always be time for other forms of exercise. But Shunko. That was a direct path to real power. And in the world of Bleach, strength was the only true currency for survival. Yoruichi also stood, stretching her arms overhead without reservation. She rolled her shoulder and rotated her arm twice, working out any lingering stiffness from the night's strenuous activity. The soreness that had built up from maintaining high-intensity movements for hours had completely faded in the hot spring's warmth. She felt refreshed and ready. All right, I'm good too. Let's get started. With that, Yoruichi flickered from the hot spring, swiftly dressing before flashing Masatsuki a playful wink. Masatsuki was pleased, this was the energetic, unrestrained Yoruichi he knew. That liveliness was part of what made her so captivating. He cast her a glance before pulling on his pants, neatly folding his shirt and setting it aside. Shunko training would make wearing a shirt pointless. He'd only have to take it off again later, so why bother? The two of them stood facing each other in the training hall. Yoruichi's shoulders pulsed with streaks of white, lightning like Ryatsu. A faint glow surrounded her as she extended a hand toward Masatsuki. He blinked, hesitating for a moment before realizing she was inviting him to take it. Then, without warning, she reached out with her other hand, pulling him into her embrace. Looking up at him, she smiled. Masatsuki wanted to treat this as part of their training, but he had a feeling Yoruichi was just teasing him. She was the type to be willful when she wanted to be, once she decided to play around, there was no stopping her. He gave in, wrapping his arms around her, and in doing so, he suddenly became aware of just how soft she was, like a cat curling up against him. Yoruichi's expression shifted ever so slightly, her eyes softening with something unreadable. Whatever had put her in such a good mood, Masatsuki wasn't about to question it. Hey, stop squirming. Focus on training and feel my Ryatsu. Yoruichi was in an exceptionally good mood today, and she took it as a good sign. She suddenly felt that life could be even more enjoyable in the future, and a wide grin spread across her face. She remembered the promise she had made to him and looked up. Sure enough, the expression on that petty man's face had shifted. She didn't dislike it, though, if anything, she found a small sense of delight in it. Masatsuki Aozaki frowned in frustration. You didn't teach Yashiro like this, did you? Yoruchi shook her head and smirked. Are you an idiot? I've only ever used this method on you. But, you're really cute when you're mad. I like it. Masatsuki's frown eased, but something felt off. Normally, he was the one saying things like this to Yoruchi. Now the tables had turned. Yoruchi, you're cute too. And I like you as well. Masatsuki pulled her into a tight embrace. Yoruchi seemed caught off guard. A faint blush dusted her cheeks, and her golden eyes darted away, unable to meet his gaze. Focus on training, she muttered, biting her lip. There was a mix of pride and embarrassment in her voice. This isn't the time for sweet talk. Masatsuki nodded. She was still the same as always. That was a relief. He loosened his grip slightly, closed his eyes, and focused on sensing Yoruchi's reiatsu. Yoruchi studied his concentrated expression, a soft smile tugging at her lips. In a gentle voice, she whispered. Relax, don't be tense. Remember, your reiatsu is you. Your spiritual body is you. It's all a part of Masatsuki Aozaki. You need to fully engage your sixth sense, spiritual awareness, to perceive the changes in Kido reiatsu. Once it takes form outside your body, try to draw it in, merging it with yourself. Think of it as your bones, your blood, your limbs. Her voice was as light as a breeze, brushing against Masatsuki's ear and echoing softly in his mind. As she spoke, the noise around them gradually faded into silence. The once present background sounds disappeared, leaving only a deep, peaceful stillness. Within this quiet, Masatsuki became increasingly aware of a distinct power, reiatsu. It wasn't visible to the naked eye, yet it was undeniably there, surrounding him. It felt like an invisible field, enveloping him completely. At this moment, his perception of reiatsu sharpened. It grew stronger, more distinct, its presence impossible to ignore. In the world of Bleach, spiritual awareness was a unique ability, what could be considered a sixth sense, beyond the five conventional human senses of sight, hearing, smell, taste, and touch. To put it simply, spiritual awareness was the ability to perceive reiatsu. Those with a strong spiritual awareness could detect fluctuations in the reiatsu around them and even gauge an opponent's strength through it. However, despite its impressive nature, spiritual awareness wasn't omnipotent. Shinigami often relied on it in battle to track enemy movements and gain an advantage in combat. But against masters skilled in concealing their reiatsu, its effectiveness diminished significantly. In battle, it was nearly impossible to fully suppress one's reiatsu. However, for true experts, masking their presence outside of combat was a trivial feat. Masatsuki attempted to merge his reiatsu with his body. His heart pounded. A strange sense of familiarity washed over him. Yet he knew he had never trained in Shunko before. The closest thing he had done was synchronizing his reiatsu with his physical movements while using Ikatsu and Sakatsu. The sensation was similar, but at its core, it was completely different. Suddenly, white arcs of electricity erupted from his shoulders and back, crackling violently. The surrounding reishi surged toward him, drawn into his body at an alarming rate. The lights in the training hall seemed to shine even brighter. He was absorbing reishi from the environment. This was a technique he had only ever seen in Mayuri Kuratsuchi's research notes. A technique that belonged to the Quincy. But he wasn't a Quincy. He was a Shinigami. This ability shouldn't be his. 40 chapters ahead. P at Triancom/Pinksnake. Chapter 87, Shunko. Why can I absorb reishi from the outside world? Am I a Quincy? No, after I died in the world of the living, my soul didn't return to Yawatch, nor was it captured by that mad scientist. My soul is exceptional. If I were a Quincy, that deadbeat lone shark Yawatch wouldn't have let me go, even without consciousness. So, that means I'm not a Quincy. Oh well, even if I'm not, this ability is way too similar to a Quincy's. Master won't skin me alive when he finds out, right? He doesn't seem too fond of Quincy's. Masatsuki Aozaki's mind raced through countless thoughts in an instant. Regardless of how the old man would react, he decided to stop drawing reishi from Soul Society, at least for now. Masatsuki Aozaki released his control over the reishi. A crackling surge of thunder filled the air, accompanied by the sharp sound of air being sucked in. The sensation caught Masatsuki Aozaki off guard, but rather than discomfort, he felt a rush of exhilaration. Masatsuki. Yoruchi Shihoin finally noticed something was off. Masatsuki Aozaki blinked. What's wrong? Did she notice me absorbing reishi? How should I explain this? I can't exactly say I was running low and just borrowed some from Soul Society. Yoruchi doesn't have any real grudge against Quincy's, maybe I should just tell the truth. As he mulled it over, temptation stirred within him. Still, this time, he was smart enough not to blurt out an answer. Instead, he waited for Yoruchi to finish speaking. You did it, Shunko was a success. Yoruchi Shihoin exclaimed, releasing his arm in surprise. So it was Shunko. Masatsuki Aozaki felt power surging through him. He glanced at his shoulder and, sure enough, saw streaks of lightning-like Ryatsu coursing through his body. Not only did the lightning not harm him, but it moved at his command, as naturally as an extension of his own limbs. He hadn't trained for this, yet it felt as effortless as moving his hands or feet. I did it. I really am a genius. Masatsuki Aozaki declared without hesitation. Without a second thought, he swung his fist, sending shockwaves rippling through the air. Indeed, no surprise there. Your talent makes this only natural. Yoruichi acknowledged his boast without dispute. It was, after all, common knowledge. How about a spar? It's been a while since we last trained here. Masatsuki Aozaki flashed her a playful wink. Yoruichi Shihoin's interest was piqued. Without hesitation, she activated Shunko again, lightning sparking from her back. The training hall was brightly lit, still, and windless. Masatsuki, your Ryatsu isn't on my level, but don't worry, I'll hold back. Yoruichi spoke with confidence. I'll suppress my Ryatsu to match yours, but for a spar, why don't we make a little wager? A wager. Masatsuki Aozaki tilted his head. On what? Yoruichi leaned in close, whispering something in his ear. What? As the Captain Commander's disciple, there's no way I'm submitting to that. Masatsuki Aozaki exclaimed, utterly shocked, but he refused to admit how tempting the idea was. You can name your own stakes too, if you want. Yoruichi licked her lips, her expression like that of a cunning little devil, tempting him further. All right, fine. I accept, Masatsuki Aozaki relented. But I haven't decided on my terms yet. I'll let you know later. As a student of Genryusai, he had inherited one of Yamamoto's finest traits, absolutely no sense of shame. With the wager set, the two took their positions on opposite sides of the training ground. Yoruichi wasted no time. In a flash, her figure blurred into motion, streaking toward Masatsuki Aozaki like a shadow. She had her own reasons for proposing a bet. Masatsuki had only just learned Shunko, he was still unfamiliar with its intricacies. She intended to overwhelm him quickly, forcing him into a position where he'd have no choice but to concede. After all, they had taken an entire month off. That meant over 20 days of uninterrupted freedom. Of course, she had to make the most of it. Boom. Their palms collided, producing a deep, resonating impact. So fast. Masatsuki Aozaki's heart tightened. Yoruichi Shihoin's palm strike was both swift and heavy. If this had been before he mastered Shunko, he would have been forced to counter with Ikatsu. Ikatsu was undoubtedly stronger, but this palm strike surpassed ordinary Hakuta techniques. Comparing the two, Ikatsu was a burst-type technique, packing immense power in a single strike. Shunko, while weaker in raw force, allowed for continuous attacks. Masatsuki Aozaki steadied himself, not daring to let his guard down. Boom. 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 The two figures clashed in rapid exchanges, their battle unfolding across the training hall. Hakuta relied on sharp vision, swift reflexes, and seamless coordination of hands, eyes, body, mind, and footwork. Yoruichi Shihoin was undeniably a master of Hakuta, her skills honed to the highest level. But Masatsuki Aozaki was no longer the novice he had once been. Having inherited Yamamoto's teachings and undergone extensive training, he was no stranger to combat. Despite Yoruichi's lightning-fast, precise movements, he quickly adapted. At that moment, Masatsuki Aozaki's spiritual perception confirmed that Yoruichi had indeed unleashed her full Ryatsu, only to suppress it again. He knew he could replicate her movements, but his body hadn't fully adjusted yet. Even simple punches and kicks still felt unnatural. The battle raged on. On the surface, Masatsuki Aozaki appeared increasingly at ease. And in truth, he was. With each block and counter, he refined his control over his body. Meanwhile, Yoruichi had shed her usual carefree demeanor. Now fully engaged in battle, she exuded a sharp, natural intensity. Her movements radiated an inherent sense of danger. A flurry of precise punches and kicks gradually cornered Masatsuki Aozaki, limiting his space to dodge. Then, Yoruichi suddenly called out. Seireitei. Sizzle. She raised her palm, crackling with electricity, thunder echoing from her fingertips. What the hell? Masatsuki Aozaki froze for a split second. I'm not a zombie, why are you hitting me with palm thunder, Seireitei? Wait, isn't that a name I casually mentioned while telling a story? Did she develop this move based on my ideas? With no room to evade, Masatsuki Aozaki didn't retreat. Instead, he unleashed his Ryatsu, channeling its lightning properties into his palm to meet her attack head-on. Boom. A deep, resounding impact echoed through the hall as both fighters were blasted backward, skidding to a stop several dozen meters apart. Ordinary Hakuta bouts weren't this destructive. But Shunko was no ordinary Hakuta. Every strike carried tremendous force, casual movements alone could shatter stone and split the ground. If Masatsuki hadn't instinctively managed to condense his own version of Seireitei at the last second, he would have been the only one sent flying. Though his right arm ached from the impact, Yoruichi's expression remained exhilarated. She smirked, refusing to admit defeat. Seireitei is just a minor trick. I've got even stronger moves you haven't seen yet. Masatsuki Aozaki, well accustomed to Yoruichi's competitive nature, simply waved her on. Bring it on, Yoruichi. 40 chapters ahead. @Triancom/Pinksnake. Chapter 88, NTI. Rumble. Crushed rocks tumbled down one after another, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. Masatsuki Aozaki, lightning crackling around his feet, lightly pushed off the ground, dodging a lightning-coated hand strike. He chuckled. So, these are the stronger moves you were talking about. Yoruichi Shihoin, standing before him, suddenly lowered her head. Seeing her shoulders tremble slightly, Masatsuki Aozaki thought, don't tell me she's actually mad. Just as he was about to offer some half-hearted words of comfort, Yoruichi abruptly lifted her head, a wicked grin spreading across her face. You've improved fast, kid, but I'm not giving up. Today, I'm going to make sure you understand just how strong your captain really is. Guess I was overthinking it. Masatsuki Aozaki sighed inwardly before saying, I already picked up that hand strike of yours. Got anything else? Yoruichi immediately clenched her fists. Don't get cocky. Palm Thunder is just a little trick I use for trimming hedges. I haven't even shown you my real trump card yet. She developed a technique just for gardening. What happened to all the Shihoin servants? Masatsuki Aozaki clearly didn't believe her. Even stubbornness should have its limits. Shaking his head, he smirked. A trump card, huh? Then hurry up and show me. I'd love to learn it. Yoruichi hesitated for a moment before shaking her head. Masatsuki Aozaki exaggerated a dramatic sigh. Holding back on me. That hurts, you know. He grinned shamelessly. He knew Yoruichi wouldn't hesitate during a fight. He was certain she had no hidden techniques, just a lot of pride. Crossing her arms, Yoruichi huffed, I haven't fully mastered it yet. I don't want to accidentally hurt you. You should be grateful. If I were you, I'd just surrender. Her serious expression made Masatsuki Aozaki pause. For a moment, he wasn't sure if she was bluffing. You really have a trump card? Then hurry up and show me. He narrowed his eyes. Or, do you not believe in my strength? Relax. As long as you don't cheat and unleash your full Ryatsu, I can block anything you throw at me. He sounded absolutely confident. If Yoruichi truly had a powerful technique, he wanted to see it for himself. And that's when he realized he had walked straight into a trap. Yoruichi's gaze flickered mischievously, a sly smile creeping onto her lips. She hesitated, just a little, before saying. But this move is really powerful. I haven't completely mastered it yet. Masatsuki Aozaki stepped forward, full of momentum. I've beaten a captain already. What's there to be afraid of? Yoruichi's eyes lit up. Then let's make a bet. Masatsuki was mid-boast about his future dominance over Soul Society when her words caught him off guard. What kind of bet? The wager is simple, our sparring sessions will last until the end of the holiday. 10 days. That's my limit. Masatsuki Aozaki hesitated, but after thinking it through, he realized he wasn't exactly at a disadvantage. Also, if I win, I get to make 2 requests. Deal, Yoruichi agreed without a second thought. Masatsuki Aozaki froze. Wait, did I just get played? Yoruichi Shihoin continued, just so we're clear, once you agree, there's no backing out. Of course, Masatsuki Aozaki nodded. A man's word is final. Though he hardly considered himself a man of honor, he had no intention of going back on the deal. Yoruichi flashed a smug grin. Before we start, a little warning, when I go all out with this move, I can level a small hill. Masatsuki Aozaki was stunned. In an instant, he sensed the shift in Yoruichi's aura. She wasn't joking, she fully intended to take him down. Licking his lips, he thought, she's been leading me into this step by step, so this is what she was waiting for. Maybe I should just surrender. It's not like I'd be losing anything. Forget it. If she's got something that's strong, I might as well watch. Just as the thought crossed his mind, Yoruichi's aura surged dramatically. Get ready to take this head on. Thunder raged around her. Shunko, Reijin Kenbu. The crackling electricity intensified, stray bolts shattering the ground. With a slight clench of her fist, Yoruichi gathered the surging lightning into her palm. It condensed, taking shape, forming a long sword of pure white lightning, piercing toward the sky. Her Ryatsu poured out in waves, so dense it seemed almost tangible. On the opposite side, Masatsuki Aozaki still looked relaxed, but inwardly, he was alarmed. Damn, Yoruichi. With a display like this, are you trying to kill me? Not that she could hear his thoughts, and even if she could, she probably wouldn't care. She had already mastered this technique. Even if Masatsuki couldn't block it, she was confident she wouldn't cause him serious harm. With that assurance, the lightning sword in her grasp shone even brighter, illuminating the entire training ground. The sheer density of her Ryatsu made the air thick and heavy, waves of heat rolling through the space. Accept your defeat, Masatsuki Aozaki. Yoruichi let out a wild laugh and swung the blade downward. The massive pillar of lightning rapidly expanded in Masatsuki's vision. His pupils contracted. It was clear, there was no way he could learn this technique right now. But that didn't mean he was just going to sit and take it. He hadn't mastered much of Shunko yet, but he was still a disciple of Genryosai. Planting his feet firmly, he took a balanced stance, one hand forming a palm in front, the other clenched at his waist. The lightning surrounding him vanished in an instant, replaced by rising heat, the air itself turning scorching. Ikatsu, NTI. Ikatsu, Flame Emperor. With a low shout, Masatsuki Aozaki threw his punch. The name was something he had just made up, but in reality, it was Ikatsu, combined with fire-based Shunko. White flames erupted from his right arm, while twin jets of fire blasted from his shoulders like rocket propulsion. Boom. Flame met lightning. The impact created a deafening shockwave, shaking the entire training hall as the ground itself groaned in protest. This. Yoruichi's eyes widened at the sight of his flame-like Ryatsu. She immediately sensed something was off and instinctively reacted. In an instant, her lightning sword grew denser, its size and power surging. What the hell? Masatsuki Aozaki exclaimed as he felt the sword's strength increase, but he didn't back down. Boom. As expected, he was blasted away like a cannonball, crashing into a distant rock formation and shattering several boulders on impact. When the dust finally settled, Yoruichi reappeared before him. Lying on the ground, Masatsuki sighed and asked, "You lifted your Ryatsu limit just now, didn't you?" It wasn't that he couldn't accept losing, but in that brief moment, he had definitely sensed Yoruichi's Ryatsu spike to a level far beyond what a lieutenant should be capable of. Yoruichi remained silent for a beat before awkwardly sticking out her tongue. Seeing her reaction, Masatsuki Aozaki knew he was right. This doesn't count. You broke the rules. What? No way. Yoruichi protested, but after a brief pause, she quickly offered, "All right, how about we call it a draw? The wager still stands." Masatsuki gave her a long look, then nodded slightly. 40 chapters ahead. P at Triancom/Pinksnake. Chapter 89, Yahweh. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Masatsuki Aozaki and Yoruichi Shihoin had spent an unforgettable month together, pushing each other to their limits. Their spiritual bodies and Ryatsu had been tempered like never before, and in the grand scheme of life, they had taken yet another step forward. It turned out that proper training could indeed enhance one's strength, but excessive training could also leave one feeling spiritually empty. Masatsuki Aozaki wasn't sure how Yoruichi was handling it, but he definitely felt a certain hollowness creeping in. After parting ways with her in the noble district, he moved into a lavish estate, a clear symbol of noble status. A gift from the Tsuneyashiro clan. When they presented it, they had subtly hinted at keeping it under wraps. He didn't refuse. He simply accepted it without fuss. Thankfully, they had the good sense not to send any maids his way, otherwise, Ranjika Matsumoto would have given him hell. Or perhaps they were just worried a servant might have loose lips and say something they shouldn't. In the courtyard, Ranjika Matsumoto had been practicing her shirkai for who knew how long. The sound of howling wind never ceased, it only grew louder, as if a storm was brewing. Masatsuki Aozaki lay back, eyes closed in feigned sleep, listening to the wind outside his window. He found it hard to believe, but the room was gradually quieting. Had Ranjika finally cooled off? A lone figure knelt on the tatami mat, silently watching Masatsuki Aozaki. It was an unremarkable-looking middle-aged man with neatly trimmed black hair. His posture was impeccable, rigid yet effortless, dressed in a robe resembling a chiton from Greek mythology. His presence was serene, yet his gaze, those eyes, seemed to peer into the very fabric of fate itself, impossible to meet directly. Masatsuki Aozaki opened his eyes and froze. The man looked familiar, yet he couldn't recall where he had seen him before. With an almost divine gentleness, the man raised a hand, beckoning him forward with a soft, knowing smile. The golden light of dusk streamed in from behind him, casting an elongated shadow that stretched over Masatsuki Aozaki. Something about it made refusal impossible. He rose from his bed. At some point, a flowing robe had appeared over his shoulders, its material unfamiliar yet weightless. Step by step, he approached the man. And when he finally took his hand, the man stood, never loosening his grip, leading him toward the bedside. But what he saw next wasn't Ranjika practicing with her Zanpakutō. Instead, before his very eyes, Soul Society unfolded in its entirety. Then the world of the living. And finally, even Hueco Mundo. Through a small, unassuming window, he could see all of the three realms. The man let go of his hand, placing his palm lightly on the windowsill, fingers tapping rhythmically against the wood. Masatsuki Aozaki remained at his side, puzzled, carefully studying him in the dimming glow of the setting sun. There was nothing particularly remarkable about him. Except for those eyes, subtly different, yet otherwise indistinguishable from any ordinary man among the countless beings of the three realms. Yet his presence carried an inexplicable divinity. Every movement radiated an air of sanctity, as if he had been born untouched by the dust of the world. He leaned against the windowsill, gazing into the distance. But in those eyes, those all-seeing eyes, there was something deeply human. A trace of loneliness. A stark contrast to his almost godlike presence. For a brief moment, Masatsuki Aozaki felt as if he, too, carried that same divine aura. But he knew better. He was no deity, detached from the world. He was nothing more than a man, a vulgar soul, hopelessly indulgent in the pleasures of life. So, my name is Masatsuki Aozaki. After some thought, Masatsuki Aozaki decided that it was best to greet this kind of person and show some friendliness. The sunset reflected in the man's eyes as he softly said, "My name is Yahweh." Masatsuki Aozaki thought he was joking. That name belonged to the god of Western religions, originally written as YHWH. The ancients gave their deity such a difficult name, supposedly to prevent mortals from speaking it directly. Over time, as the name was passed down, people misunderstood its pronunciation, and it became known as Jehovah. Suddenly, Masatsuki Aozaki thought of Yahweh. The name Yahweh was strikingly similar to Yahweh. However, after living in this world for so many years, he understood that they were not the same. And the men standing before him didn't resemble the Yahweh he knew. "Masatsuki, what do you think of this world?" the man asked, turning to look at him. Masatsuki Aozaki nearly jumped in shock. The last time someone asked him that question, it was Sosuke Aizen, right in the middle of Seireitei's streets. "Masatsuki, what do you think of this world?" A simple yet complex question. When Aizen asked, Masatsuki Aozaki had felt as though he was being tested. But when this man said the same words, the meaning was entirely different. It was as if he already knew Masatsuki didn't belong to this world, as if he was asking from the perspective of an observer. And he was genuinely looking forward to the answer. "Who the hell are you?" Masatsuki Aozaki's voice trembled slightly. For the first time, he felt like things had completely spiraled out of his control. "It doesn't matter. I simply sense that your connection to this world is growing stronger, that you are accepting it. So, I took this opportunity to come see you," the man who called himself Yahweh said. "It's an honor to meet you, noble outsider." "Don't be ridiculous, noble outsider. I'm just a minor noble, nothing grand, and what outsider? I don't know what you're talking about." Was this Aizen? Had he trapped me in Kyoka Suigetsu? But how could he possibly know I was an outsider? "I'm not some illusion created by anyone. I came to see you of my own free will." Yahweh seemed to see right through his thoughts and glanced out the window. The two stood by the window, like travelers on an unfamiliar road, strangers, yet willing to admire the scenery together. "And I sincerely want to hear your answer." "My answer?" Looking into his earnest eyes, Masatsuki Aozaki felt that perhaps he should say what he truly thought. "This is where I belong. I don't know about others, but to me, this world is interesting. Just interesting. That's a concerning answer. But at least it's better than holding hostility toward the world." Yahweh stroked his chin and smirked. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into an ordinary middle-aged man. "Why would I be hostile toward the world? It hasn't done anything to me," Masatsuki Aozaki couldn't help but say. As if he had found the answer he was looking for, the middle-aged man burst into laughter, wiping tears from the corners of his eyes. "Kid, I'm starting to like you." Masatsuki Aozaki shuddered. Without thinking, he blurted out, "I don't like men." Yahweh froze for a second, then shook his head with a laugh. "Don't worry, neither do I." He took a step forward, and his body passed right through the wall. Before him stretched a massive, blazing sun, rising higher and higher. Wait. Is it just me, or is the sun getting closer? Masatsuki Aozaki was engulfed by the searing light. 40 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/pinksnake. Chapter 90, Mission. He shot up in bed, drenched in sweat, as if he had just taken a sunbath inside the sun itself. Ranjika Matsumoto stood before him, staring in shock before slowly sitting down at the edge of the bed. The room was empty except for the two of them. "Did you have a nightmare?" Ranjiku asked. "Or did you wear yourself out playing with your Uchi Shihoin for too long?" "I had a dream." "I'm not sure if it was a nightmare," Masatsuki Aozaki muttered, rubbing his eyes. Is training over? He stretched, feeling as if the world around him had become more attuned to him, more comfortable. If he had to describe it, it was a sense of belonging. It was as if, until now, he had been nothing more than a traveler in this world, but now, this world had started to feel like home. Though if he went by that man's words, it wasn't that the world had changed, it was that he was finally accepting it. It's almost dinner time. You promised to only train with your Zanpakutō for an hour every afternoon, Ranjiko huffed. And you've been sleeping all day. Are you part pig or something? No, I'm a snake. Masatsuki Aozaki blinked, startled. He had thought he'd only been asleep for a few hours, but he had actually slept for an entire day and night. Looks like he really needed to pace himself better. I didn't do anything weird, did I? No, you were out cold like a dead pig, Ranjika said, shaking her head. If you didn't wake up soon, I was about to call Captain Unohana. Masatsuki Aozaki pressed a hand to his forehead. When exactly had that strange dream begun? Had it started the moment he lay down? When he first heard the wind? Or was he still dreaming? The feeling of not being able to distinguish reality from illusion was irritating. He reached out and smacked himself on the head, hard, then opened his eyes, and realized he wasn't wearing anything. Don't tell me that guy. Masatsuki narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharp as a blade, radiating pure murderous intent. It's not my fault. Ranjika said weakly. You were just lying there, completely defenseless. Good thing it was you. Masatsuki exhaled in relief before making a face. No wonder his whole body felt sore, and he was still sweating, he must have just finished training. But that dream, it had felt way too real. He could still picture that middle-aged man's face with perfect clarity. Normally, he only had eyes for girls, so why was a middle-aged man lingering in his mind so vividly? Dinner's ready. Let's go. Oh, right. Masatsuki grabbed a random shirt and threw it on before following Ranjiko outside. Once outside, Ranjiko pulled out an ornate, golden-laid food box and began setting the dishes on the table, each one meticulously arranged. Let's see. She did a quick count, then pouted. 9 dishes in total. And they're all your favorites. She glanced at him. Don't give me that look. You know I can't cook. Ichimaru made them and sent them over. Masatsuki Aozaki nodded. Ranjiko was fine when it came to eating, but cooking? No way. These authentic Chinese dishes smelled incredible, one whiff and he could tell they'd been made with true skill. He really couldn't have picked a better little brother than Jin Ichimaru, the guy could handle just about anything. Hold on a second. I've got something even better. Ranjika Matsumoto walked into the kitchen. When she returned, she was carrying several bottles of sake. Well, for the record, Yoruchi and I didn't actually do anything. Masatsuki Aozaki swallowed hard. His head buzzed as he realized she clearly wasn't going to let him off the hook that easily. Ranjika picked up a bottle and raised an eyebrow. Not willing. Of course. I'm willing. Masatsuki pressed a hand to his forehead, his face pale as he thought to himself, am I going to end up like Sojin Kachiki? Sitting at the dining table, Masatsuki looked like he had just suffered a great loss. What's with that face? Ranjiko, sitting beside him, wrapped an arm around him and puffed her cheeks in annoyance. It's nothing, nothing. Masatsuki forced a smile, only to suddenly realize that his body no longer ached, his back didn't hurt, and even his dizziness had disappeared. I'm not going anywhere tonight. I'll stay with you. Ranjika brightened up instantly, nudging him with her shoulder over and over, clearly excited. As dinner began, they sat in the dim glow of flickering candlelight on the wooden chairs of the dining room. Actually, Yoruchi came looking for you today, Ranjika said. You two didn't fight, did you? That was Masatsuki's biggest concern. What kind of people do you take us for? Ranjika shot him a glare. If anyone deserves a beating, it's you, you troublemaker. Wait, don't tell me you too, Masatsuki tensed, instinctively reaching for his waist. You had a mission today, but you didn't show up at the 2nd Division. That's why she came looking for you, Ranjika explained. I told her what happened, and she said to let you rest. Late at night, in the 2ND Division's territory, the nest of maggots was brightly lit. Aside from Masatsuki Aozaki, who held the rank of 3rd seat, every member of the detention unit was present, a rare occurrence. The weather was raging. Torrential rain poured down, and howling winds swept through the area. The detention unit members stood motionless under the storm, their figures rigid against the relentless wind and rain. In the uneasy darkness of the surrounding forest, only the flickering glow of Kido spells provided illumination. Standing amidst the downpour, Yoruchi Shihoin, captain of the 2nd Division, gave a nod to the guards stationed at the nest of maggots. From behind, a man's angry shouts rang out. Yoruchi frowned. I'll personally escort Takasugi Hirofumi inside. Is the solitary cell ready? It's ready. Open the gate, Jin Ichimaru called out from his post at the dungeon entrance. Takasuji Hirofumi might not have been the most dangerous criminal in the nest of maggots, but he was certainly the most powerful one ever confined there. Leaving him in the same unrestricted conditions as the other high-risk inmates was too dangerous. He had to be placed in solitary confinement under strict supervision. As the heavy doors creaked open, Yoruichi led Takasuji Hirofumi inside, securing his hands, feet, and neck with specially reinforced restraints. "You can't do this to me. You know who I am." Takasuji roared. "Quit shouting." "Of course, I know who you are." Yoruichi smirked. "But the fact that you're locked up here should tell you everything. They've already abandoned you, haven't they?" "You don't understand at all," Takasuji sneered. "With that fool Rintaro dead, they can't afford to abandon me. The Tsuneyashiro clan's branch family never had many captain-level powerhouses to begin with. Aside from one branch member under house arrest and a few well-placed pawns within the Gotei 13, he was the only captain-class Shinigami left in the Tsuneyashiro branch family. His value to them was undeniable. There was no way they would simply cast him aside. As far as he was concerned, his imprisonment here was the result of political maneuvering by rival noble houses, not the will of the Tsuneyashiro clan itself. After all, the Central 46 had chosen to spare his life. That alone was proof enough. Looks like you know quite a bit." Yoruichi crossed her arms. "If you're willing to share even more useful information, I might consider improving your treatment." She leaned in slightly. "It's been a while since you've had to suffer like this, hasn't it?" For a moment, Takasuji seemed tempted. But then, his expression hardened. He closed his eyes and fell silent. Clearly, what he feared most was losing his life. 40 chapters ahead. /Pinksnake. Chapter 91, Senkaman. The next morning, at the 12th Division Barracks. "Here's what you asked for," Kisuke Urahara said, handing Masatsuki Aozaki a protective suit and an accessory. "Got it. Then give this to Kiryu-san." Masatsuki Aozaki extended his hand, offering a lunchbox. "Today's special recipe." Kisuke Urahara took the lunchbox, weighing it in his hands to check its contents. "Is your cooking really that good? Good enough to have a captain completely hooked?" Kisuke had to admit, though his friend wasn't as intelligent as he was, he had unexpected talents in many areas. Cooking, for instance, was something Kisuke couldn't compete with at all. After tasting his food once, Kiryu Hikifune had arranged, through the channels of the Urahara shop, for him to provide a takeout service. When Masatsuki Aozaki was training in Shunko and disappeared for a month, Kiryu Hikifune was practically losing her appetite. The temptation was terrifying. "Of course. Haven't you noticed how plump and healthy Ranjaku and Jin have gotten?" Masatsuki Aozaki lowered his voice. "If you want to sneak a bite, I'll pretend I didn't see anything." "No need. Captain Hikifune is extremely sensitive to numbers and weight, she'd know if even a single portion was missing." Kisuke Urahara shuddered, as if recalling an unpleasant memory. Then, shifting the topic, he said, "Let me tell you about the gift you're giving. The protective suit is a good choice, Kakaku can wear it while experimenting. As for the choker, see that metal ornament in the center. Pull it out, and it turns into a chain sword. But since you insisted on this design, how you present it is up to you." Masatsuki Aozaki examined the necklace in his hands. It looked more like a choker, with a rhombus-shaped silver metal piece at the center, its hollowed-out section suspending a teardrop-shaped clear crystal. He had no idea how such a small accessory could conceal an entire chain sword, but considering that Mayuri Kuratsuchi could hide a scythe in his ear, he decided not to dwell on it. Tucking the items away, Masatsuki Aozaki asked, "Kisuke, can you make a senkaman?" Kisuke Urahara scoffed. No. He already knew Masatsuki Aozaki had become a noble and was now looking for a personal senkaman. But no meant no, he wasn't about to lie about it. "Can the Shinigami Research and Development Institute make one?" Masatsuki Aozaki frowned. He hadn't expected it to be this difficult to obtain a senkaman. He had searched all over the noble district this morning and still couldn't find a place that could make or sell one, which was why he had come to Kisuke for help. Yet even Kisuke, a noble himself, had no way of making one. It seemed these things were quite rare. "As far as I know, the Shinigami Research and Development Institute doesn't have any information on that for now. You might want to ask Captain Hikifune, she might know how to make one," Kisuke suggested, glancing off into the distance. Masatsuki Aozaki turned to look. A beautiful woman with purple hair was approaching. "Masatsuki, I'd love to help you, but I'm sorry, I don't know how to make a senkaman either," Kiryu Hikifune said, scratching her head. Masatsuki Aozaki rubbed his chin. "I see." Kiryu Hikifune sighed. "It's an extremely ancient technique, older than the Gotei 13 itself. Right now, only the oldest noble clans still retain this knowledge. If you really need one, you might want to ask Captain Shihoin for help. The Shihoin clan, being one of the most ancient noble families in Seoul society, should have the technology to create a senkaman. Masatsuki Aozaki nodded. I get it now. I've just escaped the tiger's den, only to step into the lion's den. Thank you very much, Kiryu-san. No need to thank me. Kiryu Hikifune waved a hand dismissively. If you really want to show your appreciation, let's have a cooking exchange sometime. I've almost mastered the dishes you taught me last time, but I still struggle with controlling the heat. Of course, I'll definitely drop by when I have time, Masatsuki Aozaki chuckled. With Kiryu Hikifune taking the initiative, there was no way he'd refuse. That afternoon, in the 2nd Division captain's office. You either don't show up for work and sleep at home, or you come straight to me asking for favors. You're enjoying being 3rd seat way more than I enjoy being captain, Yorichi Shihoin huffed, crossing her arms. Her expression and movements had an undeniable charm to them. And whose fault do you think that is? Being 3rd seat is way too tough, work all day and still get bossed around by my superior. Masatsuki Aozaki sighed dramatically. Ugh, just talking about it is embarrassing. Let's not even go there. Yorichi's face flushed slightly, knowing full well that he was talking about her. Seeing her irritation fade, Masatsuki Aozaki grinned. Actually, I didn't just come here to ask for help, I brought you a gift. A gift? Masatsuki Aozaki pulled out the accessory Kasuke Urahara had given him. Here, take a look. You actually put some thought into this. Yorichi's face lit up with a smile. She didn't sense anything unusual about it, instead, she was just pleased that Masatsuki knew her tastes. She had worn plenty of chokers like this before, she was even wearing a bow-shaped one at that very moment. Masatsuki Aozaki took a seat beside her and personally fastened the necklace around her neck. I had Kasuke custom make it. I designed the look myself. Pull the ornament at the front, and it triggers a mechanism that turns it into a chain sword. So. Do you like it? Not bad. I like it, Yorichi tilted her head back slightly, like a proud swan. Since you've given your captain such a valuable gift, I can't be rude either. Leave the senkaman to me. That doesn't seem right. Masatsuki hesitated. What's wrong with it? As the head of the Shihoin clan, do you really think I'd be stingy about something like a senkaman? Yorichi waved a hand grandly. Just sit back and wait. All right then. Masatsuki Aozaki seemed conflicted but eventually muttered in agreement. The Fullbringers better be prepared. Time to clean up the Soul King fragments. I wonder how Aizen's investigation is going. He's been in the world of the living for so long now. Masatsuki glanced up at Yorichi, who was standing in front of the mirror, admiring the necklace around her neck. His eyes suddenly gleamed with an idea. He walked up beside her, leaned in close, and whispered something in her ear. Are you out of your mind? Yorichi's eyes widened in shock. Don't forget, you still owe me 2 favors. Or are you saying that the great captain of the 2nd Division, head of the Shihoin clan, Lady Yorichi, doesn't keep her word? Masatsuki Aozaki shook his head in disappointment. If you can't do it, then I've got nothing more to say. But I guess Yorichi-sama's promises don't mean much after all. TCH. You really have some nerve saying that, Yorichi gritted her teeth, then locked the doors and windows of her office. She took a seat, her body gradually shrinking. In mere moments, only a pile of clothes remained where she had been. What are you waiting for, you idiot? A sleek black cat crawled out from the garments. Before she could finish speaking, Masatsuki Aozaki had already transformed into a large black and white cat and pounced. The 2 feline shadows intertwined, and soon, strange cat-like sounds echoed through the office. 40 chapters ahead. P. A Triancom/Pink Snake. Chapter 92, Brother-in-law is not here. After the 2 of them stepped into a new world, Masatsuki Aozaki took a moment to rest, shifting back into his human form before dressing and leaving the 2nd Division. As the 3rd seat, he could come and go from the barracks freely without anyone stopping him. However, to maintain the dignified image of a responsible officer, he decided it wouldn't be wise to let his subordinates catch him slacking off. Instead, he chose the more discreet route, scaling the walls and heading straight for West Rakongai. A light drizzle fell. After weaving through a dense cluster of grand mansions, Shingo Tsuneyashiro finally caught sight of the towering council chamber. Pushing open the doors, he stepped inside to find that the elders had been waiting for quite some time. What's going on? Why has Takasugi Hirofumi been imprisoned in the nest of maggots? His voice was sharp with accusation. Tamaba Tsuneyashiro's lips curled slightly in a mocking smile. Your Excellency Shingu, this is the Tsuneyashiro clan's elder council. Is there a need for such outbursts? Don't forget your position, you're an elder yourself, representing the dignity of this family. Shingo Tsuneyashiro's expression darkened. He had no retort to Tamaba's ridicule, knowing that the latter's influence within the main family far exceeded his own. His power primarily lay within the branch families, and despite his frustration, Tamaba's words weren't wrong. He had no valid counterargument. But Takasuji Hirofumi has a third-class Ryatsu, and the nest of maggots is under the jurisdiction of the Shihoin clan. Shingu Tsuneyashiro took his seat among the elders, his voice heavy. Tamaba Tsuneyashiro cast him a glance before Tokuyasu Tsuneyashiro raised a hand, prompting a subtle shift in the elders' expressions. Your Excellency Shingu, it's not that we don't want to save Takasuji Hirofumi, it's that we simply can't. Yes, the Tsuneyashiro clan is the most powerful noble house at present, but if the Kuchiki and Shihoin clans join forces, even we would struggle to hold our ground. I suggest you recognize the reality of the situation. The Tsuneyashiro clan is not omnipotent. If we were, there would be no need for the rebels to exist, don't you agree? The elders nodded in agreement. The purpose of the rebel faction was to weaken rival noble houses and expand the Tsuneyashiro clan's influence. If they truly had absolute control, there'd be no need for such tactics, they could simply command their enemies to submit or disband outright. So we're just going to let Takasuji Hirofumi die in the nest of maggots. Shingu Tsuneyashiro clenched his fists, his voice laced with cold laughter. The Central 46 sentenced him to imprisonment, not execution. A 3,000-year sentence might as well be a death sentence. And with Masatsuki Aozaki overseeing the nest of maggots now, who knows how long he'll last? That's not for us to decide. Tokuyasu Tsuneyashiro waved a hand dismissively. We did everything we could to preserve his life, and even our family's reputation has taken a hit because of it. He narrowed his eyes. Perhaps the branch family should start looking for other solutions. Tokuyasu knew full well that while Shingu Tsuneyashiro had some intelligence, it wasn't quite enough. That was precisely why the branch families had chosen him as their representative. Someone too clever would be difficult to control, while someone too foolish wouldn't be able to rise to an elder's position even with support. The best candidate was someone with just enough cunning, but not too much. Shingu Tsuneyashiro's expression remained cold as he reluctantly nodded. As he sat there, listening with his eyes closed, the sound of rain outside the window seemed to grow heavier, pounding down with increasing intensity. Meanwhile, thanks to his exceptional Shumenpa skills, Masatsuki Aozaki easily slipped out of Seireitei. He greeted the Hakudaman gatekeeper, Jidambo Ikenzaka, before once again stepping onto the soil of Junranin, the first district of Rakangai. Upon reaching the outskirts of the Shiba residence, Masatsuki Aozaki carefully concealed himself at a distance, peering toward the main gate. Two towering, muscle-bound men stood guard, but the one person who viewed him as a sworn enemy was nowhere to be seen. Koganehiko and Shiraganehiko, is your Aniki not home? Masatsuki-sama. The two burly men looked slightly surprised before answering, yes, the head of the household is not at home. They were the Shiba family's servants and had also been Kokaku and Kaien's teachers, raising them since childhood. One look at their sturdy physiques made it clear they were both masters of hand-to-hand combat. Is Kokaku home? Lady Kokaku is in the tea room. Hearing the answer he wanted, Masatsuki Aozaki crossed his arms and strode inside. If his elder brother-in-law wasn't around, then wasn't Kokaku in charge of the household? Considering their relationship, he could be considered half the master of this house. Declining Koganehiko's offer to accompany him, Masatsuki Aozaki entered alone. He made his way down the stairs, through a long corridor, and stopped in front of a paper door. Koganehiko. Do we have a guest? Perhaps hearing movement, a voice laced with amusement came from inside. Masatsuki Aozaki didn't answer and instead asked, do I count as a guest? A flicker of joy flashed in Kakakashiba's eyes. Masatsuki, come in. At those words, Masatsuki Aozaki pushed the door open and stepped inside. What brings you here? Did Yoruchi actually let you come back? Kakakashiba teased. What kind of question is that? You make it sound like Yoruchi has me under house arrest, Masatsuki Aozaki scoffed, waving a hand dismissively. She probably would if she could. Kakakashiba smirked. She knew her childhood friend too well. Coming to her in the middle of the night to ask about some strange secret technique, it was obviously for the men standing before her. Too bad for Yoruchi, though. The Shiba family had passed down plenty of techniques, but none that could alter one's body shape. What did Yoruchi take her for? Everything about her was 100% natural. Her figure wasn't the result of any modifications, it was pure natural talent. Thinking of this, Kakakashiba rolled her eyes. Seriously, why did Yoruchi think she had some secret art to change her body? If she had time to chase after that nonsense, she might as well put more effort into studying the cat transformation technique. If turning into a cat was possible, then refining it further to alter a spirit body shouldn't be too far off. Let's not talk about Yoruchi for now. I came to give you this. Masatsuki Aozaki pulled out a set of clothing. Protective gear? Kakakashiba asked. Masatsuki Aozaki nodded. This is ugly. Kakashiba spread out the outfit with a look of distaste. The entire suit was black from head to toe, including the mask, shoes, and gloves. It somewhat resembled the 2ND Division stealth uniforms but was bulkier, making it even less appealing. Masatsuki Aozaki sighed. Who cares about looks? You're wearing it for experiments, not a fashion show. Thinking about Kakaku's future and the arm she would eventually lose, Masatsuki still found her beautiful, but he didn't want things to turn out that way. So he gave a firm reminder. Make sure you wear this during experiments. Got it. Yes, yes. Kakashiba waved a hand lazily, brushing off the concern. Still, seeing how seriously Masatsuki was worrying over her brought a smile to her lips. How should I thank you for such a thoughtful gift? She suddenly grabbed Masatsuki Aozaki's collar, leaned in, and took a deep breath against his neck. You smell like Yoruchi. You can tell from that. Masatsuki Aozaki was stunned. They had been in cat form at the time, how could she still pick up the scent? He was about to come up with an excuse but hesitated. Well. Kakaku didn't wait for him to finish. Before he could say another word, she had already pinned him down, eyes burning with emotion. 40 chapters ahead. p@triancom/pinksnake. Chapter 93, Little Trick. Early the next morning, Masatsuki Aozaki woke up shortly after sunrise. His mind was clear, and despite only getting a few hours of sleep, he didn't feel tired at all. Kakashiba let out a big yawn, groggily scratching her head. Her hair was a tangled mess, sticky and clumped together. Tugging at it hurt, so she simply gave up dealing with it. Masatsuki Aozaki, amused, gently poked her cheek with a fond expression. Hey, wake up already. Are you planning to sleep until nightfall again? MMGH, what's it matter? I'm the head of the family. Kakashiba let out a rare, spoiled-sounding mumble as she snuggled closer to him in protest. It was undeniably cute, but the two of them had long since moved past the stage where every little action sent their hearts racing. With saint-like willpower, Masatsuki Aozaki resisted her charms. Still, he figured teasing her a little wouldn't hurt. After all, it wasn't every day he got to see this usually fearless and strong-willed woman acting so adorably. Smirking, he pinched the soft flesh of her cheek while his other hand slipped under the covers. You're pushing it, you know. Kakaku's eyes snapped open, and she let out a startled yelp. It took her a few seconds to shake off the haze of sleep, but once she realized the smug man was treating her like a toy, her pretty face immediately twisted into an intimidating scowl. Then, without hesitation, she pinched his waist hard and clicked her tongue in annoyance. TCH, hurry up and help me take a bath. Yes, yes. Just toss me aside the moment you've had your fun, huh? Masatsuki Aozaki let out a helpless chuckle, scooped her up in his arms, threw on a robe, and carried her toward the bath. As he stepped into the warm water with her still in his arms, he flashed a mischievous grin. If the souls in West Rakangai knew their Ain-san had a man, I wonder what kind of faces they'd make. Kakaku shot him a disgusted look. At your age, you're already making the same sleazy old man expressions as Ishin. Who the hell did you learn that from? She gave him 2 half-hearted punches before giving up on resisting altogether. In Soul Society, 200 or 300 years old was still considered young, let alone Masatsuki, who was only in his early 20s. Resting her chin in her palm, she sighed. How the hell had she fallen for this guy? She thought back. When they first met, this guy had approached the Shiba family under the guise of a business deal. At the time, Kyan was too focused on training and gathering subordinates to handle family affairs, leaving the household struggling financially. So, she agreed to Masatsuki's proposal without much hesitation. Sure enough, after that, the Shiba family's wealth steadily grew. And then, at some point, this kid started showing up every few days to see her. Back then, he wasn't exactly innocent, but when it came to relationships, he was definitely clueless. It was obvious to everyone what he was after, herself included. Still, he was easy on the eyes, and more importantly, he was fun to be around. So, she humored him. As time went on, Masatsuki Aozaki somehow became more and more her type, and, well, one thing led to another. But thinking about it now, how did that awkward little brat, who used to hide in her arms, turn into this smug bastard? If it weren't for this fateful entanglement with him, she might have never ended up with a man in her entire life. She could have just spent her days perfecting fireworks, free from all these distractions. This damn guy, it was all his fault. Kakashiba frowned, looking both annoyed and exasperated. Give me back my life, you brat. All right, then I'll compensate you with mine, Masatsuki Aozaki said, spreading his arms before pulling her into a tight embrace. At this rate, he was probably going to miss work at the 2nd Division again. Holding Kakaku close, Masatsuki gazed at her hazy, half-lidded eyes before something suddenly came to mind. Speaking of which, where's my brother-in-law? Why would you bring him up now of all times? Kakaku glared at him, clearly irritated. I think he went to apply to the Shino Academy. Already fully immersed in the moment, she shot him a sharp look, as if blaming him for ruining the mood. First it was Uncle Ishin, and now my brother. Are you planning to drag my whole family into trouble? What's he going to the Shino Academy for? Is he coming after me? Masatsuki mused before kissing her cheek in an apologetic gesture. Uncle Ishin joining the Gotei 13 was definitely my fault, I admit that. But I had nothing to do with your brother applying to the Shino Academy. You easily took him down last time. Maybe he couldn't accept it and decided to join the Gotei 13 to get stronger, Kakaku muttered through gritted teeth, barely holding back a sound. With his talent, getting into the Shino Academy should be a breeze, Masatsuki noted, glancing at Kakaku as his hand continued moving beneath the water. She let out a muffled gasp. Even though the Shiba family had fallen from grace, they still carried the bloodline of one of the 5 great noble clans, granting them naturally powerful Ryatsu. Take Kakaku, for example. She had spent her entire life obsessed with fireworks while also managing the family, barely dedicating any time to actual Ryatsu training. Yet, her spiritual pressure had still reached the level of a seated officer. That was the power of bloodline inheritance. It made Masatsuki wonder, just what kind of people were the ancestors of the 5 great noble clans. Even after so many generations, their descendants still carried exceptional talent that far surpassed ordinary souls. But lingering on unrelated thoughts now would just kill the mood. So instead, he focused on enjoying the moment, just as Kakaku wanted. She let out another soft hum before responding eagerly. A full day and night passed as they indulged in each other's company. In the bedroom, Masatsuki Aozaki exhaled deeply. Kakaku was still resting in his arms, her long black hair spilling over her shoulders, her fair face flushed and alluring. He placed a gentle kiss on her forehead, carefully pulled the blanket over her, and then got up to prepare for departure. After dressing, he walked to the head of the bed and pressed a hidden mechanism on the wall. A moment later, a concealed compartment slid open, revealing a wooden box inside. Masatsuki formed a complex hand seal, activating the Kido technique Kakaku had taught him. The box unlocked automatically, revealing a scroll inside. This was the training method for Getsuga Tensho. It had taken him an entire day and night to convince Kakaku to let him learn it. As he flipped through the scroll, his mind drifted back to the sword pressure technique he had studied under Old Man Yamamoto. Getsuga Tensho felt like an advanced variation of sword pressure. Standard sword pressure involved releasing Ryatsu through a Zanpakutō. But Getsuga Tensho took it a step further, it required compressing the Ryatsu before unleashing the slash. This made it an excellent test of a Shinigami's control over their spiritual energy. But for Masatsuki, it wasn't anything groundbreaking. Just another small technique, he thought casually. And that was exactly what it was to him, a minor skill. He didn't even bother taking the scroll with him. After reading through it twice, he had already memorized every detail. 40 chapters ahead. P@Triancom/Pinksnake